Because he loved a woman so deeply, the young man was deceived by his own girlfriend, who stole all of his money and the inheritance his parents had left him. This betrayal left him homeless, wandering without a roof over his head. What he never expected was that a global pandemic would break out, turning most of humanity into zombies and throwing the world into chaos. In such a time of disorder, the few survivors had to band together in order to fight off the flesh-eating zombies. Our main character, Jiang Xiao Yong, managed to join a group of friends, and they created a safe base to protect their lives. Who would have guessed that the cruel woman Kuai Jing, who was once his lover, would come searching for him, appearing as though she were in need, pretending to be a victim looking for refuge? She slowly took advantage of Jiang Xiao Yong's kindness, manipulating him and winning his sympathy. Once again, she played her dirty tricks, paving the way for her lover and his group to attack and overtake Jiang Xiao Yong's base. They murdered his teammates and ruthlessly tortured him until he died. No matter how heavy the rain, it must eventually stop. Jiang Xiao Yong was fortunate enough to be reborn 1 month before all the tragic events took place. Determined not to make the same mistakes, he vowed to take revenge on each person who had wronged him and to prepare for the looming zombie apocalypse. Hello everyone and welcome! Today we're doing a review of the novel Rebirth in the Apocalypse. I open chests to reach the peak. If you enjoy the video, please give us a like and subscribe to the channel. We hope you have a great time watching. The story begins with our male protagonist, Jiang Xiaoyong, hanging by his wrists, tightly bound, high up in the air. Below him is a large iron cage filled with zombies waiting for him to fall so they can tear him apart. In front of him stands the vile woman who deceived him emotionally, now with her fat lover beside her. Behind them are the henchmen, big, muscular, and menacing. At that moment, Kuai Jing, who is below, looks up and calls out his name, Jiang Xiaoyong. Then, with cruel sarcasm, she taunts him about his companions. Your friends are all dead. Guess your life doesn't mean much now, does it? After taking over Jiang Xiaoyong's base, his team is beaten and left to struggle against the zombies. One of them gets their face completely torn off, while another has a chunk of their neck bitten out. A girl beside them is struck in the head and bleeds out, her tears still fresh in her eyes, never having the chance to dry. They all die without ever being able to close their eyes for the last time. Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't stop thinking about his two closest teammates. His jaw was tight and his heart heavy with frustration and guilt. Their deaths weighed on him, casualties of his misplaced trust in Kuai Jing yet again. This is all on me, he thought bitterly. I should have protected them. Suspended high above the ground, Jiang Xiaoyong could do nothing but struggle. His eyes locked on his former girlfriend, his voice hoarse as he shouted at his captors. You won't get away with this. One day you'll pay for everything you've done. It always seemed like the worst people managed to live without consequences. Kuai Jing and her partner stood side by side, apparently without a care in the world, as if preparing for a celebration. She leaned into her partner, smiling with false sweetness as she said, Look, he's still so worked up. Her partner chuckled, clearly amused. Don't worry, we'll make sure he regrets ever crossing you. They had taken all of Jiang Xiaoyong's gear and supplies. With a smug expression, the man looked down at him and said, Honestly, thanks. What you left behind should keep us going comfortably for a while. Then he reached for the control panel that operated the suspension system. With a mocking tone, he added, All right then, let's wrap this up. He pressed the button. The rope released, and Jiang Xiaoyong fell, landing hard on the ground with a jarring impact. The pain was overwhelming, and before he could recover, a group of waiting zombies began to close in on him. Fresh human flesh was right in front of them, and they scrambled to get to Jiang Xiaoyong. They were all there, men and women alike, lunging toward him with their mouths wide open, their faces pale and their eyes completely white. The sight of them charging at him was utterly disgusting. Jiang Xiaoyong fell from a great height, pain shooting through him as he landed. He could only lie there, completely still. The zombies rushed toward him, pushing and shoving to bite his neck, his shoulders, his stomach. His hands were tightly bound, and the pain was unbearable. He gritted his teeth, fury rising up inside him as blood splattered from his mouth. His cries of anger and pain filled the air. In the midst of this unimaginable physical torment, as his body was being torn apart, he felt powerless. Only his consciousness remained intact. He was consumed with hatred. In the few moments between life and death, he gritted his teeth and swore, Kuai Jing, Lai Shuxiang, if I had a chance to be reborn, I'll make both of you pay for what you've done. Then everything went black. Jiang Xiaoyong was dead, and all that remained was darkness. But no, he wasn't dead. He still had one last chance, like waking up from a nightmare. He jolted awake, gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face. Before he could even process what had just happened, a loud voice shouted at his ear, Jiang Xiaoyong, what do you think you're doing? Perhaps his desire for revenge had touched the heavens. He was given a second chance. Jiang Xiaoyong was sitting on the couch in his apartment. In front of him, his girlfriend Kui Jing stood with her long, slender legs stretched out, her arms on her hips, angrily shouting at him. "Why didn't you put my name on the house papers? Do you even love me?" Just a short while ago, he had been bitten and torn apart by zombies, and now here he was sitting at home. Jiang Xiao Yong couldn't help but feel confused, a little lost inside. What is going on here? He sat in his own home, looking around in disbelief, still unable to accept that he was alive. He thought to himself, could it be that I really have been reborn? And maybe this is before the apocalypse even happened. Meanwhile, his girlfriend Kui Jing stood there, hands on her hips, glaring at him fiercely. What just happened to Jiang Xiao Yong felt like a dream. It was as if he had been given a glimpse into the future, knowing who would betray him and who truly cared for him. Thinking about all of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Looking at his hands, still intact, he reminded himself that he couldn't afford to make any more mistakes. Once his thoughts settled, he managed to keep the truth about his rebirth from Kui Jing, who was lying to him. Jiang Xiao Yong stayed silent. He worked hard to keep his emotions in check as she continued to shout at him. The bride price is 100 million, not a penny less. Kui Jing, the main character's girlfriend, was beautiful, sure, but her character was awful. She only cared about taking and never about giving. Jiang Xiao Yong had probably been too easily manipulated in the past, so she stood before him with confidence, arms crossed, acting as if she were in charge, speaking to him with a tone of superiority. Do you understand? Watching this scene, Jiang Xiao Yong couldn't help but think, this wicked woman, sitting in front of the person who had once betrayed him, fully aware of their scheme, Jiang Xiao Yong felt powerless. But he told himself, I can't react right now. Kui Jing didn't stop. She raised her voice even more. I'll give you some time, if you don't get the money. Hearing how ridiculous she sounded, Jiang Xiao Yong couldn't take it anymore. He interrupted her and found an excuse to kick her out. With a firm show, he pushed her outside and said, Fine, I get it, just go already. This was the first time Kui Jing had ever been treated like this by him, and it made her question things. She turned around, clearly stunned, her expression tight with frustration and disbelief as her thoughts raced. What's going on? Since when did Jiang Xiao Yong become so capable? I always thought of him as someone who just followed me around. Inside the apartment, Jiang Xiao Yong calmly locked the door behind him. His hand lingered on the doorknob, and his face showed clear annoyance, as though he'd just shaken off something or someone unwelcome. For a moment, the room was quiet. Then, Jiang Xiao Yong glanced at the digital clock. It read 5:00 p.m., July 5th, 2034. He thought to himself, just one more month. I need to get ready before everything begins. Suddenly, a faint metallic ting echoed nearby, snapping him to attention. He looked around sharply. A glowing system interface appeared before his eyes, hovering in midair. It displayed a new message. Apocalyptic system activated. New mission issued. Please complete the task promptly. Mission title: Prepare for the apocalypse. Requirements: own one piece of land, 0 first. Stock supplies for over a year, 0 365th. Reward: 10 points. Note, points can be used in the system's shop to purchase survival items. Jiang Xiao Yong found himself suddenly reborn in the time just before the disaster struck, and on top of that, he was granted a post-apocalyptic system to help him face the upcoming zombie outbreak. Curious, he stared at the system interface in front of him, wondering aloud, I didn't expect there'd be a system. What are these mission points for? What can I do with them? Without thinking, he reached out and clicked on the system store. Instantly, the system display changed to a new screen. System store. Strengthening potion, +1, -20 points. Level 1 cultivator supply box, -2 points. Level 1 protagonist supply box, -10 points. Refresh button, -2 points. As he immersed himself in the system's interface, Jiang Xiao Yong suddenly remembered something important. His face turned serious. He quickly turned around to grab his phone, muttering to himself, I almost forgot. In my previous life, at this time, I was desperately trying to gather enough betrothal gifts for Kui Jing. I couldn't afford to spend a single penny, which left me malnourished. Finding his smartphone on the desk, he grabbed it right away. The first thing he did wasn't browsing the web, but opening a food delivery app. Holding the phone in his hand, he thought, just one more month and the world will be overrun with zombies. I should eat as much as I can while I still have the chance. A little while later, night had fallen, the city was lit up, and the delivery driver brought food to Jiang Xiao Yong's apartment in the high-rise building. The table was filled with a variety of delicious dishes, all famous and popular foods carefully arranged for him. Looking at the spread, Jiang Xiao Yong couldn't help but exclaim with joy, this is the legendary 3-star dish from the city's most famous restaurant. Do they usually serve it here? Knowing the tough times ahead, he thought, If disaster strikes and things get bad, I might even die. So why not splurge and enjoy some expensive food now? Well, I can. He picked up a piece of food, stared at the meat for a moment, and said, let me taste this $300,000 yuan scrambled eggs with tomatoes and see what it's like. He popped it into his mouth, his lips pursing in pleasure as he savored the taste. At first, he was hesitant, but within seconds, it was like an explosion of flavor. It was so good that Jiang Xiao Yong felt a surge of energy tearing his shirt apart in sheer joy, overwhelmed by pure satisfaction after all the hard times he'd been through. Without hesitation, he slumped down into his chair, his mouth wide open, eating as fast as he could. He devoured one bite after another, his hands grabbing food nonstop. He ate like a tiger that had been starved for days. I was enjoying myself when suddenly the phone next to me rang loudly. Jiang Xiao Yong was still holding a crab leg in his hand. He glanced at the phone and noticed someone was calling. He picked it up and saw the caller's name. He thought to himself, is it that green tea sister again, calling her older sister to cry? Although he didn't want to, Jiang Xiao Yong answered the call. As soon as he picked up, a woman's voice yelled into his ear, Jiang Xiao Yong, what do you think you're doing? How could you treat Kuai Jing like that? She was just expressing her feelings. You're so selfish, not even willing to share your wealth with her. What kind of love is that? The woman on the other end sounded so worked up that Jiang Xiao Yong's ears were ringing. He had to hold the phone away from his ear with one hand and grab a towel with the other, but it was still unbearable. And it wasn't over. She kept on shouting. Kuai Jing just disappeared to test you a little, and you couldn't even handle that. You'd better bring the house, the land, and $1 million to apologize. I'll help you convince Kuai Jing. Otherwise, get ready for a breakup. If this had happened before, Jiang Xiao Yong would have been frantic, trying to please Kuai Jing immediately. But after learning the truth about her and the people around her, he had changed. The words of the woman, Kuai Jing's friend, on the phone only made him even angrier. Without thinking, he shouted back into the phone, holding it close to his ear, his voice booming. What do you two want from me? Someone like her isn't even worthy of me. Get lost. After hearing Jiang Xiao Yong's firm response, the girl on the phone seemed momentarily lost for words. She hesitated, her voice faltering as she finally said, Jiang Xiao Yong, how could you? But his patience had already worn thin. The frustration he'd been bottling up finally boiled over. He dropped onto the sofa, his arms bracing him from behind as he leaned back, letting out a long, tired sigh. Right now, all his attention was locked on the pressing mission ahead, surviving the apocalypse. He stared up at the ceiling, his mind running through the possibilities. A piece of land. He imagined what he would need to do once he acquired it. It had to become a real stronghold, sturdy, secure, and ideally located near a water source and a forest. Every detail mattered. With a plan forming in his head, Jiang Xiao Yong didn't waste time. He headed straight to a real estate center. It was a modern, upscale building with a polished interior, professional staff, and a luxurious atmosphere. Surrounded by suits and sophistication, Jiang Xiao Yong, dressed in simple, functional clothes, stood out in sharp contrast, but he didn't mind. He wasn't here to impress, he was here to prepare. As soon as he entered the lobby, a staff member quickly greeted him. She was polite and promptly bowed, asking, hello, sir. Are you here to buy or rent a house? He paused for a few seconds, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Not wanting to keep her waiting, Jiang Xiao Yong smiled and responded cheerfully, neither, actually. I'm here today, too. Before he could finish his sentence, a man walked up behind the staff member and called out, Xiao Ning. This man was Director Zhu, head of business operations at the real estate company. He had a serious expression on his face as he handed a task to the young woman, Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning, Director Zhu ordered, hurry and go to the back to help move the shelves. There's a lot of paperwork today. The girl, noticing the director, bowed and politely replied, Sorry, Director Zhu, but I still need to attend to this customer. Director Zhu, clearly aware of that, still grabbed Xiao Ning by the shoulder and pushed her in another direction. His face showed irritation as he said, Xiao Ning, haven't you learned anything from what I've been teaching you these past few days? You have no awareness at all. Go work now. Can't you see this guy is dressed like he's broke? His comment implied that she, being new, should have recognized that Jiang Xiao Yong didn't look wealthy and shouldn't have been treated like a valued customer. Understanding what was being implied, Xiao Yong couldn't help but feel a bit upset. He really disliked people who were arrogant and obsessed with money. He clenched his fists, trying to hold back his frustration. The girl, Xiao Ning, felt embarrassed for missing the new customer. She turned around and said, But, the manager shot a glare at Jiang Xiao Yong behind him, then spoke sarcastically. Can't you see? This guy is wearing rags. He probably can't even afford a bathrobe. People like him aren't worth our time. Seeing her boss talk down to someone like that, Xiao Ning felt stuck and couldn't say anything. At that moment, Jiang Xiao Yong was at a loss for words too. but after a brief moment of surprise, he finally responded, "What do you mean by that? You think you're better than him just because of the way you look?" The man had no problem looking down on others, but when someone dared to challenge him, his face twisted with anger. He turned fully towards Jiang Xiao Yong, acting smug as he spoke, laughing mockingly. "So what if I'm the kind of person who looks down on a ragged dog like you? Just because I have a bit of success doesn't mean I need to care about anyone else. I only pay attention to appearances." He wasn't finished yet. He continued with a smug tone. "If you're so confident, I'll make a deal with you. If you can even buy a bathroom like the one I eat in, I'll eat shit in front of you." When Jiang Xiaoyong heard this, it was clear he had something in mind. He stared at the man, not saying a word, his expression full of hidden meaning. The director, who had foolishly made an offhand vow, didn't realize it, but Jiang Xiaoyong was waiting for this moment. He wasted no time and quickly delivered a sharp response, catching the director off guard. Standing in front of the director and the employee, Xiao Ning, Jiang Xiaoyong fixed a cold stare on the man. His brows furrowed as he spoke with confidence. "All right, this is what you said. Just wait. I'll find something for you that's hot and smells awful." No one really knew how much money Jiang Xiaoyong had except for him. With an air of self-assurance, he pulled a black card from his pocket between two fingers, and holding it triumphantly, he calmly said, "Miss, I didn't come here to rent land or property today." Then, deliberately emphasizing his words, he added clearly and loudly, "I came here to buy land." As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyong pointed the black card directly at the arrogant director. At first, when the director saw Jiang Xiaoyong looking so ordinary, he had sneered. But now, seeing the situation unfold, he was shocked and uneasy, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Xiao Ning, the employee, was also taken aback by what she saw. Seeing that things were taking an interesting turn, more people gathered around the three of them. When the crowd saw the card in Jiang Xiaoyong's hand, they were all shocked by him. Everyone stood there, mouths agape. The man in front of him couldn't believe it and shouted, "What? Buying land? Am I hearing this right? Does he know how much land costs?" The person behind him frowned and sighed. "I've lived through over 30 springs, and I've never seen anyone buy land with a black card." Then the crowd started whispering excitedly, "A rich guy. This is what a real big shot looks like. Xiao Ning is so lucky. This guest she's been so enthusiastic about welcoming turns out to be a young heir from a wealthy family." The young woman quickly bent down and gestured for Jiang Xiaoyong to come inside, saying, "Yes, yes, please, sir, follow me. I'll give you a full tour." Jiang Xiaoyong swiftly followed the directions of Xiao Ning, the employee. She was very polite and warmly welcoming, leaving the angry manager standing there behind them. He glared at Jiang Xiaoyong through gritted teeth, looking incredibly upset, and deliberately raised his voice so Jiang Xiaoyong could hear. "Oh, so you were showing off now? When it's time to pay, I don't believe you'll actually have the money." Ha! Both of them went to the private reception area reserved for high-profile clients. Jiang Xiaoyong was seated at a separate VIP table. The employee, Xiao Ning, respectfully handed Jiang Xiaoyong a set of documents about some of the plots of land the company currently had available. She said, "These are some of the properties we own. Please take a look at them briefly, and I'll provide more details afterward." As the paper was handed closer to him, Jiang Xiaoyong waved his hand dismissively. He was straightforward by nature and didn't like to beat around the bush. He only wanted what he needed. With great seriousness, he said to Xiao Ning, "There's no need to waste so much time and effort. Let me tell you what I'm looking for, and you can see if you have it." Hearing this, Xiao Ning responded, "Sir, please go ahead. This land purchase was to prepare for the coming disaster." Jiang Xiaoyong had in mind the conditions necessary for survival during a potential epidemic. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "It needs to be surrounded by mountains and rivers with the best water sources, flowing water, convenient road access. It would be even better if there were a building like a factory or something bigger there." These conditions were unusual for a typical land buyer, especially in this day and age. Xiao Ning was taken aback. She hesitated for a moment, holding the stack of documents to her chest, and replied, "Oh, let me think about that." At that moment, the manager entered the room with an unpleasant expression on his face. Hearing the conditions coming straight from Jiang Xiaoyong's mouth, he quickly interrupted the conversation between the two and spoke up, "Isn't the land on the west side of the city exactly what he's asking for?" Upon hearing the director's voice, employee Xiao Ning suddenly turned around and responded, "Ah, director, yes, the area on the west side of the city." Because she genuinely cared about her work, the young woman immediately reminded her boss, "Director Zhu, are you talking about the tea capital land? That area won't work. There are still many factories under construction there, and the issues haven't been resolved yet. We can't sell it to any customers right now." It was clear that the man knew that land shouldn't be sold, yet he deliberately brought it up to Xiao Yang. His intentions were far from good. With a cold, ruthless expression, he looked down at Xiao Yang from his high position and sneered, "Oh, sell! What are we even selling? People like him, poor as they are now, have all these strange demands. He didn't come here to buy anything. He's just here to cause trouble." Jiang Xiao Yong ignored the rude comments from the jerk and calmly asked Xiao Ning about the land, since he even heard that the land met his requirements. "Is the land in the West District really able to meet all my needs?" The girl hesitated a bit before quickly replying, "Yes, but there's one issue. The roofs above the factory are really run down and messy. The team leader of the construction crew has already disappeared." He quickly grabbed the stack of documents, flipped to the page with a photo of the land, and examined it. As Jiang Xiaoyong read carefully, he thought to himself, "Oh, the location is perfect. It totally matches everything I need. The barbed wire fence is sturdy, easy to defend, but hard to attack. And the unfinished state of the factory is actually a plus. It'll save me a lot of money and construction time." Seeing that this piece of land was truly a perfect fit for him, Jiang Xiaoyong quickly handed the document back to the employee, Xiao Ning, and said, "I don't want this land. We can proceed with the payment and contract right." It was hard to imagine how Jiang Xiaoyong could agree to buy such a barren piece of land, especially with so many disadvantages. Xiao Ning, caught off guard, instinctively bowed to take the document and quickly said, "Sorry, sir, sorry, but something doesn't seem right." Our cute Xiao Ning had misunderstood. She froze, her eyes wide, clearly confused. Then, as if to confirm, she let out an "oh." The girl, looking flustered, bowed again, her face full of embarrassment as she carefully asked Jiang Xiaoyang, "Sir, are you sure you want to buy this unfinished factory site?" Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyang responded, not missing the chance to take a jab at the director Zhu, who was awkwardly standing behind them. "Oh, of course. Let's get the contract signed and the payment done quickly. Someone's waiting to deal with the mess later, after all." Hearing this, Director Zhu was speechless. He could only stand there, grinding his teeth in anger, his face showing clear disdain. Today has truly been a disastrous day for Director Zhu. He carelessly recommended a barren plot of land to Xiaoyang, hoping to force him out. But to his surprise, Xiaoyang found it perfect and decided to buy it, putting himself in a tough spot. Holding the receipt in his hand, Director Zhu was so worked up that he shouted, "No, no way. This can't be happening." Just a moment ago, he had been arrogantly looking down on others, but now he was paying a price for his actions. His earlier boast about eating dirt if Xiaoyang had enough money to buy the land had now become a major problem for him. Sweating profusely, Director Zhu panicked and yelled, "What? This is 300 million. This is a 300 million advance, and someone actually has enough money to spend that on a plot of land for a factory that's still under construction. I can't believe it. I can't believe it." Seeing the frustrated expression on Director Zhu's face, Jiang Xiaoyang stood up, walked over to him, and patted him on the shoulder. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, he leaned in close and, grinning slightly, said, "Hey, my friend, I already paid. Now it's your turn to perform. As long as you eat well, I'll make sure to give you a rocket when the time comes." Time to teach him a lesson in humility. Director Zhu stood there like a stone, his face pale and drenched in sweat. Jiang Xiaoyang didn't care at all about what would happen next. He walked away first. His colleagues had been watching the whole scene unfold and were just waiting for Xiaoyang to finalize the deal so they could pull out their phones and live stream the director eating shit. The person holding the phone quickly ran up and said, "Hey, buddy, I've set up the live stream for you. Go ahead and do it now." His colleagues were equally eager. A man behind them ran over and, with a grin, added, "Hey, big guy, my stomach's not feeling too great today, but I guarantee you I'll save the best stuff for you." The director didn't expect them to actually follow through, thinking it was all just talk. But when they started getting serious, he pulled his arm back in resistance. The person with the phone held it up close to Director Zhu's face and said cheerfully, "Hey, big guy, want some lobster? I had some last night, and I'm sure there's still a bit of meat left inside." Having completed a task in this post-apocalyptic world, a notification appeared in front of the male protagonist. The system displayed a reminder. The mission, titled "Prepare for Natural Disaster," required him to own a piece of land and stock up on supplies for the entire year. Points earned could be exchanged for rewards in the system's shopping center. Wandering alone in the lobby, heading outside, Jiang Xiaoyang stuffed his hands into his jacket pockets. As he walked, he was deep in thought, focused on figuring out how much money he would need to stock up on food supplies for the coming crisis. The money he had used for the dowry had already gone toward buying land. Now, he needed to find a way to earn a little more to build up his food reserves. Lost in thought, working for the task the system had given him, Xiao Yang didn't notice a man in a white vest bump into him. This man, none other than Lai Shuxiang, was currently Xiao Yong's lover, the person he was secretly seeing. Lai Shuxiang recognized Jiang Xiao Yong. He turned to watch as Xiao Yong walked past, his mind racing. Oh, is that Jiang Xiao Yong? What's he doing here? But without giving it much thought, he quickly turned his attention back to the direction he had been heading, into the lobby. Suddenly, Lai Shuxiang froze in shock when he saw. The scene showed Director Zhu surrounded by a group of employees from the company. One of them held a strange object up to his mouth, while another grabbed his chin to force his mouth open, making it easier to insert it. Director Zhu was held tightly in place, and someone above him was recording the whole thing on their phone, live streaming the chaotic scene in this otherwise upscale setting. Seeing this, Lai Shuxiang shouted, "What the hell are you people doing here?" The scene then shifted to Kui Jing's house. The woman looked incredibly seductive, wearing tight shorts that barely covered her, long fishnet stockings, and a deep-cut top that revealed her ample chest. She sat alone, enjoying her cigarette in a carefree, almost rebellious way. Her phone on the table suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. She quickly answered with a flirtatious tone. "Lai Shuxiang, you're still thinking about others?" Before she could say anything more, the voice on the other end was that of the heaviside Lai Shuxiang, who yelled into the phone, telling her about Xiao Yong's actions. Kuai Jing, Jiang Xiao Yong, went to the real estate company today to buy land. Did you know about this? As soon as she heard about the money for buying land, Kuai Jing immediately stood up. She slammed her hand hard on the vanity, making a loud noise, and then suddenly lost her composure, exclaiming, "What? He's buying land? Where did he get the money to do that?" Lai Shuxiang quickly provided more details from the other end of the line. "The advance is 100 million. I think that's the money he saved up to use as your dowry." Upon hearing this, she lost all sense of shame and shouted into the phone. Her face looked as if she had just been robbed of her fortune, and she yelled, "What? That bastard? How dare he spend my money?" As soon as she heard that Xiao Yong was using her money, she automatically assumed it was hers. Her mindset could really use a feminist crash course to clear things up. Lai Shuxiang tried to calm her down and advise her on what to do next. "Kuai Jing, first, don't get too angry. Go find Jiang Xiao Yong and ask him what exactly is going on." At this point, the money that was supposed to be her wedding dowry had been spent, and Kui Jing had completely lost it. She furiously shouted at Lai Shuxiang, swearing as if that money was rightfully hers. "What's there to ask? That bastard? He dared take my money. Today, I'm going to make him famous on the internet, no matter what." At another scene, back at Jiang Xiao Yong's house, he had been lost in thought for a while, still trying to figure out the task ahead of him. He had already spent all the money he had saved for his wedding to Kui Jing, and now he had to dip into his savings for the land deposit. Right now, Jiang Xiao Yong desperately needed a large sum of money to buy materials for building the base within the next year. Sitting on the sofa with his chin resting in his hand, he tried to focus, thinking about the financial situation, buying supplies, and building the base, as all of it required a lot of money. Where the heck am I going to get the money from? He wondered to himself. Just then, his concentration was broken by loud knocking at the door. Jiang Xiao Yong glanced over his shoulder, muttering under his breath, "Dan, what's with the banging?" He reluctantly got up to answer the door. It turned out the noise was caused by his girlfriend, Kuai Jing, and her close friend. Seeing the two of them looking rushed at his door, Jiang Xiao Yong asked, "What are you two doing here?" Without wasting any time, Kuai Jing shot him an angry glare. Standing with her legs spread apart in a confrontational stance, her face twisted with frustration, she squinted her eyes and then shouted loudly at Jiang Xiao Yong, "Jiang Xiao Yong, what the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you spend my money?" Her friend behind her also looked serious and chimed in, supporting Kuai Jing. Hearing such harsh words from this crazy woman, Jiang Xiao Yong immediately thought to himself, is she just naturally stupid, or is she really trying to act this way? Jiang Xiao Yong was no longer as soft and knave as before. He was genuinely fed up with her behavior. His face twisted in anger, clearly showing his frustration as he snapped back, "Ha, what are you even talking about?" Looking back, it was clear that Jiang Xiao Yong had once been knave, but not anymore. At that moment, Kui Jing didn't hold back at all. She pointed her finger right in Jiang Xiao Yong's face and shouted loudly, as if she were the queen of the world. "Don't think I don't know you used my wedding gift money to buy land. Let me tell you, that money is mine, and if you used it to buy land, then that land belongs to me." This woman was truly delusional. Where does she even come up with this rule? Jiang Xiao Yong was completely speechless at Kui Jing's shamelessness. He looked at her with disgust and sneered, saying, "You're really a piece of work." Then he pulled out a thick stack of money and slapped it onto Kui Jing's greedy shoulder. He yelled, "Let me tell you something. I've got money." Jiang Xiao Yong then stared her straight in the eye and finished with a cutting remark, making sure the clueless girl understood her place. but even a single penny I wouldn't give you." Staring at the pile of cash on her shoulder, Kuai Jing was stunned. She was speechless, frozen in place like she had been paralyzed. Jiang Xiao Yong kept going, speaking frankly. "Don't think I don't know what you and that guy, Lai Shuxiang, have been secretly doing behind my back." At this moment, Kuai Jing finally realized the change in her boyfriend. Yet she had no idea what it felt like to feel guilty towards someone else. Her face was turning purple with anger, and her eyes were wide open, glaring at Xiao Yang. In her mind, she thought, "What's going on? How could he possibly know about my affair with Lai Shuxiang?" Seeing that things were getting tense, for the first time, Jiang Xiaoyong was genuinely angry at Kuai Jing. Her friend, who had been standing by, quickly stepped in to try to calm things down. "Haha, both of you, just relax. It's just a little argument, a misunderstanding," she said, trying to ease the tension. Kuai Jing couldn't say anything. She just stood there fuming. Jiang Xiaoyong didn't want to get tangled up in their drama any longer. He grabbed the door handle, clearly frustrated, and with an angry expression, he shouted, "Misunderstanding? What nonsense. There's no misunderstanding. She and Lai Shuxiang are a perfect match. Now, get out of here." Then Jiang Xiaoyong, the main character, slammed the door in front of the shameless Kuai Jing. Before closing it, he threw one last insult at her. "Just get out. I'm so tired of seeing you too." As for Kuai Jing, she was completely confused, but not because she had lost her boyfriend. She was confused because she couldn't understand how he knew about her affair. She thought to herself, "How could he know? I've always been so careful when booking the rooms." After the tense confrontation, the two girls, known for their carefree attitudes, reluctantly pressed the elevator button and prepared to head back. They waited silently in front of the elevator. It was obvious that Kuai Jing was feeling down. Her close friend gently took her hand and asked, "Kuai Jing, why didn't you tell me something this important? Are you really that close to Lai Shuxiang?" Kuai Jing, clearly emotionally exhausted, crossed her arms and looked down. After a pause, she admitted softly, "Well, we've been up a few times in private." Hearing this, her friend sighed and rubbed her forehead, clearly stressed. With a resigned tone, she said, "This isn't going to be easy. Let's go back first and figure out our next move." Kuai Jing nodded, not sure what else to say. "Yeah, I guess that's the best we can do right now." A little while later, the elevator arrived and the door opened. Both of them stepped inside together. At that moment, the friend standing behind Kuai Jing revealed her true nature. With a cunning look, she stared at Kuai Jing's back and thought to herself, "Kuai Jing, if you've already started trouble with Jiang Xiaoyong, I won't hold back anymore. Who said we were good friends, huh?" She secretly chuckled. This girl had had her eyes on Jiang Xiaoyong for a long time, but Kuai Jing had been in the way. Now, seeing that the two of them were having issues, she planned to take advantage of the situation to win Jiang Xiaoyong's favor. After dealing with the two troublesome women, Jiang Xiaoyong headed to the piece of land he had just bought to check on the progress of the construction of the workshop that had been left unfinished. He asked the project manager, "I need to renovate this workshop. How long do you think it will take to finish?" Jiang Xiaoyong and contractor Lai went over the construction plans. Contractor Lai started listing out the tasks: rebuilding the walls, constructing a watchtower, installing Texas steel mesh, adding thick steel doors for reinforcement, and using bulletproof glass. After finishing his list, contractor Lai set the plans aside and casually asked Jiang Xiaoyong, "Can I ask you something? Do you upset someone powerful?" Xiaoyong squinted his eyes, clearly uninterested in answering the contractor's questions. He spoke with a dangerous tone. "Don't ask too many questions. Knowing too much isn't good for you. If we finish in a month, how much will it cost? Just tell me." When Xiaoyong gave him a 1-month deadline, contractor Lai jumped in surprise. He quickly replied, "A month isn't enough, sir." Xiaoyong's voice grew sharper as he pressed him. "Just say it. If you can't handle it, your whole company will be in trouble." Seeing the unreasonable demand Xiaoyong was making, contractor Lai sighed in frustration. "Oh my god, my whole company needs to survive too." Xiaoyong wasn't backing down. He retorted, "Oh, you're a soft-hearted boss, aren't you?" Feeling awkward, the contractor admitted what he needed. With a nervous smile, he stammered, "That's not what I meant, boss. What I meant was, we need more money. Money can solve everything, right?" Xiaoyong, clearly frustrated, coldly asked, "How much?" Contractor Lai hesitated and held up 2 fingers, saying, "Boss, if we have to finish in a month, I'll need to push my whole company to work at full intensity. At the very least, we'll need this much." Seeing the contractor's cautious look, Xiaoyong guessed 2 billion. Contractor Lai nodded, then added, "Yes, but we'll need at least 500 million up front to even keep the company running." Agreeing to the contractor's terms, Jiang Xiaoyong crossed his arms and replied, "All right, I'll send the money within a week. You can start the construction now." Hearing that the payment would come later, the contractor seemed a bit uneasy. He quickly interjected, "But Understanding the contractor's concerns, Jiang Xiao Yong patted him on the shoulder and said a few reassuring words to put his mind at ease. Don't worry, I won't run off with your money. If I don't pay you, you can take the land. Another classic promise from Jiang Xiao Yong. The contractor hesitated for a moment, but faced with such a big client, he reluctantly agreed. All right then, everything's settled. Somehow, Kuai Jing's best friend found out where Xiao Yong had bought land. She showed up next to him, happily skipping over and calling out, Mr. Jiang. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Xiao Yong turned around. Unexpectedly, she grabbed his arm, intentionally making it brush against her chest as she cheerfully asked him questions with a bright smile. Xiao Yong was caught off guard by this and quickly pulled his arm away, but she held onto it firmly, not letting go. Kuai Jing's friend, guided by a kind of unexplainable intuition, like a mysterious 13th zodiac sense, walked up without a trace of shame. Without hesitation, she clung to Jiang Xiao Yong's arm and said in a playful tone, Hey, fancy seeing you here. She leaned her head lightly against his shoulder, which only irritated him further. Looking at her smiling face and how casually she latched onto him, Jiang Xiao Yong felt his anger simmering. Unbelievable, he thought. In my past life, Kuai Jing took everything from my family, and you were right there with her. This time, I won't forget. This time, I'll settle the score with interest. Despite his frustration, he kept his voice calm. What are you doing here? Ignoring his question completely, she kept up her cheerful energy, her eyes lighting up as she changed the subject. Oh wow, is this the land you just bought? The view is amazing. You're planning to build a big villa here, right? Her overly sweet tone grated on him, especially coming from someone he didn't trust in the slightest. Jiang Xiao Yong angrily swiped his hand away, stepping back sharply to put some distance between himself and the woman. He shot her a cold, piercing glance and said bluntly, as if throwing water in her face, What I do has nothing to do with you, right? Kuai Jing's close friend was stunned by Jiang Xiao Yong's attitude. He walked away, deliberately avoiding her. Jiang Xiao Yong was fully focused on the construction work at the site, paying no attention to the shameless woman standing in the corner, gritting her teeth in anger. She couldn't stop wondering about his behavior. What's going on? Why is that useless Jiang Xiao Yong acting so strange today? Normally, he'd be blushing and his heart would be pounding whenever I touched him. But today, when I tried to get close to him, he didn't react at all. Later, Jiang Xiao Yong saw two people measuring something and quickly ran over, pointing at them. No, that's wrong. The door has to be at least half a meter wider. Ignoring the shameless woman behind him, she hesitantly called out to him, Hey, Jiang. This girl really has no sense of shame. Kuai Jing is 49 and she's only a 500. She doesn't want to work hard and just relies on her looks to seduce men. She's so devious, clenching her fists, determined to snatch Jiang Xiao Yong away from Kuai Jing and claim this piece of land for herself. I can't miss this opportunity. Kuai Jing and that guy aren't getting along anymore, so if I take down Kuai Jing now, this land will be mine. After finishing up at the construction site, Jiang Xiao Yong returned to his apartment and sat down on the familiar sofa. He seemed incredibly busy with the land project, ignoring everything and everyone around him. His eyes focused on the two red land certificates on the table as he began to think deeply. I mortgaged this house to the bank for $300 million, but that's still not enough to cover the initial phase of the project. I need to find a way to make more money. He placed his hand on one of the certificates, pausing for a long time as he thought it over, then suddenly had an epiphany. That's right. The apocalypse is coming soon, so what does it matter if I sell this house over and over again to different people? It's a win-win, and no one gets hurt. After all, when the apocalypse comes, they won't need the money. I'll just take it now, like an advance. Jiang Xiao Yong pressed his lips together and made a decision in his mind. I'll just handle it like this. He had just solved one problem when another one came up. A man outside his door started banging loudly, yelling nonstop. Open the door! Open the door now! Jiang Xiao Yong, sitting down, turned his head toward the door and muttered in frustration, Damn, who's the crazy person bothering me now? At that moment, he realized it was probably the same old neighbor who was always causing trouble. Jiang Xiao Yong walked to the door. As he turned the doorknob to open it, he thought to himself, It's probably Mr. Lai, the neighbor from downstairs. No one else would be this annoying. That guy has a lot of money. He's already bought the first and second floors, and now he's trying to stir up trouble, so I'll sell him the third floor too. But I had planned to keep this room as a honeymoon suite, so I'm not selling it to him. And now that old man is causing even more trouble, spilling paint on my door, dumping garbage, putting wreaths up. He's using every dirty trick in the book to mess with me. As soon as I'd opened the door, an old man appeared, hunched over with silvering hair. He was wearing a simple, worn-out coat, and he looked incredibly stingy and petty. Without hesitation, he shouted at Jiang Xiao Yong, You were jumping around again last night, weren't you? Jiang Xiao Yong couldn't take it anymore. He quickly snapped back, his tone firmer than before, while his hand still held the door tightly. Have you finished making noise? I went to bed before 10 p.m. last night. What chumping are you talking about? The old man wasn't backing down. He puffed himself up and yelled even louder than Xiao Yong. His mouth opened wide as he said, I don't care. I clearly heard it. Not wanting to argue any further, Jiang Xiao Yong waved his hand dismissively and turned his face away, clearly fed up with the old man. He also happened to be looking to sell his house, so he added, All right, enough. Don't you want my house? Fine, I've had enough. I'll sell it to you. The old man froze for a few seconds, still in disbelief that Xiao Yong was willing to sell the house to him just like that. The old man lies, surprised, asked again, Are you serious? He seemed much more energized now. Jiang Xiao Yong stood with his arms crossed in front of the old man, speaking slowly, But I have one condition. Old man Lai furrowed his brow and squinted as he asked, What condition? Feeling confident with the upper hand, Jiang Xiao Yong laid out his terms. I won't get the new apartment for another 6 months. I'll need to stay here for at least that long. Before that, you need to pay me a lump sum of 500 million when you buy this house. Also, you need to let me pay off the mortgage on the new place. Old man Lai hesitated. Well, before the old man could think it over or negotiate, Jiang Xiao Yong pulled the door shut. He closed his eyes and said, If you don't agree, then forget it. Seeing Jiang Xiao Yong about to close the door, old man Lai froze for a moment. He quickly stuck his head in for the crack in the door, holding it open with his hand, and peered up at Jiang Xiao Yong. He quickly agreed. He said, We'll just need to make a contract to avoid any issues later. Jiang Xiao Yong, having reeled in the big fish, still kept his cool. He said, A contract is fine. Don't worry about it. At that moment, deep down, Xiao Yong was quietly celebrating. He glanced over at the shady old man, lied, and thought to himself, Ha ha ha, this Dan old man, just wait there for your downfall. A little while later, just as agreed, the old man Lai quickly transferred the money to buy the entire house for Xiao Yong. Xiao Yong checked his phone and looked at the balance, then thought, I already received 500 million from Lai, plus the 300 million loan that makes a total of 800 million. The system notification popped up, announcing the task, mission requirement. Own a completed plot of land, prepare materials for the entire year 0365th. Task reward, 10 points. Points can be exchanged for rewards in the central shopping system. Jiang Xiao Yong clicked the accept button, but couldn't proceed since the task wasn't completed yet. He thought to himself, I should finish the system tasks first and then collect the rewards. The scene shifted to the largest shopping mall in the city, which looked incredibly grand and modern. With his pockets full of cash and his determination at its peak, Jiang Xiao Yong was ready to tackle his next mission, gathering enough food and supplies to last an entire year. He navigated the supermarket aisles with purpose, pushing his cart swiftly as the system interface flashed a reminder remaining days to prepare 365th. His fast-paced, large-scale shopping quickly drew attention. People nearby began to whisper, puzzled by his unusual urgency. A man leaned toward the woman beside him and murmured, That guy's really going all in. The woman, dressed in brown, glanced over cautiously. Yeah, maybe we should just steer clear. The sounds of clattering carts echoed through the store as Jiang Xiao Yong continued to stack essentials into multiple carts. Before long, he had filled over 10 carts, prompting even more curious stares. The same couple watched as he paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, clearly worn out from the intense effort. The woman found herself wondering, why is he buying so much? What's he preparing for? Her companion, with a smirk, shook his head. Probably one of those guys who take survival prep way too seriously. He chuckled quietly, thinking Jiang Xiao Yong was going overboard. But at that very moment, a notification appeared in Jiang Xiao Yong's vision. Mission complete. Supplies secured for 365 days. System points plus 10. His total now stood at 10 points. His first real milestone in preparing for what was to come. Jiang Xiao Yong had just earned 10 system points, so he immediately went to the system store interface to look for support items. He spotted something that seemed perfect for him and thought it over. Oh, enhancing attributes is crucial to the Apocalypse, and this character upgrade box costs exactly 10 points. It feels like a reasonable and worthwhile choice. This time, it makes sense, so I'll just go for it. No more hesitation. The first thing I need to do is expand my advantages right away. I need to be decisive. I'll choose the character upgrade box. Without a second thought, he confidently clicked on the character upgrade box option. Instantly, the system notified him that the exchange was successful and 10 points had been deducted. Its point balance was now 0. A rectangular chest appeared before him. The outside of the chest was decorated with glowing magical symbols in the shape of question marks, and at the top was the symbol of an infinity sign. The supply box opened. Inside the box was a titanium ring with a large purple-tinted diamond set on top of it. At the same time, a description of the ring appeared on the notification. Space ring, level 1. Features: it has a separate 500 square meter space inside. Time flows normally outside but stops inside the ring. Jiang Xiao Yong stretched out both hands towards the glowing ring. It floated gently between his palms, shining brightly, revealing his mesmerized expression. His eyes widened in amazement, and his mouth instinctively dropped open. "Ha! I knew it," he said with a proud grin. "I was sure the first draw would get me something amazing like this, definitely gold." He continued to stare at the ring, a smile still on his face as he thought to himself. "So time stops in this space. That means even if I store fresh food in here, it won't spoil. This is perfect." After enjoying the reward from his first mission, Jiang Xiaoyong didn't have to wait long before the system issued a new task. New mission: 10 years of prosperity, 10 years of supplies, no less than 10. Reward: 20 points. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from somewhere, "Who's there?" The man, walking and shouting at the same time, called out, "Who dares to come here and cause trouble?" He was bold and hard to ignore. Behind him, 2 security guards followed closely. The man wearing a suit clearly held some sort of position in this shopping center. The man in the suit with the square face approached closer. As soon as he saw Xiaoyong, he was taken aback and asked, "Are you Jiang Xiaoyong?" It seemed like this man knew Jiang Xiaoyong from before, but he didn't ease up on his stern expression. Jiang Xiaoyong, too, recognized him. He looked at him and asked in return, "Yang Dao, is that you?" The two knew each other, but their encounter wasn't exactly a happy one. Jiang Xiaoyong's face showed he wasn't too thrilled to see him. It turns out Yang Dao used to be a classmate of the male lead, and they had some bad blood between them from the past. Jiang Xiaoyong thought to himself as he sized up Yang Dao. Yang Dao had been a classmate of his back in middle school, and he was nothing more than a lackey for that jerk Jiang. He was only good at bullying the weak, but he was terrified of the strong. Jiang Xiaoyong remembered those days when Yang Dao and his gang would block his path and demand protection money. Back then, Yang Dao showed no respect for anyone. Though they were the same age, he always acted like he was in charge. He even made up a rule for Xiaoyong, saying last week's protection money was 10 yuan. Hand it over. At that time, Jiang Xiaoyong wasn't afraid. He stood his ground and retorted to the rowdy group of students, "Hand over my ass. If you want it, go get it from Zhang Chang." Jiang Xiaoyong kept thinking back to those days of constant clashes with Yang Dao during school. He never expected to run into him here. Without missing a beat, Yang Dao pointed straight at Jiang Xiaoyong's face and shouted aggressively, "Jiang Xiaoyong, what do you think you're doing? Put everything back in its place right now. If not, don't blame me for being rude." Yang Dao, seeing that Jiang Xiaoyong was just an ordinary person who bought a lot of things, immediately assumed he was there to cause trouble. On top of that, their past conflicts made him even bolder and more arrogant. Jiang Xiaoyong, however, knew exactly what Yang Dao was like, so he remained calm. He calmly responded, then lowered his face and said, "Ha ha, Yang Dao, are you still trying to act tough with me? I came here to shop. Is this how your supermarket treats customers?" Jiang Xiaoyong stood among a mess of shopping carts, glaring as if daring anyone to challenge him. Yang Dao heard what Xiaoyong said, but instead of backing off, he got even more aggressive. Not only did he get louder, but he also taunted Xiaoyong. "Shop, huh?" He kept pointing his finger in a way that was incredibly rude to a customer. "Then go ahead and pay for these things for me. If you don't blame us for getting rough." It was hard to believe how Yang Dao's shady tactics were actually working in such a big shopping center. An hour later, Jiang Xiaoyong's endless shopping receipt finally printed out. The supermarket had to call in 4 cashiers to handle his checkout. Yang Dao stood by, watching the entire time. He stepped up to the cashier and quickly asked, "How much is it in total?" The cashier looked at the receipt in her hands, clearly frustrated. She wiped the sweat off her forehead and answered, "It's 56,243,000 dong." Holding a card reader in his hand, Yang Dao rudely pointed straight at Jiang Xiaoyong and shouted, "Pay up." There's a saying that poor people like to show off. Xiaoyong felt that Yang Dao was completely out of line, but he stayed silent. He then pulled out his legendary black card. With a sharp swipe, Jiang Xiaoyong swiped his card decisively, his actions full of confidence. His gaze alone spoke volumes, showing all the anger he'd been holding in up until that moment. Immediately, the payment machine beeped, signaling a successful transaction. Staring at the screen in disbelief, Yang Dao gaped, grinding his teeth as he muttered, "Did the transfer really go through?" He grunted in frustration, but said nothing else. Without another word, he turned to leave, signaling to his 2 bodyguards to follow him. "We're leaving." But Jiang Xiao Yong wasn't about to let him slip away that easily. Fuming, he shouted, "Yang Dao, stop right there." To his surprise, Yang Dao turned back around, his fists clenched in anger. Jiang Xiao Yong, however, remained calm and composed. With a smirk, he repeated Yang Dao's rude behavior. "You had a terrible attitude earlier. You owe me an apology. If not, I'll return all these goods." Yang Dao, still being unreasonable, refused to back down. Even though he was clearly in the wrong, he continued to argue. His face twisted with frustration as he yelled, "There are a lot of people here in the shopping center. Don't push it. You're still trying to cause trouble for me, aren't you?" It was Yang Dao who was being unreasonable, yet he was the one acting like the victim. It was almost like a thief shouting at the police. Many people shopping around also witnessed what had been happening. Seeing the unfairness, a beautiful young woman who had been eavesdropping on the situation couldn't hold back and shouted at Yang Dao to defend Xiaoyang. "You're the one being a jerk and disrespecting others. Weren't you rude to him just now? All he needs is an apology from you. That's not asking too much." A tall, handsome guy standing nearby also agreed with the woman and added, "Yeah, apologize quickly. If not, we won't buy anything either." Fortunately for Jiang Xiaoyong, a YouTube influencer who had been filming the whole situation on his phone spoke up, warning Yang Dao, "I got everything on tape. Apologize right now, or I'll make sure the whole country knows what you've done." The situation shifted and all the support and advantage turned to Jiang Xiaoyong. He stayed calm and composed, confidently reminding Yang Dao, "Just apologize. If you do it sincerely, I'll buy 10 times more from here." Yang Dao, hearing this, stiffened his neck and retorted, "Stop talking nonsense." Jiang Xiaoyang, on the other hand, pulled out his powerful black card, smiling proudly as he spoke and laughed loudly. "Talking nonsense? Fine, bring over the card reader, and I'll show you my balance." When Yang Dao saw the black color of the card, he immediately felt a pang of unease. He handed the card reader to Xiaoyang, who swiftly swiped it again to check the balance. With a smooth, confident motion, Xiaoyang swiped it, like someone used to handling large sums of money. Yang Dao, holding the card reader, felt completely lost. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. He gasped loudly. The balance on the screen, what, over 7 billion? Standing before the person he'd been challenging for so long was none other than the billionaire Jiang Xiaoyang. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyang's expression turned serious. He opened his mouth, speaking with a tone of disdain. "Apologize and I'll keep buying after that. If I'm lying, then I'll be your grandson." Inside, Jiang Xiaoyang felt truly satisfied. His words stung Yang Dao, both humiliating and cutting deep. The man's appearance was indeed like that of an older uncle to the protagonist. Under the pressure of money, Yang Dao broke out in a cold sweat. He was left speechless as anger simmering. This was a lesson he wouldn't forget, one about the consequences of trying to bully someone stronger. After a moment of hesitation, he finally gave in. He pressed both hands to his body, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and apologized to Xiaoyang. Looking utterly miserable, he forced down his shame as Yang Dao said loudly, "I'm sorry." Was that apology enough to make up for his earlier arrogant attitude? Jiang Xiaoyang stepped closer, placed a hand on his head, and gently petted him like one would a dog. With a cheerful tone, he advised, "Just remember, don't take risks like that again, okay?" Yang Dao's face twisted with restraint, looking like a tightly bound sack of rice. He was no different now than he used to be, flattering the rich and bullying the weak. Seeing that Jiang Xiaoyang was walking away without saying anything more, he quickly lifted his head, changed his expression, and asked Xiaoyang politely, "So, Mr. Jiang, why do you want to buy so many things?" Jiang Xiaoyang, visibly annoyed, didn't even glance at him as he answered, "That's none of your business. I have my own business to take care of." Quick to switch gears, Yang Dao suddenly broke into a warm, friendly smile, his eyes squinting from the brightness of it. The bossy tone he had before was gone, replaced by a softer, lighter voice. "A big business, huh? The small supermarket still has too few items. Do you want to find more?" Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyang turned around and looked at Yang Dao, asking, "You've been around this supermarket for years. You must know where to find it, right?" Yang Dao quickly replied, "Of course I do. Do you remember Zhang Chengji? He's the one handling this stock now." Just seconds later, Yang Dao quickly dialed Zhang Chengji's number. He sounded thrilled, almost desperate, as he spoke. "Hello, Xia. I got a big client for you." Jiang Xiaoyang stood with his arms crossed, waiting without showing any emotion. He was deep in thought. As expected, Yang Dao was still acting like Zhang Chengji's lapdog. Jiang Xiaoyang couldn't help but wonder how much shady money these two had made from this Huarunfa supermarket. Not long after, Jiang Xiaoyang and Yang Dao were standing outside the warehouse waiting for Zhang Chengji. Yang Dao was busy talking about the products inside and giving details about the location. not noticing a car speeding toward them from the side. The black car came so fast, it looked like it was aiming to cause an accident, and it came to a sudden stop just inches away from Yang Dao. He jumped back in shock, flailing his arms around in panic. Jiang Xiao Yong, on the other hand, remained calm. Despite the unexpected situation, he stood still with his arms crossed, not showing the slightest hint of fear. Jiang Xiao Yong stood calmly staring at the driver with a mix of frustration and disbelief. Inside his head, he thought, damn, driving like that, it's like I'm being blackmailed. The person who stepped out of the expensive car was Zhang Chengxie, wearing a knee-length trench coat. He looked arrogant, closing the car door with one hand while holding a cigar in the other. He tilted his head back, blowing out a long puff of smoke. Even though they were about the same age, he looked like one of those older guys in their 50s. After finishing his puff, he quickly walked over to Yang Dao and asked hurriedly, Yang Dao, is this the distinguished guest you were talking about? Yang Dao eagerly replied to Zhang Chengxi, Hey Zhang, this is Jiang Xiao Yong. Do you remember him? Meanwhile, Xiao Yong was still standing with his hands in his pockets, waiting to see what would happen next. He hadn't caught all of what they said, and while still puffing on his nearly burnt cigarette, he looked at Jiang Xiao Yong and asked, Who? Yang Dao cheerfully leaned in and reintroduced them. Jiang Xiao Yong, our high school classmate. Hearing that name, Zhang Chengxi instantly brought back memories. The bustling atmosphere seemed to quiet down for a moment. He took a long drag from his cigarette and growled in a low voice. I remember now. Running into someone he had once bullied, Zhang Chengxi was even more arrogant now than he had been before. At first, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke directly into Jiang Xiao Yong's face. The look in Jiang Xiao Yong's eyes was full of hostility, sharp enough to cut through Zhang Chengxi. Zhang Chengxi hadn't changed one bit since they were younger. He was still the same, arrogant, looking down on others, using his strength to bully the weak, greedy, and cruel. He acted like he owned the world. He kept the cigarette hanging from his mouth, shoved his hands into his jacket pockets, and lifted his smug face. With an air of superiority, he said to Jiang Xiaoyang, Oh, it's you, the stubborn one? Jiang Chengxi stepped closer to Jiang Xiaoyang, grabbed the drawstring of his hoodie, and inspected it, eyeing it with disdain. Then he mocked, A knockoff brand? Ah ha ha, you just keep making me lose respect for you. You don't have any money and still try to show off. Jiang Xiaoyang was insulted, but he didn't lose his composure. He was just a little irritated. He gave a stern reply. Jiang Chengxi, as for the brand, I don't know. I just happened to buy it from a street vendor. Jiang Chengxi furrowed his brows, then turned to grab Yang Dao by the head. His fingers dug in hard as he shoved Yang Dao roughly to the side, almost causing him to fall. Jiang Chengxi was so angry that his muscles tensed and he nearly killed Yang Dao in the process. Is this the big client you were talking about? Dan, you're wasting my time. Before Yang Dao could say anything, he just closed his eyes and braced himself for the storm of anger coming his way. To Zhang Chengxi, Yang Dao was nothing more than a dog. Nothing more, nothing less. Once the anger subsided, Zhang Chengxi kicked Yang Dao hard in the back, making him stumble. While he was staggering, Yang Dao quickly tried to explain. Mr. Zhang, he really is a big client. Zhang Chengxi still didn't believe him. He shouted even louder. A big client, my ass? I've been in this business for years and I can tell at a glance who has money and who doesn't. Jiang Xiaoyan watched the two idiots struggling, staying silent until they were done. Then he spoke up. Looks like my aura isn't strong enough. He then lowered his head, his face turning colder, and continued, laughing mockingly while adding a final insult. Even a dumbass who looks down on others with his dog eyes can't be intimidated, huh? In a fit of rage, Zhang Chengxi couldn't take it anymore when he heard Jiang Xiaoyan's words. Without a second thought, he spun around, grabbed Xiaoyan by the collar, and shoved his face up close to his. Through clenched teeth, Zhang Chengxi growled, Jiang Xiaoyan, what did you just say? Despite the intense pressure from Zhang Chengxi, the main character remained unfazed like a block of wood. He smiled faintly, his eyes locking onto Zhang Chengxi's face, and slowly said each word clearly. I said, do you have the eyes of a dog? You can't even see who's standing in front of you. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Zhang Chengxi still managed to hold his tense stance. His face was tight with anger, yet he snapped back at Jiang Xiaoyang. You dare call me illiterate? Jiang Xiaoyang, however, wasn't backing down. He kept pushing, his expression acting all clueless. So instead, should I just say you have the eyes of a dog and look down on others? How about that? The tension was rising, and it looked like this deal was about to fall apart. Seeing that things were getting out of hand, Yang Dao quickly stepped in to mediate. He awkwardly waved his hands at both of them and said, Mr. Jiang, don't poke at Jiang's sore spot. He really is illiterate, and he hates being reminded of it. Yang Dao's words were nothing short of disastrous. After finishing his words, Jiang Chengji kicked him, sending him flying to the left. The wound that Jiang Chengji had gotten from Jiang Xiao Yong's earlier stab already hurt, and now, with Yang Dao adding more insult to injury, it was unbearable. Jiang Chengji still held onto Jiang Xiao Yong's shirt collar, glaring at Yang Dao as he shouted, "Damn it, you idiot! If you can't say anything useful, shut up." Right after that, Jiang Chengji's thug-like behavior came out. He yanked Jiang Xiao Yong's shirt collar harder and stared him down, saying, "A big customer hot. If you don't take a whole truckload of goods from me today, you and Yang Dao won't be walking out of here in one piece." He pulled out his phone. Jiang Xiao Yong told him, "Stop pulling on my collar. Just give me your account number." Thinking that Xiao Yong was someone hard to deal with, Jiang Chengji was caught off guard when Xiao Yong asked for his account number. Still holding onto his collar, he froze for a moment. Jiang Xiao Yong wasn't buying from him out of fear. There was just 1 month left before the pandemic hit, and he really needed the supplies. A few minutes later, Jiang Chengji's phone beeped, showing the transfer of 100 million yuan from Xiao Yong. He held the phone up close to his eyes to double-check and then blurted out, 100 million? You want to buy this much? Is this for real? Jiang Xiao Yong quickly responded, "Enough talking. If I wasn't serious, do you think I'd bother showing up to deal with you? That's the deposit for a 500 million yuan order. Get the goods loaded onto the truck, and you'll get the remaining 400 million once everything's delivered." Whenever there was money involved, Jiang Chengji would stop grabbing Jiang Xiao Yong's collar. He suddenly became much more serious. "What kind of goods do you want?" Jiang Xiao Yong stood there with his arms crossed. He listed off everything Jiang Chengji needed to hear: firewood, rice, oil, drinks, and a bunch of other random stuff. Just pick up the easy-to-eat and drink stuff. Don't bother with the rest, and remember to check everything. Hearing that, Jiang Chengji understood Xiao Yong's meaning and replied, "Got it, follow me." At that moment, the player who had been cheating couldn't help but think to himself, "I can't believe how lucky I am. I just got a batch of food that's about to expire, and now someone's coming to take it off my hands." Once everything was settled, Jiang Chengji, of course, led Jiang Xiao Yong and Yang Dao to the warehouse. It was a huge place, and the amount of goods stored in it was massive. Jiang Chengji, with a slight grin, began to make his pitch to get Xiao Yong to pay full price for the soon-to-expire goods. "If you pay for everything in full, I'll give you a 10% discount." What do you think compared to the original wholesale price? Knowing full well that this guy wasn't trustworthy, Jiang Xiao Yong wasn't impressed by the discount. He walked over to a few bags of rice and with a cold tone responded, "What I think depends on the quality of your goods." Both Yang Dao and Jiang Chengji froze, watching Xiao Yong's every move in disbelief. Jiang Xiao Yong picked up a bag of rice and immediately seemed to notice something was off. He stayed silent for a while, studying it carefully. Then he lifted the bag high so Jiang Chengji could see it clearly. Jiang Xiao Yong exposed the man's trick. Aside from the outer packaging, everything inside was filled with food that was about to expire. He gave Jiang Chengji a pointed look and couldn't resist making a jab. "Jiang Chengji, looks like your little calculation was off." Jiang Chengji, hearing this, thought to himself, "Damn, I didn't expect this guy to actually be pretty sharp." Then he lowered his voice and said to Xiao Yong, "Well, if you're willing to pay for all this food that's about to expire, I'll give you a 50% discount. How does that sound?" He thought for sure Jiang Xiao Yong would back out of the deal, but instead, Jiang Xiao Yong came up with a new proposal. "As for your soon-to-expire food, I have another arrangement in mind." Jiang Chengji was taken aback and asked, his face showing confusion. "An arrangement? What do you mean?" Jiang Xiao Yong turned around, firm in his negotiation. "According to the discount you just mentioned, you should knock 50% off and I'll pay for all this food that's about to expire. But there's one condition." Jiang Xiao Yong gripped the bag of rice tightly and concluded, "After 1 month, I'll settle a full payment, but I'll have to deal with all this nearly expired food myself." When Jiang Xiao Yong agreed to buy the batch of goods, even though he knew it was close to expiration, Jiang Chengji was overjoyed and quickly asked him again to be sure. "Really? Are you sure? What if the goods expire and you don't give me the money? What am I supposed to do then?" With a calm and confident tone, Jiang Xiao Yong replied, "Don't worry. By then, I'll hand over my house to you." Jiang Chengji was still cautious, so he pressed further. "You still want the food even though you know it's almost expired. Can you tell me what your selling channels are?" Jiang Xiao Yong responded with complete confidence. "Channels? What do you mean channels? I have a channel, all right." He patted Jiang Chengji on the shoulder and leaned in, speaking quietly to point out the situation. "Haha, especially with food that's about to expire. even if it is close to the expiration date. In just a few days, it's basically just trash anyway. Struck at a vulnerable spot, Jiang Chengji's face turned pale and sweat poured down his face. With his usual greed, making a decision on this deal was really tough for him. He answered nervously, "Whoa, what do you mean by that?" Seizing the opportunity to pressure him, Jiang Xiao Yong acted quickly. He took out his phone to check the time and said, "There are some things you don't need to ask. Just hand over the goods. I need them urgently. I've already sent you the address." The phone rang. Jiang Xiao Yong picked it up, and right away a man's voice came through the line. "Is this Mr. Jiang?" Jiang Xiao Yong, a bit confused, responded, "Who is this?" The man asked again, "Are you the one selling the old house?" Just a moment ago, he had promised Jiang Chengji that if the food payment wasn't made, he'd hand over his house. Jiang Xiaoyong's mind was quick as usual. He intentionally cut the man off, saying, "I have other things to take care of. As for the food, just follow what I told you." With that, he waved his hand, acting like there were many suppliers relying on him before leaving on his own. Yang Dao and Jiang Chengji stayed behind in the warehouse, watching Jiang Xiaoyong's figure disappear into the distance. Yang Dao nervously leaned in and asked Jiang Chengji, "Brother Jiang, I'm not fooling you, am I?" Jiang Chengji, puzzled, muttered to himself, "Damn it, this kid is clearly from an ordinary family. How the hell is he getting so rich so fast?" After leaving Jiang Chengji's place, Jiang Xiaoyong headed to another property to meet a different client. The man pulled out a thick wad of cash from his wallet, showing it off. This new client was an older man. He was dressed simply, and his hair and beard were already turning gray, giving him a kind, gentle look. The man handed the money to Jiang Xiaoyong and said straightforwardly, "I'm okay with your terms of leaving the house after 3 months. All right, let's sign the contract first." Standing before the elderly man, Jiang Xiaoyong didn't know what to say at first. He became quiet and then thought for a moment. The old man hadn't even bothered to properly inspect the house before putting down a deposit and signing the contract. He must really be eager to buy this place. Not quite understanding the man's intentions, Jiang Xiaoyong asked right away, "Sir, do you really need this house so urgently?" The old man, looking very kind, raised his eyes to meet Jiang Xiaoyong's and honestly explained, I have nothing to hide from you. My granddaughter is about to transfer to a different school in Shanshan, so we really need this house quickly to settle down. I've looked around the area a few times, but yours is the only one up for sale. Sir, please don't change your mind later, okay?" The elderly man's pitiful look and sincerity made Jiang Xiaoyong soften. He smiled gently and replied, "Sir, you're being too honest. You shouldn't have told me all that from the start. Aren't you worried I might raise the price?" Hearing Jiang Xiaoyong mention the price increase, the old man suddenly realized he had been too careless. His face turned pale with fear, and he quickly pleaded with Jiang Xiaoyong, Mr. Jiang, the money for this house is all the savings my granddaughter and I have. Please don't make me worry even more." Jiang Xiaoyong cut him off, holding the home sale contract in his hand, and reassured the old man, "Don't worry, sir, I won't regret this." A moment later, Jiang Xiaoyong signed the contract. Holding the paper, the old man's face lit up with joy. No longer looking fearful, his eyes brightened, and with a big smile, he exclaimed, "Ha ha, that's great. That's really great." Once Jiang Xiaoyong finished signing, the old man didn't want to linger. He quickly packed up his things, slung his cloth bag over his shoulder, then bowed respectfully to Jiang Xiaoyong before leaving, saying, "Mr. Jiang, I'm sure you have a lot to do, so I don't keep you any longer." Xiaoyong stood before him and gently replied, "Yes." As the old man turned to leave, Jiang Xiaoyong stood lost in thought, unknowingly reflecting. The lower class was so kind and simple-hearted, but with the future ahead, he feared that both he and his granddaughter might not even survive the first month. The old man had only taken a few steps when Xiaoyong reached out and called him back. Wait a minute, hold on for a second." Hearing the call, the old man turned around and asked, "Yes, what's the matter, sir?" Jiang Xiaoyong's question was simple. "The address where you're living now. Please tell me." After this question, it became clear that our protagonist would be able to save the old man and his granddaughter when disaster struck. Perhaps he felt guilty for deceiving honest people out of their money. This was his way of paying back their debts, repaying the debt to their lives. With that, the house sale was now partially settled. Jiang Xiaoyong turned back to focus on Shanshan, managing his land project, and wandered over to the construction site to check on the progress. The contractor was thrilled to see him and greeted him warmly, respectfully guiding him through the site. The two walked leisurely side by side. Seizing the moment, the contractor stepped a little closer and brought up the money issue. "Mr. Jiang, about that second deposit." Sensing the contractor's intention, Jiang Xiaoyong didn't let him beat around the bush. He glanced around, then said, "I'll transfer it to you later. But how's the progress on the construction? As they talked, they reached the factory entrance. The contractor pointed to the ceiling above the door and said, "It's 80% finished now. Look at this, walls, doors, ceiling, and all those other things, they're all completely safe and reliable." Jiang Xiao Yong looked up in the direction the contractor indicated. Seeing that everything seemed to be in order, he asked, "What about the warehouse?" The contractor continued enthusiastically. "The warehouse is part of the pre-built section of the factory that hasn't been fully finished yet, but it's been cleaned up and is ready to be used anytime." Jiang Xiao Yong nodded approvingly. "Good job." The contractor, seeing his praise, couldn't hide his joy. He looked at Jiang Xiao Yong with a bright smile. In return, Jiang Xiao Yong quickly took out his phone and dialed Jiang Chengji's number. "Jiang Chengji, bring out the goods now." Just a few hours later, the warehouse at the factory was buzzing with activity. Workers were busy loading items onto tall shelves that reached over 10 meters high. They excitedly chatted with each other. "Take it easy. The boss is really generous." One worker cheered, "This small job is paying us 2 million each. This guy is great." Another worker remarked, "This place looks like a little hideaway." A third worker replied, "What do you know? With a job like this, the high pay is only right. When you have money, who wouldn't want to protect their life?" Jiang Xiao Yong held the inventory sheet, observing everyone as they worked and guiding the workers to place things exactly where he wanted. He pointed in a different direction and said to a worker pushing a cart of fresh vegetables, "Fresh products, like vegetables and fruits, need to be stored in a separate area. Don't mix them up, okay?" The worker smiled and responded cheerfully, "Got it, boss. Don't worry." The entire afternoon passed in a flurry of activity, and by late into the night, the workshop was still brightly lit. Everything had been neatly organized, and the workers, though tired, left the workshop with smiles on their faces, clearly satisfied after receiving a generous bonus. At this point, only Jiang Xiaoyang remained in the warehouse. He stood there, arms crossed, filled with pride as he looked at the results of his hard work over the past few days. Ever since his rebirth, Jiang Xiaoyang had truly felt more at ease. He was visibly happy, and with a sense of accomplishment, said aloud to the system, "Completed." The system immediately displayed a notification. Tasked 10 years of food and warmth completed. 20 system points awarded. Current points, 20. After receiving his score, Jiang Xiaoyang immediately entered the system store. He looked at the new chest with a bit of surprise. He couldn't help but murmur, "Oh, there's actually a new chest in this system." System store tasks. Physical enhancement potion +1 minus 20 points. Level 1 post-apocalypse farmer supply box minus 2 points. Level 1 superpower awakening supply box minus 10 points. Manual refresh 2 points. After reading through the system store list, Jiang Xiaoyang thought to himself, "I'm really lucky. I managed to get the superpower before the apocalypse hits." So Jiang Xiaoyang chose the level 1 superpower awakening supply box from the system's auctions. A new notification appeared. Successful exchanged, 10 points deducted, 10 points remaining. The points notification faded and the superpower card appeared on the system board. It was a card shaped like a mysterious eye. The card read, Spiritual Eye Level 1. Ability to detect whether the opponent is an enemy. Reading the content on the card, Jiang Xiaoyang smiled brightly and said aloud, "So I can detect hostility, huh? Ha ha! This could be one of the most useful abilities during the early days of the apocalypse." Since Jiang Xiaoyang had completed his task, the system sent him a new mission. The new mission, titled Fully Equipped, required him to arm himself. The progress was at 0% and the mission reward was 10 points, plus a random bonus. Ready for a new mission, Jiang Xiaoyang's face lit up with excitement. He pulled up his hood and tilted his head, grinning mysteriously. "Ha ha! Isn't this exactly what I was just thinking about?" The scene shifted to a night market, a place where rare and unusual items were traded, most of which had been stolen and sold to middlemen. Many people came here to buy and resell in hopes of making a profit. The market was crowded and noisy tonight, buzzing with activity. Jiang Xiaoyang had left the warehouse on his newly purchased land and came here to take a quick stroll. Most of the traders here were rough around the edges and didn't mind breaking the law, so Jiang Xiaoyang had to be cautious while moving through the market. Around him, the air was filled with the voices of people, mostly questions filled with suspicion. "Dan, are you telling the truth or just messing with me?" A real pro would have already given it away the moment they spoke. "Is the price you're offering legit or fake?" "Damn this thing." Someone muttered softly, realizing that the item they were selling was stolen. "Hey, quiet down. I dug this up from the Ma family tomb just yesterday." One person shouted in amazement, "Oh, this is the skull of a Ming Dynasty king, right?" As Jiang Xiaoyang walked past a stall, he heard a familiar voice. The person was bargaining, saying, "Give me a better price, just 3 million." The stall owner responded, "No, no, no. There's no way I can sell it for that price." As Jiang Xiao Yong walked by, he glanced toward the voice. Sure enough, it was someone he recognized. The voice belonged to Lai Shuxian. He was standing there, arms crossed, fully engaged in a heated argument with the stall owner. His face was tight like a drawn bowstring as he shouted, "This jade bracelet is being sold for 200,000. It's obviously a fake. If you sell it to me for 100,000, you'll still make a nice profit. So, are you selling it or not? If not, I'll go somewhere else." The stall owner, seeing that Lai Shuxian was being so aggressive, quickly lowered his voice and tried to calm him down, saying, all right, just calm down. I'll sell it to you tonight." After overhearing their conversation, Jiang Xiao Yong thought to himself, what a scumbag, Lai Shuxian. He's come all the way to the black market to buy a fake jade bracelet. That's when he realized that Lai Shuxian was just pretending to be rich in order to trick the shameless woman, Kuai Jing. Jiang Xiao Yong couldn't help but feel a little triumphant. Ha! Kuai Jing, you fool. You actually let yourself get scammed by someone like him. There was a sharp metallic sound as a knife thudded down between two other knives. Though they looked different in design, all three were dangerous weapons. The noise caught Jiang Xiao Yong's attention. He stood in the middle of the street, spotting a small stall selling knives by the sidewalk. A few passersby stopped to glance at the display, but didn't buy anything. Jiang Xiao Yong smiled slightly, feeling satisfied when he found what he was looking for. "I found it," he muttered with quiet excitement. He quickly walked over to the knife stand, picked up a knife that fit his hand, and examined it closely. He looked up at the vendor and asked, "Hey, do you have anything more durable?" The vendor, a tall and tough-looking young man, ran his business with a no-nonsense attitude. He casually pointed to a sharpening stone beneath the display and said, sounding indifferent, "That's a sharpening stone. If you want something tougher, buy that and sharpen it yourself. If you're not interested, just go buy a stick to play with." Suddenly, Jiang Xiao Yong frowned. He spoke with annoyance, his voice tight. "That's still not tough enough. I want something even stronger." Sensing Xiao Yong's bad mood, the vendor's temper flared. His face tightened, his thick eyebrows lowered, and he shot Xiao Yong a suspicious look, his voice growing sharp. "What do you mean? Are you here to cause trouble?" Surprised yet, old man, the shopkeeper's phone buzzed with a notification showing that his account had received 20 million. He stared at the screen, confused, not knowing who had sent the money. It turned out to be Jiang Xiao Yong, who had just been putting on an act a moment ago, looking all serious and dangerous. Little did the shopkeeper know, Jiang had already transferred the money through the QR code at the bottom of the screen. Jiang Xiao Yong proudly handed over the successful transaction receipt and said with a smile, "Don't get too excited. This is just me showing my sincerity to buy." The shopkeeper was left stunned like a cow wearing a hat. Quickly, he turned to Shan Shang, a man sitting nearby playing a game on his phone, and urgently called out, "Xiao Kan, come over and watch the shop." The guy, still distracted by his game, hadn't fully grasped what had just happened. After receiving the money, the shopkeeper's attitude changed completely. He was suddenly much friendlier, even changing the way he addressed Jiang. He spoke in a softer, more careful tone, saying, "It's not convenient to talk here. Please follow me. I'll show you a better place to discuss." They walked for a while, and the shopkeeper led Jiang Xiao Yong down a narrow alley to a house hidden away inside. Once inside, the shopkeeper's face lit up with a wide grin. He squinted his eyes, handed Jiang a box, and inside was a pistol. "Boss," he said, "we've got a homemade handgun here. It could easily take down a chicken. Ammo is cheap, just some gunpowder and steel balls. What do you think?" Jiang Xiao Yong put his hands in his pockets, stared at the gun for a moment, then coldly replied, "No deal." The shop owner could immediately sense that this customer might be a bit particular. He paused for a moment, his face thoughtful, then introduced another item from his collection. He said, "This is a replica model, styled like a classic revolver. Its design closely matches the one you're familiar with. It's priced at 5 million, and the compatible accessories are available for 50,000 each. What do you think?" Jiang Xiao Yong looked at the item, folded his arms thoughtfully, his face cast in shadow, so his eyes seemed deep and unreadable. He responded, "Not bad, but I already gave you 20 million earlier. Offering me this now, don't you think that feels a bit off?" Earlier, Xiao Yong had transferred 20 million, expecting options that matched a higher standard. What he really needed was something more refined and high-end. The shop owner blinked in surprise. "Paid in advance? What do you mean?" he asked, puzzled. Jiang Xiao Yong's expression sharpened. He locked eyes with the owner and said in a steady, serious tone, "That was a 10% deposit. I'm planning to spend 200 million here. I need options that reflect that." Hearing these words and seeing Jiang Xiao Yong's demeanor, the shopkeeper was so convinced that he must be some kind of big shot that he nearly had a panic attack. He pointed at himself, chuckled awkwardly, and then asked Jiang Xiao Yong again, still not fully believing what he was hearing. So, this big brother here, what exactly are you planning to do? For an order of this level, you're coming all the way here to see me in person? You've already acted like a big boss. So what's next? Jiang Xiao Yong quickly came up with a vague excuse to cover up any potential slip-up. He closed his eyes and spoke casually. I never used to care about small matters like this. These things are always handled by my underlings, but lately, things have been happening. Anyway, don't ask too many questions. Just tell me, can you do it or not? The shopkeeper seemed relieved, as if he had found a lifeline. He quickly rushed out the door, turning back to say to Jiang Xiao Yong, please wait a moment. Jiang Xiao Yong stood still, silently agreeing to wait. The shopkeeper locked all the doors in the room, including the windows. He pressed himself against the wall, slightly pulled back the curtain, and peeked outside to make sure no one suspicious was around. Xiao Yong noticed his careful movements, and from the way he handled business involving high-value items, recognized that the man was quite professional. Then the shopkeeper shifted into a more serious tone. He lowered his voice and said to Jiang Xiao Yong, you came to the right person. He stepped closer to Jiang Xiao Yong, leaned in and whispered softly, covering his mouth with his hand, I can do this for you. Just write down the list and I'll wait for the address later. At 12 o'clock the day after tomorrow, you can drive over and we'll finish the deal. Jiang Xiao Yong, being very cooperative, paid close attention to what the shopkeeper said, thinking that Jiang Xiao Yong must be a big boss. The shopkeeper saw Jiang Xiao Yong off with a serious attitude. He walked ahead, carefully pointing in the direction and even reminded him, boss, watch your step. As soon as Jiang Xiao Yong stepped out of the room, a familiar voice called out, oh, so it's Jiang Xiao Yong? Jiang Xiao Yong glanced over at Shan Shang to see who it was and almost immediately guessed it was Lai Shuxiang, who, after completing his business at the market, had coincidentally run into Jiang Xiao Yong on his way out. Lai Shuxiang looked intrigued and spoke in a mocking tone. So, you really are here at the black market. I've got a question. Why have you been so generous lately? He also brought up Kui Jing, his face almost accusing as he said, and you're just ignoring Kui Jing? Looks like you've still got some family treasures hidden away, huh? Even worse, the man walked closer to Xiao Yang and stuck his stubbled face right near him. Xiao Yang responded, what's up? I've noticed you've been buying and selling a lot recently. Do you really need to copy others, lying down and selling everything just to live comfortably? Seeing that the man was arrogant and overly talkative, Jiang Xiao Yang had been getting annoyed for a while but still chose to remain silent, refusing to respond. Jiang Xiao Yong suddenly remembered that he had just unlocked his superpower in this system. A smirk played on his lips as he glanced sharply at Lai Shuxiang. He thought to himself, that's right. Let's see what this new superpower can do. Jiang Xiao Yong activated his superpower, Spiritual Eye. One of his eyes lit up with a soft green glow, making both the iris and pupil shimmer faintly. He turned to glance behind him, where the weapon shop owner was standing. With this ability, Jiang Xiao Yong could now sense the emotions of the people nearby. Above the shop owner's head floated a cheerful green smiling face, while above Lai Shuxiang's head hovered a stormy purple frown, pulsing with irritation. So it really works. The superpower is active, he thought. Then he turned back to Lai Shuxiang and finally responded. He pointed at the item Lai had just picked up and said with a teasing tone, really? That's what you went with? And just curious, who exactly are you again? Oh, that's right. You're the one always tagging along with Kui Jing. Seems like you've been getting her attention with these kinds of outdated collectibles. Well, I suppose that's your style. As for her, let's just say our history is complicated. Lai Shuxiang, clearly angered by Jiang Xiaoyang's words, clenched his bag tightly, his jaw tensed. The emoji above his head shifted from purple to a fiery red, pulsing faster with every passing second. His body stiffened, and then he yelled. What did you just say? The weapon shop owner saw the tense situation and approached Jiang Xiaoyang, asking him, boss, is this person someone you know? Jiang Xiaoyang coldly turned his face away, looking in a different direction as he responded, oh, do you know him? More like he's a tail that follows me around. Fortunately for the shop owner, since he was taking care of a VIP guest, he had already called over a group of big, strong underlings to protect his client. He gently spoke to Jiang Xiaoyang, saying, I understand, boss. If you're busy, go ahead. I'll take care of teaching him a lesson. Jiang Xiaoyang quickly walked away, but not before turning around to remind them, don't kill him though. His life is mine to take. The four underlings who had been called over all looked fierce and ready to go, just waiting for the order to take down Lai Shuxiang. Once Jiang Xiaoyang was completely out of sight, the shop owner led his four underlings and they slowly advanced toward Lai Shuxiang. They didn't say a word, their faces full of menace, cracking their knuckles and getting ready to throw punches. Lai Shuxiang, scared, started backing away. He was no longer acting tough like before. Step by step, he stumbled backward, yelling in an attempt to threaten them, but his words didn't hold much weight against their intimidating presence. What do you think you're doing? Let me tell you I can. The shopkeeper grabbed a short stick, and with a quick flick of his wrist, it extended into a long steel whip. He tightened his grip on the whip and brought it close to Lai Shuxiang. At that moment, Lai Shuxiang, no longer as defiant, seemed to realize that his strength was no match for these people. Terrified, he waved his hand and stammered, no, big brother. Let's talk this over slowly. Just seconds later, the chubby man suddenly collapsed, hitting the ground with a thud. He fell face first, shouting, ah. No one around him helped. They just gathered to watch as he was humiliated. An hour later, Lai Shuxiang's face and body were covered in marks from boots. He had endured a brutal beating, so painful that he had to crawl across the ground, his face twisted in anger. He slammed his fist on the ground in frustration, cursing under his breath, Jiang Xiao Yong, you bastard, just wait for me. 2 days later, at the factory on the newly purchased land of Jiang Xiao Yong, Magnan Fallen, Jiang Xiao Yong stood behind an open cargo container staring thoughtfully at a pile of goods. A system notification popped up, mission fully equipped completed. System points plus 10, current points 20. It seemed that Jiang Xiao Yong's black market deal had gone smoothly. He looked at the 8K rifles and long-range guns piled up in front of him, along with dozens of rounds of ammunition. It seemed that his success had far exceeded his expectations. At that moment, the system displayed a new notification. Received additional reward, Physical Enhancement Medicine Plus. He held a syringe in both hands, a gift item from the system, which glowed and lit up half of his face. Jiang Xiao Yong stared at it in awe. Oh, I actually got a vial of physical enhancement medicine. He gripped the syringe, which was as big as his hand, raised it high, and said excitedly, and it's a +2. Compared to the medicine in the market, this is such a bargain. Rolling up his sleeves, Jiang Xiao Yong was filled with determination. He extended his left arm forward and with his right hand, lifted the large syringe, ready to inject the strength-boosting medicine. Jiang Xiao Yong gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as the power surged into his body. His eyes burned with intensity, and the energy felt like it was ready to burst out. His whole body tensed, struggling through the intense sensation. 1 minute after the injection, his strength had directly increased by 2 points. Jiang Xiao Yong clenched his fist and stared at his hand. He thought to himself, the average physical strength of an adult man is 5, and with these 2 extra points, I've gained about 40% more strength. After some quick calculations, Jiang Xiao Yong summoned the system's shop, which displayed the following. The shopping center system for stamina-enhancing drugs +1 -20 provides level 1 zombie apocalypse farmer box points -2 points, manual refresh -2 points. Our Jiang Xiao Yong is determined to add another stamina-enhancing drug. This time, Jiang Xiao Yong was really serious. Holding a new syringe in his hand, he gripped it tightly. With this advantage, I need to level up to the maximum. Once he was done, Jiang Xiao Yong's body was practically radiating with fiery energy. He stood there, tensing up, struggling to control the intense power coursing through him, thinking to himself, with 8 points of stamina, I'm over 60% stronger than the average person. I should try finding a target and see how this goes. He looked to the left and noticed a few steel bars leaning against the wall. A smile spread across his face as he recognized an opportunity. Oh, there's something. Quickly grabbing one of the steel bars, he stared at it with full concentration. He was ready. Jiang Xiao Yong kicked the bar hard in the middle and shouted. One strong hit, and it bent. The steel bar flew straight into the wall with a loud crash. Even more impressive, it bent significantly and cracked a piece of the wall. Ha! As expected, with my current strength, I can handle this with just my bare hands. No one else can compare. Seeing how much stronger he had become, he confidently assessed his own abilities. Even if I had to face the early-stage zombies of the apocalypse, I wouldn't be afraid at all. Once Jiang Xiao Yong had completely absorbed the energy, he quickly returned to normal. He tightened his grip on his fist, raised it in front of him, and examined it carefully. Then, looking at the pile of weapons on the large truck, he thought to himself, these weapons probably don't take up much space, so it would be safer to store them in the space pocket. He then extended his hand with a ring on it. Immediately, the crates of various weapons were sucked into the ring, just a few centimeters above Jiang Xiao Yong's hand. In an instant, the entire truck was empty. Jiang Xiao Yong looked outside with a thoughtful expression, continuing to speak to himself. The day after tomorrow is the first day of the apocalypse. I need to think carefully about whether there's anything else I need to do. The great disaster was fast approaching, and everything Jiang Xiao Yong had prepared was basically in place. He had a hangout far from the city, enough food for 10 years, a full set of weapons, and his combat strength had been upgraded. Now it was just a matter of facing the challenges ahead, but there was still one thing bothering him. He had tricked a poor old man into buying his house for all the money he had saved up over his lifetime, along with his granddaughter's savings. Remembering what the old man had said, Jiang Xiao Yong's face darkened with frustration. "I'm not hiding anything from you, Mr. Jiang. My granddaughter is about to transfer to a different school, and we need this house to stabilize our lives. I've looked around here several times, and yours is the only house for sale. Mr. Jiang, you can't regret this." The old man's situation was so pitiful that it made Jiang Xiaoyong feel guilty. Jiang Xiaoyong felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he thought about the old man and his granddaughter, stuck in a house they had bought with money they had worked so hard to save, only to face the possibility of dying in this great disaster. He rubbed his head in frustration, feeling just as powerless. He muttered to himself, "Even after going through life and death struggles in the apocalypse with all those deceitful people, I still can't completely ignore the suffering of these poor souls." With that, Jiang Xiaoyong turned and began to walk away, mentally making plans for the old man and his granddaughter. Forget it. I'll just send them some essential supplies. How long they'll survive in this world of the apocalypse depends on them. This might even be a way to pay back for the future plans they helped fund. The next morning, Jiang Xiaoyong drove to the old man's house. The shiny black car pulled up near an old, run-down apartment building. Stepping out of the car, Jiang Xiaoyong looked up at the weathered building inside a road to get here. Thank goodness for the GPS, or who could ever find this place. The building didn't even have an elevator. Jiang Xiaoyong made his way up the stairs to the old man's apartment. After climbing several flights, he realized just how poor the old man must be. Not only had he rented such a cheap place, but he had also picked the top floor. Finally, he reached the old man's apartment. Jiang Xiaoyong was about to knock on the door, but suddenly stopped, remembering that he had stored all the necessary supplies in the hidden compartment of his small ring. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly turned the ring in his hand, worried that if he took out the essential supplies in front of the old man, things might get complicated. He carefully thought about it for a moment and decided it was better to take out the materials he needed to deliver first. If he didn't, it would be hard to explain later. The ring on his finger instantly began to glow brightly, and in no time, dozens of neatly stacked boxes appeared right in front of him. Inside the house, a knock sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The old man, busy with housework, hurried to open the door. He called out loudly to whoever was outside. Come in, please wait a moment." Thinking it was the landlord coming to collect the rent, the old man hadn't even fully opened his eyes yet. Without looking closely, he said, "The rent will definitely be paid next week." Jiang Xiaoyong stood there, still not making a move. When the old man finally opened his eyes, he realized it wasn't who he had expected. Surprised, he widened his eyes and said cautiously, "Ah, aren't you Mr. Jiang?" As he opened the door, the old man was completely shocked by the sight before him. Dozens of boxes were piled up, blocking the entire path. The old man stood there, dumbfounded, unable to process what was happening. He asked, "Mr. Jiang, you're here, but what is? Could you explain what's going on?" Jiang Xiaoyong carried a box into the old man's house and turned around to say, "I'll explain everything in a minute, but first, let's get all this inside. We don't want the neighbors to see any of this." The old man still held onto the doorknob, his face showing confusion. After a while, they had moved all the boxes inside. Jiang Xiaoyong carefully helped the old man organize everything. Once they were done, the old man put his hands on his hips, sighed in relief, and said to Xiaoyong, "You young folks really have a lot of energy. You can carry so many things at once without even needing a break." Feeling that everything was taken care of, Xiaoyong walked around the house. He went over to the door, then turned back and said, "The room's still okay, and the door's about as sturdy as it's going to get." He looked out the window and decided it was time to tell the old man the truth. "Grandpa," he said, "I need to tell you something now. You'd better listen carefully." The old man's eyes widened, clearly curious about everything Jiang Xiaoyong had been doing. Xiaoyong then warned him, "These supplies, make sure you plan to use them well. Even if you only live for half a year, it won't be a big problem. Starting tomorrow, this world is going to." Before he could finish speaking, a photo on the table caught Jiang Xiaoyong's attention. He didn't know what was so special about the photo frame that made Xiaoyong freeze like that. The old man noticed him suddenly stop, and curious, he asked, "Is something wrong, Mr. Jiang? You can place these items in your room for now. After all, we'll move them to your new place in a month." The photo made Jiang Xiaoyong stop in his tracks. It was a picture of the old man and his granddaughter. The girl looked exactly like the companion Jiang Xiaoyong had during his time setting up a safe base to fight off the zombies. He couldn't believe how small the world was. Jiang Xiaoyong was taken aback and said, Is that Shan Shan? I can't believe she looks just like my teammate. It was uncanny. Jiang Xiao Yong picked up the photo to look at it more closely. He asked the old man, "Excuse me, is your granddaughter's name Meng Shan Shan?" The old man was completely shocked. His mouth dropped open as he asked, "How did you know that? I don't remember mentioning her name, Shan Shan." Jiang Xiaoyong paused and then said, "So it's true. I didn't expect this old man to be Shan Shan's grandfather." Jiang Xiaoyong's expression grew serious. He asked the old man about Shan Shan's whereabouts. "Where is your grandmother now?" The old man replied honestly, "She's studying back home right now, still waiting for your room to be ready. Once that's done, we'll be able to move. The paperwork's almost finished." In the previous life, Jiang Xiaoyong met Shan Shan when both of them were left all alone with no family or loved ones left alive. Thinking back to that time, he remembered how little Shan Shan had been sitting, head lowered, crying on a pile of broken bricks, sobbing and blaming herself. "It's all my fault. I'm the one who caused Grandpa's death." Just remembering that moment made Jiang Xiaoyong feel a deep sense of sympathy. He recalled how Shan Shan had told him in their past life that her grandfather had risked everything, rushing into the occupied high school to save her. Although he managed to get her out safely, he lost his life in the process. Originally, Jiang Xiaoyong came to deliver a few months' worth of supplies for the two of them to survive on, and after that, it was up to them. But he never expected that this granddaughter would turn out to be his teammate from the previous life, and that it was because of his own mistakes back then that his teammate had died so tragically. Gently setting the photo back in its place, Jiang Xiaoyong silently promised Shan Shan that he would make up for her regrets in this life. Then he turned to speak to the old man with a kind, thoughtful look in his eyes. "Old man, you can't move into my room anymore." "Mr. Jiang, what are you saying?" The old man stammered. Mr. Jiang, you can't." Misunderstanding Jiang Xiaoyong's meaning, the old man thought that Jiang Xiaoyong had changed his mind and no longer wanted to sell the house. He anxiously pleaded with him, his face full of worry. Placing his hand on the old man's shoulder, Jiang Xiaoyong tried his best to calm him down. He spoke seriously, explaining the situation to him. "Please listen to me first. Starting tomorrow, this world is going to turn into a living hell. It doesn't matter anymore how my house is or what's going on with your granddaughter's school. None of that will matter." The old man froze, unable to say a word. Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't tell if the old man believed him or not, but his face was filled with shock. Xiaoyong continued, speaking faster now. "Right now, you need to come with me. We're going to pick up Shan Shan from her school, and I'll arrange a new place for both of you." How could a normal person possibly believe that tomorrow would bring the end of the world? The old man was clearly confused. He furrowed his brow and asked, still struggling to understand, Mr. Jiang, what are you talking about? I don't understand a single word of this." Jiang Xiaoyong was even more confused than the old man. He knew disaster was coming, but he had no idea how to explain it. Feeling powerless, he thought to himself, "Old Han is already so old. There's so much he won't get. How can I possibly explain this to him?" Jiang Xiaoyong then turned the ring on his middle finger while explaining each part as simply as possible so the old man could understand. He calmly asked him, "Do you know about famines?" The old man replied immediately, "I know about that." As he continued spinning the ring, Jiang Xiaoyong added, "Then can you imagine how desperate and terrible things must have been for people during those times of hunger?" The old man looked more tense and hesitantly responded, "Well, I can imagine, but this is a time of peace and prosperity. How could there be a famine? Even if there were one, it wouldn't be." Before the old man could finish his thought, Jiang Xiaoyong stretched out his hand with the ring facing the center of the room. Immediately, everything in the room distorted and was sucked into the space inside the ring. Seeing this strange sight, a poor old man was completely stunned. His eyes and mouth opened wide without thinking, his mind filled with a giant question mark. Within seconds, everything in the house was drawn into the ring. Dust swirled around Jiang Xiaoyong and the old man, causing the old man to feel so dizzy that he almost couldn't stand. His knees buckled slightly as he turned his head, looking around in confusion. In fear, he shouted, "What? Where did everything go? All those things are gone. Mr. Jiang, what kind of magic is this?" It was only by directly showing the old man these strange things that he could start to believe what Xiaoyong had been saying. He extended his hand, still wearing the ring that glowed bright purple, to show old Han. A strong green aura seemed to radiate from his eyes. Jiang Xiaoyong explained seriously, "I have superpowers, and I can even predict the future. If you want to live, and if you want Shan Shan to live, you have to follow my instructions from now on." Then, with a stern look, he asked, "Where is Shan Shan's school?" A short while later, Jiang Xiaoyong's black car pulled up in front of Shan Shan's school. He had brought old Han along. It seemed that after witnessing Jiang Xiao Yong's magical display, Old Han was now completely convinced. He couldn't stop staring at Jiang Xiao Yong, still in shock. The car sped it into the school courtyard. Jiang Xiao Yong and Old Han quickly got out. Jiang Xiao Yong urgently asked the old man, "What grade is Shan Shan in? Where's her dormitory? Do you know where that is?" Old Han quickly answered, "Yes, I know." Jiang Xiao Yong nodded. "Good. We have to move fast." The scene shifts to where Shan Shan is. It looks like she's in trouble with some rebellious students. In front of Shan Shan stands a girl in sportswear, flanked by two other girls wearing skirts who block her way. Behind them, three boys are holding baseball bats, acting as guards for the two girls in front. As soon as they come face to face, one of the girls, dressed provocatively, too young for the outfit and makeup she's wearing, glares at Shan Shan. She looks tough and aggressive. Without warning, she slaps Shan Shan hard across the face, sending her stumbling to the side. The rebellious girl scowls and, with a loud voice, yells, "You worthless girl, I just can't understand what Jiang Xiao Chen sees in you to like you this much." Shan Shan, who has a personality similar to her grandfather's, is very gentle and shy. Even though her face is bruised and red from the slap, she weakly tries to explain to the girl, "I've told you, I don't have any relationship with him. It's just a one-sided wish of his." Shan Shan raises her hand to shield her face, resisting weakly. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl next to her rushed over and kicked Shan Shan hard in the stomach. The girl shouted even louder, her violence growing as she yelled, "Are you still making excuses?" Shan Shan, pitifully, took another kick. She curled up in pain, sitting down on the ground when the girl in the black shirt stepped closer and grabbed her hair. Her eyes widened with anger, and the harder she got, the tighter she pulled on Shan Shan's hair. She snapped at Shan Shan. "What do you mean by that? Are you saying Jiang Xiao Chen was following you, and you just ignored it?" The pain was unbearable, and Shan Shan cried out, "Ah, ah." While she was struggling with the two aggressive girls, a loud voice suddenly shouted, "Hey, what do you think you're doing to my granddaughter?" This caught the attention of the two girls, who turned to glare at Shan Shan. The sun was beginning to set, and it was then that Old Han and Jiang Xiaoyong arrived at Shan Shan's side. Seeing the situation, they quickly rushed over. The girl with her hair tied up was surprised when she saw Old Han and said to Shan Shan, "Huh? Isn't that your useless old man? He should be at home by now, getting dinner ready." Shan Shan, noticing her grandfather, was confused. "Grandpa, why are you here?" Lao Han pointed at the two female students and angrily shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Let Shan Shan go now." Jiang Xiaoyong, following behind him, wore a face full of anger. The three male students who were guarding the two girls finally stepped forward. The blonde-haired guy who was in charge casually pulled out a dagger and held it in front of his stomach. The other two had angry expressions, trying to act tough. This guy clearly didn't know how many years he'd been repeating his grade, but his face looked older than a rotten tomato. He glared at them, grinning in a nasty way while threatening, "Get back. This is none of your business, old man." Lao Han was so angry, he couldn't hold back. Seeing them bully his granddaughter, he gathered all his strength and lunged forward, shoving the blonde guy. The three of them were too much, though. The guy on the left, holding a baseball bat, swung it up high, aiming to hit Lao Han in the head with all his might. This guy seemed to have lost all sense of humanity. At that moment, he viciously yelled, "You old bastard, let go of her." Just as the bat was about to strike Lao Han's neck, luckily for him, Jiang Xiaoyong's hand shot out and stopped it in time. He grabbed both of the bully's hands and held them tightly. Furious yet calm, Jiang Xiaoyong scolded the young punks in a stern voice, "You're still young and you won't even focus on your studies. Instead, you're learning to be gangsters." Watching Jiang Xiaoyong block his friend's attacks, the two other boys couldn't help but laugh mockingly at him. "Haha, where did this poor idiot come from?" The blonde-haired boy leading the group seemed puzzled about Jiang Xiaoyong. "This little jerk, I didn't know he had an older brother." Seeing the boy still stubbornly holding onto the stick, refusing to let go, Jiang Xiaoyong got angry. He kicked him hard, sending him flying with great force, causing him to crash onto the ground and slam his back against the rough schoolyard surface. It must have hurt a lot. The other two boys, witnessing Jiang Xiaoyong's power, began to feel afraid. The two of them gritted their teeth, filled with worry as they faced Jiang Xiaoyong. The boy with the buzz cut cursed angrily. "Damn, he knows martial arts, bro." The blonde boy, though still nervous inside, kept talking like he wasn't scared. "Let's both go at him." Jiang Xiaoyong glanced over at them, his eyes observing the two boys carefully. One had a knife, the other a stick, with one standing in front and the other behind. They hesitated, neither of them daring to make the first move, while Jiang Xiaoyong stood still, watching them. After a pause, the boy with the buzz cut was the first to charge. He charged at Jiang Xiao Yong from behind, angrily aiming to strike him on the back of the head with a stick. But it wasn't that easy. Xiao Yong only needed a quick glance to figure out what the guy behind him was planning. His reflexes were lightning fast. He ducked down, successfully dodging the lethal blow. The guy tried to kick hard with his leg, putting all his force into it, but unfortunately, he missed. For Jiang Xiao Yong, his speed had improved so much that dodging punches from a normal person felt as easy as taking a walk. In that moment of evading the attack, Jiang Xiao Yong couldn't help but think to himself, since I've been improving my physical strength, my reflexes are way faster now. Out of nowhere, he grabbed the collar of the guy's buzzcut and yanked him back, making him jump in surprise. Without wasting a second, Jiang Xiao Yong used a judo throw, flipping the guy over his shoulder and slamming him hard onto the ground. Standing in a strong stance, Jiang Xiao Yong looked both handsome and ruthless. The guy who took the hit was completely stunned, his eyes wide in shock. That was 2 problems dealt with, but there was still one more. The guy with the blonde hair. The blonde boy pointed a dagger straight at Jiang Xiao Yong. Even seeing the situation unfold, he remained stubborn and shot a fierce glare at Jiang Xiao Yong. But in the next second, Jiang Xiao Yong rushed forward and grabbed the sleeve of the boy leading the group. The boy was clearly surprised, his eyes wide as he prepared to deliver a strong kick. Jiang Xiao Yong bent his knee back to gather momentum, then kicked the boy's knee like he was kicking a soccer ball. The force of the kick was so powerful that the boy lost his balance and fell backward, hitting his head hard against the ground with a deadly thud. For someone like Jiang Xiao Yong, handling a few punks like this was no big deal. With just a small effort, 3 of them were already lying on the ground at his feet. Dust swirled around him, and the first problem was solved. Now, the next target was the 2 girls who had caused trouble for Shan Shan. Jiang Xiao Yong said nothing. He remained silent as he walked over toward the 2 loud-mouthed girls. The woman with her hair tied up high sensed something bad was coming. She trembled and said, "What do you want to do?" First, Jiang Xiao Yong took the opportunity to slap her across the face. Her pretty face twisted with the force of the blow, turning red and stained from the pain. She froze for a few seconds, eyes wide open, as if she couldn't believe that someone had actually hit her like this. Next, Jiang Xiao Yong grabbed her head the same way she had grabbed Shan Shan's earlier. He clenched his grip hard and lowered his voice, threatening her, "You really like grabbing people by the head, huh?" The girl struggled, trying to break free as Jiang Xiao Yong yanked her hair and forced her forward. She screamed loudly, "Ah, let me go." Jiang Xiao Yong wasn't being gentle with someone like her. His face twisted with menace, and he pressed a dagger against her throat. The sight of the weapon made her panic. She lost her composure, tears welling up in her eyes as she shouted, "A knife? What do you want to do?" Staying calm and cold as usual, Jiang Xiao Yong swiped the blade sharply, and her screams echoed, "Ah! Ah!" Below the legs of the long-haired female student, Shan Shan and the spoiled girl witnessed Jiang Xiao Yong attacking their classmate. The girl with the bun was so terrified that she couldn't stand up, while Shan Shan, overcome with fear, covered her face with her hands, too scared to look. The long-haired girl's knees hit the ground, and she collapsed onto the pavement, her hands reaching up to touch her hair. She couldn't believe that the long hair she had spent years growing out had been chopped off by Jiang Xiao Yong in the blink of an eye. She screamed, "My hair, my hair!" In a fit of rage, her mouth opened wide, her eyes bulging, and she screamed loudly at Xiao Yong, "You bastard! How dare you cut my hair? You son of a bitch! I won't forgive you." Standing above her, Jiang Xiao Yong gave her a cold, unfeeling look. He let a few strands of hair fall slowly to the ground in front of her, then said, "Long hair is nothing but a burden for you." The girl turned to look at Xiao Yong and, without hesitation, responded rudely, "What did you just say?" Without missing a beat, Jiang Xiao Yong turned and began walking away. He glanced back and added a final reminder to the girl, "In a few days, this hair will stay your life." As for the rebellious girl, she kept her sullen, angry face, waiting for Xiao Yong to leave. Meanwhile, Old Man Han was still by his granddaughter, Shan Shan's side. The little girl clasped her hands together, staring at Jiang Xiao Yong with admiration. Not forgetting her, Jiang Xiao Yong called out to her in a warm, familiar tone, like he was calling a family member, "Shan Shan, let's go." Startled, the little girl quickly asked, "Where are we going?" "Where to?" In no time, Xiao Yong's black car was already waiting for the 2 of them on the main road. With that, Jiang Xiao Yong successfully led both of them back to the base he had spent the last month building. Shan Shan, full of surprise, spoke up in the car, "Huh? We're not going to class anymore." At this point, Old Man Han finally had the chance to explain things to his little granddaughter. He repeated what he had understood from Xiao Yong's words. "A famine is coming soon. Who has time to study anymore? Staying alive will be a miracle. Just when you're going about your studies like any other day, your grandfather suddenly tells you to hide because a famine is coming. How could Shan Shan believe him right away? She tugged at Old Man Han's waistband, confused, and asked again, "What's a famine?" For her confused state, Shan Shan suddenly turned serious and reminded her grandfather, "Grandpa, I've told you so many times already. Stop trusting those phone scams. Are you worried you've been tricked?" Shan Shan pressed on. "Tell me, how much money did you lose this time?" Old Man Han tried to explain to her. "What scam? What I'm saying is the truth." But Shan Shan was still firm in her response. "Every time you're tricked, you always say it's the truth." As she and her grandfather bickered through the car mirror, Jiang Xiao Yong silently made a promise to her, "Shan Shan, in this life, I will definitely protect you." Xiao Yong was driving, and as he did, he turned to Shan Shan to explain things more clearly. "Your grandfather won't be misled this time. I was the one who told him about the food shortages," he said. After hearing Jiang Xiaoyong speak, Shan Shan's eyes widened in confusion as she stared at him. It was only then that she fully realized who had been driving them, and she asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" The car picked up speed and turned onto the main road. Jiang Xiaoyong replied from the front seat, "My name is Jiang Xiaoyong. From now on, just call me Xiaoyong." Shan Shan quickly responded, "Xiaoyong, thank you for standing up to those people and helping me deal with what happened." He reassured her with a calm voice, "Don't worry, they won't be bothering you again anytime soon." Shan Shan looked at him, startled by the implication. She asked nervously, "What do you mean? Is there really a food crisis?" While focusing on driving, Jiang Xiaoyong kept his eyes straight ahead. He continued in a calm tone, saying, "The famine is just something I made up to make it easier for your grandfather to understand." Shan Shan froze, looking a bit hesitant as she replied, "Ah, I told you. With how peaceful things are now, how could there be a famine?" Jiang Xiaoyong remained calm and responded, "The truth is, the apocalypse is about to start." Hearing that, Shan Shan was completely stunned. Her eyes widened even more, and she exclaimed, "The apocalypse." Xiaoyong's gaze grew much more serious. He lowered his voice and said, "The time is probably near. If you turn on your phone and watch the news clips or read some headlines, you might start noticing some clues." Trusting Jiang Xiaoyong's words, Shan Shan immediately pulled out her phone and turned on the news. Before long, she gasped, "What? Is this real or fake?" The news report on her phone read, "Control from the grudge of the gangster, like moonlight shining through a western wind blowing, causing leaves to fall. Haha, this is the first time in my life I've seen a rabid person bite someone," the report continued. On the screen, Shan Shan saw a pale-skinned person drooling uncontrollably, being held down by two riot police officers. At that moment, the media and the public still believed the person was just suffering from rabies. Swiping to the next section, Shan Shan came across another news report about the apocalyptic situation. Was it fog again? I'm not sure if I'm just imagining things, but this fog seems to have a very strange smell. Shan Shan instinctively pulled her hand back. She scrolled further to a video recorded by some civilians. In it, someone was yelling, "Damn, are you crazy? Why are you biting me? What the hell? Are you a dog or something?" Another person in distress was struggling, speaking weakly, "I don't know why, but I just can't control it. My whole body feels awful. Please take me to the hospital." Shan Shan brought the phone closer to get a better look, her heart racing. Her pupils widened as if she were losing herself. Jiang Xiaoyong, who was already used to scenes like this, remained calm as he tried to assess the situation. Sure enough, the signs of the apocalypse had appeared. Shan Shan, sitting behind a little girl, felt really worried. The little girl glanced up from her phone, trembling, and asked, "Xiaoyong, is it true? Is the apocalypse really happening?" The car, still moving along the road, was waiting for the three of them. Inside the car, Jiang Xiaoyong was the first to speak, updating Shan Shan and Old Han on the situation. Tomorrow marks the first day of the apocalypse. Toxic smoke will blanket several provinces, including Province B. It's almost evening now, so I've turned on the headlights. He continued, "This strange, toxic fog will affect all living creatures." He went on to explain the true nature of the disaster to them. Gradually, a large number of people would turn into zombies because of this change. Some would even start eating others. Without immunity, once someone dies, they'll become one of them. As they drove on, Xiaoyang slowed down. He stared seriously ahead. "You're still young. Do you even know what a zombie is?" Leaning forward, Shan Shan playfully answered, her voice full of innocence, "I know. It's just hard to believe." By now, the highway was packed with cars, stuck in a long traffic jam. Jiang Xiaoyong added, "By tomorrow, the day after, and even next week, all of this will really happen. By then, it won't seem strange anymore." Jiang Xiaoyong leaned out of the car window, frowning and clenching his jaw in frustration. "Huh, and now we're stuck in traffic. Not just the regular lanes, the emergency lanes jammed too. The sound of car horns echoed all around them. He thought to himself, figures, even the emergency route up ahead isn't moving. Old Han, clearly uneasy, turned to Jiang Xiao Yong and asked, trying to stay one step ahead. Mr. Jiang, if the situation you mentioned before really starts happening, what should we do if it catches up to us? Jiang Xiao Yong edged the black car closer to a white car in front and gave the horn a firm press. Mr. Han, don't worry, we're not at a critical point yet. On the outside, he kept his tone calm and steady to avoid causing panic. But inside, his thoughts were racing. This whole outbreak situation is spiraling fast. It's not a full-blown crisis here yet, but if something small flares up in this traffic, things could go bad quickly. The three of them, Jiang Xiao Yong and the two older men from Old Han's family, remained stuck in the slow-moving gridlock. Suddenly, a luxury car whirred past them in the adjacent lane, weaving through the jam with reckless speed. Then, the car suddenly swerved into the lane right in front of Xiao Yong's vehicle. It was so unexpected. Inside the car, Xiao Yong slammed on the brakes to avoid a collision, and all three passengers were thrown forward with a strong force. Xiao Yong was visibly furious. He gritted his teeth, glaring with anger, and shouted loudly, "Dan, are you serious? No signal, just swerving from the emergency lane right into a traffic jam. What the hell?" Fuming with rage, Xiao Yong jerked the steering wheel hard and his car shot forward, almost tailgating the white car ahead of him, successfully blocking the black car from cutting in. But the driver of the Mercedes wasn't backing off. He kept trying to squeeze past Xiao Yong, forcing him to stop so the guy could cut in. Already in a hurry and stuck with this idiot, Xiao Yong shot a glare at the Mercedes from his car and cursed, "Damn, still not stopping. You're still going to try this." Neither side was willing to back down. Every time the Mercedes tried to move forward, Xiao Yong's car inched ahead to block it. Finally, when they were about to come into contact, the Mercedes driver finally rolled down his window. He started ranting nonstop, swearing at Xiao Yong and repeatedly insulting his mother. Xiao Yong just ignored him, letting the guy's words breeze past him without a second thought, too fed up to care. Old Han sat in the back, and with his usual calm demeanor, he still preferred the idea of letting some things slide for the greater good. He leaned forward and advised Xiao Yong, "Mr. Jiang, it looks like that guy is someone with money. Let's just consider this one of those situations where avoiding conflict is better than engaging. Now that you have money in a house, there's nothing to fear in this world. You shouldn't be afraid of anyone, not even their father." Xiao Yong kept his eyes straight ahead, his face serious, and replied to Old Han, "Don't worry if he gets out of the car to cause trouble. I won't hesitate to send him off first. It should have been the end of the matter by now." Finally, Jiang Xiao Yong's car was able to speed down the road. He sighed in relief and said, "We're finally free." The traffic jam had lasted a whole hour. Looking into the rearview mirror, Shan noticed a car speeding towards them. She shouted out to warn Xiao Yong, "Jiang Xiao Yong, be careful. That's the same car that tried to block us earlier." Before she could even finish speaking, the expensive black car had already swerved close to their vehicle. Its headlights flashed on, and the horn blared loudly. Trouble was coming again. Jiang Xiao Yong glanced at him and angrily shouted, "Damn it! This is really the kind of ghost who never rests." The expensive car sped toward them at breakneck speed, slamming into the front of Xiao Yong's car with such force that it almost tipped over. The arrogant rich guy had blocked Xiao Yong's car, and inside, all three of them were thrown into chaos. Shan was thrown hard against the seat, wincing in pain. Old Man Han, worried about the trouble this might cause, quickly tried to warn Jiang Xiao Yong, "Mr. Jiang, calm down. Don't slam on the brakes and jump out recklessly. You'll just get yourself into more trouble." Jiang Xiao Yong, gripping the steering wheel, was also jolted back and forth by the impact. His eyes burned with anger. A person can only take so much, and this was pushing it. Finally, Jiang Xiao Yong snapped back at Old Man Han. "If this were before, I could put up with it. But tomorrow is the end of the world. I'm not going to tolerate this trash anymore." Slamming his foot down on the gas pedal, Jiang Xiao Yong drove straight at the Mercedes, blocking their path. The force of the collision sent Shan flying off to the side of the road. The massive car skidded across the street, screeching loudly, its tires grinding against the asphalt. The rich, arrogant guy's car left a large black tire mark on the ground, and it looked like the vehicle might be damaged. He got out of the car, clutching his head in pain, still shouting angrily, "Damn it, you piece of crap." Turns out, this guy was someone with power and influence, which is why he was acting so arrogantly on the road like he owned it. He pulled out his phone and immediately called the local traffic police, shouting orders into the phone. "Hello, get the traffic camera team on the line right now. Find me that license plate number." By this time, Jiang Xiaoyong's car had already disappeared, leaving only a small glimpse of it. The The man stood there fuming, watching the car slowly fade out of sight. He angrily said to the person on the other end of the phone, "I'm going to make sure he knows he can't just mess with me." After escaping the trouble on the road, Jiang Xiao Yong finally managed to get Shan Shan and Old Han safely to the newly built base. The car slowed down and stopped right at the main entrance. The three of them got out of the car. As soon as Old Han stepped out, he was left speechless, staring in awe at the new base, his eyes wide open in surprise. Shan Shan also looked around amazed since it was her first time setting foot in such a vast place. The three of them felt tiny standing in the middle of such a huge industrial area. Shan Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this place is incredible." Jiang Xiao Yong walked ahead, then turned around to speak to both of them. "You and Shan Shan should get some rest tonight. Starting tomorrow, things are going to get tougher." Both of them paid attention to Xiao Yong's words, and a look of unease appeared on their faces as they thought about what was coming. The next morning, Jiang Xiao Yong stood in front of a large glass door, leisurely enjoying the view of the morning outside. He was holding a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. Shan Shan had just woken up, stretching with a big yawn. She raised her arms high, stretching out her muscles while saying, "Ah, it's been so long since I've slept like that. It feels so good not to have to go to school this morning." Hearing this, Xiao Yong smiled gently, looking at Shan Shan with a soft gaze. Jiang Xiao Yong, looking handsome in the early sunlight, turned around and with a friendly tone said to her, "You're up? Let's go. Follow me and I'll show you around our little fortress." And so both Old Han and Shan Shan followed Jiang Xiao Yong as he led them through the factory. Xiao Yong walked ahead with the old man and Shan Shan trailing behind. Xiao Yong took them to a large room above the modern lighting system. Since it had just been completed, the space looked quite impressive, but there was nothing inside. Xiao Yong explained the remote control gate is made of pure steel, 3 centimeters thick. Not even a person or a zombie can break through it. Unless, of course, we have heavy-duty weapons. Xiao Yong turned around and carefully reminded Shan Shan, "Remember, if I'm not here, no one is allowed to enter the fortress except the three of us." Shan Shan looked a bit tense as Xiao Yong spoke seriously about being cautious. She lowered her head slightly, hesitating as she glanced at him. He then called out to her, "Come on, follow me." From inside the house, Xiao Yong had built an observation tower connected by a large overpass leading outside. He was now guiding Shan Shan and her grandfather toward it. As they walked, he continued to give instructions. At that moment, truss was in short supply, and the three of them were crossing the overpass. The bridge was almost like a road in itself. To be honest, Xiao Yong's level of investment in this was impressive. Xiao Yong continued, "The darker side of human nature gets amplified many times over. Kindness will only hurt us." From above, both Old Han and Shan Shan looked down and were speechless with astonishment at what they saw. The sea before them was a fenced-off area surrounded by barbed wire. Inside, there were long shipping containers and a row of 2-story buildings. Jiang Xiao Yong went on to explain so they could understand better. "If I'm not around and any survivors come asking for help, this area can provide them with temporary shelter. But before I return, no one is allowed into the fortress. Do you understand?" Shan Shan quickly responded, "I understand." Jiang Xiao Yong led them both to the food storage warehouse. He slid his hands into his pockets, walking as he continued, "I'll take you to the storage area so you both know which section holds food and which items are available for distribution. I'll explain everything to you." A few minutes later, 3 of them arrived at the warehouse. From the corner, they looked tiny in comparison to the massive space, which showed just how enormous the warehouse was. Then Jiang Xiao Yong turned and spoke to them. Finally, he activated his spiritual eye. A bright green flame blazed in his right eye. Through this eye, he could see the emotions of Lao Han and Shan Shan. Both of them had joyful smiles, their faces blank but eager, waiting for Xiao Yong's next words. Xiao Yong thought to himself, could this be a sign of trust? This is the first time I've seen it. He pointed the ring straight down to the floor, and it flashed, summoning a wooden crate. "Weapons are very important in this world," he said. Shan Shan and Lao Han stared in awe. Each of them quickly grabbed a weapon that suited them. Shan Shan took a crossbow, and Lao Han picked up a shotgun. Both of them were stunned, unable to speak a word. Jiang Xiao Yong continued, giving them strict instructions. "You must always keep control in your hands. Never let it fall into the wrong ones." The old man, though advanced in age, was still fully aware of what needed to be done. He replied to Jiang Xiao Yong with as much authority as he could muster, "Yes, definitely." A system notification unexpectedly popped up after Jiang Xiao Yong finished giving instructions to the 2 elders. The mission to meet with Meng Shan Shan was activated. The quest titled Old Partners had started. New mission: Old Partners Level 1, requiring the search for and rescue of an old companion from a past life. Tang Zi, the reward, 20 points. Jiang Xiao Yong's eyes widened as if that was exactly what he had hoped for. He thought to himself, oh, this is great. I've been worried about how to track down my old teammates, and now I get the chance to find an old friend and earn some points at the same time. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong sprang into action. He turned around and called out to Shan Shan, who was still staring at him in confusion as he dashed off. Remember everything I just told you? Don't break any of the rules. Hastily jumping into the driver's seat, Jiang Xiaoyong shouted out from the car, I'm going to recruit some new members and expand our team. With that, he hit the gas and drove off, following the direction of the arrow on the map. At a popular karaoke KTV in the city, it was late afternoon, and the sky was gradually darkening. Inside, many people were happily singing, including Jiang Zi, an old teammate of Jiang Xiaoyong. They had no idea about anything related to zombies or the outbreak. Jiang Zi had just finished singing and was walking out of the karaoke room with a guy wearing a dress shirt. Someone asked them, "What are you two up to?" The guy leaned on the doorframe to steady himself and jokingly replied, "Oh, we're off to the circle of reincarnation, of course." The people inside didn't pay much attention and casually joked back, "Take it easy. Don't start calling haha now." Jiang Zi, feeling dizzy and slightly drunk, didn't quite understand what was going on, but still laughed and said, "Wrap it up and bring it back for me." From inside the men's restroom, the sounds of two people letting off some steam were clear. One of them said, "Damn, my bladder's about to explode. My kidneys are failing." There was also a loud shout, "Get away from me." Afterward, the two of them put their arms around each other and happily headed back to the dining area. By chance, Zhang Zai bumped into a beautiful woman who was with a man. She was startled and let out a sharp scream, giving him a displeased look. Jiang Zi quickly raised his hand in a gesture of apology and hurriedly said, "Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to." Even though it was just a small bump, both of them seemed bothered by it. The boyfriend used that excuse to charge at Jiang Zi and landed a hard punch right in his stomach, sending Jiang Zi flying across the room. His eyes narrowed and his mouth was wide open. "You blind idiot." Jiang Zi took the full force of the kick, crashing into the corner of the wall. His back slammed with a loud thud. He couldn't handle the pain and cried out in agony. "Oh!" Jiang Zi's friend, the one with the big belly wearing Jiang Zi's shirt, quickly ran over to check on him. "Are you okay?" Jiang Zi was dizzy from the alcohol and still reeling from the blow. He couldn't say anything because of the pain. He just winced, trying to get his bearings. Seeing how outrageous this situation was, his big-bellied friend shouted at the boyfriend, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Why are you hitting people for no reason?" The boyfriend just stood there, unfazed, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, looking down at Jiang Zi on the floor. He then turned to the big-bellied friend. Cracking his knuckles, he gritted his teeth and threatened him. "Oh damn, this is the first time anyone's dared to talk back to me." What made it worse was the boyfriend, confident in his size and strength, grabbed the big-bellied friend by the collar and lifted him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. The friend, clearly panicking, struggled, kicking his legs in a desperate attempt to break free. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" The girlfriend leaned against the corner of the wall, watching the scene unfold, a smug smile on her face. Jiang Zi didn't want things to escalate. He hobbled to his feet, quickly and nervously, begging the boyfriend to stop. "Big guy, we're in the wrong here. Please don't do anything. Just don't hurt us." The atmosphere over there was tense and chaotic. Near that spot, there was a man blowing his nose really loudly. Shush, shush. It turned out he was a waiter here. Taking advantage of a few seconds of break, he was resting when he got drawn into the drama unfolding with 4 people nearby. He looked over and thought to himself, "Damn, I got a stomach ache and a cold too. Wait, is there a fight breaking out again? Can't anyone just sit quietly for even an hour?" The waiter quickly ran over to break up the argument. Sir, please don't argue." The boyfriend seemed completely out of his mind. He grabbed the waiter's collar, lifted his eyes, and shouted straight at him, "Son of a bitch, you see this face? Do you know who my father is? Even your boss wouldn't dare touch my clothes." Truly passionate about his work, the waiter was completely focused on his job. His collar was grabbed, but he quietly gestured with his hand, signaling the 2 people, Zhang Zi, to move away. He also whispered with his lips, "Please, gentlemen, hurry up and leave. I'm really sorry." Meanwhile, the boyfriend was still acting aggressively. He seemed to shift his frustration somewhere else and grabbed the staff member by the neck, shouting in a bossy tone, "Get your boss out here now. Damn it, I'm losing face. I don't like this KTV place at all." Jiang Zi and his chubby friend took off as soon as they could. Meanwhile, the poor staff member was the one who suffered the most, struggling to breathe with the guy's hand around his neck, desperately begging, "Please calm down, sir." "Calm down," the guy snapped. We're running so fast our pants are about to fall down, and in the end we both rushed straight into room 3090. They hurriedly barged into the room, where their friends were still casually sitting and singing. Jiang Zi immediately flopped down onto a chair, panting, while the chubby friend leaned against the armrest, both of them out of breath. Seeing this, one of their friends asked, "You two look like you were being chased by a dog. What happened?" Gasping for air, the chubby friend turned to explain it wasn't a dog chasing us. I just stepped out of the bathroom and accidentally bumped into this drunk gangster. He was about to hit me and Jiang Zi. Luckily, the staff member was quick thinking enough to distract him, or we'd be getting our faces smashed right now. The friend who muted the microphone angrily stood up, fuming for his teammates. He shouted, "Damn it, what do you think you're doing? When did our mechanical team ever have to put up with this kind of thing? Just wait, I'll make a call and bring everyone here. Who are we afraid of? We'll deal with him for sure." Seeing his friend get so worked up, the guy in the white shirt next to him jumped in shock. Jiang Zi, still calm, tried to ease the tension. He raised his hand, signaling for them to stop. All right, that's enough. It's less than a year until I graduate, so stop causing trouble. Go ahead and keep singing, keep dancing, buddy." A moment later, the karaoke room door of Jiang Zi's group was kicked open hard by a booted foot. With just one kick, the door flew wide open. The man carried with him a staff member, his face badly beaten and swollen. Behind him were several tough-looking thugs and the woman who had been following them earlier. The four men from the third mechanics team, who had just begun to recover, lost all composure again. Their faces went pale as they looked out the door in panic. One of the thugs stepped forward, holding a long baseball bat, followed by two large men advancing toward them. The boyfriend pointed directly at Jiang Zi's face and said, "That's them, right there." The four men from the third mechanics team couldn't decide whether to stand or sit. They fidgeted nervously, hunched over, trying to resist. The thug growled, "Grab them for me." Jiang Zi and the chubby man crouched on the floor, holding their heads while three of the thugs kept watch. The staff member, badly injured, huddled in a corner, trembling and clutching his chest. Among the group, the friend with the buzz cut was the only one who still had some fight left in him. Unable to take it anymore, he shouted while clutching his head, "Do you dare let me make a call?" The arrogant thug wasn't having any of it. He sneered and snarled, "Damn it, did I tell you to talk?" With that, he immediately grabbed a bottle of liquor and viciously slammed it down onto the buzzcut guy's head. The full bottle of wine hit him with a crushing blow, knocking him out cold. Zhang Zi stared in shock at his friend and called out, "Chen Song." Chen Song was completely still, his blood mixing with the fresh alcohol, flowing down in a steady stream. Outside the KTV, Jiang Xiao Yong's black car had parked right in front of the door. At that moment, he followed the directions given by the system and finally arrived. Standing in front of the karaoke bar, Jiang Xiao Yong was excited to meet up with his old teammates. He smiled and happily said, "Haha, college students are always so lively." Inside the karaoke room, where Jiang Zi was facing trouble, it was fortunate that Jiang Xiao Yong arrived just in time. Two staff members opened the door wide and greeted him like he was an important guest. Back in room 3090, Chen Song screamed, "Ah! Ah!" Then he collapsed onto the floor, blood pouring from his head, forming a large pool. Jiang Zi, standing next to him, immediately became frantic and shook Shen Song's arm. "Chen Song," Jiang Zi called out. The aggressive boyfriend was still holding the broken bottle, with the jagged end in his hand. The bad guys around them stood there cold and emotionless, watching the scene unfold. The boyfriend casually draped his arm around his girlfriend's shoulders. He gently stroked her arm and asked in a soft voice, "How are you, babe? Are you feeling better now?" The woman in the red dress didn't seem happy at all. She was indifferent, inspecting her nails while casually saying, "What's there to be upset about? It's not like you ran into me." These people truly treated other people's lives like they were nothing. The woman in the red dress just stood there, sulking and picking at her nails. The guy kept aiming another bottle of liquor at Jiang Zi's face. He tilted his mouth to one side, grinning mockingly and said with a taunting tone, "This is the one, right?" Jiang Zi sensed danger was about to strike, but he stayed silent. He had no choice but to hold back his anger and say nothing, just clenching his frustration inside. Shen Song seemed like he had given up, but in a flash, he quickly reached behind him for an ashtray, gripping it tightly. Struggling, he tried to get up and launch an attack on the arrogant guy, but two of his underlings grabbed him by the armpits, blocking him. One of them shouted aggressively, "You little brat, you still dare to fight back." Caught off guard, the boyfriend instinctively flinched and stepped back. This guy had a wild personality, and Chen Song's move made him explode with rage. His face twisted in fury as he glared, grinding his teeth, and said, "Damn it, I didn't expect you to have this much guts. The liquor was supposed to be for Jiang Zi, but now it's all coming back to bite me in the face thanks to Shen Song." This time, the boyfriend hit even harder, putting all his force into the blow. His body leaned to one side. The two underlings kept holding Shen Song tight, forcing him to take the beating. Shen Song's eyes rolled back as they released him, and he fell face first onto the floor. Seeing his friend taking the hits for him, Jiang Zi was completely overwhelmed with emotion. He knelt beside Shen Song, yelling in defiance, unable to hold back any longer against this arrogant, ruthless person. Jiang Zi sprang to his feet and rushed at the guy, shouting, "You bastard! Son of a bitch!" Even Big Belly, who had been watching from the side, quickly ran over to join Jiang Zi. Both of them clenched their fists and aimed at the same target, while only the guy in the white shirt remained huddled in a corner. He was holding his head with his hands, curled up with his knees to his chest, shaking uncontrollably. Around them, there were more shouts of anger. "Aren't you little punks scared yet? Ashhole. If I catch any of you, I'm gonna beat the crap out of you." In the chaos of the fight, no one seemed to notice the service worker suddenly acting strange. He was coughing violently, his whole body turning purple, with veins running up toward his face. Sweat was pouring off him like rain. He was shivering uncontrollably, as if he were in the Arctic. Jiang Zi was still struggling with two guys. He swung a punch at the guy with black hair, but the guy dodged it. From behind Jiang Zi, one of the attackers grabbed his arm. In that moment, the service worker had completely changed. His face had turned deathly white, and purple veins were visible on his neck and forehead. His eyes were bleeding, and drool and foam were spilling from his mouth and nose. The sounds of fighting still echoed around them. "Lao Tam, you coward! Hit him! You bastard!" The worker suddenly turned toward them with eyes glowing a terrifying red, lifeless and haunting. The staff member immediately rushed over to where Jiang Zi and the others were fighting, moving in a strange running posture. He hunched over as he ran, his arms flailing around like a puppet, and then let out a grunt. He ran straight up and bit into the shoulder of one of the long-haired thugs. The thug, suddenly bitten from behind, grimaced in pain and yelled out, "Ah, what the hell is that?" The girl in the red dress with blonde hair saw the horrifying scene and screamed loudly when she saw one of her team being bitten. The bite force was so strong it seemed like it could tear the flesh right off his shoulder. The long-haired thug, in excruciating pain, helplessly yelled, "Crazy dog, it hurts so much, help me shit." The guy who had been hiding in the corner all this time was starting to lose it. Seeing this, he panicked even more, clutching the back of his neck with both hands, his eyes wide open, and his mouth hanging open in silent terror as the struggle around him continued. "Ah, let me deal with these two bastards, you go help him." The staff member kept biting down on the long-haired thug's shoulder. Another person came to help the long-haired thug, grabbing the staff member's arm and pulling him off by the neck, but it still didn't work. The guy yelled, "Dan, why is this bastard so strong?" As soon as he finished speaking, the staff member let go of the long-haired thug, but he immediately turned and slapped the remaining thug hard on the arm. It was clear that the virus had already taken hold of him, turning his body into a lifeless zombie. The thug in the white shirt exclaimed, "Oh shit, he bit me too. He's really a crazy dog." The more they talked, the stronger the zombie became. It bit down hard as if it were tearing the flesh apart, then used its strength to throw the younger man down, slamming his back onto the floor. He was powerless to fight back, shouting loudly, "This guy is crazy. He's way too strong." In this dangerous moment, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the zombie by the throat. The man who did this was none other than Jiang Xiao Yong, the main character of this story. He effortlessly lifted the zombie, nearly fighting him, as if it weighed nothing, his cold, hard face casting a shadow. Everyone around him stood frozen, pale-faced, and in shock. Jiang Xiao Yong was still full of energy, his eyes burning with intensity. Like a machine, he grabbed the zombie's neck, and with a simple twist, he spun the creature around. Bang! The TV screen shattered, the zombie's head smashing into the glass, its face sinking into the broken screen. Jiang Xiao Yong turned and, looking effortlessly cool, pointed at everyone and ordered, "Stop everything now!" The chaotic group, seeing his presence and power, realized they weren't in a position to argue and fell silent. The man who had just been bitten by the zombie stood up, clutching his injured arm, scowling as he thought to himself, "That crazy guy is so strong, but this kid took him down with just one hand." The arrogant boyfriend shouted loudly, his eyes wide as he screamed at Xiao Yong's face, "Who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, his friend, the one who'd been bitten on the shoulder, was slowly turning purple, the wound almost rotting. He scratched at it absently, but no one seemed to notice the strange condition of the injury. Not caring about the boyfriend who was in charge, Jiang Xiao Yong turned to Shan Shang and gently asked Jiang Zi, "Jiang Zi, are you bitten?" This was Jiang Zi's first time meeting Jiang Xiao Yong, and a stranger was now asking him a question. In the current situation, Jiang Zi felt a little cautious. Sitting between his two friends, he looked up with a wary expression and replied, "No, why?" Seeing that everything seemed fine, there was just the injury left to handle before getting Jiang Zi back to the base. Jiang Xiao Yong spoke seriously. "Follow me." Jiang Zi didn't think twice. He stood up quickly, but was stopped by the rude boyfriend who grabbed his shoulder. The guy glared and shouted loudly, "Wait, your business here isn't done yet. Where do you think you're going?" The long-haired thug, the boyfriend's closest associate, had been infected by the virus from the zombie earlier. He felt an unusual discomfort in his body. His eyes squeezed shut, his face twisted in pain, and he kept clutching his head, moaning, Boss, I can't take this headache." The boyfriend turned to Shan Shang, confused, and asked, "What's going on? Are you getting a worse fever?" Jiang Xiaoyong glanced at the long-haired thug. With his experience, he could tell immediately. His eyes grew focused, his expression hardening as he braced for what was coming. Looking at the wound on that person's shoulder, it looked like a black hole. The flesh around the bite was dark, and the skin surrounding it was bruised. That person showed signs of about to turn into a zombie. The guy, a subordinate, was lightly touching the bite mark. He winced in pain and said, "I just had a runny nose earlier this afternoon." Jiang Xiaoyang, still holding the zombie by its neck, had it pressed tightly against the TV screen, its arms thrashing around in resistance. Seeing this, he asked, "Did this person bite your shoulder?" By now, the skin around the long-haired guy's bite had turned purple and spread up to his head. Still not realizing what was happening, he scratched at the wound and answered absent-mindedly, "Oh yeah, that's right. What's going on?" Jiang Xiaoyang's face grew serious as he thought for a moment. According to what this person says, he was probably already infected earlier, and now, getting bitten so close to his head, he'll probably turn soon. Without saying another word, Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed the zombie by the neck and confidently walked toward the door. The group of bad guys watched as their leader yelled, "What are you doing?" Quickly, Jiang Xiaoyong opened the door and tossed the zombie out. It tumbled down the stairs with a loud crash. Boom! It sounded like throwing away a trash bag. Jiang Xiaoyong slammed the door shut with force. After a long pause, the zombie outside could only bang on the door, clawing and scratching at it. Jiang Xiaoyong let go of the door handle intentionally, but the zombie still couldn't get in. He thought to himself, luckily zombies don't have any intelligence yet. A little later, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to the group of people, clapped his hands loudly to get their attention. Jiang Xiaoyong was like a fireball, his eyes flashing with fierce energy, his fists crackling as he cracked his knuckles and said, "Jiang Zi, tell me, who do you want to kill first?" Jiang Zi, completely stunned, looked up and said, "What? Huh? Do we know each other?" The thug behind him, sensing something off, grimaced and then, still trying to intimidate, may have moved toward Xiaoyang. But this time, he picked the wrong person. The thug swung his hand and charged at Xiaoyang, shouting, "You little punk, you're getting too cocky." To Xiaoyang, the guy was nothing more than a mosquito. He crossed his arms, sneered in contempt, and with a cold expression, slapped his palm hard into the thug's face. The leader running toward them was suddenly knocked backward by the force of Xiaoyang's push. Xiaoyang kept gaining momentum, pressing the leader's head down and slamming it onto the table, shattering it into pieces. One of the long-haired lackeys, seeing how easily their leader was taken down, rushed in, yelling, "You little shit, you wanna die?" Xiaoyang was all about precision and speed. In one swift move, he landed a punch right to the guy's face, sending blood pouring from his nose as the thug fell backward, officially taking down both of them. Standing tall, Jiang Xiaoyang looked incredibly cool, his fist glowing with power. Suddenly, the underling began convulsing, foam foaming from his mouth, turning purple as it spread from the wound across his body. Its teammates were in danger. One of them ran over to support him, panicked, and shouted, "Hey, what's happening to you? Seriously, are you having a seizure from just a punch?" Jiang Xiaoyang stood tall, raising his fist. In the middle of the room, alone, he radiated a terrifying energy. His presence was overwhelming as he challenged everyone, saying, "Anyone else have a problem? Anyone else wants to fight me? If you do, come at me." Then Jiang Xiaoyang gently rubbed his wrist, turned to Shan Shang Jiang Zi, and said, "Jiang Zi, take your friend and wait outside the room." Jiang Zi nodded in agreement. "Got it." In the blink of an eye, he was out of the karaoke room. Jiang Zi and his chubby friend were helping their bald friend out, moving slowly as they went. Inside the room, the guys group was also preparing to leave. One of them was supporting the underling who had been bitten by the zombie on the neck. He looked agonized, the wound already starting to rot more. The boyfriend led the way, frowning as he said, "Let's go." Just then they ran into Jiang Xiaoyang, standing firmly in front of the door. His hands were clenched and his face had an eerie, almost demonic expression. Seeing him, the boyfriend gritted his teeth and growled, "What do you think you're doing?" His girlfriend in the red dress standing behind him was taken aback, clearly startled. Jiang Xiao Yong frowned and calmly repeated what this guy had done to Zhang Zi's group. After drinking a little, you don't even remember your own last name, huh? You almost got my brother's kill here. The boyfriend who had been acting so arrogant earlier was no longer that way. He was visibly shaken, but still tried to shout. What nonsense are you talking about? Get out of my way now. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao Yong raised his hand and used a burst of energy to push the guy, sending him crashing to the ground. Caught off guard and knocked down, the guy cursed under his breath. Shit. Before the bad guys could react, Jiang Xiao Yong quickly slammed the door shut. The boyfriend, now furious, marched over and started banging on the door repeatedly, his voice shouting angrily, "God damn it, you bastard, open the door, I'll skin you alive." Meanwhile, no one was paying attention to the long-haired guy. Suddenly, his eyes turned bloodshot, his face twisted in a terrifying way, with veins bulging out, giving him a completely unrecognizable, sinister expression. He's no longer human. He let out a roar like a wild animal, saliva dripping down in streams. His eyes bulged out as if they were about to explode. And then, like a puppet that had lost all control of its body, he shoved aside the two people who were trying to help him and lunged toward his boyfriend at lightning speed. It was as if he had turned into a crazed demon screaming, "Roarer!" The two others, witnessing this, were struck with horror and shouted, "Holy shit, what the hell are you doing?" On the other side of the door, Jiang Xiao Yong was holding the doorknob, ignoring the frantic yelling and cursing inside, along with the powerful pounding on the door. "Damn, son of a bitch, what the hell is wrong with you? Acting like a dog? Get the hell out. How's the bathroom door open like this? Ah, help me." Jiang Xiao Yong heard everything, but had no reaction. In fact, he paid close attention to every move and sound coming from inside. Perhaps the way life had treated him in his previous life had made him so cold and sharp now. Seeing that only Jiang Xiao Yong was standing outside the noisy room, a staff member approached, looking confused, and asked, "Sir, what happened? Do you need help?" Jiang Xiao Yong simply gave a decisive response, instructing him that there were zombies inside and that the door should be locked completely. No one was allowed to open it. He then called the police and the hospital, telling them that there was a patient inside having a rabies attack. The employee immediately became terrified, his head nodding repeatedly as he heard about the strange illness that's been spreading for the past few days. His words were unclear. Illness is the crazy flu. Seeing the employee's confused and sluggish attitude, Jiang Xiao Yong decided to act serious. He turned his face, widened his eyes, and shouted, "Hurry up!" This made the employee panic and obey right away. Even though there were horrifying screams coming from the other side of the door, Jiang Xiao Yong's words meant the employee had securely locked the door. Once everything was done, Jiang Xiao Yong waved his hand, signaling to Zhang Zi and the others behind him. "Let's go." Zhang Zi and his chubby friend were helping Shen Song, trusting Xiao Yong as they followed. Only the guy in the white shirt seemed unsettled, hesitating as he trailed behind. The employee who had just locked the door was even more confused when he heard the screams. He sighed, No way. This noise is way too loud." Another employee came over, seeing the look on his face, and asked, "What's going on? Why is it so chaotic?" The first employee pointed inside and quickly replied, "The guest earlier said someone inside has the crazy flu." The second employee was surprised. He raised both hands and said with a puzzled look, "Crazy flu? Is there really such a thing? This illness has just started, so when people hear about it, they're not sure whether to believe it or not." The first employee, holding the keys, asked, "Do you know about this?" Without hesitation, the two of them quickly ran off. The one in front kept running while turning his head to say, "I've heard of it. Let's go check the cameras." Both of them ran hard for a while and finally reached the camera monitoring room. The two staff members and the man overseeing the room were all completely terrified when they saw the footage from camera 3090. Everyone was in shock, their faces pale, covered in sweat, and no one could speak a word. The screen showed the scene of one of the men violently tearing the face off a woman in a red shirt. She was lying on the floor with her eyes bulging, staring up at the ceiling. Her boyfriend was rushing toward her, his mouth wide open, dripping with blood and looking horrific. They were eating her body, tearing off her skin and flesh, consuming her internal organs, devouring the weaker person piece by piece. One of the staff members shouted, "Call the police, quick." Outside the KTV karaoke, Jiang Xiao Yong stood by the car door, waving his hand to hurry the others. "Come on, get in. We can't stay here any longer." The group of Zhang Zai had just made it to the front door. A few minutes later, once everything settled, Jiang Xiao Yong sped off down the main road. Zhang Zai sat in the front seat next to Xiao Yong, looking quite worried. He turned around to Xiao Yong and asked, "Big brother, thanks for helping us out. Jiang Xiao Yong didn't want to go into any unnecessary explanations. While driving, he quickly made up a reason so that Jiang Zi's brute would be able to follow him back to the base. I'm Jiang Xiao Yong. I was hired to protect you guys, and don't ask who my employer is. The most timid of the group couldn't believe what had just happened to them. He hesitantly asked Jiang Xiao Yong about the mad flu. Hey, is this mad flu you're talking about real? I saw online that the rumors were debunked, and they said the mad flu doesn't even exist. Jiang Xiao Yong turned his face back and answered confidently. So everything that happened in that room just now was all an illusion. The young man with a big belly and glasses seemed unsure. He bent forward looking worried and asked, does that mean the mad flu has a cure? At this question, Xiao Yong fell silent for a moment. Then, after steadying himself, he glanced at the mirror and softly replied, this disaster won't go away. It's only going to get worse. The world has already reached its end. After driving for a while, all four of them in the car jumped in surprise when they heard a loud scream from the street. It was the shrill cry of a woman. Instinctively, everyone in the car looked toward Shan Shang. They saw a person infected with the disease with a pale face like a corpse, rushing crazily toward an innocent girl walking down the street. The girl was completely pinned down, unable to do anything but scream, help. Hey, what are you doing? That's the mad flu. Every scream, every desperate cry for help, and the terror were all flooding the street. Jiang Xiao Yong realized the situation was getting too serious. He turned his face back to focus on driving and said seriously, the current situation is just a small, localized outbreak. Most people are still in the incubation period. It won't be long before a large area goes out of control. So if you want to survive from now on, you have to listen to me. The whole team of mechanics replied in unison, understood Captain Jiang. At that moment, the system interface appeared. The old partner task was completed, earning 20 system points. His current total was now 20. Surprised by how quickly the task had been finished, Xiao Yong thought to himself, oh, it's done already? That's lucky. I noticed there were a few new items in the shop earlier. The shop interface then displayed 3 items. The first was a level 1 farmer supply chest for the Apocalypse, costing 2 points. The second was a level 1 supply chest with roads, oil, and protein, costing 5 points. The third was a level 1 threat weapon supply chest, also costing 5 points. Jiang Xiao Yong frowned confused. Why is this Apocalypse farmer chest still here? He realized that if he wanted to see something new, he'd have to buy it. Looks like he'd have to spend some points to get a new item. While driving, he kept scrolling through the system board. Xiao Yong was really focused on the system store. He scrolled for a while and thought, these boxes seem useful and aren't expensive. When we get back to the fortress later, I'll trade all of these. With that thought, Jiang Xiao Yong glanced at Shan Shang, quickly furrowing his brows as he looked at Jiang Zi and the 3 friends sitting quietly in the backseat, following him back. He signaled his wariness. There was still another tricky issue to deal with. Xiao Yong remembered the first time Jiang Zi had met him, crying because a friend had betrayed him, causing the whole team to fall apart. It's a waste we still saw him as a brother, Xiao Yong thought to himself. At this moment, in Jiang Xiao Yong's mind, he recalled that Jiang Zi had been betrayed by a brother in the dorm, leading to the deaths of many others in a zombie attack. Only Jiang Zi was lucky enough to save half of his life. So, who was the one responsible for killing all those people? Knowing that 3 of Jiang Zi's friends were sitting in the back of the car, Xiao Yong was sure one of them had bad intentions, but that person hadn't revealed themselves yet. Everyone seemed suspicious. He thought to himself, who is it? That night, in the high-rise building where Kui Jing lived, she was inside her apartment, talking to Lai Shuxiang, darling. Standing by the window looking out at the sea, her face appeared noticeably pale, with clear signs of worry. She glanced outside and then spoke. When will the supplies be delivered? It's chaos out there right now. I really don't feel safe going to the supermarket alone. On the other end of the line, a calm voice responded, it'll be there soon, babe. Once the paperwork is done, I'll send it over to you right away. Suddenly, a loud knocking on the door startled her. She jumped and screamed, ah! Ah! Lai Shuxiang, on the other end of the line, heard the commotion and urgently asked, what's happening, babe? Kui Jing took a moment to compose herself, slowly walking toward the door. She placed her hand on her chest, still shaken, and replied, someone's knocking. I'm going to hang up now. After ending the call, she peeked through the small peephole in the door. When she recognized her close friend, she let out a relieved sigh and opened the door. You! Why did you knock so loudly? She asked. Her friend entered cautiously, looking around the room. She quickly shared some alarming news. Liu, from the first floor, was taken away this morning. Kui Jing's close friend quickly slammed the door shut. When she heard that someone she saw every morning had been taken away, she was shocked. What, they took him? Why did they take him? Her friend quickly responded it was a police car and an ambulance that took him away together. Upon hearing that, Kuai-jing immediately stroked her chin, looking deep in thought. I was wondering why there was such a commotion downstairs this morning. Her friend said seriously, looks like that warning about the crazy flu wasn't just a warning, huh? Then she quickly added, by the way, did you bring over the supplies Lai Shuxiang said he'd send you? Kuai-jing picked up her phone, looking disappointed. Not yet. Hearing that, her friend's attitude changed immediately. She cursed Lai Shuxiang under her breath. Dan, I told you, there's not a single good man out there. One minute they hate you, the next they're trying to take advantage of you. This person had a plan for Kuai-jing to contact him. Here's what you should do. Listen to me, call him. Tell him Xiao Yong has a ton of supplies that could help him make a lot of money during this epidemic. At this moment, Kuai-jing gave a puzzled look and asked, is that really true? How did you know that? Her best friend crossed her arms and explained everything. The last time we went to Jiang Xiao Yong's house, he kicked us out. So I sent a dog to follow him and keep an eye on him. Turns out the dog noticed that several times shipments of supplies were going into his unfinished factory and getting unloaded. Kuai-jing clenched her teeth in annoyance and said, could it be that this kid knew about the outbreak in advance? Her best friend continued, Lai Shuxiang didn't have time to pay attention to any of this. She's really a snake in human form. First, she tried to get close to Xiao Yong, and now, when things are tough, she wants to steal someone else's property. She looked up, her face serious, as if urging Kuai-jing to follow her advice. Listen to me, call her now. The sooner the better. Once we make some money, tell Lai Shuxiang to give us 2 shares. Finally, Xiao Yong and Jiang Zi's group arrived at his base. Everyone slowly got off the vehicle. Jiang Zi looked around, surprised. Wow, this place is pretty impressive. It's like a fortress. Jiang Xiao Yong turned to look at Shan Shang and smiled confidently and replied, it's true. Everyone's first reaction is always different. Old Han and Shan Shan heard the noise and stepped out as well. Lao Han smiled with a hint of joy. Xiao Yong, you're finally back. Shan Shan, standing next to him, quietly asked, are you okay? Jiang Xiao Yong smiled happily and replied, don't worry, Lao Han, Shan Shan. Let me introduce you to our new team members. He then turned to Shan Shan, noticing the team. Quickly, he raised his hand to introduce them. This is Jiang Zi and his classmates. From now on, they'll be our companions. Jiang Zi waved enthusiastically at them. Xiao Yong continued the introduction. These two are Lao Han and Shan Shan. Shan Shan smiled warmly and said, if they're the companions chosen by Xiao Yong, then we welcome them. Jiang Xiao Yong then turned to Lao Han and asked, Lao Han, could you please show them around the campus and brief them on the rules and information? Lao Han, holding a gun, nodded and replied, don't worry, I got it covered. The chubby young man looked a little confused. He turned to his friends and said, feels like we've arrived in northern Myanmar or something. Suddenly, the shy young man raised his hand. That's... He just spoke, pointing his finger towards himself. Can you send us some weapons? We can also help protect this place. When Jiang Xiao Yong heard this, his expression quickly changed. He glanced at the person who spoke. The chubby kid with glasses, hearing this, leaned over and whispered, Ai Ming, don't ask for weapons so soon. We just got here. We need to earn their trust first. Jiang Xiao Yong understood their point and reassured them, don't worry, in a few days, I'll give you the weapons. Then he shifted the conversation and looked at the young man being supported by the chubby kid with glasses. Oh, right, the young man's injury was pretty serious. He should be checked out in the medical room first. A little later, in Xiao Yong's bathroom, Jiang Zi's group was cleaning up after a chaotic day. The chubby guy was wiping his head, sighing, this feels so good. Ye Ming, who had been upset the whole time, scolded the chubby guy. Su, why did you stop me earlier? Su was surprised. I said, huh? Ye Ming continued, if you hadn't stopped me, maybe you would have given us the weapons. Lai Ming was getting more and more worked up. He pointed to the ground and said loudly, to put it mildly, we're being protected right now. To put it bluntly, we're being held here, trapped in his house. Why wasn't it like this back at the karaoke bar? Now, all of a sudden, you've got so much to say. Shu, equally confused, quietly tried to calm Yi Ming down. How can you say that? He just saved us back there. Yang Ming turned to Jiang Zi and asked, what's his background? Why did he save us? Jiang Zi glanced back and replied, didn't he say someone hired him to protect us? Lai Ming, still wary, asked, did anyone actually hire him? Did he say who it was? Who knows if he's telling the truth or not? Yang Ming spoke through gritted teeth, clearly frustrated. His tone was completely different from the nervousness he had shown earlier, and look at how he treated Chen Song. He said he'd take him to the infirmary to monitor his condition, but the doors and windows are stronger than those in a prison. Thinking about how poorly they were treating Shen Song made him even angrier. Who knows? They might even end up cutting him open in there. We need to act first before it's too late. Su, not convinced, replied, but if we accuse him wrongly, wouldn't that be repaying kindness with betrayal? Lai Ming remained determined. He pointed at himself and said, I, Yai Ming, would rather betray the world than let myself be betrayed. If what that guy Xiao Yang said is true, we'll take control of this fort and seize the initiative. He grinned slyly and continued, aside from us and Zioyan, there's only an old man and a girl here. All we need to do is wait for Zioyan to leave, then we can grab them. The girl isn't bad looking, we could head. Just the thought of it made him excited. He figured everyone else must think like him and that they'd all go along with it. But both Su and Jiang Zi froze, unsure of what to say. For a moment, there was an awkward silence. Seeing this, Yang Ming quickly waved his hand and chuckled. Hey, all right. I was just joking with you guys. Don't take it seriously. Jiang Zai sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Ah, Yang Ming, don't scare me like that. It's not the apocalypse yet, you know. You're acting like you're above the law. Su, standing behind, added exactly. If he really wanted to gut us, he could have locked us up by now. After all, he's got a gun. The moment the water stopped flowing from the shower head, the conversation came to an end. Watching the two figures in front of him, Yang Ming smirked, his expression cold and scheming. Those useless brats. In times like these, you have to be ruthless. Once I'm in power, I'll make you both my personal donkeys for the rest of your lives. Cut to inside Jiang Xiao Yong's room. He was sitting straight on the sofa, and Shan Shan and Old Han slowly made their way toward him. Old Han began reporting on the situation with Jiang Zi and the others. He spoke calmly. Xiao Yang, Jiang Zi, and the others have settled in. The kid who was more seriously injured, named Chen Song, is currently lying in the clinic. I've done exactly as you asked, closed all the windows tight. Jiang Xiao Yang was pleased. He leaned forward slightly to show his respect to Old Han and then spoke. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Xiao Yang cheerfully reminded the two of them. Smiling at Old Han, he said, Old Han, you and Shan Shan should get some rest. Tomorrow, we might have some visitors. It seemed like something suddenly crossed his mind. Jiang Xiao Yang raised a finger and said aloud, All right. Old Han froze at the sound of that. Jiang Xiao Yang then carefully reminded both of them about Jiang Zi's friends. Except for Shen Song, there were two other classmates around Jiang Zi. He had to be extremely careful with them. I have a feeling that in the next few days, someone might try to rebel. Upon hearing this, both Old Han and Shan Shan's faces grew seriously worried. In the quiet night at the supplies warehouse, Jiang Xiao Yang slowly walked inside by himself. Xiao Yang opened the system interface to check and began to investigate. The chests in the trading city caught his eye. He reached out to touch the first chest, and two information panels popped up, emitting a bright light. The Apocalypse farming supply box has been successfully exchanged, 2 points deducted. Current points, 18. Oil and protein supply box exchanged successfully, 5 points deducted. Current points, 13. Arms supply box exchanged successfully, 5 points deducted. Current points, 8. Returning to the shop interface, 3 more chests appeared. The contents were quite similar to the first 3, though the rewards in each had changed. The first chest contained 50 corn seeds. The second chest held 200 kilograms of starch sausages, 100 kilograms of salted pork, and pre-processed vegetables. The third chest had 1,509 millimeters bullets. After some time spent choosing and purchasing items, Jiang Xiao Yang received his reward from the pile of crates he had bought. The supplies inside were stacked high, shining with a golden light like treasures of gold and silver. Jiang Xiao Yang felt a brief sense of satisfaction. Head, this reward in the box is pretty good. Even though it can't compare to the way I used to spend money in the coming apocalypse, resources will be extremely scarce. This reward is basically a jackpot. The next morning, the sky was clear and blue, with white clouds floating peacefully. An absolutely beautiful day. On the road, 3 cars sped by at an astonishing speed. From the fort above, the cars seemed to be moving unusually fast, almost unnaturally so. When they reached the forest area, the 3 cars came to a stop. A man's voice could be heard shouting to someone else. Yep, I found it. The address is definitely right. As he stepped out, a group of thugs appeared, each of them with a fierce look on their face. They all carried long swords on their shoulders, and a few of them were holding knives. Their mouths were full of curse words, creating a lot of noise. Leading the group was a man in a suit, talking on the phone with someone. Okay, when we get back, let's grab a meal together. The rich guy who caused trouble with Xiao Yang on the highway earlier pointed his finger and shouted, Right here, tear it apart for me. His tough-looking henchmen, all scowling, moved forward. Following their leader's orders, they immediately began pounding relentlessly on the metal door under the watchful eye of the rich man in charge. They kicked and hammered it for a while, but the door didn't even budge. One of the henchmen nervously turned around to report to the rich guy, "Boss, this door is 10 centimeters thick. With just the few of us here, we won't be able to break it down." Hearing that, the leader gritted his teeth in frustration, clenched his fists, and cursed, "Damn it, who the hell uses a door like this?" Then he ordered his men, "Get the stuff out." At his command, the henchmen opened the back of the car. Struggling a bit, they pulled out a large box from the trunk. Inside were bottles that looked like foreign liquor bottles, but they had no labels. The caps were red. In reality, these bottles were Molotov cocktails disguised as alcohol to avoid detection by the police. These bastards lit Molotov cocktails and threw them straight into the base. One bottle, two bottles, then many more. Almost immediately, flames erupted. Everywhere, the Molotov cocktails caught fire, burning fiercely. Before long, the inside of Jiang Xiao Yong's base seemed to be drowning in a sea of flames, with the terrible, toxic smoke making it even worse. The fire from the Molotovs that had been thrown over the base's gate burned uncontrollably. Shan Shan and Jiang Zi's group rushed out of the house in a hurry. She was the first to run out with a bucket of water. Behind her, Zhang Zi carried a fire extinguisher, his big belly bouncing as he moved, with Lai Ming, the young guy, following closely behind. Each person carried a bucket of water. Shan Shan shouted, "It's on fire." At that moment, she realized that Xiao Yong's advice was spot on. She quickly threw the water with all her strength, saying Xiao Yong was right after all. Even before the full-scale disaster hit, extreme situations were already unfolding. Jiang Xiao Yong, with a grim expression, had his hand on his gun. The general appeared alongside Old Han. Standing at the observation deck, Jiang Xiao Yong angrily said, "Let me go see who's asking for trouble." With that, the two of them made their way up to the top of the deck, where they looked down at a few cars belonging to the group that had come to cause trouble for the local girls. Old Han took a good look for a moment and recognized someone. There were a few cars as well, and suddenly it clicked. This was the group that had argued with them earlier on the highway. Without thinking, Old Han muttered, "Ah, it's the guy we argued with on the freeway." Down below, one of the people in the group suddenly looked up. Recognizing the two of them at the observation deck, he quickly reported to the leader, "Boss, they're here." The leader gritted his teeth in fury. He clenched his fist, lowered his voice, and said, "It's him, that damn bastard." Immediately, the man pointed his finger up at them and yelled, "You bastard, come down here right now, or I'll turn you into a pile of ashes." Jiang Xiao Yong wasn't having any of it. From above, he calmly warned, "You got 5 minutes to get your filthy asses out of here." The group below was now completely enraged. They all started shouting even louder, both in words and actions. One of them screamed, "Ah, you bastard, what did you say? Don't you know who our boss is?" In this situation, the system suddenly beeped, signaling the release of a new mission. This caught Jiang Xiao Yong's attention, and he focused intently on the message that appeared on the screen. The system displayed a new mission, which involved a typical threat. The task was simple. The fortress was under attack, and they were asked to eliminate the threat as soon as possible, with a reward of 10 points. At this moment, Old Han, who was standing next to him, anxiously asked, "Xiao Yong, what should we do now? Do we need to fire a warning shot?" Jiang Xiao Yong coldly grabbed his gun and raised it. The sound of the gun being cocked echoed, and the sights were now aimed directly at the group of troublemakers. He cautiously replied, "A warning shot? These people look like a bunch of lawless gangsters. The order hasn't even completely collapsed yet, and they're already setting fires. They don't care at all about the fact that someone could get burned alive." He crouched down to get into shooting position, squinted one eye, and as he aimed, he continued, "All it takes is one pull of the trigger. Letting these scumbags survive until the end of the world will only put more innocent people at risk and threaten our safety too." Old Han, standing beside him, was stunned by the ruthless look in Xiao Yong's eyes, his face filled with fear. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger and the shot fired quickly with a sharp sound. In an instant, the leader's hand was severed and flew off at a distance. The man barely had time to process what had happened, only hearing a loud bang before he collapsed, clutching the arm that had been shot. He knelt, screaming in pain and terror. "Ah, my hand! Ah! Ha!" The others behind him were terrified, covering their heads and crouching down. Jiang Xiao Yong, however, remained unfazed, his gun still smoking from the hot barrel. He seemed almost disappointed. "Oh, I missed. I've been living too peacefully for too long. Even my marksmanship has gotten rusty." Meanwhile, the ones below, still unaware of what was happening, shouted curses up at him. "Holy shit, he's got a gun, and a rifle, no less." Now realizing the danger, they panicked and ran for their lives, scrambling toward their cars. The leader, clutching his arm, was the first to take off, shouting orders to his men. "Get in cover me, you bastards! Just wait, I'll get you for this! Hurry up!" One of his underlings followed, shouting desperately, "Boss!" Jiang Xiao Yong continued to aim carefully at his target once again. He spoke calmly, saying a few words. "Let's finish today's business today. I hate waiting." With that, gunshots rang out, hitting various parts of the body, hands, legs, neck, chest, and even piercing through the foreheads of the arrogant people. A few of his men, struggling to stay upright, barely managed to scramble for cover on the backseat of a car. One of them, panicked and scared, shouted at another man, "Start the engine, drive, hurry up." Just a moment ago, he had been carrying a gun, but seeing that he wasn't needed, Old Han leaned his hand on the car door. He bent down and said, "They're trying to start the car and run." Jiang Xiao Yong remained unfazed. While reloading, he simply replied, "Don't worry, that's exactly why I have an automatic rifle." The gunfire kept raining down on their car as it rapidly reversed. Jiang Xiao Yong's shooting became more and more intense. He reloaded expertly, firing one round after another. Even Old Han, standing beside him, began to question his confidence. He could never have imagined it, silently thinking to himself, "The way he's handling the gun and reloading so smoothly, it's just like how I used to do when I was in the army. Who exactly is this kid?" From a distance, a smoke from the Jiang Xiao Yong's base filled the air, spreading across a wide area. Eventually, the chaos was cleared up, and all that was left was the sound of people sighing in relief after the battle. On the road in front of the fortress, there were corpses scattered everywhere. Along with the heavily damaged vehicle, every single piece of glass from the car was shattered. After finishing his mission, Jiang Xiao Yong went back inside. He told Old Han, "Go get Jiang Zi and his friends, and Shan too. We're going to push out and clear the area." Seeing Xiao Yong's intense expression, Old Han froze, staring at him. Suddenly, he realized something and paused for a few seconds, his gaze sharpening. "Wait a second." Jiang Xiao Yong thought to himself, "We're still in the early stages of the disaster. It's better to let these people turn into zombies and then use them for training with Jiang Zi and Shan. The bodies were scattered in front of the base, but Jiang Xiao Yong didn't seem to care. He simply said to Old Han, "Forget it. Let's not rush." Old Han, confused, asked, "What about the ones out there? Are we just going to leave them on the road like that?" Jiang Xiao Yong responded in a low voice, "Yes, leave them there. I'll put them to use later." On the highway leading to Jiang Xiao Yong's base, two white cars were speeding along. Inside one of the cars, Lai Shuxiang frowned in irritation and asked, "Are we almost there?" Seeing him frown, Kuijing's best friend, Shan Shang, teased him with a playful tone, trying to sound cute. "It's just at the next intersection." Kuijing, sitting next to her, stared out the window, her arms crossed, deep in thought. She then glanced at Shan Shang and thought to herself, "Huff, when Lai Shuxiang is around, she acts all sweet. Does she think I don't see through her little game?" The car stopped in front of the base. Lai Shuxiang's voice spoke to Kuijing with warmth. "I'll park here and wait. Sweetheart, just text me when you get inside." Kuijing nodded and replied, "Mem." She then glanced at her best friend sitting inside the car and called out, "Xiao Ya, let's go." Xiao Ya, looking unsettled, asked in confusion, "Huh? I'm coming too?" Kuijing's expression turned serious as she firmly said, "Nonsense. How else would I know which factory it is if you don't come with me?" Xiao Ya closed her eyes and chuckled, playfully whining, "Haha. You can figure it out just by heading straight. Besides, walking in these shoes to two intersections is already exhausting." Knowing Xiao Ya's plan was to try to be alone with Lai Shuxiang while she wasn't around, Kuijing immediately grabbed Xiao Ya's hand and insisted, "Stop making excuses. Who told you to wear high heels? Quit talking nonsense and come with me." Xiao Ye tried to resist, adding, "Wait, my phone's still in the car." Kuijing wasn't having it and urged, "Leave it in there. I've got a phone in my bag. That's all we need." Eventually, Xiao Ye agreed to go along with Kuijing. The two girls slowly walked forward while Lai Shuxiang sat at the wheel. After observing them, he made a phone call to some people. "Hey, tell everyone to get ready. Once my car starts moving, you all need to rush in together, okay?" Following this, Lai Shuxiang's car was one that was waiting for his orders. Inside the car were nearly a dozen tough-looking mafia members, and one of them was holding a knife. The person in the front receiving orders spoke into the radio. "Got it." Kuijing walked ahead with Xiao Ye trailing behind. Xiao Ye kept grumbling, Kuijing? Seriously, why do you always have to drag me along like this?" Kuijing replied, clearly annoyed, "Oh, we're both old pros here. You think you're clever enough to trick me." Xiao Ye purposely walked closer, trying to stick to Kuijing. She put on a fake innocent face and sweetly said, "You're being too harsh. The way I'm dressed like this just makes it easier to lure Jiang Xiao Yong outright. Besides, he already knows about you and Lai Shuxiang. Kuai looked ahead, feeling a bit suspicious. She asked, "What's going on up ahead?" Xiao Ye gasped, her eyes wide. Ha! As they got closer, the two women encountered the remnants of the war. Xiao Ye couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Oh my god, what's going on here? Are they shooting at each other?" As they walked past each body, Kuai got closer to the fortifications, forced to pass by several of the corpses. The two girls leaned on each other, walking cautiously, clearly frightened. Xiao Ye stammered, Kuai Jing? These people are all dead." Kuai was just as shaken. She looked at the bloodstains and guessed that the people must have died recently. Could it be that both groups were fighting over Jiang Xiao Yong's supplies? From inside the broken-down vehicle, they could see the two girls walking by, and it made them nervous. Xiao Ye began to speculate, is Jiang Xiao Yong really in such bad shape? Kuai more focused on the supplies, replied, "Jiang Xiao Yong's death doesn't matter, but I wonder if he still has the supplies." Xiao Ye hesitated, then suggested, "Maybe we should go back and let Lai Shuxiang and the others take a look." Kuai quickly responded, "Calm down, let's keep our voices down. Let's go check if the workshop's door is locked. We don't want to get caught up in any schemes." But what neither of them knew was that the body of the leader, whose arm had been shot off, was still slightly moving. It was possible that this person had been infected earlier and had now fully turned into a zombie. Hearing sounds, his eyes darted toward Kuai and Xiao Ye, his wide eyes bloodshot with veins bulging. He kept making strange, raspy noises. At that moment, Kuai and Xiao Ye had reached the base's gate. Xiao Ye quickly ran up and felt around the gate, while Kuai slowly followed behind. Xiao Ye knocked on it a few times. After inspecting it for a bit, she muttered angrily, "Damn, this door is so tight. We can't even see what's happening inside." She kept knocking and banging on the door, but it was no use. The door was securely shut. Kuai glanced sideways at Shan Shang, thinking aloud, "Do you think something happened to Jiang Xiao Yong?" Just then, a loud voice echoed from above. The two girls immediately looked up in surprise, instinctively reacting. It was Shan Shan. She cautiously raised her gun and aimed it at the two girls below, asking loudly, "Who are you? How do you know about this place?" Xiao Ye stood outside and called up, "Haha, hey there, we're friends of Xiao Yang." Kuai standing next to her, added, "I'm Xiao Yang's girlfriend." When Shan Shan heard this, she turned back inside, still not trusting the two of them. She stayed on alert and called out loudly, "Xiao Yang, there are two girls outside. One of them claims to be your girlfriend." Mentioning Xiao Yang made Kuai grit her teeth in frustration. She snapped angrily, "I knew that bastard Xiao Yang had suddenly changed his attitude for some reason, probably found himself a new girlfriend." Seeing the tension, Xiao Ye turned to Shan Shan and Kuai, speaking softly, "Kuai, don't show any signs of annoyance. The main thing is still the mission, and don't forget, there's a woman up there with a crossbow. Can Lai Shuxiang deal with her?" Kuai face tightened with anger. Betraying others is fine, but when she sees another woman next to Xiao Yang, that's when she gets possessive. She gritted her teeth, her voice low with frustration. "Don't worry, he's got a few pistols. As long as we can open the door, he'll be able to take down Jiang Xiao Yang." Standing on the observation platform, Jiang Xiao Yang walked out from inside. He looked down, and as soon as he saw the two of them, his expression immediately changed. Disgust was clear on his face as he said, "Kuai Xiao Ye, what are you two doing here?" With a sharp glance, he quickly activated his spiritual eye ability to see the true emotions of these two women who like to rely on others. Through his keen perception, he'd tell that both Kuai and Xiao Ye were annoyed and angry, but only Kuai showed it openly. She crossed her arms and fell silent, clearly displeased. Xiao Ye, feeling intimidated by his aura, pretended to act crazy and started to flatter him. "Haha, hey, Xiao Yang, we're friends, right? We just came to visit you. Things are crazy right now, and we were worried about you. Aren't you concerned about us too?" Hearing her fake words, Jiang Xiao Yang laughed out loud. He sneered and spoke down to them with clear disdain. "Worried about me? Haha, I'm guessing that scumbag Lai Shuxiang is nearby, right? And he's probably got a bunch of people carrying weapons with him. Am I wrong?" It felt like a direct hit to the heart. Both girls were so shocked they stood there with their mouths hanging open, speechless. Inside, they were fuming, thinking to themselves, how does he know? Without giving them a chance to react, gunshots rang out from above, forcing both of them to scramble and dodge. Unable to hold back, Kuai screamed, cursing at him, "Jiang Xiao Yang, are you insane? You're actually shooting at me." But he just stared at them coldly, with a look full of indifference and disgust. Holding the gun, he aimed it straight down. Kuai Jing kept angrily cursing Jiang Xiao Yong. Xiao Ye froze for a moment. She turned to her friend, scowling, and shouted, Kuai Jing, shut up. He's got a gun. You need to calm down. Don't provoke him. But Kuai Jing responded arrogantly, What's there to be afraid of? Do you think he'll really shoot me? Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong let out a dark chuckle, clearly amused. Ha ha, shooting you? That'd be a favor to both of you. Just after his words, an eerie sound suddenly echoed from nearby. Both Kuai Jing and Xiao Ye slowly turned, their hearts pounding in suspense. When they saw what was in front of them, terror struck them both. Kuai Jing screamed in fear, What? What is that? Is it a crazy flu patient? The bodies of the people they'd seen shot earlier suddenly sat up, as if coming back to life. Only now, they were even more horrifying. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their skin had turned deathly pale. Xiao Ya's voice shook as she said, The crazy flu. It can bring people back to life. Witnessing this scene, all the frustration and anger inside Jiang Xiaoyong seemed to explode. His eyes were filled with an eerie, almost supernatural rage, and a dark, menacing aura surrounded him. He then yelled a brutal command at the two women who were shouting, I want you to die in their mouths. At that moment, the creatures began to howl terribly, echoing through the vast space like starving beasts. The smell of human flesh drove them wild, and they charged forward with their mouths wide open. They were horrifying to look at as they leaped toward where Kuai Jing and Xiao Ye were standing. Luckily, the two women managed to dodge them in time. The creatures missed, crashing into each other and falling headfirst to the ground. Having escaped one danger, they kept running, screaming desperately. Ah, Lai Shuxiang, help us. Lai Shuxiang was inside the car, unable to see anything because he was too far away. He frowned and snorted in frustration. Meanwhile, Kuai Jing and Xiao Ye ran for their lives, the zombies relentlessly chasing them like bloodthirsty animals. Kuai Jing couldn't keep up with Xiao Ye, and as she ran, she shouted loudly, Help me, Xiao Ye, help me. But Xiao Ye, tears streaming down her face, kept running and didn't look back. In the chaos, they both seemed to lose hope. When they got close to Lai Shuxiang's car, he leaned out of the window and, seeing the horde of zombies closing in, exclaimed in horror, Holy shit, why are there crazy flu-infected people here? Immediately, he pulled himself into the car. He quickly shouted into the walkie-talkie in his hand, turn around fast, there's someone with the crazy flu. Turn around quick. Seeing the zombies, he didn't hesitate and abandoned the two useless women. He was never a good person. He'd been using them from the start just to get a little bit of pleasure. Kuai Jing, completely frustrated, saw Lai Shuxiang turning the car and realized he was about to leave her behind. She cursed loudly. Lai Shuxiang, you bastard, you jerk. The car turned around quickly and she trembled with fear. Behind her, the zombies were getting closer. Kuai Jing's eyes filled with tears and she screamed at the top of her lungs. I don't want to die here. As she screamed, she threw her bag towards Xiao Ye, who was running ahead. While tossing it, Kuai Jing cursed Xiao Ye under her breath. That bitch. But unexpectedly, the strap of the bag wrapped around Xiao Ye's ankle as she ran. Just like that, Xiao Ye tripped and slammed to the ground. The pain was so intense, she screamed, Ah! Ah! The zombies rushed toward her at lightning speed, each of them brawling loudly. They reached out with their hands, trying to grab Xiao Ye. Terrified by what was about to happen, Xiao Ye's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. She could only manage a few words. Wait a minute. The zombies opened their terrifying mouths wide, their eyes bulging, showing only whites of their eyes. These people dove in deeply, tearing at her flesh piece by piece. She was tortured this way until the end of her life. Blood splattered everywhere as they scratched and shredded her, leaving her helpless. Her eyes bulged and turned red, tears filling the corners of her eyes. In them, you could see pure hatred as she screamed, Ah, 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 you bastard. Kuai Jing didn't care. She ran forward, head down, not looking back. Behind Xiao Ye, the zombies had a feast waiting for them. Even in her final breath, Xiao Ye continued to curse Kuai Jing, You bitch, ah, you won't die peacefully, ah. Kuai Jing smirked, a twisted smile on her face, both terrified and muttering, She deserves it. She deserved to die. Seeing how Kuai Jing had managed to escape, Jiang Xiao Yong stood nearby, still not fully satisfied with the deaths of these two women. Shan Shan, standing next to him, covered her mouth with her hand, trembling in fear at the horrific scene. At that moment, a notification from the system popped up. The task to eliminate the threat was complete. The system added 10 points to the total, bringing the current score to 18. Soon after, another notification appeared for Xiaoyang. A new mission was assigned. The new mission is to clean up the streets. The task requires eliminating the infected people and monsters outside the base. Progress, 0%. The reward for completing the task is 10 accumulated points. Shan Shan covered her mouth with her hand and asked Xiao, puzzled, do those people just suddenly turn into zombies like that? Jiang Xiao Yong turned to explain in detail so Shan Shan would understand. Right now, we're officially entering the apocalypse. The air is filled with a massive amount of infectious particles from another world. After the dead come into contact with the outside, they quickly transform into zombies. Even living people who are injured or have weak immune systems have a high chance of turning. Shan Shan's eyes widened in shock, and she replied with a hint of disbelief, so that's how it is. Once the conversation was over, he decisively walked inside and instructed Shan Shan, call everyone together, we need to have a meeting. Shan Shan was taken aback, but after a moment, she followed Xiao Dong's instructions and gathered everyone in a room where they sat around a table. She carefully locked the door. Jiang Xiao Yong observed them for a while before speaking seriously. In the next 2 days, unless it's absolutely necessary, try to stay in the room and keep the windows shut. This will help your body gradually adjust to the infectious air. It can significantly lower the risk of turning into one of them. Understanding the cause of the outbreak, Zhang Zi frowned, his face full of worry for his friend. He hesitated, stammering that Chen Song. The scene shifts to the infirmary, where Chen Song lies in a small room. The air is eerily still, and the room is cloaked in darkness because all the windows are tightly shut. A strange sign appears on Chen Song's hand. His veins begin to bulge, turning dark purple, a clear sign that he's on the verge of transforming into a zombie. His face contorts with pain as he frowns, still unconscious but sweating profusely. His veins and blood vessels become more visible across his face. Could there be a zombie outbreak happening in Jiang Xiao Yong's base? In the city center, chaos erupts in the building where Zhang Chengji lives. Thick black smoke pours from the windows of several apartments. It seems like the entire building has been taken over by zombies. Down below, strong, healthy young men hurry to scale the walls and escape. Zhang Chengji is still in his high-rise apartment. Looking out the window with a worried expression, he says, it's too chaotic outside. He then turns to his wife and son, who are anxiously holding each other. Tonight, I need to go to the warehouse to move the remaining supplies. Xiao Lai, you and our son stay home and wait for me. Don't open the door to anyone except me, understand? Things are getting more and more tense. Suddenly, a loud banging on the door from outside made Zhang Chengji jump, spinning around in fear. His wife and child clung tightly to each other, terrified. The knocking grew louder and more frantic, and they were about to ignore it, but Zhang Chengji hesitated. He had no idea who it could be. He silently lifted a finger to his lips, signaling for his wife and child to stay quiet. Then he quietly crouched down and grabbed a golf club from the corner of the room. Holding the club with one hand, he slowly turned the doorknob with the other. Just then, a voice called out from outside, Zhang, are you home? Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Chengji instantly felt a wave of relief. He opened the door, letting out a long breath, and said, oh, it's you, Yang Dao. In times like these, even if we know each other, we should still be careful. Zhang Chengji shut the door quickly, ready to lock it from the inside. But before he could, a strong kick slammed into the door, striking him in the stomach. The force knocked him to the floor in pain. Ah! Immediately, a group of thugs rushed in, pinning Zhang Chengji face down on the floor. Yang Dao calmly stepped in last. At that moment, Zhang Chengji realized that Yang Dao had turned on him, bringing a gang of followers to overthrow him. Yang Dao stepped closer, glaring down with a look of disdain. Zhang Chengji, gritting his teeth, shouted, let me go. He jerked his neck back, shot an angry glare, and yelled at Yang Dao's face. Yang Dao, damn, what's your problem? I've had nothing but good to that damn dog of yours. Yang Dao, his lips twitching in anger, pointed at him and snapped, say that again. You've been good to me? Ha, that's hilarious. In your eyes, I'm nothing more than a damn dog. In front of his subordinates, Zhang Chengji shouted back, do you even have a conscience? Without me, would you have had the money to make the down payment on your house? Hearing this, Yang Dao lost his temper. He stormed forward, kicking and waving his arms in frustration, speaking roughly as he approached Zhang Chengji. I managed to make a down payment, but how much money have you made buying of houses left and right? Zhang Chengji, fuming with helpless rage, glared at Yang Dao's outrageous behavior. Yang Dao wasn't done yet. He kept going. Enough with the nonsense. Give me the key and the address to your storage right now. Pinned to the floor, Zhang Chengji still refused to break. He clenched his teeth in fury, unwilling to speak. But Yang Dao wasn't finished. With a slight grin, he moved closer to Zhang Chengji's wife and child. He looked down at them, his voice soft but menacing. Still so stubborn, huh? Yang Dao then moved toward Chengji's wife, grabbing her by the head with one hand. She winced in pain and cried out, ah, that hurts. The little boy, terrified, watched as his mother was attacked, tears welling up in his eyes. Though small, the boy was incredibly brave. He gathered all his strength and lunged forward to attack Yang Dao, tears streaming down his face, his mouth wide open, shouting with defiance, "I'll kill you!" Yang Dao didn't pay much attention to the boy, but suddenly, the kid bit him hard on the left arm. Yang Dao screamed in pain. You little trash, how dare you bite me?" With a simple flick of his hand, Yang Dao slapped the boy's face, sending him flying backward. He shouted angrily, "Get lost, you little dog!" The boy's mother panicked when she saw her son being hit, clearly worried for him. Zhang Chengji's blood was boiling with anger. He clenched his fists, his body tensing up, and yelled, "Tan it, if you got the guts. Come at me. Let my wife and child go." Meanwhile, over by the other side, a big muscular man was holding the boy down on the ground while the boy weakly struggled to break free. Yang Dao, standing with his arms crossed, arrogantly added, "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate, your wife and kid will be safe." Zhang Chengji was a fierce man who wasn't afraid of anyone, but he loved his family deeply. His eyes burned with rage as he glared at Yang Dao. Yang Dao smirked and continued, "Now take us to your onion storage shed." Scene change 30 minutes later. There were 4 men, including Yang Dao, who was in charge, leaving 2 underlings, and Zhang Chengji, who was showing them the way to the warehouse door. The door slowly opened, and Zhang Chengji stood behind, clearly upset. Yang Dao stepped inside first and saw several crates scattered around, already opened. He turned to Zhang Chengji and asked, "Is this all that's left?" Zhang Chengji reluctantly answered, "Didn't your big client come looking for this stuff? It's all been sold out. Even the expired goods are almost gone." Yang Dao stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured, "Jiang Xiao Yong, huff." Then with a slight glance, he smiled and said to Zhang Chengji, "If we could get our hands on the supplies from Jiang Xiao Yong's factory, we'd be set for life." Zhang Chengji, sensing Yang Dao was about to make a rash decision, quickly warned him, "I suggest you stay away from that guy. I happened to see him with a lot of hot merchandise while making deliveries. He's no easy target." Zhang Chengji furrowed his brows, sharing his suspicions. That kid probably already knows about the apocalypse coming. Yang Dao immediately continues, standing with his arms crossed, arrogantly casting a glance at Zhang Chengji as he said a few cryptic words. "By the way, those are the things you're going to have to worry about soon." At this point, Zhang Chengji felt like Yang Dao was planning something. He appeared worried, stammering as he asked, "What do you mean? What are you trying to say?" Times have changed. Now the strong are the ones who win. Yang Dao, relying on his strength, threatened Zhang Chengji. He frowned and gave an order. "Take Jiang Xiao Yong's supplies and exchange them for the safety of your wife and kids. This deal is fair, don't you think? Times change and people change." In the past, Yang Dao was treated like a dog by Zhang Chengji, but now the roles had reversed. Zhang Chengji felt furious inside, but he gritted his teeth, holding back his anger for the sake of his family. The scene shifted back to Jiang Xiao Yong's base. In the medical room, everyone had gathered around Chen Song's bed. They were all stunned to see their friends slowly changing, and even Jiang Xiao Yong couldn't hide the concern on his face. Chen Song was tightly bound by the neck, but still struggled desperately. He tensed his body and screamed, the transformation growing stronger and stronger. Chen Song seemed to turn into a zombie, twitching uncontrollably and letting out guttural growls from his open mouth. The 3 guys in the mechanic team watched in pain as one of their own changed. Jiang Dai seemed to be the most heartbroken. He was probably the one suffering the most because it was Chen Song who had taken a fatal blow for him. The chubby guy, Xu, stood in a corner crying uncontrollably while Yiming remained silent. Yiming, the most ruthless of them all, frowned as if Chen Song were a burden. He growled, his words cold, "Kill him." Since joining Zhang Zi's group at the base, Jiang Xiaoyong had always suspected Yiming wasn't a good guy. With what he was seeing now, he shot Yiming a wary, questioning look. Unable to accept what Yiming said, Zhang Zi snapped, turning to him with anger. "What did you just say?" Yiming, the selfish one, crossed his arms, lowered his head, and avoided making eye contact. His eyes were sharp as he responded. "He's already dead. If we don't kill him as soon as possible, if he breaks free, he'll kill all of us." Su, the chubby guy, couldn't hold back anymore, furious at Yiming's lack of humanity. He shouted back, "He's our brother. You're not even gonna try to save him before you give up on him?" Zhang Zai stood off to the side, silent and grim, unable to say anything. But the truth is, this epidemic is beyond saving. Jiang Xiaoliang stood firm in front of Shen Song, who was struggling desperately on the bed, and told the fat man the harsh truth. Jiang Xiaoliang said, "He's right. Once the disease sets in, recovery is almost impossible. The fat man, Shu, helplessly called out, Xiao Yong. Without saying another word, Jiang Xiao Yong pulled a dagger from his pocket, handed it to Yiming, and said, take it. Yiming, startled by Jiang Xiao Yong's rigid posture, instinctively recoiled. He stammered, what? What do you mean? Jiang Xiao Yong's cold expression locked on the Yiming's face. Without a hint of emotion, he spoke again, end it, end him. The dagger in front of Yiming seemed to weigh heavily. His words were ruthless, but when it came time to act, his hand trembled. Seeing the hesitation of Yiming, Jiang Xiaoyong moved in closer, almost whispering in his ear, didn't you always want a weapon? He then raised the dagger again and placed it right in front of Yiming, continuing, take it now and set him free. These words from Xiaoyong caused Yiming to hesitate and falter. After a moment of internal struggle, almost as if on instinct, Zhang Zi's hand reached out and grabbed the dagger from Jiang Xiaoyong. He yanked it sharply, catching Jiang Xiaoyong off guard. This unexpected move took everyone by surprise, especially Yiming. Jiang Zi's face darkened. He held the dagger tightly, pausing for a moment. He was shaking, but his eyes were resolute. Summoning all his courage, he looked down at the dagger and said, let me do it. Zhang Zi was at heart a gentle and kind young man. He gathered all his courage to pick up the knife, but he couldn't hide the fear on his face. Jiang Xiaoyong saw right through him. He reached out with his bare hand and grabbed the tip of the blade. With a cold, challenging look, he said, have you really thought this through? What if everything I said before was just a lie to fool everyone? If you go through with this, you'll be a murderer. Even though he was terrified, Chang Zai stood firm. He looked Xiaoyong straight in the eyes and said, I trust you, brother Xiaoyong. I know that once someone becomes a zombie, there's no turning back. That's why ending Chen Song's life is also freeing him from the suffering. Jiang Xiaoyong gave a faint smile, clearly satisfied with Jiang Zi's resolve. He nodded and said, do it. Jiang Zi slowly walked toward Chen Song's bed, the knife gripped tightly in his hand. Chen Song had fully turned into a zombie. He thrashed around violently, making the bed creak under him. It was heartbreaking to see Jiang Zi forced to end the life of his closest friend. His face was full of pain, tears streamed down, but he held them back. He raised his hand, braced himself, and struck with all his strength. Swish! The blade sliced through the air. Zombie Chen Song let out a painful scream, his whole body turning a deep shade of purple. The knife was just inches from his neck. At that moment, for some reason, Jiang Xiaoyong stopped Zhang Zi's hand. Jiang Zi clenched his teeth in pain. His tears fell freely. The corners of his mouth twitched, and his breath came in short, heavy gasps. Zhang Zi squinted in surprise at Jiang Xiaoyong. The usually cool and composed man looked confused as he asked, brother Xiaoyong? Xiaoyong, showing no emotion, stared at the system panel and said to everyone, please leave. Chen Song's situation was unique. There was still a use for him. Just now, Jiang Xiaoyong's system had issued a notification. It had detected a rare variation, and by sheer luck, it had saved Chen Song's life. Moments later, everyone left. Noises continued to echo from the medical room. Now, only Jiang Xiaoyong remained inside with the zombie Chen Song. On the bed, Chen Song opened his mouth wide in hunger, turning his face toward Xiaoyong and growling nonstop. It seemed he hadn't completely transformed into a variation yet. Jiang Xiaoyong called his name carefully, Chen Song, right? As if he could still understand, the zombie Chen Song stopped growling and instead let out softer, raspier sounds. Xiaoyong leaned in close to his face and whispered, I have an important mission for you. It seemed Chen Song understood. He suddenly calmed down and became much quieter. In another turn of events, the city sky remained clear and blue. The world felt dark and uncertain. A luxury car was swerving wildly down the street, out of control. It looked like it had just been attacked by a zombie. The car suddenly crashed hard into a nearby utility pole, smashing the front end on impact. Jiang Chengji crawled out from the wreck. He had been on his way to find Jiang Xiaoyong. Holding his head in pain, he stared at the wrecked car and muttered, damn, just my luck. Thinking the worst was over, Jiang Chengji got up and started walking away. But out of nowhere, a zombie appeared behind him, silently creeping closer before suddenly lunging at him with a loud roar. Its scream was guttural, its disgusting teeth clearly visible. Jiang Chengji shouted, holy shit. Before he could react, the gray-skinned zombie clamped its jaws down on his left arm. He screamed in pain and shock, shit, ah. Instinctively, he shoved the zombie with both hands, sending it flying back. Jiang Chengji ran toward the car, clutching his wounded arm, while the zombie, tenacious as ever, got back up and chased after him, mouth wide open. On the car seat, there was an iron rod. Jiang Xiao grabbed it and swung hard, laying a crushing blow to the zombie's head. Furious, he shouted, "Get the hell away from me, you piece of trash." The zombie collapsed to the ground, and one of its teeth flew out and landed beside it. Jiang Xiao furiously smashed the zombie over and over again, like he was letting out all his anger and frustration on it. After a while, gripping the metal rod tightly, Jiang Xiao was drenched in sweat. He panted heavily as he stared at the mangled corpse. The zombie was beaten to a pulp. He muttered, "Dan, I can't stay here much longer." Without noticing, a few zombies had picked up the scent of blood and were slowly approaching him from behind. After finishing off the zombie, Jiang Xiao decided it was time to leave. He walked away, holding his injured arm, looking tired and in pain. The scene shifts to Jiang Xiao Yong's base. A few leftover zombies from the earlier fight with the arrogant rich guy's crew were now wandering in front of the gate. It was time to clean up this mess. Jiang Xiao Yong stepped out through a small side gate, cautiously scanning the direction of the zombies. He wasn't too afraid. He'd been through this too many times to be shaken now. Behind him followed a ragtag group, each armed with whatever they could find: hammers, bats, pipes, even a few guns. Everyone looked tense, moving carefully with eyes sharp and nerves on edge. Little Shang still wasn't used to all the protective gear on her body. She looked nervously at the elbow pads and said to Xiao Yong, "Brother Xiao Yong, wearing all this stuff on my arms feels so uncomfortable. It's hard to move." Jiang Xiao Yong responded clearly and firmly, making sure Shang and everyone else understood. Zombies don't have brains, so when they attack, they're stronger than normal people and extremely dangerous. With the level of combat experience we have right now, it's easy to get hurt. That's why we need to wear protective gear. Once we're more experienced, we can take it off. After that, he took the lead. He stepped out ahead of the group to scout the area. Peeking around the corner, he spotted a zombie. Without hesitation, he waved his hand to signal everyone behind him to get ready. That zombie was already within sensing range. Shang, Jiang Zi, and the two young mechanics were immediately on high alert. Old Hand quickly and calmly responded, "Got it." Then Xiao Yong gave a serious hand signal, "Get ready." The zombie picked up their scent and suddenly whipped its grotesque mangled face toward Xiao Yong's group. Xiao Yong shouted, "We've been spotted. Get ready to fight." He quickly added, "Remember what I told you." The zombie charged at lightning speed, baring its sharp, deadly teeth. Even then, Jiang Xiao Yong still managed to give one last reminder. Back each other up. Keep your distance. The creature lunged at him, but missed. With swift, smooth movements, Xiao Yong dodged to the side and pulled Shang with him, calm, skilled, and completely in control. Even with a zombie right next to him, Jiang Xiao Yong kept his voice firm and steady as he gave orders for the team to practice attacking the undead. The moment a zombie misses its grab, that's your chance. Quick, aim for the temple or the back of the neck and strike. Eager to act, Fat Xu rushed forward, gripping his sword tightly and raising it high to strike. He aimed carefully and swung his long blade with a loud thwack, but the zombie's tough neck didn't even flinch. Instead, the pain hit Fat Xu hard. He clutched his arm and yelled out in pain. "Ow! Damn, that hurts." From behind, Jiang Xiao Yong called out a sharp reminder. The top of the skull is the hardest part. You won't just do little damage, you'll end up numbing your own hand. Xiao Kai's move proved it. The zombie lunged, using the sword as leverage, grabbing on a Fat Xu with both hands and letting out a shriek. Xiao Kai struggled, his face tense, putting all his strength into pushing back. But the zombie only grew more aggressive, sinking its teeth into the sword and clamping down hard. The blade rattled as the zombie shoved its grotesque face closer and closer to Xiao Kai. He couldn't hold on any longer and cried out in desperation. "Holy shit! Holy shit! Help! Help! Somebody help me!" Jiang Xiao Yong had expected something like this. He wanted the team to get used to facing the undead. He smiled calmly and spoke with control. "Not bad. That's the right way to defend. Jiang Zi, your teammate needs backup. Go help him." Jiang Zi quickly charged forward. He pulled back the baseball bat to gain momentum, aiming to strike the zombie at the back of its neck. With a strong blow, he slammed it in the nape and neck area. The zombie was knocked back and let out a painful scream. A second later, Jiang Xiao Yong stood watching all three of them and gave instructions. Not bad, but one hit isn't enough. Everyone kept attacking. The three young guys from the mechanics team ganged up and beat the zombie until it was completely smashed. While no one was paying attention, a zombie crept up behind Xiao Yong. After a long struggle, Jiang Zi turned to Jiang Xiao Yong with a proud look and asked, "Brother Xiao Yong, how did we do?" Xiao Yong gave a small, satisfied smile and said, "Ha ha, what do you think?" Right then, the zombie that had been waiting for a chance to strike lunged at Xiao Yong. Its eye bulged and its mouth opened wide, clearly ready to bite down hard on Xiao Yong's shoulder. Seeing that, Jiang Zi got worried and shouted loudly, "Watch out, brother Xiao Yong." The zombie's mouth was just inches away from its prize, opening wider and wider, about to take a bite. But this kind of thing was nothing to Xiao Yong. Calm and unfazed, he simply grabbed the zombie's head with one hand. Jiang Xiao Yong stayed calm and professional. With one hand, he held the zombie's head in place while explaining things to his teammates. "Did everyone forget what I said? You have to stay aware of your surroundings at all times." The zombie looked like it was under some kind of spell. It just stood there, completely frozen under Xiao Yong's firm grip. The team had just been caught off guard, and now, seeing this scene unfold, everyone was stunned, but they knew they had to pull it together and fight back. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Chengji's location, he had made his way to a spot near Xiao Yong's base. He was hiding behind some concrete barriers along with a group of zombies, peeking out and scanning the distance. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Shit, someone's already stayed here. Could that kid Jiang Xiao Yong have spilled everything?" Up ahead was an empty car. Echoing to the area was Xiao Yong's voice, calling out constant reminders to his team. "We need backup behind the squad." "That's right. Stay alert at all times, no matter where you are." Jiang Chengji crept closer to the car, walking slowly as he thought to himself, "That voice, there's no mistaking it. It's Jiang Xiaoyong." On the other side, Jiang Zi and the rest of the team were working together, taking down the zombies one by one. Jiang Zi crouched low behind the back of the car and carefully peeked around to get a better look. Under his breath, he whispered, "Is Jiang Xiaoyong's group killing off the exiles?" He was too focused on spying on Xiaoyong's group to notice the shadow creeping up beneath him, a zombie. It had just woken up, and as soon as it caught the scent of human flesh, its eyes lit up like flashlights. Turns out this zombie was Xiao Ye, Huijing's best friend. In the previous episode, she had been attacked and torn apart by a swarm of zombies. Now she had become one of them. Her once beautiful face was ruined. Her skin was ripped and patchy, making her look horrifying. She reached out and grabbed the leg of Jiang Chengji's pants, startling him so badly he fell to the ground. In a panic, Jiang Chengji kicked his legs wildly and shouted, "Ah! Ah!" When he saw Xiao Ye's disfigured face, he froze in shock. His whole body went numb. Xiao Ye had lost all traces of humanity. She let out a terrible, guttural scream and lunged at Jiang Chengji like a wild animal craving human flesh. Her eyes widened with fury, and she screamed with her torn mouth, ready to end Jiang Chengji. Her ruined face came closer as her gaping mouth opened wide to bite. Jiang Chengji screamed in terror, "Dan, Dan." What was meant to happen finally happened. This could be the end for Jiang Chengji. He shut his eyes tight. Everything went black. And then, out of nowhere, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Without warning, Jiang Chengji's eyes flew open, tears spilling out as he stared in shock at the scene before him. His mouth dropped open as he cried out, "Ah, ah." When he came to, Jiang Xiaoyong was already standing behind him. His face was cold and emotionless, still holding his gun steady. Xiao Ya's head had been blown apart by a silver bullet from Xiaoyong, leaving behind a gruesome sight. Jiang Chengji hadn't even had time to catch his breath. He froze completely, then quickly shoved Xiao Ya's body off to the side. His face twisted in disgust as he panted heavily. Huff, huff. Lowering his gun, Jiang Xiaoyong watched Jiang Chengji struggle with the corpse and said warily, "Jiang Chengji, what are you doing here?" Jiang Chengji carefully got to his feet, his whole body covered in blood. Xiao Ya's blood and flesh were splattered all over him from head to toe. He stepped closer to Jiang Xiaoyong, putting on a desperate act. Jiang, I'm so glad I lived long enough to see you." Jiang Xiaoyong noticed the bruising on Jiang Chengji's arm creeping slowly down to his hand. Suspicion flashed across his face. He thought Jiang might have been bitten by a zombie. Looking closer, he saw a deep bite mark on Jiang's upper arm. The wound was starting to rot, with signs of mutation beginning to show. Without waiting another second, Jiang Xiaoyong pressed the barrel of his gun against Jiang Chengji's forehead. "You've been bitten," he said coldly. Jiang Chengji's face instantly fell. Fear took hold of him. Right after that, Jiang Chengji desperately pleaded with Jiang Xiaoyong. He reached out, his eyes full of sorrow, begging Jiang Xiaoyong, "Brother Jiang, please don't shoot. I'm begging you. Just give me a chance to speak." Jiang Xiaoyong clenched his teeth. He knew this type of person all too well. His tone turned even colder as he replied firmly, "Say whatever you need to say. Just don't come any closer." At that moment, as if realizing he had no way back, Jiang Chengji's face filled with sorrow. He bit his lip hard, tears began streaming down his face, and under the barrel of Xiao Yong's gun, he finally spoke the truth. Brother Jiang, I know there's no saving me. Maybe soon I'll completely lose my mind, but still. As if he was letting go of all this suffering, injustice, and pain, Chang Ji broke down. His face twisted in anguish, tears pouring down as he cried out in despair. But that bastard Yang Dao, he kidnapped my wife and child. He forced me to do this to trick you, so he could take your food supplies. Then he went on saying, Mr. Jiang, I know I'm not some noble person, but I don't think I've ever done anything truly evil or cruel. My wife and child are innocent. Those words were truly pitiful and heartbreaking. Even so, Jiang Xiao Yong held back his emotions. His face was expressionless as he gripped his gun tightly and stayed silent. But Jiang Chengji kept talking, explaining his current situation and begging Jiang Xiao Yong again and again, those monsters will never let my wife and child go. What's waiting for them is far worse than what's happening to me. Mr. Jiang, I'm begging you. Please take care of them for me. Think of it as a reward for all the supplies I helped you save. At that moment, after a fierce inner struggle, Jiang Xiao Yong narrowed his eyes and started to think. His original goal had just been to make money for himself, but objectively speaking, Jiang had helped him a lot. He glanced behind him, then nodded slightly to signal the team following him. He looked at the people he was already taking care of, Shang Shang, Old Han, Jiang Zi, and the two young guys with him. Jiang Xiaoyong thought to himself, there's still plenty of room left in the fortress. There are way more men than women, so things are a bit unbalanced. Just then, Jiang Xiaoyong's system let out a beep. He gave a faint smile and glanced over at the system panel in front of him. Looking quite pleased, he whispered, a mission reward. Looks like this might be a great opportunity after all. The system notification replaced the old message with a new system mission. Rescue Jiang Chengji's sacrificed wife and son. Progress, 0%. Reward, 25 points. Below that, the system displayed the current ongoing mission. Ongoing mission, clear the streets. Objective, eliminate infected individuals and monsters outside the fortress. Progress, 70%. Reward, 10 points. Only now did Jiang Xiaoyong speak to Shang Chengji. Don't worry, I'll take care of your wife and son for you. At first, Chengji had begged, though deep down he didn't believe Xiaoyong would really help his family. But hearing those words from Xiaoyong, now he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't stand. Tears streamed down his face as he asked, Really? Jiang, are you serious? So full of gratitude, Jiang Chengji let go of all of his past pride. In the end, he knelt and bowed his head to the ground in front of Jiang Xiaoyong. His forehead hit the dirt hard as he choked out, Jiang Chengji, can never repay you in this life. In the next one, I'll be your servant, whatever you need me to be. After bowing, Jiang Chengji sank to the ground, exhausted. He lowered his head, bracing himself for the final moment, and said, Jiang, go ahead. Jiang Xiaoyong said nothing. He just let out a long sigh. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at Jiang Chengji and asked again, What do you mean by fight? Jiang Chengji squeezed his eyes shut. He was in pain, tears streaming down his face, all hope gone. Please, he said, just end it for me. I don't want to become some rabid maniac and end up threatening the lives of my wife and kids. Even though Jiang Chengji had always been aggressive toward the world, he clearly cared deeply for his family. There was some honor in him after all. Jiang Xiaoyong went quiet. He was surprised by this side of Jiang Chengji. After thinking it over for a moment, he turned to Shang Shang and said, Shang Shang, go get a bicycle from inside and give it to him. Shang Shang was taken aback by Jiang Xiaoyong's decision. Her eyes went wide as she let out a surprised huh. Xiaoyong slung his rifle over his shoulder and quietly looked down. He spoke to Jiang Chengji in a calm voice. Go. Leave this place as soon as you can. Avoid crowds. Head somewhere with fewer people. Jiang Chengji stared up at him, confused. What? Why? For the first time, Xiaoyong dropped his guard and replied, You don't need to know why. You don't have much time right now. Just focus on getting out of here. Jiang Chengji accepted it. He lowered his head and gave a small, content smile. All right, I get it. Thank you, Jiang. A few minutes later, Jiang Chengji had left Jiang Xiaoyong's base and was pedaling fast on his bicycle, trying to get away just like Xiaoyong told him to. Quite a bit of time had probably passed already. The left side of Jiang Chengji's face was bruised badly, the mark spreading from his eye across his cheek. He pushed hard on the pedals, forcing himself forward while his mind drifted to thoughts of his wife and child. My wife, my kid. Even though he wasn't exactly a good person from the start, this moment made Jiang Chengji seem genuinely pitiful. One of his eyes had already turned pitch black, completely taken over by the zombie virus. But even then, His face still showed a sliver of hope, clinging to whatever little bit was left. Back at Jiang Xiao Yong's base, the group was piling up the corpses of the zombies. Under Xiao Yong's command, they had finished clearing them out, and everyone was clearly exhausted. Once the work was done, Jiang Xiao Yong poured gasoline over the mound of bodies, enough to burn the whole pile. He struck a match, and in seconds, the bodies were engulfed in flames. The fire raged, and thick smoke rose high into the sky. Everyone stared into the blaze silent. The only one who broke the silence was a young man named Yaming, who sighed and muttered, "Ha, I'm dead tired after today." After completing the mission and helping the team get used to fighting zombies, Jiang Xiaoyong began debriefing with everyone. Given everyone's current strength and experience, it was now no problem for 2 or 3 people to use basic melee weapons to hunt down lone zombies without fear of getting hurt. The updated system displayed next to Jiang Xiaoyong read, "Street cleanup mission completed. Points earned 10. Current total 28 points." Although they had already encountered zombies, Jiang Xiaoyong still warned the team about how dangerous they could be. He added, however, facing a small horde or a group of zombies is definitely not something we can handle right now. Hearing this, everyone grew serious, quietly reflecting on the challenges ahead. After giving careful instructions, Jiang Xiaoyong took the lead and turned to the team, saying, "Follow me." Shang Shang and Zhang Zi felt a bit uncertain, unsure of what Xiaoyong was about to show them next. A few minutes later, Jiang Xiaoyong and the whole team arrived at the large gate of the warehouse. Jiang Xiaoyong walked ahead toward Old Han, with Shang Shang following closely behind and Zhang Zi's group right after them. Jiang Xiaoyong waited until Old Han got closer, then gently turned and called out, "Mr. Han?" Hearing that, Old Han quickly responded, "I'm here." "What's going on, Xiaoyong?" Right then, Jiang Xiaoyong held out a key in his hand and said, "There are weapons stored in this warehouse. I'm heading into the city tonight for the safety of the fortress. I'm leaving this in your care." Old Han took the key, but he still looked worried and asked, "The city's a mess right now. Are you really going alone?" Hearing that, Zhang Zi and the chubby kid excitedly jumped in, offering to go with Xiaoyong. They spoke in unison, "Xiaoyong, the 3 of us will go with you." But Yai Ming stayed quiet. He didn't say a word. Jiang Xiaoyong turned down their offer. He stayed calm and reassured everyone, "Not yet. Right now, you guys aren't ready to face those dangerous zombies. If you came along, you'd only slow things down." Xiaoyong looked at Old Han seriously and added, "I'm counting on you, sir." Old Han nodded with confidence, gripping the AK slung over his shoulder. He replied, "Don't worry, Xiaoyong. Just make sure you stay safe out there." After wrapping things up smoothly at the base, Jiang Xiaoyong grabbed a few guns and some personal protection gear, then got into his car and drove off. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his system. "Trade into a system. Empty, empty, empty." Below that was a button to manually refresh the system, which would cost 2 points. Looking at the screen, Jiang Xiaoyong sighed with concern. This trade into a system updates way too slowly. Without hesitation, he tapped the manual refresh button and said, "This mission isn't easy. To be safe, I'd better refresh it manually." After clicking, the system displayed a new list of items in the manually refreshed store, deducting 2 points and leaving him with 26. Trade into a system. Level 1 black tech supply box costs 20 points. Level 1 emergency rescue negotiation supply box costs 5 points. Level 1 threat weapon supply box costs 5 points. Below that was another button to refresh manually again, this time costing 4 points. Jiang Xiaoyong stared at the screen, then closed his eyes with a bitter expression and said, "That one manual refresh already raised the cost from 2 points to 4. Looks like I really need to start saving." Jiang Xiaoyong rested his chin on his hand, thinking, spending points to refresh the loot is pretty badass. Luckily, he had just enough points. He tapped the screen and selected the first supply box. A system message popped up. Successfully exchanged 20 points for level 1 engraved tech supply box. Current points, 6. Inside Jiang Xiaoyong's car, the box opened with a brilliant flash, lighting up the entire space around him. Another system message appeared. Level 1 engraved tech supply box opened. Reward, physical enhancement serum, +5. Still stunned by the blinding light, Jiang Xiaoyong shielded his eyes and blurted out, "What the hell was that? Did I just get hit with a flashbang or something?" Then he stared wide-eyed at the large syringe in his hand and exclaimed, "Damn, a +5 physical stat serum?" No hesitation. Jiang Xiaoyong plunged the needle right into his arm without a second thought, confident and decisive. Jiang Xiaoyong could feel a surge of power flowing directly into his body, as if he were rapidly converting energy at an incredible rate. His eyes turned completely white and glowed with an otherworldly light. His whole body lit up, and his hair stood on end as if charged with electricity. At that moment, the system screen displayed a status update. Jiang Xiao Yong's current combat stats had reached attribute 13, making him 260% stronger than an average person. The scene shifted, first to the apartment complex where Zhang Chengji lived, and then closer to the high-rise unit that belonged to him. Inside, in a room of the apartment, his wife and their young son Shui were locked in. Thankfully, both were unharmed. His wife was trying to comfort Shui, who was crying. She gently said, Shui, don't be scared. Daddy will be back soon. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Dao and one of his thugs kicked the door open and stormed into the room. Zhang Chengji's wife screamed in panic, "What do you want from us?" Yang Dao smirked and moved toward her. He grabbed her wrist, then reached out to stroke her head, his face twisted with cruelty as he sneered, "What do you think? I'm just here to quench my thirst." The thug beside him licked his lips, eyeing her hungrily. In the next moment, Zhang Chengji's wife was stripped of her outer shirt, exposing her shoulder. She was too weak to fight back. Tears streamed down her face, full of helplessness and fear. What was meant to happen finally happened. The two vile men, Yang Dao and his tall henchman in a white shirt, forced Zhang Chengji's wife to the ground. Yang Dao pinned down her arms and legs while the henchman, grinning with sick pleasure, pulled off her brown outer coat. Little Shui tried with all of his might to fight back and save his mom, but he was no match for them. He cried loudly, screaming in fear, while Chengji's wife struggled desperately and shouted, "Please let me go." These men were becoming more and more outrageous. In this harsh, post-apocalyptic world where resources were scarce, it was as if they had been taken over by evil spirits. Weak but determined, Shui swung his tiny fists. Just then, a foot appeared at the doorway. At first, it looked like Jiang Xiao Yong, but it turned out to be someone else from Yang Dao's group, the leader of the gang. Hearing a commotion inside, he curiously stepped into the room. Scratching his neck, he asked, "What's all the noise in here?" The white-shirted henchman, with a disgusting look on his face, called out, "Hey, Lai, come join us." Thankfully, luck was on Shui and his mom's side. When blonde-haired Lai heard that, he raised his chin and sharply scolded the henchman, "Damn it, we haven't finished what we came here to do. Focus on the mission first. Let her go." The guy in the white shirt looked annoyed after hearing those words. His excitement was cut short, and he gritted his teeth as he snapped back. "What's wrong with you? This isn't the first time we've done something like this." It seemed like Lai was being more cautious this time. Frustrated, he tried to explain to his two reckless underlings. Narrowing his eyes and sounding threatening, he said, "You think you can just mess with his wife and kid right now? What if that bitch tries to kill herself? Then he won't have anything tying him down, and he won't have to listen to us anymore. No one wins in that case. You get it, dumbass?" After that, Lai calmly slid his hands into his pockets and glanced over at Shui's twisted-looking mother and child. He continued, "Once we're done dealing with him, we'll take our time with her. She won't get a break, not even for a day." Yang Dao and the guy in the white shirt stopped what they were doing and stood up. The guy in white adjusted his belt and muttered, "Shit, guess we'll do it your way." Totally killed the mood. That bastard Yang Dao followed them both out of the room. As he left, he turned back, tugged at the corner of his eye with his finger, stuck out his tongue, and mocked the mother and child. "Just wait for me." Zhang Chengji's poor wife had her outer clothes torn off. She huddled in the dark with little Shui, both of them shaking and crying as they held each other tightly. The boy, Shui, kept rubbing his eyes and buried his face in his mother's arms. By now, the city was completely swallowed by night. Out on the streets, many cars had broken down and lay still, scattered in the darkness. Only one car, with its headlights on, was still moving smoothly down the road. All around, terrifying, deformed zombies wandered aimlessly, lurking in the shadows. Inside, the only car still driving was Jiang Xiao Yong. He was deep in thought, planning how to upgrade his system. Leaning casually on the steering wheel, he reflected quietly to himself. 13 points in physical strength doubles my power. Even my reflexes and control have clearly improved. His car weaved skillfully through the wreckage of disabled vehicles. Jiang Xiao Yong maneuvered effortlessly past every obstacle, silently admiring the sensation. "This feels amazing." As he reached a wide avenue, he saw four-wheeled vehicles overturned and scattered everywhere. There was no trace of human life, only zombies roaming, waiting for a chance to tear something apart. At the corner of the street, Jiang Xiao Yong stopped the car. Without making a sound, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Jiang Xiao Yong carefully closed the car door behind him, looked around, and reminded himself to stay alert. The city center was just ahead. Driving would make him too easy to spot. He'd have to go on foot. Suddenly, the growl of a zombie echoed nearby. The sound made him flinch and glance over his shoulder. Almost instantly, two zombies lunged at him. They moved fast and wild like they hadn't eaten in days, mouths wide open, ready to sink their teeth into anything. The sight made Jiang Xiao Yong spin around, heart racing. But these zombies were nothing compared to the power he now had. They were lightweights. He shifted his weight, dodged to the side, and narrowly avoided the first zombie's bite. It missed and let out a loud hiss. In one smooth motion, Jiang Xiao Yong swung his arm over the zombie's shoulder and punched. With a burst of strength, he shoved forward, twisting the zombie's shoulder so hard it staggered in shock. With that momentum, he shoved the first zombie hard, launching it straight into the second one that was right behind. Both of them tumbled to the ground, while Jiang Xiao Yong stood his ground, ready to fight. At that moment, he coolly extended his hand. His icy stare locked onto the zombies as they scrambled to recover. Then, he summoned a weapon. His blade, which had been left in the car, appeared instantly in his hand. Jiang Xiao Yong stood firm, fearless, ready to take these two down. He moved with the resolve of the wind, gentle yet terrifying. Jiang Xiao Yong shot forward without emotion, like a true ninja. He slashed the air with a few quick, sharp strokes. Swish, swish, swish. He dug in his heels to stop, trying to stay balanced. Behind him, two zombie heads flew off and hit the ground with a dull thud. The zombies didn't even have time to realize what was happening before their heads split in two. Standing in the glow of the car's headlights, Jiang Xiao Yong still held his sword in hand. He reminded himself, whether it's strength or reflexes, I completely overpower them. Is this what it means to have twice the physical power of a normal person? Not only was his strength boosted, his hearing was now surprisingly sharp. He picked up faint sound waves coming from a distance. He thought to himself, on top of that, my awareness has increased a lot. Damn, we're surrounded. Jiang Xiao Yong looked toward the source of the noise. It was a crowded residential area packed with homes, exactly where he had heard the sound waves. He said aloud, about 800 meters. Just then, a system notification popped up. Random mission activated. Random mission. Confrontation. The scene shifts to a location 800 meters from Jiang Xiao Yong. It's a small supermarket. Outside, a crowd of zombies is swarming the glass doors, trying to break in. Some are pounding on the door with their fists. Others are slanging their heads against it. From inside, the sound of someone screaming in desperation echoes through the store. Dan, we're surrounded. In the middle of the supermarket, a security guard stands holding a gun. He's shouting orders, directing everyone inside to push heavy objects against the door. While keeping his gun aimed, he yells, "Hurry up! Bring more heavy stuff over here." A father and his young son are struggling to shove a shelf toward the entrance to help block it. The boy, tear-streaked and frightened, looks up at his exhausted father and asks, "Dad, are we going to die here?" The man, drenched in sweat and clearly worn out, tries to comfort his son the best he can. "It's okay, kiddo. Those bastards aren't getting in." Then his voice drops and he adds, almost defeated, "And if they do, it's okay. At least we'll see your mom again." The boy bursts into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. His tears fall silently, hopelessly. Hearing their exchange, the security guard shakes his head, clearly frustrated with the father's attitude. He glances over and mutters, "Damn it. Song, do you even know how to talk to a kid? You really know how to make things worse." The man, apparently named Song, turns to him sharply, as if he's been holding back for a long time. He snaps, "Know how to talk. If I knew how to talk, I'd already be managing the whole damn apartment complex." The security guard seemed to ignore Mr. Song. Right now, all he cared about was staying alive. He muttered angrily under his breath, "Damn it, am I really going to die here today?" Inside the mini-mart, everyone looked hopeless, as if they were just waiting for the end. Then suddenly, strange and loud noises erupted outside. It was the sound of people fighting zombies. The commotion was so intense that everyone inside jumped in shock. They immediately tried to brace themselves for the worst. The only woman in the group quickly hid behind a shelf next to Shang. The security guard loaded his gun and shouted, "What's going on out there?" Just then, a zombie's head slammed violently against the glass door with a loud thud, almost shattering it. Inside, the young boy and his father were scared out of their minds. The boy was so terrified he fell backward, and the father stood frozen. Their eyes were locked on the door, where they could now see a dark smear of blood sliding down the glass from the zombie's head, staining a large section of it black. This kept happening again and again for a full 30 minutes. Outside the glass, more and more bloodstains appeared. Finally, everything went eerily quiet. The security guard inside was drenched in sweat from fear. Gasping for breath, he said cautiously, "Huff, huff. Mr. Song, you and Zyke Swan, start moving the heavy stuff away." Hearing that, the woman in the back looked confused and uneasy. The guards stood in a high alert stance, ready in case a zombie suddenly charged at them. He added, "Take the elevator. Don't make any noise." Mr. Song and his son struggled to carry the heavy table, moving it while doing their best to stay silent. They muttered in agreement. A moment later, after carefully moving the furniture that had been blocking the door, the guard took his gun and was the first to step outside to check the situation. What he saw was surprising. All the zombies from earlier were now unconscious, lying sprawled out all over the ground. Only then did the two men, the woman and the boy, cautiously step out of the mini-mart. Mr. Song carried a large metal rod slung over his shoulder. He looked around and said, "What happened here? Who could have done this?" Zaxwan and the young boy looked pale with fear. Gripping his iron rod tightly, he exclaimed, "It was a variation. It must have been a variation." Hearing his son say something unfamiliar, Mr. Song turned to him and asked, "A variation? What's a variation?" Zaxwan, with tears still welling up in his eyes, gritted his teeth and replied, "Compared to normal zombies, they're way stronger and much faster." He held onto his iron rod even tighter and continued, "That's what they say in comics, novels, and games." Feeling like his son's words were completely clueless, the father turned to scold the boy in frustration. "Comics, novels, games, you're wrapped up in those every single day. No wonder your grades are always at the bottom." Meanwhile, the guard over here doesn't even seem to care about what's going on. The guard on high alert kept his hand tightly on his gun. When he saw the family arguing, he turned and snapped, "Mr. Song, your emotional intelligence is seriously low. Do you really think this is the time to argue about stuff like that? Stick close and stay sharp. Watch the surroundings carefully. Don't let a variation creature sneak up on us." The four of them grouped up, each holding a weapon, and began moving cautiously onto the street. The guard led the way, gun in hand, and said, "Everyone keep an eye on your direction. Move slowly toward the gathering point." After a while, the group edged their way to a street corner. The guard in front raised his hand to signal a stop. They paused and peeked outside, trying not to make a sound, and then one by one gasped in shock. "What? What is that?" Right then, all four of them spotted Jiang Xiao Yong standing in the middle of the street working on his system panel. On the panel, a message flashed. "Encounter mission. Rescue completed. System points +5. Current total, 11 points. Zaxwan leaned in, squinting to get a better look at Jiang Xiaoyong, and said with certainty, "That's a variation creature. It has to be one." But the guard didn't see it that way. He looked Jiang Xiaoyong up and down for a while and said, "To me, he looks like a normal guy," although the others were standing a little distance away and speaking quietly. With Xiaoyong's abilities now, hearing them was no problem at all. The man tilted his head back slightly and glanced behind a group of four, as if he already knew everything, then said, "A variant, huh? Ha, you got quite the imagination, kid. It's not like the streets are full of variants just yet." Seeing this, the guard lowered his guard. He smiled warmly, stepped closer to Jiang Xiaoyong, and said, "So you really are a survivor." Then he carefully pulled his gun out in front of him and softly warned Jiang Xiaoyong, "Kid, wandering around alone like this is really dangerous. Right now, the only way to survive is to stick together. Come with us." Jiang Xiaoyong was a little surprised by the man's kindness. Curious, he asked, "Who are you guys? There's just a few of you." The guard kept scanning the area as they moved into a new zone. While glancing back repeatedly, he replied, "We're out looking for supplies. There are still a good number of civilians gathered at Rong Xiang Yuan." At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong looked puzzled and asked again when he heard the name Rong Xiang Yuan. "Rong Xiang Yuan. I think there's a place not too far from there, right?" Hearing this, Song stepped closer to Xiaoyong and replied, "Yeah, that's right. It's not far at all, just one street over." Since they didn't know much about Jiang Xiaoyong yet, both Song and the guard were interested in bringing him into their group. Song placed a hand on Xiaoyong's shoulder and said, "Bro, come with us. We've got numbers and strength, and Captain Li's even got a gun. We've dealt with the undead before. We know what we're doing. We can keep you safe." Hearing his name, Captain Li looked proud, especially about having a gun. After hearing all this, Jiang Xiaoyong didn't quite know how to respond. He just smiled so wide that his eyes almost disappeared, nodded repeatedly, and said, "Ha ha, that sounds great. Thanks, everyone." A while later, after the four guards, Zaixuan and her father and the woman brought Jiang Xiaoyong into their group. All five of them gathered together and started moving toward their base. The four up front were on high alert, weapons ready, looking cautious with every step. Only Xiaoyong walked calmly at the back, completely at ease. At that moment, Mr. Song turned to Jiang Xiaoyong and cautiously asked, "Hey kid, you're investigating Rong Xiang Yuan. Are you trying to meet someone important?" Jiang Xiaoyong didn't want to get into a long explanation. He simply gave a quiet "yeah" in response and turned his eyes away from Mr. Song, looking elsewhere to avoid eye contact. Mr. Song, still focused on Jiang Xiaoyong, stopped walking and turned around to ask more clearly, "Is it a relative or a girlfriend?" Jiang Xiaoyong didn't answer. He stayed silent. Seeing that Xiao Yong wasn't saying anything, Mr. Song figured he must be feeling overwhelmed and heartbroken in this apocalyptic world. He patted Xiao Yong on the shoulder and tried to comfort him. It's the end of the world now, no matter who you're looking for. There's a good chance they didn't make it. You need to be ready for that. Just then, Old Lai, who was walking ahead, frowned and said angrily, "He's right. Even if they didn't get killed by zombies, they could have run into those animals." Hearing the anger in Old Lai's voice, Xiao Yong grew curious and asked, "Those animals?" Old Lai finally explained about the bad people causing trouble in the eastern part of the city. Frustrated, he recalled a gang of thugs took over the Bitch Twice Some Villa area in the east. To survive, they'd been hurting other survivors without a second thought. As he spoke, his lips twitched in anger. He continued, "We ran into them once. A lot of our people died at their hands." Just as Old Lai finished speaking, a shadowy zombie appeared right in front of him. The dark figure was barely visible. Only its gaping white teeth could be clearly seen. Old Lai hadn't noticed it yet. He waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to bring up those bastards again, and said, "Forget it. No point talking about them. Just remember, when you run into other survivors, always be careful." Swan, the young boy, was the first to spot the zombie. He panicked and shouted, "Uncle Lee, watch out." Startled, Old Lai turned just as the zombie, its face a terrifying shade of pale green, lunged at him. It reached out, claws wide, aiming to grab him. Luckily, he reacted just in time and saw it coming. Old Lai quickly grabbed his gun and fired without hesitation. The sharp crack of the pistol echoed through the empty street. The zombie collapsed, face first onto the ground. A single bullet from Old Lai and hit it square in the head. Still shaken from the sudden scare, Old Lai gritted his teeth, clutching the pistol tightly in his hand, and cursed. Damn, 1 second later, and it would have been a disaster. The gunshot just fired by Old Lai successfully caught the attention of a few nearby zombies. That's when he realized what he'd done and shouted, "The gunfire's drawn these damn things to us." Seeing the zombies slowly dragging themselves toward the group, Old Lai completely lost his composure. He was no longer standing tall like before. Instead, he hunched down, glancing around nervously and muttering to himself, "What now? What do we do? Stay calm, stay calm." As he looked around, Old Lai spied a bus nearby and suddenly shouted, "Got it!" He took off running toward it, leading the group of 5. While running, he called out, "Hurry, get to that bus." The other 3 followed him right away. Xiao Yong also ran along silently. Behind him, he wasn't in any rush to show what he could do. He just kept pace and quietly observed the new group he just joined. Running recklessly might draw even more zombies, and since the bus was enclosed, it was a good spot for defense. The only downside was that once inside, there'd be no way to retreat if overrun. Xiao Yong couldn't help but smile a little and said aloud, I'd give this split-second decision a solid 70 out of 100. In just moments, the other 4 had already made it onto the bus. Old Lai, being kind, held the door open for Xiao Yong. Standing at the front of the bus, he shouted, "Hey kid, move it." A zombie was getting dangerously close to Xiao Yong now, so he picked up the pace and sprinted straight for the bus. Seconds later, Old Lai stepped aside to let Xiao Yong dash straight onto the bus. He jumped in like a gust of wind. As soon as Xiao Yong got on, Old Lai slammed the bus door shut in a flash. Old Lai didn't forget to give a warning to the boy Swan. Check every seat carefully and look for any signs of zombies. Swan stood by the window scanning the area. He watched closely and urgently reported, "They're not giving up. They're still heading this way." By then, a few zombies had already reached the bus. They pressed their grotesque faces against the glass and pounded hard on the doors. Faced with this tense situation, Old Lai started to worry. Damn, are we moving too slow? Outside the bus, the zombies were growing more chaotic. Their stiff arms kept slamming against the sides of the vehicle. Things looked even worse as more of them gathered, slowly surrounding the bus. Old Lai's voice came out filled with despair. "Damn it, I can't take this anymore. Ah. Inside the bus, he was completely overwhelmed. He leaned against the door, using all his strength to hold off the undead attackers. But then, one of them managed to wedge its hand into a gap and pry the door open. In that heart-stopping moment, Old Lai was convinced they were all going to die right there. But suddenly, Xiao Yong braced his hand against the bus door to help Mr. Lai hold back the zombie. The unexpected move caught Mr. Lai by surprise. Just a few seconds later, without needing Mr. Li's limited strength, Xiao Yong used one hand to give the door a gentle push, and it slammed shut. Stunned by what had just happened, Mr. Lai froze and stared blankly at Jiang Xiao Yong, trying to process his emotions. Mouth wide open in shock, Mr. Lai thought, How can he be this strong? Still gripping the bus door, Xiao Yong turned his face sharply, his expression cold and firm, and said to Mr. Lai, "I got the door. They won't get through. Go call everyone, smash the windows and fight back." After a slight delay, Mr. Lai snapped back to reality, quickly spun around, and rushed toward the back seats. As he ran, he muttered in a panic, "Ah! Oh!" Following Xiao Yong's instructions, Mr. Lai smashed the bus window, unintentionally drawing the attention of the zombies outside. Instantly, the whole horde swarmed toward the broken glass, groaning and slamming their hands loudly against the side of the bus. Suddenly, one of the zombies was struck directly in the head by a metal rod with full force, letting out a pained screech. Up above, it was Song, leaning out of a window and shoving the rod straight into the head of the closest zombie. Gritting his teeth, Song shouted, "Die, you bastard!" Inside the vehicle, Xiaoxuan and the woman were trying hard to hold down the lower half of Song's body. Old Lai stood at the back, aiming his gun out the window to defend them. Sensing the tension rising, Old Lai looked worried and said, "There are too many zombies. This ammo won't be enough. Should we use this instead?" In that urgent moment, Xiao Yong's voice came through right by Old Lai's ear. "Use this." Old Lai was a bit confused. He asked, "A crossbow? Where did that come from?" Jiang Xiao Yong had the crossbow in his hand. With one arm bracing the bus door, he reached it toward Old Lai and quickly explained, "I grabbed it off the street just a moment ago." Old Lai was surprised, almost in a daze as he took the crossbow with both hands. It didn't take long. Another zombie went down, a bolt from the crossbow striking it right in the temple. With weapons in hand, Song and Old Lai felt unstoppable. They leaned out the window, one striking, one shooting, and within moments, most of the zombies had been taken out. The ground was littered with bodies, only a few were still struggling to attack. Song shouted, "Come on up here. Die, you worthless trash." A few minutes later, they had finished off the last of them. Only then did all 5 of them finally feel safe enough to get off the bus. After the discussion, Xiaoxuan, holding a stick in his hand, glared, feeling both angry and smug. He had turned danger into safety twice now. It wasn't a coincidence. We have the children of fate in this apocalypse. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao Yong reached out to stretch his arm, which had been holding the car door for a while. He gave Xiaoxuan a serious look and warned, "Don't be careless. Always stay alert and don't make the same reckless mistake again." Now, at Jiang Xiao Yong's base, it was still dark outside. The young man Yiming, clearly worried, spoke up, saying, "I hope everything goes smoothly for Xiao Yang over there." Inside the base, Old Han, Shang Shang, and Zhang Zi's group had gathered together and were heading back to their rooms after the meeting. At this moment, Lai Ming pointed to himself and said to Old Han, "Hey, today let me take the watch." The chubby Xiao Kai, hearing this, was puzzled. He pushed Yai Ming's shoulder playfully and joked, "Ha, why are you so eager all of a sudden?" Lai Ming was a bit taken aback, shooting Xiao Kai an unfriendly glance. Then, in a burst of irritation, he snapped at Xiao Kai. "What nonsense are you talking? What, have I not been eager? Take care of yourself first." Xiao Kai froze for a moment, lips pressed together. Then he turned around, casually putting his hand behind his head and said loudly, "What's up? Why the big reaction?" Yiming continued to glare at Xiao Kai with a fierce expression. Seeing Yiming's unusual seriousness, Old Han spoke up, "Well, if Yiming is volunteering, everyone else should go ahead and rest up." He didn't forget to remind Yiming, "Be careful. If anything happens, wake everyone up." Yiming immediately replied, "Don't worry." After everyone had fallen asleep and the night was growing late, Yiming kept watch at the fortress. He sat there, feeling bored, and glanced around, thinking to himself, "It's getting late. Everyone must be asleep by now." Unsure of what he was plotting, Yiming suddenly turned around and walked away, muttering to himself as he did, "I can't waste any more time. I need to take care of everything before Jiang Xiao Yong gets back." Meanwhile, Old Han was deep in sleep. He had carefully placed the bundle of keys, which Xiao Yong had entrusted to him, near his pillow. Suddenly, a faint light appeared on the blanket, as if someone had opened the door to his bedroom, but he was still sound asleep, unaware of anything. As expected, Yai Ming had quietly left the observation tower. He was no longer on duty and had sneaked into Old Han's room. Yiming slowly opened the door, his face twisted with a sly expression as he watched every movement of Old Han. Stealthily, he crept closer to where Old Han was sleeping, cautiously reaching his hand toward the bundle of keys resting near the old man's head. With all the courage he could muster, he reached out to grab them. Old Han seemed to be sleeping soundly, with no sign of disturbance, but then he suddenly felt a warmth near his hand. His eyes shot open in surprise. He quickly sat up and yelled angrily, "What are you doing?" This startled Yai Ming. Realizing he'd been caught, he gritted his teeth in frustration and thought to himself, "Damn it." In the next moment, Lai Ming surprised Old Han with a gift he hadn't been expecting. He punched the old man in the head, making him dizzy. "Ah." He groaned, then quickly grabbed the key tightly in his hand and took off running. Because of his age, Old Han couldn't keep up. Helplessly, he shouted, Lu Yiming, you little punk, what do you think you're doing? Give me back the key. His yelling woke up the others in nearby rooms. Shang Shang and Jiang Zi, hearing the commotion, opened their door and stepped out to see what was going on. Shang Shang asked, confused, what happened. One side of Old Hand's forehead was already bruised. Holding his aching head, he said, Lu Yiming, he stole the armory key. Stop him, quick. Hearing that, Shang Shang, Jiang Zi, and Xiao Kai immediately ran after Yiming. As they chased him, Stang Zai shouted, stop right there. Xiao Kai, out of breath but running as fast as he could, also yelled, Lu Yiming, what the heck are you doing? Yiming heard his friends' voices but stayed silent and kept running. Realizing they were gaining on him, he shoved over a metal ladder and scattered nearby objects across the ground to block Jiang Zi and the others from catching up. All three of them had to stop because the path was blocked. Jiang Zi's face turned red with anger. He clenched his jaw and said coldly, damn that rotten kid. At that moment, Lai Ming happened to walk past the infirmary. He suddenly stopped at the door and glanced inside, a calculating look on his face. He shot a sly glance at Shang Shang, then said, since we started this, we might as well see it through. He stepped into the infirmary, where Chen Song was tightly strapped to the hospital bed. Yiming hesitated a little as he walked closer. The zombie version of Chen Song saw someone approaching and started thrashing and screaming. Yiming reached toward the zombie's arm. Chen Song's arms were strapped down tightly, and his skin was pale and lifeless. Suddenly, his left arm broke free from the restraint and lunged toward Yiming's hand. Chen Song screamed wildly, howling and thrashing. Yiming jumped back, startled, and yelled, oh shit. His eyes widened as he saw Chen Song's restraint come undone, the zombie's arm raised and trembling. Yiming watched uneasily, bothered by the movement. He wondered why one of the straps was so loose. Wasn't it tied properly before? Yiming's face darkened, revealing a sinister grin. A twisted thought crept into his mind. Well, now I won't have to risk untying him myself. After clearing away the pile of debris blocking the path, Shang Shang, Jiang Zi, and Xiao Kai quickly rushed after Yiming. When the three of them arrived at the infirmary, they saw a tall, thin figure standing dejectedly at the door. Jiang Zi immediately recognized the person. It was Chen Song. Furious, he shouted, that bastard Lu Yiming actually let Chen Song out of the infirmary. Is he trying to get us all killed? Chen Song had completely turned into a zombie. He stood there cold and lifeless in front of his friends, growling nonstop. Old Han ran up behind them. When he saw what was happening, he cursed Yiming in anger and frustration. Damn, I can't believe that kid turned out to be such a monster. I was wrong about him. Standing next to her grandfather, Shang Shang looked nervously at Chen Song and asked Old Han, what do we even out, Grandpa? All our weapons are locked up in the storage room. Old Han finally made a decision. No matter what, our first priority is to work together and get that kid back into the infirmary. He calmed everyone down and started laying out a plan. Raising his hand, he said to Jiang Zi and Xiao Kai, split up. Use the technique Xiao Yong taught us. Be extra careful. Don't let him bite you. With that, the four of them quietly crept toward zombie Chen Song. They moved slowly and cautiously, while Chen Song stood still ahead of them, unaware of their approach. Then Old Han shouted the signal, now's the time. After those words, Jiang Zi and Shang Shang rushed forward with great speed, while the zombie, Chen Song, didn't seem to notice at all. Thanks to some training from Xiao Yong, Jiang Zi was more steady now. He forcefully grabbed Chen Song's head, pinning it down. Jiang Zi shouted, ha! Xiao Kai and Shang Shang held tightly onto Chen Song's arms. Chen Song was completely under control now, screaming loudly, grr, grr, grr. Jiang Zi, holding firm, said, got him under control. Old Han had already opened the door to the medical room. He quickly instructed the others, carefully push him into the medical room. The four of them worked together smoothly to get Chen Song inside. Old Han shouted, 3, 2, 1. Jiang Zi immediately shoved hard, yelling, go. As soon as Chen Song was in the room, Jiang Zi quickly locked the door, feeling like this problem was finally solved. Old Han looked at Chen Song inside the room, surprised. He froze for a moment, and even Jiang Zi seemed puzzled. He stared at his friend inside and asked, is it just me? Or, feeling like it didn't take much effort to control him, Old Han hesitantly added, I kind of feel the same way. After finishing his work with Chen Song, Old Han turned to Yiming, clearly worried about the rat. He frowned and muttered, damn it, we've wasted so much time here. That animal probably found the weapon by now. Out of nowhere, Yiming spoke up. Hey, who are you calling an animal? Yiming appeared from the hallway up ahead, grinning smugly as he spoke. Then his expression shifted to one of frustration as he looked directly at the small gun in his hand, angrily muttering, "Dan, I don't know which damn storage room that jerk Jiang Xiao Yong hid the weapon in, but all I found was this one gun in the armory." Yiming was getting even more outrageous. He pointed the gun directly at his teammates, arrogantly continuing, "But this is enough to deal with you guys. Once I'm done with you, I'll take my time looking for the rest." Old Hand's group was shocked by Yiming's sudden shift in behavior. He went on raising his voice, "Move out now." When they reached the room in the back, Zhang Zi, completely frustrated, shouted at his friend Lu Yiming, "What the hell are you doing?" "Xiao Yang saved our lives." Yiming's true nature finally showed. With his gun aimed directly at their throats, he wore a determined look as he openly shared his true thoughts. His gratitude was as deep as a grudge. "Look at the proud, arrogant way he carries himself every day," he said. "If he saves our lives, do you think we'll end up being his slaves for the rest of our lives?" Hearing these ungrateful words from Yiming, Old Han couldn't hold back his anger. He glared and said sharply, "Huff, some people are born ungrateful, like raising a snake only to have it bite you." Xiao Kai, who was standing nearby, was also fed up, but he still tried to reason with his close friend. "Lu Yiming, don't be like this." Inside the medical room, Chen Song glanced outside. He seemed to understand what was going on. He could hear Yiming's arrogant voice still shouting while pointing his gun, "Stop talking so much and do as I say." Chen Song's face grew more and more troubled. His eyes turned bloodshot and veins started to pop up on his face. The situation took an unexpected turn when the key suddenly ended up in the hands of the zombie Chen Song. From outside, Yiming's voice still echoed, "Move it." The scene shifts to the city center at Rongxian Yuan. By this point, the group Jiang Xiao Yong had managed to handle the surprise zombie attacks. It was then that Old Lai carefully gave Xiao Yong directions, telling him to keep going straight until the next intersection. After that, he would reach his destination. The area around the apartment complex was tricky, with plenty of hiding spots for zombies, so Xiao Yong had to be extra cautious. Old Lai kindly spoke to Xiao Yong, pointing in the direction of the road and continuing, "Once you find your people, come meet us at Rongxian Yuan. We're on the 8th floor. Use the side entrance of the building, not the main one. Remember that." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao Yong made a light gesture with his hand, pointing toward Old Lai. He smiled and replied, "I got it. Thanks." With that, Xiao Yong left. Old Lai and Brother Song watched him go, deep in thought. Brother Song asked Old Lai, "Are we going to follow him and help?" Old Lai responded, "We don't know the situation in that area. If we end up walking into a crowd of zombies, it'll be a death trap." Brother Song's still worried at it. Does that mean he's walking into danger on his own? Looks like they still don't know Xiao Yong's true abilities. They're worrying too much. Mr. Lai closed his eyes and pretended not to notice. He shook his head almost regretfully and said, "I've already said everything that needed to be said. It's just a shame for someone with such strength to end up like this." The scene shifted to Zhang Chengji's building. Below there were countless zombies, old, young, big, and small. They couldn't find any humans, so they just kept wandering around aimlessly, covered in blood and guts. At that moment, Yang Dao's frustrated voice rang out, "Shit, I lost my phone, and it's not even getting any signal." Yang Dao crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He looked irritated and exhausted as he muttered, "I wonder how Zhang Chengji is handling everything. These guys are probably getting pretty excited by now." The guy in the white shirt kept glancing around nervously. Annoyed, he snapped at Yang Dao, "Damn it, I don't care anymore. I've been holding this in for way too long. Tonight, I'm going to let out all this anger. If I don't, I won't be able to sleep." The group of Yang Dao's men stood outside the room where Shui and his mother were. One of the men in black spoke up, adding, "Yeah, Zhang Chengji went alone. He might have died on the way." Yang Dao listened to these words and found them reasonable. He leaned back against the wall, his expression tired, but his eyes narrowed as he gave the others a warning look. As long as he kept control, he would make sure she wouldn't have a chance to escape. One of the men sighed and said, "That's right. In this world, you never know when you're going to die, so it's better to enjoy life first. Don't regret it later," another man added. Inside the room, Shui and his mother could hear every word clearly. The cruel things they were saying were about them, and the pain of hearing it was unbearable. Knowing what was coming, they clung to each other, trembling, and cried silently in despair. Meanwhile, the leader of the group, Yang Dao's boss, was standing near the window, agreeing with his men. With his arms crossed, he said, "Dan it fine, just be careful. Don't let them die too quickly." The men immediately cheered, "Understood, boss." One of them asked, "Are you going to do it yourself?" The leader, surnamed Lai, turned his head and grunted in response. Before he could answer, another man quickly chimed in, "If you're not, then you're last in line." It seemed like the leader noticed something strange outside the window. His face froze in shock. Looking down, the zombies that had been wandering around earlier were now scattered all over the ground. Each one was covered in blood, their bodies twisted and mangled in a horrifying mess. Hearing a noise outside, the gang leader named Lai finally opened the door and stepped out. He looked around, then glanced down the stairs with an angry expression on his face. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Could it be reinforcements?" Suddenly, something unexpected happened. His eyes widened in shock. His face went pale. A flash of light sliced through the air. With a sharp sound, a deep cut appeared across his neck, and blood sprayed everywhere. Before he could react, his head fell off and rolled across the floor, while his body remained standing for a moment, frozen in place. Even in death, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. Back in Shuai's room, both mother and child sat huddled together on the floor, holding each other tightly. Jiang Chengji's wife, terrified, pulled Shuai closer in her arms as she screamed at the thugs and Yang Dao. "You, get out! All of you get out!" One of the thugs, wearing a white shirt, stepped forward as he unbuckled his belt. With a twisted grin on his face, he said, "All right, enough pretending. Who do you think you're fooling?" Jiang Chengji's wife's outer jacket was torn apart, and one man grabbed Shuai by the collar, dragging the boy out. She screamed in panic, "What do you want to do? Let go of him now!" Before she could finish, Chengji's wife was slapped hard across the face by one of the thugs, distorting her beautiful face. Shuai was then violently thrown against the door. The boy cried out in pain. "Ah!" His mother, helpless inside, trembled, her hands shaking. The filthy thug standing there said, "Our target is you." Despite the pain, Shuai bravely sat up. He cried loudly, saying, "I'll fight you with everything I have." But how could Shuai, with his small body, stand a chance against them? He was kicked hard out of the door, his body sliding across the floor. Bang! The thugs quickly slammed the door shut. Seeing this, Shuai looked up in frustration, but could do nothing except shout at them, "You bad guys, let my mom go. My dad won't forgive you." At that moment, just outside the door, the headless body of the gang leader fell to the ground with a thud. The noise startled Shuai. Turning his face to look, he saw the leader's lifeless body, pale and discolored, and his face twisted in shock. Then, a dark figure appeared at the door, its eyes glowing brightly, and called out, "Hey, kid." Shuai was terrified. He screamed, "Who's there?" Just in time, our main character, Jiang Xiao Yong, arrived. He stepped into the light and walked in slowly, looking cool as ever, and asked, "Jiang Chengji is your dad, right?" Still scared, Shuai trembled and fell backward. He stammered, "Ah, yes, he is." Inside the small room, Chengji's wife was curled up in the middle of the floor. She tried to cover the torn parts of her clothes with her hands, her head lowered, tears of helplessness falling silently. But Yang Dao, bold and aggressive, stormed over, slapped her hard across the face, shouted, "Damn it, scream for me. Afraid your son will hear. Scream, or I won't be satisfied." Poor Chengji's wife. She was so afraid her son would hear something terrible that, no matter how much it hurt, she didn't dare make a sound. The underling in a white shirt revealed his twisted side, arrogantly stroking the woman's head as he said, "If you're not going to scream, then I'll go first." Jiang Chengji's wife could only stay silent, tears streaming down her face. As soon as the underling finished speaking, the door was kicked wide open. This grabbed the attention of a man in a blue shirt standing at the back. He thought it was Shuai doing this and said, "This kid is strong, huh?" He actually managed to break the door. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of light sliced through the air and decapitated the previous leader, then continued to swipe across the neck of the man in blue. By the time he even realized what had happened, he saw the man in blue standing still, blood dripping. Yang Dao turned to him and said, "Aren't you going to kick him out? What are you waiting for?" The man in the blue shirt collapsed immediately, his body falling to the floor and his head rolling away. The scene left the three others frozen in shock, staring in disbelief. Yang Dao squinted in annoyance and asked, "What's wrong with you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Xiao Yong's hand shot out, gripping the forehead of the fallen man with swift and firm force. Jiang Xiao Yong was strong and decisive. He pushed with one hand, sending Yang Dao crashing into the cabinet behind him with a violent impact. The force made Yang Dao spit blood immediately, his eyes wide and his expression pitiful. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly. The man who was the most panicked dropped down and awkwardly adjusted his pants, stammering, Who are you?" Jiang Chengji's wife, lying on the floor, was even more terrified. Without saying a word, Jiang Xiao Yong kicked him in the face, pressing the sole of his shoe hard against the man's face. Meanwhile, at Jiang Xiao Yong's base, Yaiming was pointing a gun straight at his teammate. the situation tense and dire. Old Han was furious with Yai Ming, but he had no choice but to follow his orders. Old Han leaned in and whispered to Shang Shang, "Do as he says, go to the room he told you to." Shang Shang hesitated for a moment, then firmly disagreed. "But Xiao Yang, the situation is too dangerous. Safety comes first." Old Han cut her off. "He has a gun. Everyone just follow his lead and let me figure something out." Yan Ming sneered, his face twisted with frustration. "Ha! What else is there to figure out? Looks like if I don't handle things properly today, I won't establish any authority." Yan Ming pointed the gun directly at Old Han's face, a cruel smile spreading across his lips as he said, "You go first, you old bastard." Shang Shang anxiously shouted, "Grandpa." Jiang Zi, furious at Yan Ming's actions, angrily said, "Stop it, Liu Yan Ming." Suddenly, a loud noise came from the nearby medical room where the zombie Chen Song was kept. Everyone turned their heads to look. Yi Bing raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's that sound? What's going on?" The medical room's door was locked. On the door, the lock made a soft clicking noise. Then it seemed to be moved by some force. From the outside, they could see it spinning rapidly, and everyone started wondering, who's in there? A moment later, the medical room door swung open, revealing zombie Chen Song standing in front of them. Everyone stared in shock. Looking at the door lock, they saw a key had been inserted, and everyone was stunned. A key. What, did he open the door himself? Lai Ming panicked and shouted, "No way. He's a madman. There's no way he could use a key." Zombie Chen Song aggressively walked toward Yi Ming, his face twisted in anger. Yi Ming's face turned pale with fear, clearly terrified. The zombie's furious expression grew even more unsettling, as if he had regained some of his sanity and was now angry about Yi Ming's betrayal. At that moment, Yi Ming changed his target. He pointed his gun straight at Chen Song's face and shouted, "Damn it! You're a zombie, but you still know how to use a key to open a door? I can't let you live." Yi Ming decided to shoot. He pulled the trigger, but something felt off. The gun didn't fire. Panic rushed over him as he looked down at the weapon in his hands and stammered in confusion. "What? Why is there no ammo?" In an instant, zombie Chen Song lunged at him. Yi Ming was terrified, drenched in sweat, and gasped, "No way. How is this happening?" The miserable end for Yi Ming came at the hands of his close friend from the Mechanics Squad 3. He was torn apart, his blood splattering everywhere. Chen Song, now like a soulless demon, kept tearing into him for a long time. Then zombie Chen Song suddenly stood up, still growling with rage. He dragged Yi Ming's limp, mangled body across the floor. His stomach had been ripped to shreds. Everyone on the team witnessed the scene, stunned and speechless. Old Han's eyes widened in shock as he trembled and asked, "What in the world just happened?" Jiang Zi cautiously guessed he seemed pretty calm just a moment ago. At that point, Chen Song turned around. He let out a long breath. Yan Ming's blood still smeared across his face and started walking toward Old Han and the others. Their faces turned pale. Old Han quickly covered his nose from the strong stench of blood coming off Chen Song. At that moment, Chen Song reached for the door lock, pulled out the key, and then decisively threw it away. He turned his face away and didn't look back. Clink! The key landed right in front of Old Han and Jiang Zi. Both of them stared at it. Chen Song just calmly walked back into the infirmary and locked himself inside, slamming the door shut behind him. Seeing Chen Song's unexpected actions, the four of them, Old Han, Shang Shang, the chubby guy, and Jiang Zi were completely stunned. They couldn't believe that Chen Song could tell who the good and bad people were without hurting anyone on the team. At Jiang Chengji's house, Jiang Xiao Yong had successfully broken into the room where Shui and his mother were. Yang Dao and his underling in a white shirt were tightly tied up and sitting in a corner. Xiao Yong stood there, watching the mother and son huddled together, looking nervous. Jiang Xiao Yong looked down and called out, "Kid, come here." Shui looked up, a little confused. Jiang Chengji's wife seemed miserable, and she eyed Xiao Yong warily just like the others. She held Shui close, clearly uncomfortable, and said, "Why are you calling my son?" Xiao Yong kept his calm demeanor, replying coldly and softly, "Come here." Shui could understand that Jiang Xiao Yong wasn't a bad person. The boy stood up, stepped out of his mother's embrace, and looked at her, saying, "Mom, I'm okay." Jiang Chengji's wife felt a little anxious. Just then, Jiang Xiao Yong handed a carrot to Shui and said, "Take this." Shui stared blankly at the carrot, his big eyes fixed on Xiao Yong's hand. Then, Jiang Xiao Yong extended his hand toward Yang Dao and his white-shirted thug, telling the boy to destroy them. The men froze in shock, trembling in fear. Shui, still innocent, looked at the carrot in his hand, his face turning pale. Yang Dao and his thug begged desperately, shouting, "Please spare us! Please spare us!" Jiang Chengji's wife, seeing this, panicked. She cried, "Sir, please, my son is just a child." Looking down at Shui, who was holding the carrot and lost in thought, Jiang Xiao Yong spoke to him. "From now on, things won't be like this anymore." Then Jiang Xiao Yong continued to strengthen Shui's resolve. His face was cold as he said, "Kid, you'll be only one who can protect your mother. Now, take a deep breath and wipe out these beasts who've hurt your mom." Holding the carrot, Shui repeatedly thought of the men who had harmed his mother and father. His face grew even more determined. His small eyes lit up with a fierce resolve, as if he had finally figured out what he needed to do. Shui tightly gripped the carrot in his hand, tears streaming down his face as he charged toward Yang Dao and his thug. Moving quickly, the little boy gathered all of his courage and shouted out, "Aha! Ha!" In the next moment, blood sprayed everywhere, accompanied by the painful cries of the two men who had wronged Shui's family. The boy stood before Yang Dao and his thug, who were now collapsed on the floor, their bodies lying in a pool of blood. In his hand, Shui still held the carrot, which was now covered in ketchup. When his mother saw her son like this, she panicked. She couldn't believe her eyes and gasped, "Oh, my son." At that moment, Shui looked up, his eyes filled with sorrow, and said to Xiao Yang, "Uncle, did they kill my dad too?" Xiao Yang's face grew somber as he lowered his head for a moment, then looked up firmly and answered, "Yes." Hearing this, the boy threw the knife that had fallen to the ground aside and rushed to his mother, hugging her and crying loudly, "Oh, Mom!" Jiang Chengji's wife, upon hearing the news, was deeply saddened. She bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes, but she completed the mission to rescue Jiang Chengji's family. Jiang Xiao Yong began to turn away, but Shui's mother saw this and pleaded with him, "Kind sir, please take my son. I'm willing to pay any price." Hearing this, Shui quickly said, "No, Mom, I won't go with him. I have to protect you." Seeing how pitiful the mother and son were, Jiang Xiao Yong spoke up, "Both of you have to come with me. I promised Jiang Chengji that I would keep you both safe." So Xiao Yang led Shui and his mother as they searched for a way back to their base. They stepped out of the building, each holding something to defend themselves. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, and a few defeated zombies lay lifeless nearby. Shui looked at Xiao Yang in surprise and said, "What? He's strong enough to kill that many zombies?" Then he turned to look at him with wide, sparkling eyes full of admiration, like he was staring at a hero. Jiang Xiao Yang responded coldly, He was about to say something, but instead waved his hand at the mother and son, suddenly signaling them to stop. Wait. Hearing a strange noise nearby, Xiao Yang instantly sharpened his focus. He listened carefully for a moment, then turned to Jiang Chengji's wife and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you know roughly where Building 8 of Hong Xiang Yuan is?" Jiang Chengji's wife gripped her sword tightly and answered quickly, Building 8 of Hong Xiang Yuan? It should be in the direction you're looking. Why? The scene shifts to Building 8 of Hong Xiang Yuan, where a group of men armed with various weapons stood menacingly at the entrance, shouting, "Relax, we'll redistribute your supplies fairly. Also, all women under 40 must come with us." Inside Building 8 of Hong Xiang Yuan, on the third floor, Mr. Lai's brute was standing guard. They had met Jiang Xiao Yang in a previous episode. This time, their team had two members, a man and a woman, following them. The man in the yellow shirt looked anxious and said, "What do we do now? Maybe we should just surrender." Mr. Lai turned to him firmly and said, "No, those animals won't keep their word. When the time comes, no one will make it out alive except Ao Yu Xian and Hao Fang." Just then, a loud warning came from the gang downstairs. "We're giving you 10 minutes. If you still can't make the right choice, we won't leave anyone alive." The woman, overwhelmed by fear at this point, lowered her eyes and said sadly, "Maybe the two of us should go out and beg them to spare us." Hearing this, the young woman in the black suit cried out helplessly, "I don't want to. I don't want to be used as their plaything." Sensing his team was starting to panic, Mr. Lai raised a finger to his lips and signaled for silence. Then he said calmly, "Shh. Don't worry. We're not backing down. Hold the stairway. They can't touch us if we stand our ground." Outside, one of the thugs holding a large blade looked uneasy. He grumbled to his boss, "Even though we've got the stronger weapons, their leader has real firepower too. Those bastards are hiding like turtles. We can't just charge in blindly." The leader of the thug gang had a gun too, so he boldly put on a smug, confident face and said, "Huff, no need to charge in. Go shut off the main water valves for a few of the apartments on the first floor. I want to see how long they can hold out." Not far from there, Jiang Xiao Yang had already led Shui and his mother to Building 8. They were hiding behind a quarter wall facing the building. Little Shui whispered cautiously to Xiao Yang, "Uncle, Are those people bad guys too? Xiao Yong glanced over at them and replied, yeah, they are. Then he stepped out alone. As he walked, he slung his AK over his shoulder, ready to take aim. With each step, he said, they're the same kind as the ones who bullied you and your mom. A few minutes later, over where Mr. Lai was, he held a gun in his hand and led the group. He turned and told the others, you guys hold the stairwell door. Don't give away our position. I'll see what they're doing down there. From a distance, Old Song called out nervously to remind him, be careful, all right. Mr. Lai crouched down and carefully made his way to the door, moving as quietly as possible to avoid making any noise. He slowly peeked outside, just enough to get a look, then whispered, damn, there are 7 of them. Fully geared. 3 have guns. This is bad. Suddenly, a blinding flash lit up the area, followed by a loud explosion that made Mr. Lai jump. He ducked instinctively, covering one ear with his hand, and gasped in shock, oh my god! The explosion threw his whole team into confusion. Everyone was left stunned, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, downstairs, one of the thugs trying to take over Building 8 was shot straight through the head. The others panicked and shouted, what's going on? The dead man lay still in a pool of blood while the rest scattered in fear, scrambling to find safe cover. Their leader yelled, who's there? From the 3rd floor, Mr. Lai looked down and spotted the figure of a man walking slowly with a gun in hand. He muttered, that's... As he looked closer, he realized it was someone familiar, someone he had just seen the night before. Jiang Xiao Yong, with cold eyes radiating deadly intent, rested his gun on his shoulder and walked calmly, taking out enemies one by one. Mr. Lai murmured without thinking, that kid. Down below, Jiang Xiao Yong kept walking with a calm, steady pace, firing at the thugs without hesitation. They quickly ducked for cover, but a few were hit and dropped to the ground. A guy holding a pistol didn't even get the chance to chamber a round before Jiang Xiao Yong shoved a bullet right into his forehead. The man screamed in pain and fell flat on his back. Ah! 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 Seeing his teammate drop, another guy hiding behind a steel crate broke out in a cold sweat. He barely dared to peek out with just one eye to check the situation. Then he and another comrade rushed forward, guns blazing at Jiang Xiao Yong. As Jiang Yong reloaded, the 2 of them popped up and shouted, kill him! But none of their shots landed. Not a single bullet touched Xiao Yong. Sparks flew at his feet as the bullets missed, yet he kept walking forward, calm and collected. He looked effortlessly cool, practically glowing like the author's golden boy. Jiang Xiao Yong let out a faint chuckle and smirked as he said, "Ha, amateurs." The leader, hiding behind the steel crate, was furious. He panted heavily, grinding his teeth in frustration, gasping, "Damn, where the hell did this lunatic come from?" What he didn't know was that Jiang Xiao Yong was already standing right next to his hiding spot, calmly aiming the barrel of his gun straight at his head. Xiao Yong fired repeatedly at the metal barrel. The guy panicked, dropped to the ground, covered his head, and cursed angrily, "Son of a bitch!" Then he shouted orders to his crew, trying to sound in control. "Damn it, what are you doing? While he's pinning me down, shoot him already." It seemed like the team wasn't working well together. One of his men finally peeked out after hearing the command. Trying to distract Xiao Yong, he shouted, "You bastard," and aimed his gun straight at him. Instantly, Jiang Xiao Yong's sharp eyes flicked toward Shang Shang. He quickly switched targets, spun his gun toward the fool who had just popped up, and with only 2 bullets, nailed one to the temple and one to the right side of the chest. The guy didn't even get to pull the trigger before he collapsed. His body dropped like a rock. Even then, the leader still acted smug. He leaned back against the metal barrel and sneered, "Ha ha ha," out of bullets. "Aren't you vassal?" Then, in a burst of confidence, he charged out at full speed, aiming his pistol straight at Jiang Xiao Yong. Laughing, he yelled, "Die." Xiao Yong didn't move. He calmly dropped his AK to the ground, letting the leader point the gun right at him while locking eyes in a cold, steady stare. This made the guy hesitate. He couldn't understand what was going on. For a moment, he froze. Then he decided to pull the trigger. But with Xiao Yong's skills now, dodging a single silver bullet was as easy as breathing. As the guy screamed, "Die," Xiao Yong simply tilted his head slightly to the side. Then he grabbed the gun straight from the leader's hands and twisted his elbow with force, leaving the guy stunned, completely clueless about what was happening, just staring wide-eyed in confusion. Jiang Xiao Yong pressed the barrel of the gun tightly against his chin, leaning in so close that his face nearly touched the man's ear. The man started sweating bullets, completely panicked. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiao Yong pulled the trigger with no mercy. Blood burst out from the top of the man's head. A second later, he fell flat on his back, a pool of blood spreading from his skull, dead, eyes still open. Jiang Xiao Yong stood there, watching him for a moment. Then he stepped closer and started searching through the man's jacket pockets, even though the guy was already unconscious. After a while, Jiang Xiao Yong calmly and confidently walked through the building's main entrance. Behind the large door, a few people were hiding, gripping sharp weapons ready to strike. But as if he already knew they'd be there like a bunch of chickens waiting in ambush, Jiang Xiao Yong glanced to the right. With a look that said he saw it all coming, he stood proudly and unshaken in the center of the doorway. A man on the left, holding an axe, suddenly charged forward. From the other side, 2 more people rushed in right after him. A few minutes later, Jiang Xiao Yong was still standing in the same position. At his feet lay the bodies of several thugs, sprawled across the floor. Standing in the center of the grand hall, he called out loudly, "Come on out, all of you!" Everything was resolved peacefully after a few hours. That's when the team Xiao Yong had saved finally came down the stairs, and Shuai's mother and son followed behind him, making their way into the hall. Shui looked up at Xiao Yong with admiration and said, "Uncle Xiao Yong, you were so cool just now." Jiang Xiao Yong simply smiled gently, then turned his eyes to the system interface in front of him. A new system mission had appeared. He was tasked with recruiting and changing the people from Rong Sinang Yuan. Fewer than 5 had survived. Reward points, 25. Only then did Jiang Xiao Yong glance down at the bodies and ask Mr. Lai, the guard, who were these people. Mr. Lai looked down, still filled with anger, and replied, "Scum from the mansion area up on Bitch Tui Mountain." Hearing that, Xiao Yong narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Bitch Tui Mountain?" Mr. Lai continued, "It's on the southern side of the city." Right after that, the older man turned around and called out to 2 young men in yellow shirts. "Liu Chao, Chen Ji," Mr. Lai called. Liu Chao and Chen Ji heard their names and quickly ran over. Liu Chao answered loudly, "I'm here, Brother Lai. You called me?" Mr. Lai gave him a command. "You 2 came from the southern city. Tell Xiao Yong what happened on Bitch Tui Mountain." It seemed like among the group gathered in the Rong Xiang Yuan building, Mr. Lai had the most authority. Right away, Liu Chao and Chen Ji began explaining the situation to Jiang Xiao Yong. That group they were talking about was a dark force. They had power, and they had weapons. They had taken over the Bitch Tui Mountain Villa area. Most of the people who survived in the southern city had already been recruited by them. Xiao Yong closed his eyes for a while, trying to organize his thoughts. Isn't the place where Lai Shuxiang and Kuijing are staying in the southern city? Could it be that they? Then Xiao Yong turned to Shang Shang to confirm. "So you're saying the group on Bitch Tui Mountain is the only large gathering left in the southern city?" Chen Ji's older brother answered enthusiastically. "It wasn't always like that, but since they have weapons, the smaller scattered groups couldn't defend themselves when they were attacked." When they were mentioned, both older brothers showed clear anger and hatred toward them. Chen Ji then explained everything. Those monsters, every time they attacked a populated area, they would first kill half the people there. Then they'd take the young, beautiful girls and anyone else willing to go with them. Hearing this, Jiang Xiao Yong immediately understood what was going on. He said seriously, "That makes sense now." Mr. Lai noticed the thoughtful look on Xiao Yong's face and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yong didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to the 3 bodies and looked down at them. Mr. Lai noticed they were all holding guns and said, "Let's collect their weapons. There's probably more ammo on them we can use." Then Jiang Xiao Yong handed his own gun to Mr. Lai and said, "Here, take this rifle too. I'm leaving you 5 extra magazines." Mr. Lai took the gun with both hands, stammering, Is this for real?" Speechless, Jiang Xiao Yong finally turned his head toward Bitch Tui Mountain, his eyes full of hatred as he muttered, "The people from Bitch Tui Mountain definitely won't let this go. Even with these weapons, a dozen of them couldn't take us down." Mr. Lai still can't believe he's got a gun in times like these. He wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at it nervously. Xiao Yong promised, "Everyone just try to hold on here for 2 more days. I'll go back, get things in order, then come back and crush those people." At the mention of that group, Chen Ji panicked and cried out, "Them? The ones from Bitch Tui Mountain? No way. You're no match for them, brother. There are dozens of them, and by now there might be even more." Everyone seemed afraid of the people from Bitch Tui Mountain. Even Mr. Lai tried hard to talk Xiao Yong out of it. "Yeah, brother, it's not worth risking your life for us. We could just find a chance to relocate to another base." Mr. Lai glanced uneasily at the determined look on Jiang Xiao Yong's face and added, "Anyway, we're still a few kilometers apart. They can't search the whole city." No one really knew Xiao Yong well. He heard their words and took them to heart, but deep down he already knew what he had to do. Xiao Yong stepped aside and said to them, "Don't overthink it. I have a personal score to settle with those guys." Seeing Mr. Lai's confused expression, he continued, "Also, in a few days, I'll come pick everyone up in a large vehicle." When Mr. Lai heard the Eastern City, he looked a bit surprised and asked, "The Eastern City?" Jiang Xiao Yong turned to explain the land near Old Man Chaiyi's city. I've set up a base there. It's a stronghold, but we're sure on people right now. Mr. Lai thought it sounded safe, so he nodded and said, "Oh, okay." With that settled, Jiang Xiaoyong left, followed by Shui and his mother. He waved to Mr. Lai's group and gave them one last reminder. Everyone, be very careful. Take care of yourselves. Then he turned back and called out, "Sister-in-law, Shui, let's go." Mr. Lai waved back and said, "You guys take care too." The scene shifts to the southern part of the city. Outside a metal fence, a zombie head is grotesquely wedged between the bars, lying there in a gruesome mess. Just beyond the fence, fully armed guards are posted, keeping watch in the dead of night. At a building known as Bitch Tui Mountain, 3 mangled zombie corpses, 2 men and 1 woman, hang from the front porch, displayed like trophies. Inside a large room, 4 people sat around a table. It looked like they were having a meeting. One of them was a fairly handsome man with red hair, holding a cigarette between his lips. He looked pretty bored as he asked the other 3. "Still haven't gotten the supplies from Hong Xiang Yun yet. Not surprising." The man in the white shirt, Lai Shuxiang, who was sitting nearby, quickly pointed outside and forced a smile as he reported, "Brother Wen, we've already sent people out. They should be back soon." At that moment, the guy in the suit joined the conversation and added, "Brother Wen, there are a lot of high-end women living in Hong Xiang Yun." He smiled in a sly, suggestive way and continued, "We can't just focus on the city supplies, right? Xiao Liar." Lai Shuxiang got really annoyed at being mocked and called Xiao Liar. But in times like these, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. So he smiled again and responded, "Ah, Brother Kai, aren't we on the same page? I already told my people, if they find anyone alive, bring them all back here." The red-haired leader played with his cigarette for a moment, then exhaled and started scolding Lai Shuxiang in a superior tone. "Didn't I tell you, Xiao Liar? Not once have you completed a task I gave you." Lai Shuxiang quickly turned around, trying to look enthusiastic, but his face clearly showed fear. He said, "Brother Wen, don't worry. No matter what, I'll take care of this properly." The man in the brown suit saw how nervous and scared Lai Shuxian was, and he grinned smugly, clearly enjoying the moment and looking down on him. The meeting ended, leaving Lai Shuxian under heavy pressure. As the man walked out, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a loud sigh. As Lai Shuxian walked toward one of his underlings, the guy saw him and asked, "Brother Lai, are you okay?" Lai Shuxian didn't answer. Frustrated and angry, he snapped at the guy, "Have those 7 come back yet?" The underling, nervous and hesitant, replied, "Brother Lai, I sent someone to check an hour ago. There's bad news." It turned out the robbery gang at Rong Xiang Yuan was working for Lai Shuxian. After hearing what happened from his man, he lost it. The chubby Lai Shuxian started yelling, "What? They all got shot dead. Are the people at Rong Xiang Yuan just regular civilians? How could they not catch them, even with 3 guns? Right now, Lai Shuxian was furious. Determined to win at all costs due to orders from his superiors, he shouted, "Go gather everyone who knows how to use a gun. This time, we can't afford any mistakes." Cut to Jiang Xiaoyong's base. His car pulled up at the entrance in the middle of the night. Xiaoyong honked the horn to signal that he was back. Shang, hearing the sound, turned around excitedly and shouted, "Ah, that's the car. Xiaoyong is back." Mr. Han and Jiang Zi also quickly looked outside. A system message popped up. Mission to escort Zhang Chengji's wife and child is complete. The system awarded 25 points, bringing the current total to 36 points. At that moment, everyone who had been shaken by the earlier chaos at the base came rushing out to greet Xiaoyong like kids welcoming their mom home from the market. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped out of the car first. Shang's face lit up with joy as she said warmly, "Xiaoyong, you're finally back." Mr. Han felt a wave of relief when he saw him. He noticed that everyone had come out to welcome him. Everyone except Liu Yaming. Xiaoyong smiled knowingly as if he understood exactly what was going on and said, "Ha ha, just as I thought. It's Liu Yaming." The 4 others were stunned, caught completely off guard. Shang, half believing and half doubting, asked Xiaoyong again, "Did you know about this already?" At that moment, Xiaoyong didn't immediately answer her question. Instead, he pointed towards his wife, Zhang Chengji, and Shui, asking Jiang Zi, "Please take them to the room, and we'll talk in the medical office afterward." Jiang Zi nodded quickly and followed Xiaoyong's instructions. Okay, a little while later, all 4 of them, along with Xiaoyong, were gathered in front of the medical office. Mr. Han looked extremely surprised to learn just how capable Xiaoyong was. He sighed and said, "So, Xiaoyong, you knew from the start that Liu Yaming had bad intentions." Jiang Xiaoyong at that point picked up the gun from the floor and calmly explained, "Actually, I wasn't completely sure it was him, but I was certain of one thing: he was among Jiang Zi's friends. Hearing this, Xiao Kai, the chubby guy, and Jiang Zai both showed signs of deep disappointment and loss over their close friend's betrayal. In his memories, Jiang Xiao Yong recalled how, in a past life, Jiang Zai had sadly shared the story of the friend who had betrayed him. With a mix of anger and seriousness, Jiang Xiao Yong emphasized three words: the betrayer. At that moment, Jiang Zi finally got close to the gun Lu Yiming had been using. As he examined it, his face suddenly showed surprise as if he had just noticed something strange. He pulled out the magazine and took a close look at one of the bullets. With a puzzled yet impressed tone, he muttered, "Rubber bullets?" Just then, Mr. Han glanced over at the medical room behind them, where Shang Shang was. He seemed to piece something together and cautiously asked, "So what's the name of the kid in the medical room again?" "Oh right, Chen Song." That triggered Jiang Xiaoyong's memory of when Chen Song had just turned into a zombie. He told everyone, "He's not an ordinary zombie. He's a rare variant. Chen Song can actually understand what we're saying." Inside the room, next to the bed where Chen Song was lying, Jiang Xiaoyong leaned in close to his face and spoke slowly and clearly. "If you understand me, blink 3 times evenly." At first, Chen Song was completely still like a rock, but after hearing Jiang Xiaoyong's words, he reacted. Just as instructed, he blinked 3 times at a steady pace. At the same time, he let out a low, continuous growl. "Grr, grr, grr." Jiang Xiaoyong praised him. "Good job." Then he asked a simple question to test Chen Song's cognitive reflexes. "What's 2 times 2? Tell me by blinking that number of times." At that moment, Chen Song blinked exactly 4 times. Jiang Xiaoyong kept praising him, saying, "Great job, that was honestly amazing." Back in the present, Jiang Xiaoyong continued talking about what he knew from his past life about how zombies evolved. After the apocalypse, people infected by forces from another world had a very small chance of becoming rare variants. These zombies usually had higher intelligence or potential compared to regular ones. Some of them even retained parts of their memories from when they were alive. Without aid of caution, Jiang Xiaoyong opened the door to the infirmary. By then, Chen Song had already stood up. He looked very calm, though his face was a little pale and slightly unsettling. Xiaoyong said, "Luckily, Chen Song is one of those rare variants." Chen Song stepped on the blood-covered head of the traitor Lu Yiming, twisting his face into a grotesque mess. Seeing this, Jiang Zi and the other two looked a little scared, but Jiang Xiaoyong seemed very pleased. Suddenly, Chen Song turned his pale face toward everyone. The veins on his face were bulging and frowned as he let out a low growl. It seemed like he was going to attack, but instead, he cheerfully waved at everyone. The moment was oddly cute, but given the situation, it left the other 4 people frozen in place for 5 whole seconds. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong finally spoke, giving a clear order to zombie Chen Song. He said seriously, "All right, no need to hold back, take care of it." Right away, Chen Song understood human speech. He grabbed Lu Yiming's body by the collar and dragged him out, leaving the rest of the group stunned. Jiang Zi couldn't believe there'd come a day when Chen Song would regain his awareness. He was the first to step forward and asked, "Song? Brother Song, do you really remember?" Chen Song paused when he heard Jiang Zi's voice. He turned his head slightly and smiled warmly, his expression friendly. He nodded twice, letting out a low grunt. Seeing his best friend again in a moment like this made Jiang Zi a little shaky. He stood frozen for a while, but inside, he was overjoyed. Meanwhile, the chubby kid Xiao Kai stood there dumbfounded, completely thrown off by what just happened. Suddenly, Chen Song lunged forward and tossed a cuckoo bird at Jiang Zi. Luckily, Jiang Zi's reflexes kicked in just in time. He dodged it and narrowly escaped a direct hit. He jumped back, yelling, "Oh my god!" The whole thing gave him a massive scare. Chen Song was still the same as ever, clearly enjoying playing pranks on his best friend. Jiang Zi's face darkened in frustration. He took a deep breath and said, "What the hell was that? Looks like you do remember stuff after all. You've turned into a zombie, and you're still messing around." Once everything had settled down that night, everyone went back to their own rooms. Jiang Xiaoyong returned to his room and lay down with his hands behind his head, relaxing on his bed. He opened the system panel in front of him. An achievement had been unlocked. "Whoa, I actually triggered a hidden achievement? That's a surprise. Let's see if there's anything new in the store." A mutated teammate had completed a task, earning him 10 points. His total now was 46 points. Just then, a new system menu popped up. Level 1 supply box, costs 5 points. Threat level weapon supply box, level 1, costs 5 points. Dark tech supply box, level 2, costs 50 points. Manual refresh, costs 4 points. Oh man, a level 2 box. Reading that instantly lifted Jiang Xiaoyong's mood. He sat up excitedly and said with a smile, Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen one. Then he leaned back again, stroked his chin, and calmed himself down to think things through. It's just too expensive. Minus 50 points is a lot. I'll open the other two boxes first, so they don't take up space. There were two boxes, each corresponding to a different system notification, one labeled Life Protection and the other Threatening Weapon. Life Protection Supply Box Level 1 successfully redeemed. 41 points have been deducted from your current total. Threatening Weapon Supply Box Level 1 successfully redeemed. 5 points deducted, 36 points remaining. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Xiao Yong confidently pointed at the screen and clicked to open both boxes. A bright beam of light burst out, illuminating the entire room. At that moment, the system continued with the results Jiang Xiao Yong had received. Life Protection Supply Box Level 1 opened. Reward: Anti-infection agent from another realm. This item has a chance to block interdimensional infection sources, but it cannot reverse any completed transformations. Threatening Weapon Supply Box Level 1 opened. Reward: Special Sniper Rifle Barrett M82 with 12.7mm beam 50 rounds. 10 bullets included. After reading through the reward notifications, Jiang Xiao Yong collapsed onto the pillow, unable to hold back his emotions, and exclaimed, "Oh my god, if a level 1 box already gives out a weapon like this, then level 2 or 3 might just hand out a tank. And this anti-infection agent, does that mean it can cure someone who's been bitten before they turn into a zombie?" Right after that, he clicked on the system panel with the mission details. The task was currently focused on boosting manpower. The objective was to recruit 5 survivors from Rong Xiang Yuan. 0 out of 5 so far, with a reward of 25 points. As he selected the mission, Jiang Xiao Yong said excitedly, "I really want to open the level 2 crate. I've got to finish this mission as soon as possible tomorrow." That night, while everyone at the base was fast asleep, only Chen Song was still awake, busy dealing with Lu Yiming's body, which he dragged outside the base. The next morning in the courtyard of the base, Jiang Xiao Yong gathered everyone for firearms training. He spoke clearly and firmly. Starting today, everyone needs to spend at least 1 hour a day practicing with their guns. This is voluntary, but we all need to cooperate. The training will help us protect ourselves and defend the base. 5 people, Mr. Han, Shang Shang, Jiang Zi, Xiao Kai, and Shui Shui, stood in a line. They aimed their guns at water bottles and other items set up on a table for target practice. Jiang Xiao Yong approached Mr. Han and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, in a bit, please call Jiang Zi and the others to clear out a few empty rooms. There was a group of survivors at Rong Xiang Yuan earlier. I'm going to go pick them up today." Mr. Han, while reloading his gun, quickly replied, "Ah, good. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." After giving the instructions, Jiang Xiao Yong turned to call out to zombie Chen Song. Chen Song. At that moment, our handsome Chen Song, for the safety of his teammates, had voluntarily put on a mask to protect against bites. Because of the mask, his growl sounded a little strange. He turned and responded with, "Woof woof." Jiang Xiao Yong said, "Follow me." A few hours later, on the main highway, a bus had crashed in the middle of the road. It seemed like it had been there for a while. Surrounding the bus were numerous bodies lying on the ground, with newly mutated zombies still wandering around nearby. Jiang Xiao Yong and Chen Song were at the front door of the bus. One zombie, with a knife embedded in its forehead, fell to the ground. It was clear that Xiao Yong had done this. In the driver's seat, the driver had also mutated into a zombie. He was trapped by his seatbelt, screaming with hunger, reaching out toward Jiang Xiao Yong. A moment later, the zombie's results were swiftly dealt with by Chen Song, who quickly tossed it out of the driver's seat with both hands. After clearing all the zombies from the bus, Jiang Xiao Yong handed Chen Song a key and said, "Here." Chen Song was like a robot. Whatever Jiang Xiao Yong said, he did. But wanting to avoid causing any harm to Jiang Xiao Yong, Chen Song carefully took the key from his hand gently. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao Yong placed the key into Chen Song's hand and then walked back to the driver's seat. He waved cheerfully and called out, "It's fine, just take it off. When it's just me, you don't need to wear that stuff." Chen Song seemed to pick up on the emotional tone, pausing for a moment, almost moved by the words of the main character. Then Chen Song lifted the key and inserted it into the lock beneath his chin. Jiang Xiao Yong continued, "When we get to Rong Xiang Yuan, make sure to put it back on. Don't scare anyone." Chen Song, still wearing his mask, simply responded with a low growl, like a silent acknowledgement of Jiang Xiao Yong's words. Cut to the southern city base near Bichtui Mountain, where the heavyset Lai Shuxiang and the woman Quen Jing are stationed. A few of their men start gathering around a pickup truck, getting ready to head out. "Why aren't they all here yet?" Lai Shuxiang shouts. Just then, another man and woman show up. The ones already on the truck quickly respond. We're all set. Let's go, Boss Lai. Lai Shixiang climbs into the front seat, clutching a rifle tightly in one hand. With the other hand, he holds a cigarette between his fingers. He scowls and yells, "That's everyone. I don't believe we still can't take down wrong Xiang Yuan with this." He flicks the cigarette butt to the ground. The truck rumbles to life and rolls out of the gate. The thugs shout in unison, loud and fired up, "Let's go! Let's go!" Jiang Xiao Yong is about to face an old enemy. It looks like this clash is going to be one to remember. Out on the road, zombies shuffle along, some gathering around a single spot. They're tearing into a victim. From a distance, a bus speeds toward them. Its headlights shine directly on a zombie ripping open a corpse's stomach. It suddenly looks up, startled. This is the same bus Jiang Xiaoyong and Chen Song hijacked the day before. They're driving straight into the swarm. Zombies are sent flying. Screams and guttural roars echo through the night. The bus engine roared continuously as it swerved and zigzagged through obstacles. There were vehicles that had been attacked on the road, and the scene shifted to the towering building, Rong Xiang Yuan. Mr. Lai was protecting his family along with Old Song and the others, all of them sitting in a circle, sharing what little breakfast they had. Just a few crumbs of cookies to ease their hunger. They didn't dare to separate, hearing the sound of a vehicle engine approaching. The young boy, Daixuan, chewed his cookies slowly and then turned to speak excitedly. "It's definitely Xiaoyang. He's come back to pick us up." Staying alert was the top priority. Mr. Lai immediately signaled for everyone to be quiet. He picked up an AK and stepped outside to check. Mr. Lai whispered to Daixuan, "Shh, don't go out yet. Let me check first." He peeked his head through the glass door, carefully assessing the situation. His face showed signs of worry, and sweat was forming on his brow. Unfortunately for Mr. Lai's group, the gang of Lai Shuxian had arrived first. As soon as they arrived, they yelled, "Weapon check." "Which house is it?" Lai Shuxian got out of the vehicle, slammed the door, and loudly announced, "House number 8. Right behind him, the overweight Lai Shuxian, holding a gun in his hand, waved his hand and ordered everyone, "Move out, let's go." The people behind him, all armed and cold-blooded, followed closely behind. Mr. Lai was extremely worried when he realized it wasn't Jiang Xiaoyang. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Damn, it's not Xiaoyang. It's those bastards from Bitch Tweed Mountain. Old Song now has a gun, the same one Mr. Lai gave to his student." Hearing those people, Mr. Lai immediately raised his gun and, with a fierce tone, said, "These bastards still dare to show up? Have they learned their lesson?" Before leaving, Jiang Xiaoyang had given away many weapons to the group, so now they weren't as scared as before. Mr. Lai turned and waved his hand, telling everyone, "Now we all have guns. Let's fight back." But he didn't forget to remind them, "Know your limits. Don't underestimate the enemy. This time they're coming in greater numbers, more than us, and they're all armed." From above, Mr. Lai's group could see how well-equipped and numerous Lai Shuxian's men were, and then they began to act and take their positions. According to their plan, everyone hid in their designated spots. "I'll go up to the roof." Down in the yard, Lai Shuxiang's gang was full of confidence and seemed completely fearless. They stood tall, pointing their guns up toward the windows of the Rong Xiang Yuan building. Mr. Song and Daixuan peeked out just enough to see what was happening. Mr. Song was drenched in sweat, but he quickly pulled himself together to coordinate with the others. This distance is enough, he thought. Move up a little more and those bastards will have to aim precisely. Right then, a burst of sharp, cracking gunfire rang out. The cold-blooded attackers fired without hesitation. They didn't care who got hurt, as long as they stayed in control. The glass window of the room shattered. Shards flew through the air, hitting Mr. Lai. He instinctively raised his arms to protect himself, shouting to Daixuan, "Careful! Get back! Damn!" On the other side, Lai Shuxian turned to one of his men, a guy with long hair, and snapped, "Give me the loudspeaker. The rest of you get ready at the windows. Shoot anyone who dares show their face." A moment later, the heavyset Lai Shuxian grabbed a red loudspeaker, brought it close to his mouth, and tested it. "Hello? Hello?" Before he could say another word into the loudspeaker, a rifle shot whizzed past the long-haired man's head. It was so fast, he didn't even register what was happening. Lai Shuxian, still holding the loudspeaker, flinched hard. A second later, the long-haired man collapsed. He was dead on the spot. Lai Shuxian and the others turned and stared in disbelief. None of them had seen it coming. Lai Shuxian shouted, "A rifle!" After that question, another bullet from a rifle shot straight into the calf of one of the men. It was fast and smooth, and the guy who got hit cried out in pain, "My leg." Lai Shuxian stood there stunned, looking like a fool. The gun was still smoking above, and all that could be heard were the panicked shouts of the Bitch Fly Mountain group below. "Find cover, fast!" Mr. Lai called from the rooftop. He propped his 8K rifle against the concrete ledge for support. No one had expected Mr. Lai to be this formidable. The shot just now had come from him, while chaos erupted below with everyone shouting, "Watch out, it's a rifle, automatic," Lai Shuxiang warned. "Now we're in trouble, lost a man." The group scattered to find cover. The fat guy ducked behind a wall, gritting his teeth in frustration. "Damn, didn't the intel say there was only a handgun? Plus, with the 7 guns we grabbed last time, there were only 4 handguns. Where the hell did this automatic rifle come from?" A brown-haired guy crouched behind a tree, his face filled with worry and fear. He turned to Lai Shuxiang, urgently asking, "Boss Lai, what do we do now?" In his panic, Lai Shuxiang shouted to his team, "What else can we do? Fall back." This guy was so terrified that the moment he heard the words retreat, he bolted screaming in panic as he ran. Lai Shuxiang saw how fast he ran and couldn't do anything about it. Frustrated, he shouted, "Wait for my order before running, you idiot. The gunfire's loud and clear. You already know how this ends." That guy, desperate to escape, ended up flat on the ground, covered in blood. He had taken a bullet right to the body. As for Lai Shuxiang, he was confused and scared, but instead of feeling sad, he actually felt somewhat satisfied. He kept yelling, "Damn it, serves him right. Everyone, follow my orders. Charge together. 3, 2, 1, go." Right after Lai Shuxiang gave the order, they all started running, but unlike before, they looked terrified, heads down, scrambling to get away. It was hard to believe a team leader could be this ruthless and irresponsible, letting his men rush ahead while he stayed behind with a cold smirk on his face. Those who obeyed Lai Shuxiang's command and ran for their lives ended up getting shot and falling to the ground. It seemed like Lai Shuxiang was using them as human shields, sending them out first to take the bullets for him. After choosing the opportunity at the top of the magazine, he fired so much at the targets that he started considering running away. As he sprinted for his life, he glanced around and figured he'd soon need to reload. This silly guy was right. Mr. Lai had run out of bullets, so he couldn't keep firing nonstop anymore. Now, Lai Shuxiang and a few lucky ones made it to the car. Lai Shuxiang opened the door to the driver's seat and shouted, "Hurry up and drive." The others climbed into the truck bed. They scrambled selfishly, only thinking about themselves, not caring about the slower ones. The people in the truck left one of their teammates behind, who couldn't keep up. He called out in disappointment, "Wait, I'm not on yet." But the vehicle didn't seem to show any signs of stopping. By now, Mr. Lai had probably finished reloading, and for the one who lagged behind, the result was a copper bullet right to the forehead. Soon after, gunfire continued to blast behind Lai Shuxiang's vehicle. Mr. Lai tried shooting at the tires, the bullets flying fast and sparking. The people in the truck bed closed their eyes and whispered prayers. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao Yong's bus was speeding down the main road. His driving skills were top-notch. Sitting in the driver's seat, it seemed like he spotted a familiar vehicle on the road. He glanced over and lowered the window at the sound. Jiang Xiao Yong was driving the bus slowly toward an intersection when, at the same time, a pickup truck sped by, clearly trying to escape from Lai Shuxiang. Jiang Xiao Yong wondered, "Who's that?" But he didn't dwell on it for long. His main goal was to get to Rong Sinang Yuan. He thought to himself, "First things first, I need to finish the task. The score is more important." The bus Jiang Xiao Yong was driving eventually reached the Rong Sinang Yuan area. As he slowed down the vehicle, he heard gunshots in the distance. When he got out of the bus, both he and Chen Song immediately saw a body lying in the street, covered in wounds. Jiang Xiao Yong took a quick look and guessed, "Oh, it looks like the gun we left behind did its job. The truck we saw earlier must have been the thieves running away." Seeing the body of the zombie, Chen Song couldn't help but start drooling, making a series of grunting noises. Grr. Jiang Xiao Yong found this amusing, so he turned to him and laughed, asking, "What's going on? You want to eat?" The zombie Chen Song growled back, almost as if agreeing that he was hungry. Grr. Then Jiang Xiao Yong chuckled with satisfaction and turned around, giving Chen Song a laid-back nod. "Fine, better let you eat than let it go to the other zombies. Go on." Chen Song lit up like a puppy being handed a juicy treat. His eyes turned red and a wide grin spread across his face, filled with hunger like he hadn't eaten in days. He dashed toward the corpse with lightning speed. Jiang Xiao Yong quickly shouted after him, "When you're done, wait for me under house number 8 in the compound." Chen Song let out an eager growl in response, tearing into the fresh meat of his prey. Thrilled to be eating his favorite meal, Chen Song looked up at Jiang Xiao Yong and growled again, this time like a thank you. Jiang Xiao Yong kept walking ahead, smirking when he heard him. Ha ha. And now, the gourmet feast begins. Chen Song bent his head back down, ripped off a huge chunk, and took a deep, satisfying slurp. It looked incredibly tempting. After he finished absorbing the rich, savory meat, a flicker of deep red light sparked in his eyes. Chen Song was lost in bliss. Being able to eat fresh meat meant he could evolve, grow stronger. His low growls of pleasure almost sounded like he was saying, "This feels amazing." Jiang Xiao Yong walked into the wrong Xian Yuan building, looking completely calm and composed. At his feet were the bodies of Lai Shuxiang's henchmen. Jiang Xiao Yong muttered to himself, "Man, looks like Lai Huang's people didn't go down without a fight." Through the shattered glass doors, Zixuan spotted Jiang Xiaoyong and shouted, "It's Xiaoyong. It's really Xiaoyong this time." Right away, several people rushed up to the balcony, cheering and waving excitedly. "Xiaoyong! Xiaoyong!" Jiang Xiaoyong paused, realizing these were Mr. Li's people. A moment later, Mr. Lai came downstairs, leading the group to meet him. Xiaoyong was the first to speak. "You drove off all those guys by yourself." Proudly, Mr. Lai waved his hand and replied, "That's right." Then, not wanting to take all the credit, he turned and pointed behind him, adding, "But we have to thank you, Brother Xiaoyong. It was your rifle. Before I left the military, I was great with a rifle." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden loud noise erupted, wild and chaotic. Everyone jumped and looked around in shock. Xiaoyong frowned, puzzled, and turned around. What was that sound? Now, the footsteps of a man wearing black shoes were getting closer to the group. He was Shen Song, a zombie. After enjoying some top-quality red meat, he eagerly followed Jiang Xiaoyong. Though his face was a little pale, he still seemed friendly overall. As soon as Mr. Lai saw Shen Song, he immediately raised his gun and shouted, "Careful! A zombie!" Jiang Xiaoyong quickly blocked the barrel of Mr. Lai's gun with his own and casually looked at Shen Song. "Hey, don't panic, he's a friend." Mr. Lai stared at the zombie in front of him, his face drained of color and sweat pouring down his face. He looked doubtful. A friend? Knowing that Shen Song had come in because of the smell of fresh meat, Jiang Xiaoyong pointed in the direction. "There's more over there. Go ahead and help yourself." Shen Song tilted his head and let out a strange noise, as if replying, then walked off in the direction Jiang Xiaoyong had pointed to. Mr. Lai, amazed by Jiang Xiaoyong's ability to tame zombies so easily, was stunned. He immediately asked, "What's going on here?" "Xiaoyong, you can talk to zombies." Now Jiang Xiaoyong wanted to quickly get everyone moving. He turned to Mr. Lai and said, "This isn't an ordinary zombie. It's hard to explain right away. Let's get in the car and I'll explain everything on the way." Then Jiang Xiaoyong called out to Shen Song, "Hurry up and finish eating. Once you're done, come back to the car and find us." Shen Song, who was sitting and tearing off pieces of meat, gave a thumbs up to signal oak. A little while later, after satisfying his hunger, Shen Song was very careful. He instinctively put on a bite-proof mask, double-checked it, and then headed towards the bus. The people on the bus, except for Jiang Xiaoyong, were a bit scared when they saw Shen Song getting on. Zixuan, who was leaning on the bus railing, looked on in surprise and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, he even knows to wear a mask after eating. That's so creepy." Jiang Xiaoyong teased the boy, "Creepy, huh? Be careful, it might hear you and bite you." Immediately, Zixuan changed his tone, looking scared and saying, actually, that's kind of impressive." Jiang Xiaoyong smirked. "You can let it hear you say that." All attention was on the zombie character, Chen Song. He stepped onto the bus and accidentally kicked the door hard. It seemed like he hit it with a bit too much force, making the whole bus sway. The passengers on board were even more frightened than before. Mr. Lai suddenly gasped and shouted, "Oh my god, did the bus just tilt a little?" Chen Song instinctively handed the key to close his mouth to Jiang Xiaoyong. He tried to force out two words, "Close. Close." Jiang Xiaoyong, who could barely understand what was happening, was still shocked. He pointed and gasped, asking Shen Song, "Wait, you can talk now?" Maybe the red meat is helping Shen Song evolve and get smarter. He kept trying to get more words out, stumbling over a few like a young child. It was still a kind of miracle. Looking at the key in Shen Song's hand, Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't help but think he's already eaten 6 corpses. As a zombie, Shen Song has definitely started evolving more. I need to quickly go back, exchange points for strength, and focus on getting the strongest fighting power in the area. Without hesitating any longer, Jiang Xiaoyong gripped the steering wheel tightly and shouted, "Hold on tight, we're heading home." The bus sped off at full throttle, racing back toward his base. Deep down, Xiaoyong felt a surge of excitement. There was no way Shen Song was just an ordinary zombie. Meanwhile, at Bitch Chui Mountain, where the bad guys had set up camp, Lai Shuxian had returned in defeat, only to be immediately scolded by 2 of the group's leaders. One of them, the man Shuxian called Brother Kai, angrily pointed at him and lashed out right to his face. "Tan it, what did I say? He's useless." Xiong couldn't say a word in his defense. He shut his eyes, silently taking the humiliation. Then, sweating nervously and clearly afraid, he tried to explain. Brother Wen, you can't blame me for this. They had automatic rifles. Brother Wen glared at him with obvious distrust, folding his arms and snapping back. Don't be ridiculous. A small-time security team? Where would they get automatic rifles? You think I'm stupid or something? Desperate, Xiong raised his voice, trying to make himself clear. No, it's the truth. If you don't believe me, send someone to check it out for yourself. Looking at Brother Wen's calm but commanding presence, Xiong felt utterly pathetic. He understood exactly what his superior expected of him. Big Brother Kai roughly kicked Lai Xiong, sending his chubby body crashing to the ground. He yelled, "Get lost!" That hurt. Lai Xiong cried out, "Ah!" His heart burned with anger, but he didn't dare say a word. Knowing his own strength was no match, he quietly stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and shot the two men a sideways glare. After Lai Xiong trudged away, Big Brother Kai clenched his teeth in frustration and snapped, "I've been sick of that useless guy for a long time. He's not even worth..." But he didn't finish the sentence. Instead, he made a slicing motion across his throat with his finger, clearly hinting he wanted to get rid of Lai Xiong. One of the more respected guys in the group chuckled and said, "You still got your eye on the girl next to him, huh?" Kai's squinty eyes lit up with excitement. He was obviously pleased, but tried to play it cool. "Oh, Sue, what are you trying to say?" Standing between Wen and Sue, Kai finally let loose. He spread his arms wide and declared, "Share, of course we share." Even though Wen looks so charming, the moment someone mentions women, his face turns creepy. He frowned and warned, "Don't rush, Kai. Wait for me to find the right moment." They thought Lai Xiong had already left. Inside, the three men were chatting excitedly, plotting how to take him down. But Lai Xiong wasn't that easy to fool. He was hiding right outside the door and overheard everything. He was so furious, he could have coughed up blood, but all he could do was clench his fist in frustration. His jaw tightened, veins popped on his face, and he threw a sharp glance inside. A little later, still at the Bitch Tui mountain base in Lai Xiong's room, he was fuming. He smashed things in a rage, trying to let out all his anger. He cursed under his breath, "Dan!" Kuai Jing, his woman, saw the mess and rushed over. "What's wrong, honey?" she asked, concerned. She leaned closer, trying to soothe his temper with a soft voice. "Calm down." Still furious, Lai Xiong shouted, ordering her, "Hurry up and pack our things. We were fine. Why do we have to move all of a sudden?" Kuai Jing was shocked and immediately asked, "Leave? Go where?" Lai Xiong tightly gripped Kuai Jing's hand. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said, "It looks like we can't stay here much longer. We need to get ready. In times like these, having a woman around can be dangerous for any man with a girlfriend." Lai Xiong called for one of his men. Right away, a guy in a white shirt ran in and said, "Brother Lai, what do you need?" Without delay, Lai Xiong urgently ordered him to gather the rest of the crew. "Something fell off early this morning," he said. "Bring the others." Kuai Jing looked puzzled. When Lai Xiong turned away, her expression showed how little she cared for him. She was only staying with him to have a place to hide. Deep down, she had known this guy couldn't be trusted ever since he told her to seduce Jiang Xiao Yong and failed. Cut to Jiang Xiao Yong's base. A bus had just pulled up in front of the gate. Mr. Han, Shang Shang, Jiang Zi, and Xiao Kai grabbed their weapons and moved into a defensive position, suspicious that strangers might be trying to break in. Everyone stepped outside now. After the long ride, the boy Xuan got out of the vehicle and looked around in surprise. Wow, it really does feel like a fortress after the apocalypse. Jiang Xiao Yong hadn't gotten out yet. He immediately pulled up the system's personnel reinforcement mission, which was now marked as completed. Mission requirement: recruit survivors at Rong Sedang Yuan. 8 out of 5 completed exceeded target. Reward: 25 points. Bonus for exceeding target: 5 points. Current total: 66 points. After reading it, he said to himself, so going above the target gets you extra points, confirming current score after mission. Jiang Xiaoyong then got out of the vehicle. When he saw Shen Song waiting by the door, he said, "Shen Song, come with me to the south side of the city tomorrow night." Through the bite-proof mask, Shen Song let out a muffled "huh." Mr. Lai asked the question for him. "You're heading south? What for?" Jiang Xiaoyong smiled softly, then turned to Mr. Lai with a cheerful look and said, "I have some unfinished business with the folks at the Bitch Tui Mountain Villa. There are a few old scores I need to settle." Tonight, after everything had been properly arranged and settled, Jiang Xiaoyong returned to his room. Alone in the room, he immediately opened the level 2 black tech supply box system interface. It cost him 59 points. He chose to manually refresh the box, which deducted another 4 points. Under the glow of the system screen, Jiang Xiao Yong firmly pressed the button to refresh manually. His hand hovered over the icon of a box marked with a mysterious item. "This is my first level 2 box," he said. After clicking to confirm, a system message popped up. The level 2 black tech supply box had been successfully exchanged, costing him 50 points. His remaining balance dropped to 16 points. Instantly, a beam of light swirled into a vortex around him, circling Jiang Xiao Yong like a mini-storm. He stood calmly in the mysterious glow of the energy surrounding him. Deep down, Xiao Yong was genuinely excited about what item might appear to support his skills. With a serious tone, he said, "Don't let me down." At that moment, the box opened. Right before Jiang Xiao Yong appeared a syringe-shaped object. The system revealed more details through the item info panel. From the level 2 black tech supply box, he had received his reward, a stamina booster, adds 20 points. Jiang Xiao Yong happily held the item in his hands, exclaiming 2 doses of energy medicine. "Ah, holy crap, no wonder he's at the 2nd tier level," he said in awe. Then suddenly a loud scream echoed, "Ah, ah!" The scream was so intense that it could be heard from outside the house, and a bright light seemed to be radiating from him. After struggling with the effects of the medicine for a while, Jiang Xiao Yong finally returned to normal, but his body was far from ordinary. He lifted his arm, feeling the strength flowing through him, and said, "A total of 33 energy points, 6 times stronger than an average person." The sensation was incredible. Just then, a mosquito flew by him, buzzing close to his face. Whoosh! With just 2 fingers, Jiang Xiao Yong grabbed the tiny mosquito. He brought it closer to examine it more closely. The mosquito, still desperately trying to escape, flapped its wings furiously. After a moment, Jiang Xiao Yong let go, releasing the poor mosquito. It immediately zipped away at lightning speed. That little display made it clear. Jiang Xiao Yong had gotten a whole lot stronger. That afternoon at Xiao Yong's base, the sky turned a deep orange as the sun began to set. Jiang Xiao Yong arrived with the zombies Chen Song, heading toward the training area where everyone was practicing. Mr. Lai and Shang Shang were still in the middle of their intense workout. When Mr. Lai saw Jiang Xiao Yong, he called out, "Hey Xiao Yong, you planning to head south to the city?" Jiang Xiao Yong smiled, looked at Mr. Lai, but didn't answer right away. He watched Mr. Li's sharpshooting skills and then replied, "Yeah, that's the plan. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lai." Hearing this, Mr. Lai eagerly asked, "Got something to ask me?" Jiang Xiao Yong happily expressed his thoughts and asked Mr. Lai for a favor. Since his shooting skills were the best here, he wanted him to train everyone. Flattered by Jiang Xiao Yong's trust, Mr. Lai happily agreed. "This is my specialty. Don't worry, I've got it covered." With that settled, Jiang Xiao Yong headed toward the bus. He waved and said, "Chen Song, let's go." Then Jiang Xiao Yong drove the bus off, beginning his journey for revenge. By now, it was dark, and the quiet of the night felt more still than ever. The scene shifted to Lai Shuxiang's building, where he and his men were preparing to flee. He turned to one of his subordinates and asked, "King Zai, how's it going over there?" King Zeb responded, "Don't worry, Boss Lai, everything's ready now." Hearing that, Lai Shuxiang gave the order for everyone to move out. Lai Shuxiang and his crew moved forward cautiously, staying alert and watching their surroundings. Suddenly, a car appeared out of nowhere, its headlights blazing directly at them. The light was so blinding that everyone instinctively shielded their eyes and let out a shout of surprise. While Lai Shuxiang was still squinting from the glare, a group of people, led by someone unexpected, stepped out and stood right in front of them. It turned out that Kui Jing had betrayed Lai Shuxiang. She was now sitting comfortably in the car with Big Brother Wen and Big Brother Kai, smiling like she didn't have a care in the world. This shameless woman wasn't new to switching sides. She always chased after whoever had more power or benefits without a clue about what loyalty or sticking through tough times meant. Noticing something was off, one of Lai Shuxiang's men spoke up confused. "What's going on?" Lai Shuxiang was still trying to make sense of the situation. He had told his people to be ready, but now all these unexpected faces were showing up. Something clearly wasn't right. Before he could think it through any further, Donghu stepped forward with a gun in hand and smiling asked Lai Shuxiang, "So, where are you guys off to?" Lai Shuxiang squinted hard, trying to make out the face in front of him. As soon as he recognized the man, he gritted his teeth and spat out Dong. "Donghu?" Immediately, Lai Shuxiang quickly showed off his acting skills. Despite being extremely angry, he held it in and forced a cheerful laugh, saying, "Ha ha ha, it's Boss Dong. We were planning to stop by Rong Xiang Yuan to try our luck when it got dark." Upon hearing this explanation, Donghu just curled his lips into a scornful smile and said, "Ha ha, so you were going to Rong Xiang Yuan?" From behind, One of his men dragged a person over and threw the body in front of Lai Shuxiang, making him jump in surprise. At that moment, Lai Shuxiang understood what was going on. His subordinate, seeing their comrade unconscious, shouted, "Qing Zai!" Before he could finish, Lai Shuxiang landed a punch that twisted the guy's jaw. Trying to save his own skin, he shouted at his subordinate, "Open your damn eyes and look carefully. This isn't King Zai." Then, scratching his head and grinning foolishly, he asked, "Boss Dong, who is this person?" I don't know him." Without giving Lai Shuxiang any more time to maneuver, Dong raised his gun toward Lai Shuxiang's group and barked, "Bang, bang, bang." The sound of rapid gunfire rang out, mingling with the screams that were abruptly cut off. Lai Shuxiang didn't die, but he stood there, trembling and holding his head. He looked at him confused. The 3 gunshots earlier weren't meant for the enemy. They were aimed at his own men. Lai Shuxiang tried desperately to explain, I really don't know him, Boss Dong. Please, you have to believe me." As if everything was unfolding according to plan, Dong pointed toward the car with a grin and said, "Ha ha, still playing dumb? Take a good look. See who's sitting in that car." By then, the car's headlights had turned off. Lai Shuxiang's frustration boiled over. He never imagined she would turn against him. His jaw tightened as anger surged through him. Inside the car, Kuai Jing was getting close to Brother Kai, which only fueled Lai Shuxiang's rage. He shouted, "Kuai Jing." Brother Kai gave him a cold stare and said, "No point pretending anymore. Kuai Jing already told us everything about your plan." Hearing this, Lai Shuxiang nearly lost control. His face darkened, but Donghu's men stepped in and held him back. All he could do was shout in frustration, "Kuai Jing, how could you do this to me?" Seeing that things had gone far enough, Kai turned to Wen and asked, "Boss Zhang, what should we do with him?" Wen, with a cold, expressionless face, simply waved his hand. Just a small gesture, but one that spelled doom for Lai Shuxiang. In the stillness of the night, a rope suddenly tightened around Lai Shuxiang's neck. A strong man pulled on it, lifting him off the ground. He dangled in the air, struggling helplessly. Terrified, he whimpered through tears, his cries echoing through the darkness. It seemed like Jiang Xiao Yong's misfortune in this life had now shifted to Lai Shuxiang. His death wasn't much different from how Jiang Xiao Yong had died in his past life. After a while, Lai Shuxiang stopped moving. His body hung lifeless at the front gate of his home. Not long after, Jiang Xiao Yong's bus pulled up to the scene. He and Shen Song quietly made their way along the wall, approaching the house. Just then, Lai Shuxiang's legs twitched. Jiang Xiao Yong immediately noticed and signaled Shen Song to stop. Turns out Lai Shuxiang had turned into a zombie after dying. He was struggling to break free from the rope. Seeing this, Jiang Xiao Yong let out a cold scoff and said, "Ha, serves you right. Still, I kind of regret not being the one to finish you off." With that, he flicked a stone with his hand, slicing through the rope that held Lai Shuxiang by the neck. The rope snapped, causing the zombie Lai Shuxiang to fall face first onto the ground with a painful thud. Jiang Xiao Yong stepped forward, grabbed his head, and said, "You beast! Considering how tragic your end is, I'm avenging you. Honestly, what I'm doing is already merciful." The scene shifted to a building where strange sounds could be heard from the outside. "Ow, ow, oh," followed by laughter. "Ha ha." Through the bright window, we could see 2 men giving a massage to someone lying on a bed. It turned out that Kuai Jing was handcuffed and lying there. She was stretched out with her limbs splayed, and with a playful grin, she said, "You're so mean. After I achieved such a great feat, you treat me like this? Hurry up and take these off." Not making her wait long, Big Brother Wen moved closer to her and boldly asked, "Isn't this reward wonderful? Come here." At that moment, Kuai Jing felt like she was in a trance. She no longer wanted to laugh loudly, but instead focused on reading the alphabet. Suddenly, a noise came from outside the window. She heard Big Brother Kai stop what he was doing, look out, and ask, "What's that sound?" Then he stepped closer to get a better look. The noise behind him was so loud that he didn't hear anything happening outside. Kai heard the strange noise from outside. He frowned and looked out the window. His eyes widened in shock when he saw one of his men lying face down on the ground, completely still. Blood was pouring from the back of the guy's head. Now the door was shaking violently as someone pounded on it again and again like they were trying to break it down. Kai and Wen turned their attention to the front door. Even though they were in the middle of something, they glanced over and shouted, "What's going on out there?" But just then, from behind them, Jiang Xiao Yong climbed in through the window. His face was dark and serious as he appeared out of nowhere. There was something dangerous and intense in his expression. His eyes locked onto the 2 men with a sharp, unblinking stare. Calmly and almost gently, he placed a small carrot-shaped blade near Kai's pale neck. The sharp metallic smell hit Kai's nose, and he slowly turned his eyes to the side. Ah, ha, ha. Kai's face went pale. He looked terrified. Blood started dripping from his mouth. The pain hit him before he could say a word. He barely managed a few choked sounds. Ah! The carrot-shaped blade slashed across his neck like lightning. A second later, Kai collapsed face first onto the floor. With that momentum, Jiang Xiao Yong jumped into the room. When the big boss saw that his men were dead, he panicked and shouted, "Kai, damn it, who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, Kuei Jing, lying on the bed, hadn't even enjoyed herself for long before she propped herself up and gasped, "Jiang Xiao Yong." Our handsome male lead, Xiao Yong, had a cold expression. He wasted no time and, with a swift motion, threw the knife in his hand forward with great force. The knife flew and struck Wen's throat, immediately making him cough up strawberry syrup. Blood spilled from his mouth in a choking, gagging sound. He couldn't breathe due to the wound in his neck, and he fell, rolling off the bed and onto the floor. Kuei Jing was drenched in the man's strawberry syrup. She looked around anxiously, her hands and feet tightly bound, and screamed, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Seeing Xiao Yong approach her, getting closer and closer, Kuei Jing screamed, "Jiang Xiao Yong, what are you doing? What you want?" When Xiao Yong saw Kuei Jing's awkward and exposed position on the bed, he sneered and muttered, "Heh, you guys sure are enjoying yourselves, huh?" With that, he turned his back on her and walked to the door. Grabbing the doorknob, he said, "I wonder what that scum, Lai Shuxiang, will think when he sees you like this." Kuei Jing immediately broke out in a cold sweat, her face turning pale as she hesitantly asked, "Lai Shuxiang, is that you?" Our Xiao Yong threw open the door and stepped aside, making way for Lai Shuxiang to charge in like a wild animal. The fat man had completely lost control. He quickly turned into a ravenous zombie, lunging at Kuei Jing, growling loudly. Kuei Jing was hanging on to the fragile thread of her life. Tears streamed down her face as Lai Shuxiang's rough hand touched her cheek. It was only then that fear finally overcame her, and she cried out, begging for mercy. "Jiang Xiao Yong, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please forgive me." But it was too late. The lover I had chosen sank his teeth into her neck, blood pouring out in a flood, with no mercy at all. Jiang Xiao Yong slammed the door shut, offering Lai Shuxiang a mouthful of his delicious gift right on the sturdy bed. Her frantic screams echoed through the room. "Ah, ah, ah, ah," filling every corner. Jiang Xiao Yong cracked the door open slightly, watching as the two people who had led him to the edge of the abyss tore into each other. After dealing with the other two, Jiang Xiao Yong stepped outside to meet Chen Song. Looking at the fresh corpses, he said, "Go beat these bodies." Chen Song had changed, he had improved. Staring at a nearby corpse, he stammered, "Just one person. That's the most." Understanding what Chen Song meant, Jiang Xiao Yong turned his head and gave a small nod of approval. Chen Song, now a zombie, lunged forward, burying his face and stomach into a corpse, devouring it hungrily. Jiang Xiao Yong raised his strong hand, focusing on the sound waves traveling from a distance. Not far from the main character, in a room where all the doors were securely shut, there was a man, a woman, and a little girl. Huddled together, they looked like a family. Just then, a fat man in a chef's outfit dragged open a metal door with a long, screeching sound. He slowly stepped inside. This large man held a heavy meat cleaver tightly in one hand, keeping it close to his body. His face was fierce, with a long scar running down one eye. Right at that moment, a skinny man in a white dress shirt rushed in ahead of him. He was tall and lean. He grabbed the little girl and said eagerly, "This one's got thin skin and soft meat. Perfect." Terrified, the little girl burst into tears, crying loudly, "Ah, yoo-hoo." The fat chef frowned, looked the girl up and down, and said, "No, too skinny." He raised his index finger and pointed in another direction. There were more people trapped in the room, not just the three. The chef pointed at a chubby boy clinging to his mother, eyes full of tears, and said, "Pick him." The mother bit her lip in agony, helpless to stop it. Speechless, he calmly reached out and grabbed the chubby little boy as if he were picking out a fish to butcher. "This fat kid, he's coming with me," he said. The boy cried in terror, struggling to break free. He reached his arms out to his mother, while the woman screamed in pain, "Let him go. Let my boy go." It was getting frustrating and giving him a headache. Without warning, the bastard turned and struck the mother with a meat cleaver. The blow was so strong it sent her flying backward. She fell hard, completely unprepared. The cruel, heavy-set chef shouted, "Get out of the way!" The little boy watched as his mother was attacked. Horrified, he screamed, "Mom!" Helpless, a woman clenched her fist and slammed them against the floor. Her face full of rage, tears streaming down, she cried out, "Please, spare my child. I'm begging you, please." No one in the room dared to move. No one could even look her in the eye. Desperate, reaching out through hoarse sobs, she pleaded, "Someone, please save my son. Have mercy. I'm begging you." A loud noise suddenly came from outside. Boom! Boom! It caught the attention of the two thugs and the woman and her child. They all turned to look in the same direction. The door now had 3 round holes in it. The fat cook yelled aggressively, "Who's there?" Realizing something was wrong, several more of his henchmen rushed into the room. One thug, holding a gun and a knife, aimed them both forward. The fat cook, holding a knife close to his body in defense, said, "That's the sound of a shotgun. Who else has a gun like that?" The thug holding the knife looked confused and answered, "No one. Only the boss has a gun like that." Taking advantage of the moment, the boy ran to his mother, sobbing, "Mom." The mother, exhausted and overwhelmed, hugged her son tightly and tried to comfort him. "It's okay, sweetie. Everything will be fine." There were 5 thugs in the room, all aiming their weapons at the door waiting. The fat cook stepped back, and the door slowly creaked open. A faint light from outside began to leak in, and the tension in the air thickened. The chef frowned and turned to his tall, skinny subordinate, saying, "Go check it out." The guy, holding a weapon, hesitated and asked quietly, "Me?" The chef, still frowning, snapped back, "Quit talking. Go now." Feeling pressure, he had no choice but to obey. The subordinate moved carefully, his fingers tightly gripping the handgun, and he crept closer to the door. Sweat poured down his face. Suddenly, a pale, almost lifeless hand shot through the gap and grabbed him by the neck. He nearly jumped out of his skin, screaming in a high-pitched panic, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Without warning, he was dragged out violently, slamming into the doorframe. The 2 other guys holding pistols inside were just as shocked. They shouted in unison, "Zombies! Shoot now!" Both of them quickly aimed and fired several rounds into the door. Panicked, their shots missed completely, firing wildly. Noticing a figure outside the doorframe, they quickly changed targets, unloading a barrage of bullets through the door, which had been boarded up with several planks of wood. "Careful over there." Chen Song broke free just in time. He kicked through the nailed-shut door and launched himself into the room. His eyes were cold and steely, showing no fear as he charged straight in, undeterred by the gunfire. Roar. The evil fat chef stepped back, but at that moment, he was exactly in the spot where Chen Song had infiltrated. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Song lunged at him. The chef realized he was done for and screamed, his mouth wide open in fear. Chen Song gripped the big head of this pig tight with both hands and pushed to the right. Chen Song applied pressure and the chef's neck snapped with a crack. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fell, still in midair from his jump. Chen Song twisted the chef's head around in one swift motion, and the man dropped dead right there. His hands released the knife, which fell to the ground. Chen Song landed lightly, then quickly darted forward, moving with deadly precision and radiating a chilling killer instinct. Now he was a cold-blooded zombie assassin. From outside, frantic screams echoed, causing chaos. "It's coming for me. Help, help. Ah, ah, ah." A little while later, everything was settled. Chen Song stood before a room full of witnesses, his enemies scattered around him, lying defeated. One girl, still in shock, stared in disbelief and stammered, "No, you're not going to kill us? What exactly is this zombie?" Chen Song's white, exhausted eyes and pale skin made him look unwell, but now he's completely stable. He slipped his hands into his pockets and stared out the window. Then Jiang Xiao Yong casually walked in and opened the door. He said, "Nice job, Chen Song, but don't take off the chains and mask." His movements were still quick, and not only were his actions steady, but now Chen Song also had excellent reflexes. He raised his crooked hand in front of him and said, "Like this, even cooler." The people in the room were more frightened than before. The woman who had been holding the child tightly exclaimed, "Zombies, zombies can talk." Chen Song stood in the center, capturing everyone's attention, standing out from the mindless zombies outside. The young mother held her little girl close, her face full of fear as she looked at him. The little girl peeked over at him, trembling. Seeing her worried expression, Jiang Xiao Yong stepped closer with a friendly wave to the girl. "Don't be scared, it's okay. He won't hurt anyone." Chen Song turned, nodded confidently, and gave a reassuring gesture. The little girl with her big sparkling eyes still had tears lingering on her face, and her cheeks were red from crying so much. She looked at him with disbelief. She stammered, telling him, "It's a high-level monster. It harms people without even blinking." Jiang Xiaoyang's face grew serious. He started to doubt how the little girl knew about such high-level monsters. With a curious sound, he leaned in closer to her and asked, "Have you two seen something like that before?" The little girl, still frightened, timidly curled into her mother's arms. The mother hesitated before answering, "Yes, we have." Jiang Xiaoyang's face darkened as he asked, "Where could you see it?" The woman, clearly intimidated by him, quickly replied, in the decorated city in the eastern part of the city. Jiang Xiao Yong narrowed his eyes as he thought, gazing off into the distance. He said, "Already? I thought it would take at least a month or two, and besides, the city's decorations aren't far from Yi City." Shen Song, standing outside and quietly observing, mumbled, "What? What's going on?" Jiang Xiaoyong turned to explain more clearly. "The variation is exactly like you. Depending on each person's situation, you'll maintain your sanity and memory to different extents. That's why hunting will be much more effective than with regular zombies. But because the variation isn't stable, most of you have a violent temper, which makes you extremely dangerous." Chen Song looked a bit worried. He furrowed his brows and stammered, "So, what about me now?" Jiang Xiaoyong placed a hand on Chen Song's shoulder and gently reassured him, "Don't worry, you're very lucky. Plus, I'm here with you. I won't let you lose your sanity." After saying that, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to address the rest of the group and asked, "There must be other survivors in this bitch fly mountain villa area, right?" A man in the group answered, "There are still quite a few people locked up in the real estate office." A woman standing next to him added, "Also, who knows? There might be survivors in the basement too." A while later, Jiang Xiaoyong led the group from before into the room. Together, they headed down to the basement, picking up where they left off. The basement door creaked open just a little, and immediately, red bloodstains were visible on the floor. Many people behind him looked pale at the sight and were sweating profusely. Jiang Xiaoyong was shocked, his expression showing it clearly, and he asked, "What is this?" Deep inside the dark, shadowy space, there were bodies hanging, arranged in a way that resembled a butcher's slaughterhouse. The people who had been captured explained to him. Every day, they grab people from the nearby areas and bring them here to slaughter. Stepping into the dark, oppressive basement filled with a heavy, eerie atmosphere, Jiang Xiaoyong looked into a corner and understood. This must be why the southern city didn't have any other concentration camps. His face turned pale now, showing clear horror. He asked, "But with so many people killed, can they possibly eat all of this?" A long-haired man, his face full of frustration, answered immediately, "They regularly ship the meat out. We don't know how many people they have in the end." Looking at the pile of bodies scattered around in a heap next to him, Jiang Xiaoyong's anger boiled over as he thought, "I have a rough idea of how many people they have. They definitely can't eat all of this. Could they be raising zombies?" After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to ask the man from earlier to explain things in more detail. "You mentioned a real estate office earlier. Can you tell me more about the situation there?" The man immediately responded, "That office is in the south, about a kilometer away from here. The people who are caught are brought there first. The ones who are either eliminated or have been played with until they're no longer useful are then brought here to be slaughtered." Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyong was shocked by the brutal tactics of these people. He let out a loud exclamation. Just then, a system interface appeared in front of him. The system mission for the version was activated, and the mission details read, "Expand the community. Mission requirements. Do your best to increase the community's rating. Current rating 2. Bonus points 20. Current accumulated points 36. 30 minutes later, at the real estate office in the south, two shadowy figures stood guard outside the building. It was already late at night. One of them, holding a steel baton, cautiously spoke up. "I thought I heard gunshots coming from the north gate earlier." The other, standing behind him with a grim expression, replied, "Ha! They're probably using live people to practice shooting again." Not paying attention, Chen Song suddenly jumped out from behind the two men, landing gracefully in a professional push-up position. All that could be heard now were the frantic screams of the two men from earlier. "Ah, zombies! Ah, shit!" A moment later, in a small empty room inside a real estate office, four girls, stripped of their clothes, sat huddled together. One of them, too exhausted, lay down under a blanket, asleep. The others, hearing noises from outside, looked at each other with frightened and worried faces, their expressions tired and worn. The girl in the red shirt peered outside, hesitantly asking, "What's going on out there?" Meanwhile, the girl lying on the thin mattress, clutching her head in distress, muttered, "I don't like this. They can do whatever they want. Just don't come in here. Don't come in here." At that moment, the door handle moved. Everyone fell silent, watching. The girl, still clutching her head, seemed to have been through so much, her panic growing stronger. "Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Please don't come in here." Fortunately for the four girls, the person who entered was Jiang Xiaoyong. As soon as he stepped in and saw the four girls dressed so poorly, his eyes slightly widened. Looking at the victims trying to shield their bodies, scared and desperate, Jiang Xiaoyong boldly said, "Everyone, get out." And so, our main character led the group out of the real estate office. Beneath their feet lay the lifeless bodies of the bad guys. The girl in the red dress stared wide-eyed as if she couldn't believe how kind Jiang Xiaoyong was. She asked, "Are you really willing to give us a place? Xiao Yong coldly turned to her and replied, "Yes, I am." Then he lowered his gaze and spoke in a quieter tone. "But in return, everyone will have to work." Immediately, both men and women responded positively. They cheerfully said, "No problem, we're all healthy and able." That's right, that's right. I'll also do my share of the work." Without missing a beat, Jiang Xiao Yong stepped forward and led the group out through the door. He raised his hand enthusiastically and said, "We can't waste any time. Let's go now." So, Jiang Xiao Yong's bus sped back to the base under the quiet night sky. An hour later, they arrived back at the base and everyone got off the bus. Jiang Xiao Yong and Chen Song were there waiting to lead them inside. On the observation deck, Shang Shang and Zhang Zai saw Jiang Xiao Yong and Chen Song returning and were very happy. Shang Shang shouted, "Xiao Yong's back, I'll go open the door." But Chang Zi, a little cautious, said, "Wait, Xiao Yong didn't drive straight in. Let's see what he's up to first." Below, the main character looks straight ahead at the base and says, "That over there is my fortress, but I can't let anyone in just yet." After all they've been through, these people understand him well enough. The man with long hair speaks up, "Life can be cruel. We get it." A woman from a distance asks, "So where are we supposed to go?" Now, Xiao Yong turns around and responds in detail. Next to the fortress are temporary housing and a fence. While it's not as safe as inside the fortress, it's still better than the typical concentration areas. Xiao Yong continues, also the Che Yi City area still has plenty of empty land and abandoned buildings. Over time, we'll start fixing them up and things should improve. The group lowers their heads in gratitude. Speaking together, "We have nothing to give in return for your great kindness, but we thank you deeply, benefactor." The next day, under a bright and sunny sky, two large vehicles enter the gates of the Bitch Tui mountain base. One is a car and the other is a truck loaded with many black plastic bags. They bring these things here using a huge truck, and it's enough to measure in tons. A woman sitting in the car clicks her tongue in annoyance. The woman had dark greenish-black hair, which gave her a very unique, edgy look. She was dressed stylishly, even wearing black fishnet stockings. However, her face was somewhat displeased, and she placed her hand on her hip, speaking in a harsh tone. "Why is no one picking up the phone? What kind of mysterious stunt is that bastard Jiang Qingwen up to this time?" She furrowed her brows and muttered angrily, "Damn, this isn't right." She was accompanied by a tall, muscular man. Together, they walked straight into Jiang Qingwen's room and threw the door open. As soon as she saw what was inside, her expression darkened, and she was momentarily speechless. Inside the locked room were three zombies, Lai Shuxian's grotesque creations, and two gangsters she had been looking for. A moment earlier, the scent of human flesh had reached the zombies, and they immediately began sniffing around. Lai Shuxian's zombies growled, "Grr!" Without hesitation, the three zombies charged forward, completely driven by their hunger for flesh. But this woman wasn't an ordinary person. Standing face to face with such dangerous creatures, she showed no fear. With a simple tap of her hand, the large Lai Shuxiang stumbled and almost fell over. And then came the quick, flashing strikes from the strong woman, the only sound being the desperate screams of the zombies. After a while, she wiped the blood off the carrot she had been using to chop them up, doing it with practiced ease. As she admired the clean carrot in her hand, the man behind her spoke up, "Hey, Jiang Qingwen is dead. What about all this meat?" She lowered her hand, turned around, and replied, "There's nothing else we can do. We'll have to handle it ourselves now." Her expression shifted to one of anger, as if she was furious that her arms had been taken down, making her job harder now. Annoyed, she said, "I want to log off the one who broke our rules." She stepped out into the front yard of the Bitch Tui mountain villa, still holding the carrot and scanning the area around her. There were numerous bodies of Jiang Qingwen's subordinates scattered around. The man following her spoke again. Not a single one of them is alive. But the woman wasn't fazed. She coldly asked, "Where's the meat?" The man answered immediately, "The meat is still intact." She turned around and decisively ordered him, "Bring the truck over and load the goods." Before long, the large truck was started, ready for the next transaction. The guys were busy lifting the goods onto the truck while she stood there, arms crossed, carefully scanning the area to make sure nothing unusual was happening. Suddenly, she noticed something and exclaimed, "Huh." In a focused stance, she bent down to inspect a tire mark left on the ground. The man behind her curiously asked, "Boss, did you find something?" It seemed like she had figured something out. She squatted down, then boldly and confidently replied, "Huff, I want to see who has the guts to do this." Her lackeys came over to take a look. The scene shifted back to Jiang Xiao Yong's base. He was sitting on a chair on the balcony, enjoying the breeze. Now, Jiang Xiao Yong was focused on reading the system's notification, checking the tasks, expanding the community and the mission requirements, trying to increase his community points. His current score was 2. After reading through it, Jiang Xiao Yong wasn't sure how to proceed, so he muttered to himself, "How do I increase this? The population must be an important factor." And sat on the observation deck, looking down at the vast expanse of his base, and cheerfully said, "There's plenty of land here, haha, all thanks to that damn bastard from before." At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes widened, and he suddenly said, "Ah, that rare breed." A little while later, he, along with Shang Shang and Jiang Zi, entered the section of the base for those without a home. As soon as the people there saw Jiang Xiaoyong, they joyfully shouted, "Our benefactor! Ah, our benefactor, you're here." A woman, deeply moved, ran up and knelt in front of Jiang Xiaoyong. With her hands pressed together, she cried and said, "Benefactor, thank you so much, thank you." He immediately opened his arms to support her and quickly said, "No need to be so formal." Then he turned to look at the mother and child from before and asked, "The super monster you two mentioned, where exactly did you see it?" The woman looked at him earnestly and immediately answered, "At the Huo supermarket in the decorated city." She began to recount, "At that time, we were about to enter the supermarket to get supplies when we encountered that monster. Many people were killed by it, and in the panic, everyone scattered. My daughter and I tried to escape and ended up meeting the group at the Bitch Twee Villa. At first, we thought we were saved, but they were truly monsters." Hearing this, it was truly infuriating. Jiang Xiaoyong grimaced, seemingly muttering under his breath, "Kuo Run Fa." Just then, Shang Shang overheard the conversation and, worried, called out to Jiang Xiaoyong, saying, "Xiaoyong, we still have plenty of supplies. We don't need to provoke that monster." Jiang Zi, being more cautious, spoke up, but in the end, he just sat there eating, thinking that the more supplies, the better. Jiang Xiaoyong turned around and said, "The most important thing is that the city is less than 2 kilometers away from us. We can't let a monster like that threaten our safety so close." The two women were still in shock over his plan. The mother dropped the laundry basket she was holding. It fell to the ground. Looking frantic, she rushed over to stop Jiang Xiaoyong, saying, "Benefactor, don't go. That monster kills without a second thought." Jiang Xiaoyong stayed calm and reassured her, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing." He then turned to Jiang Zi and said, "Jiang Zi, call Chen Song. We're going to meet that guy." In a different development, a group of people was heading into a large building. Each of them carried a backpack and some sort of self-defense equipment. Leading the group was a fairly attractive young woman. Standing next to her was a man in a shirt and blazer. He turned to her and said, "I told you, I remember there being a big supermarket around here." Hearing this, the young man standing behind her spoke up, "Don't be too sure. It's possible that someone else already cleaned the place out." The woman chimed in, "Don't be too pessimistic either. We've passed by plenty of supermarkets, and there's still a lot of stuff left." With that, the entire group entered the supermarket. Hoping to find supplies, the woman, sounding fairly confident, added, "With our courage and skills, it's not easy for anyone to move around freely in the apocalypse like we do." Ha ha! As they all stepped inside, they were taken aback by the emptiness. It was pitch dark and completely silent. The food stalls are all empty, but scattered around in a few corners, there are some leftover items. They exclaim, "Ha!" Even though it's been searched, it still hasn't been completely cleared out. Now the woman bangs the frying pan against the wall, making a loud noise in the empty space. The group huddles together, each person holding something to defend themselves. The girl shouts, "Is anyone there?" It's obvious from her posture that she's experienced in fighting zombies. She doesn't rush into action. Instead, she lowers her head and observes for a moment. Just a few minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes from all directions in the shopping mall. A crowd of zombies pours out, howling loudly. The zombies, with their ragged clothes and pale, sickly faces, rush toward the group. In a panic, the people scream, "They're here." It's the crazy zombies. Then comes the sound of fighting between the humans and zombies. Stay alert. Be careful when you go in. Thud, thud, ugh. In the end, the zombies fall to the ground. The group, however, is unharmed. The beautiful girl smiles confidently and says, "Ha ha, that was as easy as pie." A young man with a backpack on his shoulder looked down at the terrifying corpses and said, "There are zombies, but not many. The bodies must have been dragged away by the group that came before." A guy behind him crawled forward, happily saying, "Today it's like we hit the jackpot." The man in the shirt and blazer wasn't celebrating just yet. He reminded everyone, "Stay alert, keep moving forward." The group didn't pay attention, and suddenly, a dark figure, a zombie variant, stepped out from a doorway. This zombie, with its dark face in the shadows, emerged. It bared its white shark teeth, and its eyes flickered with sparks of electricity. It growled menacingly. This one could even talk. Prey. Fresh prey. At that moment, the group was still excited, focused on the remaining supplies on the counters. They eagerly pointed and happily said, this. Oh, it's like a holiday. Grab everything. We can live off this stuff for years. The beautiful girl with a bright face pointed in one direction and shouted, look. What excited her was a high-end bed. While pointing and admiring it, she said loudly, a bed? It's a bed. A soft bed. Without thinking, she fell onto it, clearly enjoying the moment, then exclaimed, I don't care. I want to stay here. Now everyone was excited and cheering. They happily said to each other, maybe we should just sell here. It's not a bad idea. A man in a shirt and blazer turned to the young guy with the backpack and said, I'm going to step outside for a smoke. The young guy replied, let's go together. A moment later, the man flicked his lighter and the flame flared up. He took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaled, and looked up at the sky. The young guy stood off to the side, holding his own cigarette, and turned to ask, so, what do you think? Are we really staying here? The man hesitated for a moment and then replied, there are too many exits in this shopping center. It's hard to defend, and there's a lot of supplies, so it's easy for others to eye it. Everything still seems pretty normal, he continued. But when we got here, I noticed a 2-story building over there. It looked pretty good. We just stopped, but something feels off. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a blood-stained blade appeared, pressed against his collar. Before he could react, the sound of a knife slicing through flesh immediately followed, and a streak of blood sprayed in front of the young man with the backpack. He watched helplessly as his teammate sacrificed himself right in front of him. Stunned, he couldn't even speak. The zombie variation had been closely observing the two of them. It lifted the dying man and said, smooth skin, this should taste really good. Ha ha! The scene was so horrific that the young man could barely stand, nearly collapsing in shock. Panicking, he immediately turned and ran for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs, help! Help! There's a monster. The others inside, busy collecting supplies, heard his desperate cries and turned to ask, what's going on? The young man thought he was about to make it to his teammates, but the zombie variation kept throwing knife after knife into his body. Poor guy, he didn't even have time to say anything, only able to cough a few final weak breaths. Cough. Cough. A terrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The zombie suddenly lifted the young man into the air and his backpack fell to the ground. It snarled fiercely, grinding its teeth. Then with a burst of strength, it split the young man in half under the dim light. The sight was gruesome and horrifying. The beautiful girl leading the group was speechless, stammering, What? What is that? She immediately shouted for everyone to retreat. Quick, get out of here. Her footsteps were shaky as she ran, desperately trying to escape. The massive zombie leaped high into the air, raising its sharp arm and screamed, You can't escape, not a single one of you. It laughed maniacally. Everyone was terrified, scrambling in all directions, trying to find a way out. Unfortunately, a smaller girl running at the back was struck directly in the chest by the enormous zombie's hand, the sharp claws ripping through her from behind. The entire group was in a panic, running as fast as they could. The beautiful girl at the front pushed herself harder, screaming in terror, No, I don't want to die. They kept running, not stopping, until the young man who had been close behind her finally collapsed, coughing up blood from the attack by the mutated zombie. She managed to run out of the big supermarket, and as soon as she saw the sunlight, she realized she was the only one left. Thinking that her teammates were still behind her, she yelled to warn everyone the exit is just ahead. Her voice echoed in panic. She finally reached the door and collapsed, exhausted, gasping for air. When she looked up, there it was, the dark shadow of a vicious zombie variation. Fear was clearly written across her face. With gritted teeth and tears streaming down her face, all she could do was scream, Facing a huge monster in front of her, she cried out loudly, her tears running down her cheeks. She stretched out both arms in defense, but had no idea how to fight back, only able to scream, ha. It seemed like her short life was about to end, but just then, a powerful figure stepped into the light from the supermarket door. The silhouette of Shensong, a heroic zombie hunter, appeared. He looked like a savior, while the terrified girl in front of him, still caught in her fear, screamed, I don't want to die. Shensong coldly and decisively walked past her, not even bothering to glance her way. The girl stood there in a daze, wondering to herself, did he just walk past me? Before she could make sense of anything, Xiao Yong's voice rang out, don't be scared. Shaking with fear, she quickly turned around to look. Jiang Xiao Yong and Jiang Zai had just entered. The two of them appeared suddenly, catching her off guard. You are. Xiao Yong's expression was warm and friendly. He extended his hand toward the girl and said, I'm the one who bought the house. Do you remember Xiao Ning, the saleswoman from the first part, who sold land to Xiao Yong? The male lead gently helped Xiao Ning to her feet and calmly added, "You were the realtor, right?" He scratched his face, trying to recall that day. "I think your name was Ning Wanwan, wasn't it?" Meanwhile, on the other side, there were loud sounds of combat, bang, bang, pow, pow, as Chen Song fought against the large, dangerous zombies. Poor Xiao Ning, still haunted by the psychological trauma, was not able to escape it. She started banging her head and shouting, "Ah, a monster! Is that a monster? There's a monster in the mall. Run." Jiang Xiao Yong gently reassured her, "It's okay. It's been stopped." Hearing this, Xiao Ning slowly turned her face to look behind her. Although she was still a bit scared, her eyes widened in complete surprise at the scene in front of her. Chen Song faced off against the monstrous zombie that had just slaughtered her teammates. The creature struck Shen Song with a powerful blow, then sneered at him and gleefully said, "You? Ha ha, you want to eat alone, huh?" Meanwhile, from a distance, Jiang Xiaoyong called out to check on the situation. "Shen Song, can you handle it on your own?" Chen Song glared coldly at him, then replied with a measured tone, "Let me try first." Just as the monster closed in on him, it suddenly jumped back, quickly retreating. This unexpected speed caught Chen Song off guard for a moment. The creature stuck out its long tongue and crouched down low, getting as close to the ground as possible. Its posture was unsettling, and it seemed almost thrilled, as if meeting another of its kind for the first time. "Ha ha ha! This feels so good." With that, the zombie leaped toward Chen Song, building momentum for its next attack. Despite the creature's imposing presence, Chen Song remained calm, carefully watching its movements. In an instant, the zombie struck with a powerful downward blow just inches from Chen Song's lower back. He quickly jumped back, narrowly avoiding the hit. The zombie's eyes kept glowing brighter and brighter with a red hue. It was in control, so it was incredibly arrogant, constantly taunting Shen Song's zombies. "Ha ha! I wonder if eating each other will help us evolve faster? Ha ha!" It was about to make another move, but before it could, it heard the sound of wind rushing by. Shen Song's fist had already slammed into the monster's face without warning. It stared with wide eyes and let out a loud yelp. Back in real time, Chen Song quickly delivered a fatal blow, causing the creature to crash to the ground, its head hitting hard. He jumped high into the air, and when he punched down, the force was unbelievable. No one expected Chen Song to be this strong. The creature lifted its hideous face from the ground, its voice now low and angry. "Damn it. Humph, you actually have some strength." Not letting the trash talk go on for another second, Chen Song delivered a high kick, finishing it off with a crushing blow to put an end to it. From above, Chen Song's powerful strike landed like a devastating blow to the massive monster, sending a shockwave that knocked several debris pieces off the floor. Things were going too smoothly. Chen Song glanced around carefully, realizing a monster wasn't so easy to deal with. It had escaped to the ceiling right above him, narrowly dodging his kick. Hanging from the ceiling, the monster seethed with rage. Its teeth clashed together with a sharp, eerie sound. High-pitched, screeching noises buzzed in the air. Then it let out a loud, mocking laugh and said, "I've been building up strength, preparing for this hunt. Now I've got the perfect chance to use it. Ha ha ha." After hearing this, Chen Song felt a surge of energy rush past him like a gust of wind. He opened his eyes wide. Assessing the monster's attack position, he quickly turned around and saw the creature grinning from ear to ear, showing off its sharp teeth while letting out a loud, mocking laugh. Ha 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 ha! Boom, boom, boom. The rapid and dangerous clashes between them intensified in the heart of the shopping mall. Zhang Zi watched his friend fight, feeling worried, and shouted, "Xiaoyong, Chen Song is being overpowered. How is this monster so strong?" Jiang Xiaoyong, his face tense, assessed the situation. He thought to himself that it was better to deal with the creature now, because if they let it go to hunt for longer, it would definitely become a serious problem. With that, he pulled out an AK from the system. Xiao Ning, standing behind, was stunned by this trick and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Did the gun just appear out of thin air? With calm precision, Jiang Xiaoyong closed one eye to line up the sights of the gun and spoke up, "Chen Song, if you can hold it for just 1 second, I won't tease you anymore." Struggling with the monster, Chen Song grabbed both of its hands to hold it back. The zombie-like creature yelled angrily, "Damn it, let go of me." Exactly 1 second later, as Jiang Xiaoyong had asked, bang, he fired a shot. The bullet hit the creature's forehead and it grimaced in pain, its already torn face twisting in agony. The giant zombie monster staggered, nearly falling backward. It took slow, heavy steps, letting out painful screams. Rare. It tried to fight back, scraping its feet against the ground to keep its balance. Blood kept pouring from the gaping hole in its forehead, leaving dark streaks on its face. Its eyes were filled with rage as it howled. "Ah, ah, ah! It hurts so much! You bastard! How dare you hurt me? Ha ha, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you apart. Ha ha. Jiang Zi watched this scene, constantly muttering in confusion. A blow to the brain and it still won't die. That's nothing. Jiang Xiao Yong continued to give the monster more sweet treats, relentlessly aiming at it. Boom, 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 boom. The huge body of the zombie acted like a shield, paying all the hits and leaving holes all over its muscular form. It howled in madness. Hoo! Ha! Then the sound of gunshots echoed throughout the supermarket. Boom, boom, boom. A little while later, Chen Song, Jiang Xiaoyong, Jiang Zi, and Xiao Ning stood looking at the body, now twitching in a pool of blood on the floor, no longer making any sounds. Finally, Jiang Zi asked, "Is it dead yet?" Jiang Xiaoyong turned around and seriously ordered Chen Song, "Try eating this monster. It might increase your strength." Chen Song thought the same and nodded in agreement. Yeah, human meat, after all. Suddenly, the system's interface popped up with a mission update expanding the area and requesting that the mission progress be pushed forward while eliminating any potential dangers. Area evaluation increased by 1, the current score was 3, and accumulated rewards. 10 total accumulated, 46 points. Jiang Xiaoyong was a bit surprised and looked on, saying, "Oh, so it counts for that?" His interest piqued. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled broadly and added, "Since we're here, let's make the most of it. Let's see if we can clean out the whole supermarket." Xiao Ning, who had been behind him, asked in shock, "Huh? Clean out the whole thing?" Xiaoyong pointed upward, where strange streams of spiritual energy swirled, forming a small vortex. It started sucking up all the remaining items in the supermarket. Xiao Ning stared wide-eyed and confused, while Jiang Zi, hands on her hips, excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, that's incredible. What kind of magic is that?" After everything was sucked into the space ring, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to the bodies of Xiao Ning's teammates and said, "Leave these corpses for the zombies." Then he called out to Chen Song, "Are you done? Let's go." The scene shifted to another location. The white car belonging to the female leader of the Bitched Fui faction suddenly screeched to a halt on a main road near Xiaoyong's base. A man's voice came from inside the car, shouting loudly, "Wait, stop here." Inside the vehicle, she glanced over and asked the man who was observing through binoculars, "What's going on?" In his line of sight was Shang Shang, standing on the observation tower. She was fully focused on her task. He turned his attention back to the area where Jiang Xiaoyong had gathered the survivors. There were quite a few people moving around. With a pleased grin, he turned to the woman and said, "There's a lot of people, but their weapons are outdated. The only advantage they have is the workshop house. It's solid and well built." Someone sitting in the front seat also spoke up, asking, "Then how did they manage to take down Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guangkai?" She, the big sister, responded with her own analysis. "Isn't it obvious? They ambushed them and let the zombies loose. I told them before, using a villa as a base wouldn't be safe." Then she leaned back in her chair, her mood noticeably brighter now that there were survivors. Pushing herself up, she chuckled and said, "Ha ha, looks like God saw how hard we were working and decided to send us both bait and a base." The man with the binoculars above also responded with a grin. "Exactly. It makes me feel a little guilty. Ha ha." Above, the driver's shark face asked, "So, what's the plan now? How do we move forward?" The woman calmly rested her hand on the window, taking in the sight of the well-organized base, and said, "No, let's go back and get things set up first. Then we'll bring in the gang and weapons." Immediately, their white car turned around and sped back. Cut to Jiang Xiaoyong and Jiang Zi's group. Xiaoyong's car was speeding down the road. Inside the car, Xiao Ning was thrilled to be taken in, bouncing in her seat and exclaiming, "Really?" Jiang Zi replied with a grin, "Of course. Not just a mattress, but hot water for a shower too." Hearing that, Xiao Ning couldn't contain her excitement, shouting, "Oh yeah." Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoyong noticed something strange up ahead and squinted to get a better look. "Everyone stay alert. There are people ahead. Weapons ready." Xiao Ning and Jiang Zi, who had been relaxed, quickly shifted into a defensive stance. Both of them glanced forward, a little uneasy. Without saying a word, Jiang Zi swiftly grabbed his AK, then leaned his head out the window to observe. It was a white car speeding past them in the opposite direction. Passengers from the Bichtway Mountains rushing back in a hurry. In the moment where the two cars passed each other, Jiang Xiaoyong squinted and glanced through the car window to see what was going on the other side. Coincidentally, the big sister on this side was also paying attention to the actions of the car Jiang Xiaoyong was driving. Their suspicious glances met, two rivals encountering each other. At that moment, the system interface appeared. Ting ting, a new mission. The system screen popped up in front of Jiang Xiaoyong. New mission. Punish the evil. Mission requirements: fight against the invaders. Reward: 50 points. After reading it, Jiang Xiao Yong felt a bit curious and muttered, "Fight against the invaders, huh?" Thinking about the woman he had just crossed paths with on the main road, Jiang Xiao Yong looked out the window and wondered, could it be those people? A while later, the male lead's car arrived back at the base. Looking up at the observation tower high above, the male lead planned to head up there to assess the situation. Today was Shang's shift. Jiang Xiaoyong asked her, did any strangers appear around here earlier? Based on the recent activity, Shang noticed it too. She pointed in that direction and reported, I think I saw a car passing by in the distance, but it's not coming towards us. At first, I thought you guys had come back, but you seemed a bit confused. Shang continued, what's going on? Is there something wrong with Xiaoyong? There was a sense of something definitely being off. Jiang Xiaoyong's face changed immediately, and he told Jiang Zi and Mr. Lai to call everyone together. I have something important to discuss. 30 minutes later, at the coal factory in the southern outskirts, a man was scanning for a signal on a walkie-talkie. The device was continuously beeping, and the man was leading a group of people. He was trying hard to hear the signals coming through the walkie-talkie. Survivors, come to the coal factory in the southern outskirts. We've set up a gathering area here, and we're sure on staff. Among the group, a young man in a yellow shirt stood at the back, scratching his head and looking around, saying, it should be close by. From this direction, a luxury car approached the group. The young man excitedly waved his hand high and shouted, it's a car, survivors. That's awesome. Several people stepped forward, signaling for the car to stop, with dust flying everywhere. It was Big Sister's group. The three of them opened the car doors and stepped out calmly. Upon seeing the new arrivals, she asked, did you come because of the radio signal? The young man in the yellow shirt quickly responded, yes, yes. In these times, women are both respected and rare. The first thing the men notice about Big Sister is her confident presence and stylish appearance. Her carefully chosen outfit and elegant accessories sway as she approaches the group. Big Sister understands how to make an impression. With a calm and persuasive tone, she says, you've arrived at just the right moment. Come with us. The men exchange excited glances, clearly intrigued. The man in the yellow shirt, visibly flustered, responds gratefully, thank you, really thank you. She adds smoothly, it's not far. The car's already full, so we'll walk the rest of the way. The group leader nods enthusiastically. Sounds good. As they walk, the man in yellow shares a knowing look with his companion, clearly thinking ahead, though unaware that they're not as in control as they think. Soon, Big Sister leads them to a large warehouse. The group is ushered inside via an escalator, taking them to a higher floor to meet the others. The man in yellow looks around in awe and says, this place is massive. Since everything collapsed, we haven't seen anything like this. He continues, impressed, finally some space to breathe. Then, a little sheepishly, he scratches his cheek and says, actually, I need to step out for a minute. Got to take care of something. Big Sister gestures with a smile. No need to go outside. There's a restroom inside. I'll show you. The man in yellow nods, a bit embarrassed. All right, thanks. The yellow-clad man's weak stream of urine trickled as he entered the bathroom. His smile was shy, almost awkward. He glanced over his shoulder with a sly, intrigued look on his face. Quickly, the man in yellow rolled up his pants, rustling the fabric. He hadn't even bothered to button them back up, and instead, he turned around to proudly show off his red underwear to Big Sister. His face wore a twisted, almost perverted expression. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, he said with a sly grin. Come on, don't be shy. She stood there, arms crossed, silent. He spoke up again. Big brother here is really strong, you know. Suddenly, there was a horrifying scream, followed by the sound of metal slicing through flesh. The man's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected this move at all. Ah. Big Sister, with an emotionless face, drove a carrot straight through the man's throat. Her cold, merciless demeanor showed just how ruthless and cruel she truly was. The man's head dropped, his mind still caught in disbelief, as he collapsed in front of her long, slender legs covered in fishnet stockings. His luck had run out. In his final moments, he would be met with nothing but her scornful eyes. Thought you were something special. Turns out you're just this pathetic, she said, her voice dripping with contempt. The carrot in her hand was still covered in blood, but she calmly walked out as though nothing had happened. Her underling, clearly pleased, asked, Big Sister, is it all done? Big Sister, strolling over nonchalantly, responded with an almost casual tone. Oh, bring that guy from the bathroom out here too. After walking past the still warm bodies of the group from earlier, she paused to look at them for a moment, then gave another order to her subordinate, also calling for the other two to join her. Meanwhile, at Jiang Xiao and Am's base, he was gathering everyone who had previously assisted him to discuss a plan. It was rare for everyone to be summoned all at once like this. Mr. Lai asked, Xiao Yong, is someone targeting us? Who are they? Jiang Xiao Yong explained clearly, we don't know anything about our enemy yet, but from now on we'll be at risk of attacks every day. With that, Jiang Xiao Yong gave instructions to Zhang Zi and Shen Song. You two will come with me later. We need to clear out the abandoned building to the southeast so that the refugees can move in temporarily. Otherwise, if the enemy attacks, they'll all be sitting ducks. Shang Shang and the chubby boy Xiao Kai were also brave. Noticing that Jiang Xiao Yong hadn't assigned them much, they volunteered. Shang Shang said, Xiao Yong, I'm going too. Xiao Kai added, me too. Even the two men in protective gear from Mr. Li's team spoke up in unison, we'll go as well. By this point, many others, including women and children, were all determined to protect the base. Chang Chengji's young son quickly raised his hand and said, then I want to go too. Chang Chengji's wife immediately scolded him, you little rascal, why are you trying to get involved? This surprised Xiao Ning as well. At that moment, Xiao Ning felt a bit scared. She still raised her hand and said, given the atmosphere, I think I should go too. Jiang Xiao Yong was deeply moved by everyone's spirit. He frankly assessed the situation and said, it shouldn't be too dangerous over there. Let Mr. Han and Mr. Lai stay behind and guard the base. Everyone else can join in. In no time, the plan was set. Jiang Xiao Yong took the lead, followed by the many people he had saved, each of them carrying some sort of weapon. They moved toward a tall building, forming a group that was as large as a small squad, buzzing with activity in front. It was time for everyone to take action and start dealing with the zombies. Jiang Xiao Yong led the charge, firing the first shots directly at the zombies, signaling the others to follow. Many joined forces using knives and guns. Chen Song, using only his bare hands, gave everything he had to take down each zombie one by one. After a chaotic and exhausting battle, all the zombies were eliminated and lay scattered on the ground. Everyone was out of breath, completely wiped out. Jiang Xiao Yong didn't forget to check on everyone. Is anyone hurt? Double check. The group responded, no, we're fine. Jiang Xiao Yong moved closer to the empty window and looked out at the base, noticing the opposing group's smokestacks in action. He turned around and carefully reminded everyone, there will be an attack in the next few days. You all stay here for now. Hearing this, the woman and a guy who had been saved by Xiao Yong earlier confidently said to him, we can fight. That's right, we'd help too. He understood their determination, but still slowly stroked his chin, thinking it over before responding. Oh no, all right then. At that moment, Jiang Xiao Yong gave the guy a task. All right, you guys clean up this area first. I'll bring the handgun and ammo later. When the enemy attacks, we'll communicate through the walkie-talkie. Make sure to follow my orders. The guy clenched his fist and quickly replied, got it, no problem. The scene shifted to the bad guys group, where the woman was casually standing with her arms crossed, watching her soldiers work hard. One of them called out, how's it going, big sister? She turned slightly and gave a quick glance. A thin guy standing nearby stuffed his hands in his pockets and asked, so, is everything going smoothly? Behind them, a tall guy with long hair, looking like he was in his teenage years, muttered, human meat, eat human meat. She stood there, hands on her hips, glaring directly at the two men. What do you mean smooth sailing? The Big Shui mountain area has been destroyed, and from now on, we'll have to handle food on our own. The skinny guy, clearly frustrated, asked, what? Who did this? The tall guy behind him suddenly shouted, no more human meat. If we can't get any human meat, I'm not happy at all. Big Sister then started stirring things up, trying to incite hatred toward Jiang Xiao Yong's group. It was a group of people from the east. They weren't a small number. Tomorrow morning, a few of us will lead people to take care of them and clear them out. The scene shifts back to Jiang Xiao Yong's base. In his private room, the lights were on and his voice could be heard saying, 46 points of accumulated credit. Let's see if the system offers any new boxes. The system interface in front of him displayed, supply box for level 2 mutant abilities, costs 25 points. Supply box for post-apocalyptic cultivators, level 2, costs 15 points. Supply box for oil and protein supplies, level 1, costs 5 points. Manual refresh costs 2 points. Jiang Xiao Yong leaned back on his bed, happily clicking to make a selection and said, finally, some new items. Jiang Xiao Yong excitedly tapped on the system interface and exclaimed, oh, this time there are 2 level 2 boxes, totaling 40 points. Let's see what's in store. He quickly opened the system panel and his physical abilities exceeded level 1. His traits attributes increased by 25%. After the effect ended, he would enter a weakened state. A wisp of smoke appeared after the system notification, signaling that his body had fully accepted the new attributes. This reward was definitely worth it for him. Xiao Yong's face lit up with joy as he said, Oh, a 25% enhancement. Now I have 33 energy points. With a 25% boost, that puts me over 40 points, which is like having 8 times the strength of an average person. He shouted excitedly, flexing his arm and looking down, his voice full of energy and impatience as he couldn't wait to test his new strength right away. Cut to the outside street where a long trail of smoke followed, accompanied by the loud screech of a car's brakes. Here's the translated text in clear and natural American English. Mr. Lai immediately narrowed his eyes and asked in surprise, "So what for?" Jiang Xiao Yong just smiled lightly and looked off into the distance. Then he calmly looked at Mr. Lai and said, "I remember you mentioned a few years ago that you used to be a sniper, right?" When the topic of sniping came up, Mr. Lai got a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and replied, "Ah, you got it wrong. I wasn't doing it for years, just for a few months. I learned a few things. Back then, I temporarily took over for someone else, so I just reported some fake information." Even so, Xiao Yong still trusted Mr. Lai because he had seen him handle a gun really well before. He pressed on with the question, "So, at a distance of 100 to 200 meters, are you accurate?" Mr. Lai was very confident. He laughed loudly, patted his chest, and said in front of Jiang Xiao, "Ha ha, now you're underestimating me. As long as there's no strong wind, I can hit anything within 500 meters, no problem." Xiao Yang nodded, grinning with a dangerous look in his eyes, and then gave Mr. Lai a knowing look. He spoke cryptically, hinting at the upcoming battle. That's good enough. Just then, a voice called out from Zhang Zi, "Hey, Xiao Yang, the stuff you asked for is here." Zhang Zi huffed and puffed as he arrived, sweating heavily. "Ma, what is this? It's so heavy." Jiang Xiao Yong and Mr. Lai turned around and placed the wooden box on the ground. Zhang Zi leaned on his knees, breathing hard. As soon as Jiang Xiao Yong saw it, he started inspecting the box, while Mr. Lai looked a bit confused and asked, What is this?" Jiang Xiao Yong opened the wooden box, revealing a high-end sniper rifle. Seeing it laid out in front of him, Mr. Lai was shocked. He gasped, "A sniper rifle?" Just a second ago, he had asked about it, and now it was right there in front of him. Mr. Lai broke into a cold sweat and asked, "Goodness, Xiao Yang, this is something not just anyone can get. Where did you get this from?" Jiang Xiao Yang remained calm, knowing full well what it was and not feeling the need to rush. He smiled slightly, then replied, "We only have 2 boxes of ammo, 10 rounds in total. Use them sparingly." Holding the sniper rifle in its hands, Mr. Lai couldn't believe it. This was something he had dreamed about since his days in the military. He kept murmuring, still in disbelief, I understand. Wow." Once everything was settled, Xiao Yang turned to Zhang Zi and asked, "Are the others in position?" Zhang Zi responded seriously, "They're in position." Jiang Xiao Yang nodded in approval and reminded everyone, "Good, make sure everyone stays alert. The enemy could show up at any moment." At the observation post of Shang, she was trying to adjust the signal on her headset and discovered something. Hello, unusual activity detected." There was a crackling response from the other end. Message received. At that moment, Mr. Lai was getting into position. He rested the gun on the railing and lay down to take aim. Mr. Lai was also exchanging information with Shang. "I've noticed it too." The voice on the other end reported, "The enemy is armed. Prepare accordingly." Outside the Xiaoyang base, Big Sister's people were still in the vehicle, not yet getting out. Her subordinate was using binoculars to scan the area. He found no one and, puzzled, said, "Strange, where did all the refugees at the fence go? Don't tell them they've already been taken away and butchered for food." The driver sitting in the front seat spoke up, "Maybe we should stop and observe for a while. Things don't seem to be going smoothly as we thought." Big Sister leaned her face closer to the front seat, speaking in a low, harsh tone. "No, we go in directly. We're close enough now. If we're spotted and they get the chance to strike back, it won't be easy to attack again." Her subordinate immediately responded serious and clear. They thought they were operating secretly without anyone noticing. Little did they know their convoy was being closely watched, and Shang was reporting their every move. A collective attack on the wall, find cover. It was the right person at the right time. Following Jiang Xiaoyang's instructions, Shang focused and reported to the sniper team. "The enemy is within range, open fire." On the upper floor of the base, several men from Xiaoyang's team were assigned to aim and shoot at the targets that were being reported. Each of them held a weapon, working together with great coordination. Bang, 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 bang. Big Sister's team below was quickly caught in a fierce barrage of bullets. The ground was soon covered in sparks from the gunfire. The convoy kept pushing forward, trying to escape at full speed, but with every move, more bullets hit them. Inside one of the bad guys' cars, the driver was hit twice in the chest. In pain and panic, he yelled, "Ah, it hurts so much." Immediately, the car lost control and swerved in front of the others, blocking the vehicles behind. The car continued its momentum, crashing off the road into a row of trees. The impact caused the tires to burst and fly into the air. Xiao Yong's team successfully eliminated one target. Ah! Big Sister, safe inside another vehicle, was furious when she saw her side suffering heavy losses. She clenched her teeth, looking angry and frustrated. "Dan, how did this happen? What are we supposed to do now?" she muttered. The convoy had no choice but to slow down, and as they did, the gunfire grew even more intense. They swerved wildly to try to avoid getting hit, but it seemed like it was all in vain. The people inside the vehicle radioed to everyone, "Keep pushing forward. There's a hidden spot beneath the wall." After what felt like forever, they finally crawled up to the gates of Xiaodong's base. They quickly slowed down and came to a stop. A large, rough foot stomped hard on the ground. The person was thirsty for blood. He was the giant who enjoyed eating humans. Holding a large chainsaw, he flipped the switch and the saw roared to life. He shouted with a booming voice, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Using the chainsaw to break through the door, the massive man swung it back and forth, cutting through the door in a long, deep gash. From the observation tower above, Shang saw the filthy man trying to break in and screamed, "Oh my god, there's a freak trying to break the door." He's gritting his teeth and squinting, doing everything he can to break through. Everyone's attention was focused on the tall guy. Shang started rallying the group. Keep firing, don't stop." Immediately, everyone shifted their aim, targeting the ground below. Their Big Sister and her gang also peeked out from behind the vehicle, all of them taking cover under the car and waiting for the right moment to return fire. The deafening sound of gunfire filled the air, and the strong smell of gunpowder was overwhelming. She shouted, "Return fire and suppress them. Cover him." Up top, Shang and another teammate barely avoided several bullets, which made them panic. They trembled in fear from the enemy's return fire. For a high school student facing off against a notorious gang, it was really tough for her. Jiang Xi's group, which was also attacking from this side, was affected as well. Xiao Kai took a bullet straight to the shoulder. Jiang Xi looked over at his friend, worried, and shouted, "Xiao Kai." Then he quickly dragged Xiao Kai back inside. He turned to remind everyone, "They've got submachine guns too. Their firepower isn't far behind ours." Everyone did their best to hold their ground, making sure to reload in time. At the top corner, Zixuan's father was also struggling against the heavy gunfire coming from below. He turned around, alert, and tried to rally everyone. "Don't be afraid, hold on. We got plenty of ammo." With his extensive experience, Mr. Han quickly figured out their plan. He turned and said to the nearby teammates, making sure they could hear him, "They're trying to break through the door." A man lying next to him chimed in, "If they break the door, we'll be at a disadvantage. We're still watching the team trying to hold our ground." Meanwhile, Jiang Xiao Yong was in a different spot. He spoke into his earpiece, reassuring everyone, "Don't worry, I've got it all figured out." It turned out that the reason the main character hadn't appeared earlier was because he had a battle plan. As everyone's attention was focused elsewhere, Jiang Xiao Yong quietly opened his side door and slipped out. He sprinted toward the observation tower, his footsteps rapid and silent, unnoticed by anyone. Over with Big Sister's group, after a long exchange of gunfire with Xiao Yong's gang, a nervous underling rushed up to report, "We've only got half of our ammo left." Looking toward the tall guy who was still struggling to break the door, Big Sister shouted impatiently, "Dan, are you not done yet?" He was still struggling with a reinforced steel door that Xiao Yong had carefully prepared, nearly losing his patience as he angrily shouted, Yeah, almost done." Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and a bright burst of flames followed by thick smoke erupted from behind the door. The loud noise caused the group above to panic and rush downstairs. Shang shouted loudly to alert everyone, "The door has been breached. Reinforcements to the door, don't let them in." Big Sister was thrilled. Now her face began to take on a sinister, almost demonic look. With a wide, wicked grin and eyes full of cruel delight, she chuckled and said, shaking with satisfaction, "Ha! Now you'll see what true terror from an evolved human looks like." She's using an evolved zombie as a shield. Turning around, she waved her hand to signal her followers. "Let's go!" Hide behind the old man. Once inside, they immediately began to push forward, providing backup. Xiao Yong's base door had truly been destroyed. The massive evolved zombie reached in, ready to smash the door further. The smoke poured out. Jiang Xiao Yong successfully made his way to the nearby observation platform. He spoke into his headset, "Alert Mr. Lai, get ready to follow my lead." Up top, Mr. Lai had been on standby the entire time, just waiting for the right moment to act. Live Wang Lai listened carefully to Xiao Yong's instructions. "Do you see the biggest guy in the group? Through the scope, Mr. Lai focused his eyes on the chest of the giant, evolved zombie charging forward. I see him, Xiao Yong confirmed. The giant, muscle-bound man who craved human flesh continued to roar, his mouth wide open, teeth bared, growling like he completely lost his mind. Back on the ground, Mr. Han and his two teammates were drenched in sweat. They stared in terror at the creature before them, almost in disbelief. The man standing behind them, not blinking for a second, whispered, Is that even human? The old man stepped forward, moving confidently with each stride. He positioned himself in front to shield the others from incoming fire. Mr. Han and the others fired relentlessly at the creature's muscular body. Despite hitting it with several bullets, it had no effect. To the creature, it was like being attacked by a swarm of ants. The giant glared angrily, letting out a long, menacing breath. He took a deep, forceful inhale, ready to strike back. Pay attention to the bullet lodged in this person's skin. The skin is so thick that even a regular bullet can't penetrate it. What's more, many bullet wounds can heal on their own. Mr. Han was utterly surprised. He saw this and hesitated before shouting, What? He can heal his wounds on his own. Behind the evolved zombies, Big Sister stood right at his back. She was grinning smugly, proud of her fighting chicken, and said loudly with a sneer, Humph, you're all shocked, huh? Is this the first time you've seen an evolved person? Up high, Mr. Lai was waiting with his sniper rifle, looking through the scope. In his ear, Mr. Han quickly reported, Careful, that big idiot has self-healing abilities. Your guns won't be able to kill him. Mr. Lai stayed focused on his target and replied, Let's see about this. With that, he took a shot. The bullet erupted from the rifle with a fiery blast, and the impact was so powerful, it shook the ground. The upper part of the evolved man's body caved in, and in an instant, his head was nowhere to be seen. Immediately, the massive, towering figure collapsed to the ground, shaking the area with a strong tremor as rocks and dust were thrown into the air. The huge shield of the Big Sister's Groot was destroyed. Now their faces were filled with panic. The long-bearded henchmen stared wide-eyed and yelled, What's going on? How could this happen? Big Sister's face, no longer as arrogant as just a few minutes ago, was now drenched in cold sweat. She squinted, stammering, I can't believe these people have such powerful weapons. How is this possible? While still struggling with one of her team members, she didn't notice that Jiang Xiao Yong had already raised his gun and aimed it at their group from behind. The next moment, he opened fire with a rapid burst toward Big Sister. Hearing the gunfire and being attacked unexpectedly, the people behind her panicked and turned to grab their own weapons in defense. Big Sister, startled, spun around, only to realize what was happening and angrily shouted, There's an enemy behind us. We're surrounded. Now, it's too late to realize. Big Sister glared at Jiang Xiao Yong. She was actually the one who had started the trouble first, but now she was making a face full of resentment. It was so annoying. These scoundrels, they had miscalculated. We underestimated these guys. When pushed into a corner, they had no choice but to fight back. Big Sister aimed her gun, running at full speed, firing while shouting orders, retreat, fall back to the car. A few people behind her were hit, blood spraying out. As they got closer, Big Sister saw the handsome face of the man in question, her face twisted in anger. Her teeth gritted as she glared at him. Through clenched teeth, she muttered, That's him. Then she remembered Jiang Xiaoyong. They had crossed paths before. Her voice was frantic and surprised as she said, He's the guy from the car that time. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly held his gun, aiming at his target. His expression was cold as he shot her a glare. Suddenly, Big Sister grabbed one of her underlings by the shoulder, her grip tight enough to make the person stumble and fall forward. Before they could even process what had happened, she used her own person as a shield, successfully getting the unlucky man shot in her place. Without a hint of emotion, this cold-hearted woman stood tall, still glaring at the male lead. Watching Big Sister's quick actions, Jiang Xiaoyong couldn't help but feel a bit cautious. He frowned in suspicion, wondering, she's really fast to react. Could she be an evolved person too? As soon as she finished speaking, Big Sister immediately threw the dead body, the one from earlier, right at Jiang Xiaoyong. The woman, though small, was incredibly strong. She threw it with just one hand. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly dodged to the side, and the body slammed hard onto the ground. The henchman lay motionless. Jiang Xiaoyong took up a defensive stance, turning to look at the body. He had barely let his guard down for a second when Big Sister changed direction and took off running. By the time he fumbled to react, she was already a good distance away. He shouted in frustration, This isn't good. She's getting away, but it's not over yet. We still have an ace up our sleeve. Mr. Lai, he's preparing for the second shot. Up on the high floor, Mr. Lai was completely focused on his scope, calmly speaking into his walkie-talkie. You think you can run? Through Mr. Lai's sights, he could see Big Sister running for her life. He adjusted the crosshair, aligning it near her heart, then checked if the Barrett rifle in his hands agreed with the aim. With a single shot, Mr. Lai first targeted her leg. The slender leg was severed in two. She screamed in pain, her mouth wide open in shock and agony. Ah! 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 Her face was twisted with both pain and fear. Just a little more, and they'd reach the car. Unfortunately for her, she got hit in the leg by a bullet and collapsed. The people inside the car quickly opened the door, aiming for her back to take out her heart and finish her off. Mr. Lai, startled and frustrated, quickly pulled the gun back and fired again. Shit, so annoying, I missed. Inside the car, our closest long-bearded subordinate had managed to get in first. He immediately grabbed Big Sister and tried to pull her into the car, shouting, "Big Sister!" She, in pain, struggled to get up and ordered, "Drive. Hurry, drive." The car quickly turned around, avoiding the heavy gunfire from Jiang Xiao Yong's team. The driver swerved wildly, trying to dodge the continuous bullets. The car finally managed to break out of the trap set by Jiang Xiao Yong's forces, but they still hadn't caught the leader. Everyone yelled in panic, "Damn it, she got away." Standing there, watching the car struggling to speed away with incredible speed, Jiang Xiao Yong appeared very calm. Through his earpiece, Mr. Lei's worried voice came through. What should we do if they come back later? However, Jiang Xiao Yong didn't seem concerned. He simply smiled lightly and reassured him, "Fine, I know where they are." At that moment, the system interface appeared, and the task Nemesis of Evil was marked as complete. Task requirements: defend against the invasion. Regular accumulation points, 50 points. Task description: expand the community. Mission requirements: use all efforts to improve the community rating and advance the mission to defend against the invasion. Trust among members has greatly increased. Community rating has gone up by 2 points. Current rating, 5 points. Regular accumulation, 20 points. Current accumulation, 76 points. By the time the Big Sister's car had reached the highway, Jiang Xiaoyang's system only pointed one large arrow towards the enemy's base. The system continued with a new mission, Nemesis of Evil, Part 2. Mission requirements: attack the enemy stronghold and eliminate the cannibals. Reward 50 points for accumulation. Until everything settled down, Shang Shang, Mr. Han, and Jiang Zi were thrilled with the team's victory. The little girl, Shang Shang, jumped up, raising her arms in pure excitement. "Yeah, we won." Then Jiang Xiaoyang, being very considerate, approached and asked everyone, "Did we have any casualties?" Jiang Zi spoke on behalf of everyone and answered him, "No one died, but a few people are injured." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately said, "Take the injured to the medical room and disinfect them quickly. As for the enemy bodies, drag them all to the cold storage to save them for Shen Song." After saying that, he turned around, gave a signal with his eyes, and then went to bring the victims from the abandoned building back, ensuring they were temporarily safe. It seemed like everything had been wrapped up for now. Jiang Xiaoyan happily looked at his system and thought to himself, "This time I earned 76 points. I need to spend some tonight." The scene then shifted to the Big Sister's base. They had returned. The car stopped in front of the door where many of their subordinates were standing guard. She was weak now and had lost a leg, but luckily she got first aid in time and didn't lose her life. 2 of her men had to help her inside. One of the group members, seeing Big Sister's injured body, quickly walked up and asked what happened. He was holding a bacon and looked really pissed off because his side had taken a hit. After losing the fight, she couldn't hide her frustration and anger. She clenched her teeth and answered, gritting her voice, "Damn it, I underestimated them. I didn't expect those guys to have heavy weapons. So now I'm taking my anger out on you." She snapped at the guy standing by the door. "What are you standing there for? Go get someone to bring me some meat." The guy frowned, clearly annoyed. It was obvious from his attitude that he didn't have an easy time with Big Sister. He didn't answer immediately, but gave her a slight, dangerous smile. He led the others, but they all just stood there, doing nothing, and didn't respond to Big Sister. Seeing her stubborn attitude, she pointed right at his face and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go already, you useless fool. You're not even worth one of Old Man's toenails." The Old Man's once mighty body was no more, and now Big Sister was left with only one leg. This situation was perfect for her subordinates. The blonde-haired man in charge immediately showed his true colors. His face darkened as he pointed at Big Sister's missing leg and sneered. "You filthy bitch, you've fallen so low, and you still have the nerve to talk to me like that?" Big Sister was left speechless, her body weakened, and she realized she was in a tough spot. She pulled back, lowering her voice, sounding worried. "Are you trying to start a rebellion or something?" It was the final straw. She was already struggling, and now this. Her eyes burned with rage, ready to explode. She quickly ordered her 2 most loyal subordinates. "Get him! Take him down." The 2 men, realizing a power balance had shifted, stayed silent, not daring to move. They hesitated, unsure of what to do. Big Sister, confused, turned to look at them, and slowly began to understand. Now, his underlings were no longer holding him back. He raised his club high, confidently projecting his voice in front of Big Sister. "You're wounded now. The old man is dead, and I'm the strongest one here. Besides, the guys have already recognized me as their leader." With that, he had nothing left to fear. He puffed up his chest and, with a proud, mocking tone, shouted, "Ask anyone. Isn't that right?" Big Sister was on the defensive. She couldn't do anything now, especially since everyone around her had turned against her. Furious, she gritted her teeth and growled, "Damn it, get back! You all betrayed me, huh? Don't think I can't deal with you just because of this." It wasn't just a few, but a whole lot of men. They surrounded Big Sister like ants swarming a food trail, likely because of the harsh way she had treated them in the past. Now when she was down, they all turned against her. Big Sister was being squeezed in tighter and tighter, and she stammered, "No, please don't." The blonde-haired man leading the rebellion raised a metal rod high, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His mouth hung open in a menacing grin, eyes blazing with fury as he stared at Big Sister. He laughed loudly, preparing for the final blow to bring down the monster who had ruled over them all for so long. Immediately, several strong young men, each holding a large metal pipe, began striking her relentlessly. Their faces showed clear signs of enjoyment and relief. Many of them crowded in, eager to hit Big Sister as hard as they could. Their laughter filled the air. Ha ha ha. At this point, it was hard not to feel sorry for her, as she was being beaten up by the group. However, considering the evil things she had done in the past, this was the consequence she had to face. Big Sister lay there writhing in pain, curling up to endure the blows. She held her head, screaming in agony. Ah! She was tortured until her screams faded, and her body grew weak. Despite this, the beatings continued. After a while, the group of young men, having vented their pent-up anger, finally stopped. One of them, a blond guy, wiped the blood off his fingers with a grin, looking at Big Sister. From behind, a voice with a menacing tone called out, "Third brother." Suddenly, the blond guy spun around, his face fierce. His eyes widened as he yelled at the man behind him. "What did you just call me?" The man froze, his expression changing as he was caught off guard. He immediately dropped to his knees and repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, apologizing. Boss, I'm sorry, I misspoke." His demeanor was completely different now. He shoved his hands into his pockets and waved his hand dismissively. "All right, if you have something to say it quickly." One of his underlings quickly looked up, clearly worried, and said, "That woman is dead now, and so is brother too. Plus, so many of our guys are gone. Our fighting strength is seriously weakened. If we run into that person..." He paused and scratched his cheek as something crossed his mind. He was thinking about an evolved zombie, massive in size with dangerous tentacles. He muttered, almost in fear, "That tentacle guy." Shaking off his worry, he raised his hand and waved it dismissively again. He seemed unconcerned and spoke up. "No, it's fine. We can just join forces with the people from the western region." With that, he walked inside, leaving the woman's lifeless body lying outside. A few hours later, Jiang Xiao Yong's car followed the system's directions and arrived at the base of the other group. Jiang Xiao Yong stepped out of the car with Jiang Zi and Mr. Lai following him. As soon as they got out, Jiang Zi cautiously turned to acknowledge Jiang Xiao Yong's words. "Well, Xiao Yong, you were right. This place really is a base." Xiao Yong just gave a slight smile, and then, once everything was settled, he led the two of them inside. He carefully signaled for them to stay quiet and whispered, "Let's sneak in quietly and avoid making any noise." Mr. Lai and Jiang Zi tried their best to cooperate. After a while, the three of them quietly discussed things without making any sound. Could it be that all of them have already left? Maybe they ran off ahead of time. They must be afraid we're coming after them. When they finally found what they were looking for, all three men froze at the sight of the Big Sister's body, crushed and broken, with limbs twisted and a leg that had been severed earlier. Her face was horribly deformed. Mr. Lai pointed at her in shock. "It's the woman I shot earlier. Did they even kill their own people? I guess it's not so surprising, considering they're just a bunch of thugs." Jiang Xiao Yong gave a disdainful glance at the body, clearly showing his contempt for them. "Ha! This doesn't surprise me at all." Jiang Zi, walking up behind them, said, "Xiao Yong, to be honest, the huge monster we encountered before didn't look anything like Shen Song. Even I'm starting to question the evolution of these zombies." Jiang Xiao Yong heard this and looked away, lost in thought. Mr. Lai also noticed and brought up the person he had shot in the head. "That's right, I even heard them call him some kind of evolved being." After saying this, Mr. Lai became curious. What does evolved mean? How does someone become an evolved being? Our main character, Jiang Xiao Yong, had his own questions. After all, he was someone who had been reincarnated and had a system, so he too was confused about the situation. He crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and answered Mr. Lai, "Eat human flesh." Upon hearing this, both of them were startled. They both broke into a cold sweat, staring at Jiang Xiao Yong, and asked in unison, "Eat human flesh." Jiang Xiao Yong calmly responded, "Yes, if you want to become an evolved being, like those zombies who gain power, the most direct way is to eat human flesh." At this point, Zhang Zi couldn't hide his shock. Meeting Xiao Yong really means meeting someone strong. Jiang Zai hesitated before asking Jiang Xiao Yong, So what about you, Xiao Yong?" He, along with Mr. Lai, was filled with confusion. Mr. Lai asked, clearly unsettled, "If we want to survive in this world, do we really have to eat human flesh too?" Facing the confused expressions of the two people, Jiang Xiao Yong calmly slipped his hands into his jacket pockets and gently reassured them. "Don't worry, eating human flesh is the most direct way, but it's not the only way." With that, he extended his hand, revealing a small, slightly glowing red object. Both of them stared at it, wide-eyed and speechless. What is this?" Jiang Xiaoyang began to explain, keeping it simple. Whether it's an evolved being or a zombie, they're all considered mutated forms. In order to evolve, these mutated beings need to absorb mutation energy. For regular humans, this energy is scattered throughout the blood and flesh. It's small, but better than nothing. The stronger ones can condense it into an energy core, while evolved beings and rare mutated creatures have much more energy. As the disaster intensifies, even zombies have a chance of condensing their mutation into an energy vein. After hearing this, Mr. Lai slowly started to understand. He stroked his chin and said, "So that means zombies also have mutation energy, and we could eat zombies directly." Cough, cough. Jiang's eye turned pale with fear at these words, panicking and shouting, "Oh shit, Uncle Lai, you can eat them if you want, but I'm definitely not eating any." Jiang Xiaoyang immediately added a reminder, lowering his voice, "Your loved ones can't eat zombie flesh or they'll get infected. Only mutated beings like Chen Song can grow stronger by swallowing zombies." As soon as Xiaoyang finished speaking, a system notification appeared. The mission: Punish the Evil Part 2. Complete the task by attacking the enemy base and eliminating the cannibals. Reward: 50 points. Current points: 126. After reading it, Jiang Xiaoyang thought, "Oh, so the system has already calculated this. It seems that even though there are survivors, they no longer pose a significant threat." While he was focusing on the mission, Jiang Zai suddenly shouted, "Watch out." Jiang Xiaoyang quickly shot a sharp glance over, his face darkening. At that moment, a pale zombie lunged at him. It was covered in wounds, with blood stuck to its body. It jumped toward Xiaoyang, but he swiftly dodged to the side and drove a dagger straight into its temple. In the next second, the zombie collapsed, hitting the ground with its head, still holding the dagger in its hand. Xiaoyang was a bit surprised and said, "I didn't expect it to sneak up on me without making a sound." As he approached the zombie, Jiang Xiaoyang used his heated rod and made a sharp, long slash across its chest. A reddish glow immediately appeared. He quickly grabbed a chunk of red meat from the zombie's body, examined it closely, and then said, "It's real. Looks like it's time for me to start hunting." With that, he extended his hands, offering the two most refined pieces of zombie meat to Jiang Zi and Mr. Lai. Xiaoyang took a step back, moving closer to them. At first, both Jiang Zi and Mr. Lai were taken aback. They instinctively stepped back. Jiang Zai shook his hands, refusing. I can't do it. Just let Mr. Lai have it." Mr. Lai seemed braver. He took the two chunks of zombie meat from Jiang Xiaoyang's hands, now trying hard to stay calm. He stared at the red pieces, a strong smell of blood filling the air without saying a word. His eyes narrowed in disgust. It was truly repulsive. But if he could just get through this, things would be different. Mr. Lai reassured himself. "Damn it, I've got no choice. I'll risk it." With that, he shut his eyes tightly, pressed both pieces into his mouth, and desperately tried to chew and swallow quickly. The sounds of the meat squelching in his mouth echoed. After a moment, it seemed to take effect. Mr. Lai opened his eyes wide, his pupils now glowing red, though his mouth still hadn't finished swallowing. A few minutes later, Mr. Lai exclaimed, "Wow, just a few minutes and my muscles have grown." He tightened his arm and showed it to Jiang Xiaoyang. "This feels amazing." Jiang Xiaoyang reminded him, "Even though it feels great, you just entered the ranks of the evolved. Your strength isn't enough to dominate in the apocalypse yet. Don't act recklessly just because of this." Mr. Lai immediately adjusted his emotions, relaxing his serious expression, and replied, "Xiaoyang, I understand. Don't worry." The mission was complete, and there was nothing left to hold the brute back. He turned to lead the way, saying, "We're done here. The danger's past. Let's head back." The scene shifted to another base near the West Feng Steel Factory. In front of this base, a group of people was walking inside. They had arrived in a white car parked out front. A guard on duty noticed the strangers and shouted, "Stop! Who's there?" It was Sandang's route. He had brought his followers here hoping to piggyback on a bigger gang. He waved his hands and started flattering. "Oh, it's me. I'm Sandang from the coal factory." The guard, with a cold expression, glanced at Sandang, his brows furrowed as he asked, "Sandang from the coal factory? Wait here, I'll go report to the leader." Sandang's face lit up and he nodded vigorously. Later, after the man finished his report, the Shang Dang group was allowed inside. The owner of the place was a tall, bald man, and standing next to him was a sexy, strong woman. As soon as he saw Shang Dang, the bald man laughed and asked, "Ha ha, Shang Dang, why are you one coming here this time?" The woman behind him stood with her hands on her hips and asked, "What about Jing Yu and that big guy?" Mentioning the big sister made him uncomfortable, and he awkwardly lowered his gaze. Shang Dang didn't dare to make eye contact and hesitated before replying, "Ah, we were attacked and to protect us. Big sister and the big guy didn't make it." The bald man's face immediately showed signs of sadness when he heard this news. He gave a slight nod and said, "Oh, I see." It was clear that the two brutes had a close relationship. Understanding the situation, the bald man turned to his subordinates and ordered, "Take Shang Dang and the coal factory crew to the safe row." Shang Dang, thinking that his connections gave him some status, held his head high, though his eyes didn't dare look directly at the owner. It was easy to tell that the bald man turned to say something to his woman. She seemed to notice and whispered back, "Ha ha, I thought so too." Meanwhile, the Shang Dang group left. After being offered shelter by the owner of the steel mill in the west, the Shang Dang group was led into a room. Inside, one of the underlings called out, "Brother 3, Brother 3. As soon as he heard his name, the man's face twisted in anger. He snapped back at the underling for calling him so casually. "What did you just call me?" The underling scratched his head, looking embarrassed and unsure of how to respond. I mean, big brother, sorry, big brother, I have a bad feeling about this." Shang Dang gritted his teeth and cursed. "Stop with the superstition. What bad feeling?" The underling nervously glanced toward the outside, clearly uneasy, and cautiously said, "Big brother, take a look at this safe room. The iron door, the iron windows, it's basically a prison." Before he could finish his sentence, a guard outside suddenly shoved the door open. The man, with a fierce look on his face, stormed in, causing total chaos among the group inside. He stared directly at Shang Dang and ordered, "You all come out here." A few minutes later, he led them to the place where the owner was. There were a lot of his underlings surrounding the area, and the bald man and the woman were already waiting. As soon as Shang Dang saw the bald man, his face twitched, and he forced a smile, saying, "Boss, what's going on? What happened?" Pretending to be clueless, he started acting gentle. The woman next to the bald man spoke first. She put her hands on her hips, twirled a lock of her hair, and loudly asked, "Going after your own leader? What do you think will happen to someone like that?" Shocked that these two knew about his actions, Shang Dang immediately switched his manipulative mode. He crouched down, raised his hands, and stammered, "What do you mean? Big brother, Sister Ning, this must be some misunderstanding." Still pretending to know nothing, he was sweating buckets, his forehead covered in cold sweat. The woman, who Shang Dang called Sister Ning, wasn't impressed by his words. She laughed loudly and squinted her eyes, clearly seeing through him. Sister Ning signaled with 2 fingers to a tall man behind her. "Misunderstanding? Ha ha, Lai Cheng, let him die without any confusion." He was allowed to speak and immediately exposed Shang Dang. "I went to the coal factory and found Lai Jingru dead in the yard. Their older brother is missing. No one knows whether he's alive or dead." He then emphasized, "The entire coal factory has no signs of a struggle." When Shang Dang heard this, he was speechless, not knowing what to say. He stood there frozen, clenching his teeth. Right after that, Lai Cheng pointed directly at Shang Dang's face and shouted. The most reasonable explanation is that it was them. During a disadvantageous operation, they had an internal conflict and killed Lai Jingru. Lai Cheng's eyes were filled with anger and a cold, murderous intent. Yet Shang Dang shamelessly tried to defend himself, sweat dripping down his face as he desperately argued. No, that's not it. You don't have enough evidence. This is just your guess." Shang Dang tried to act as if he were the victim, pretending to be innocent. The leader of the place suddenly burst into laughter, laughing loudly, and then shouted, "Evidence? Ha ha ha! What kind of world is this where you're still talking about evidence?" Next to him, Sister Ning sneered in contempt. He continued, "To be honest with you, if I didn't respect the abilities of Lai Jingru and your older brother, I would have ended all of you little brats a long time ago. His face grew increasingly sinister. After speaking, he lowered his voice and with a terrifying gesture added, "Kill them all." He clenched his teeth as he spoke, looking very unsettling. At that moment, one of the members from Shang Dang, terrified out of his mind, stepped forward with his hands clasped and pleading, "Please spare us, I have valuable intel." Was this guy about to confess everything? Shang Dang's leader was sitting on edge, practically shaking in fear, his mouth frozen open. Sister Ning quickly reacted. "Oh, what kind of intel?" she asked, looking curiously at the man. He immediately pointed behind him and, without hesitation, spilled everything he knew to the Eagle team. To the east, there's a large city full of people. With plenty of supplies, the big sister and the second brother were defeated by them. "Please don't kill us, I'll lead you there." Shang Dang's group then redirected toward Jiang Xiao Yong's base to avoid disaster. In times like this, supplies were more important than human lives. Sister Ning gave the man a sharp glance. She seemed intrigued, her interest piqued. She asked, "How does it compare to this place in terms of scale and strength?" The man hesitated, unsure how to respond, and finally said, "It's about an even match." Then she looked at her boyfriend and said, "This is definitely a ticking time bomb." The guy, hearing this, started thinking deeply. He was quiet for a long time, but eventually, he noticed a weakness in Jiang Xiaoyang's group. His subordinate immediately reported more information, hoping to make up for his earlier mistakes. However, they still didn't know how to evolve. Throughout the area, I didn't see a single evolved person. Lei Chang on this side observed the situation. He looked at the subordinate standing in front of him, feeling uncertain about this intel. How to become an evolved person? He muttered, furrowing his brows in thought. After a while, he asked the subordinate about the team's failure. "If none of you are evolved, then why did you lose?" The small, timid subordinate rushed forward to explain. "Because they have heavy weapons. Normal guns can't kill Brother 2, but they only need one shot to take him down." Maybe these guys hadn't seen Chen Song yet, so they unintentionally underestimated Jiang Xiaoyang's group. When Sister Ning heard this, she couldn't help but praise the chatty subordinate. "Good job, this information is really useful." He was scared, shaking, but also thrilled. With a nervous smile, he pointed at himself and said, "So, what about us?" She lifted her head, then suddenly changed her expression. She ordered the two people behind her, "Kill them." Just a moment ago, they had been celebrating, thinking they'd be spared, but now, after her words, the members of the Shang Dang group looked horrified. They were drenched in sweat, their faces pale, as if all the blood had drained from them. The loudmouth man couldn't believe what was happening and gasped in shock. From outside, you could hear the voices of the Shang Dang group shouting desperately, "Wait, I've already provided the intel. You can't do this. Spare us. Please spare us." One by one, they were executed. In times like these, there's no such thing as right or wrong, and no one came forward to help them. Later, the body of one man was covered in deep scratches and signs of torture, blood still dripping from the wounds. He was standing in front of the lifeless members of Shang Dang, blood splattered everywhere. The bald man casually put his hand in his pocket, glanced down at the corpse, and said, "What now? This threat needs to be eliminated as soon as possible." Now the evil group was worried about the Jiang Xiaoyang group. A man standing nearby also spoke up, hands on his hips. "The enemy has heavy weapons. It's too risky to go now. We should focus on advancing our evolution first." "Yeah, that sounds much safer," came the reply. The little punk, beaten so badly by the evil group that his face was unrecognizable even to faced ID, lay sprawled on the floor surrounded by pools of blood. They had died horribly. Standing over the three lifeless bodies, the gang leader ordered, "Send someone out to scout first and make sure they have no idea how to evolve." The scene shifts to the base of Jiang Xiaoyang. He was lying back on a comfy sofa, opening up his system panel. With 126 accumulated points, he wondered what he could buy. On the system screen, it displayed current accumulated points, 126. Oil and protein supply crate, level 1. Subtracts 5 accumulated points. Black tech supply crate, level 2. Subtracts 50 accumulated points. Manual refresh. Subtracts 4 accumulated points. After reading this, Jiang Xiaoyong was pumped. He looked at the system panel, feeling excited, and said, "Another level 2 black tech supply crate. I'm really lucky." He raised his index finger and clicked on the screen. Beep. Instantly, 2 notifications appeared on the system. Successfully exchanged oil and protein supply crate, level 1. Subtracted 5 accumulated points. Successfully exchanged black tech supply crate, level 2. Subtracted 50 accumulated points. Current accumulated points, 71. The oil and protein supply crate, level 1, has been activated. Rewards received: 500 kilograms of lotus root powder from Best, 200 kilograms of vegetable oil and mixed cooking oil. The black tech supply crate, level 2, has been activated. Reward received. Enhancement drug. Immediately, there was a reaction. In front of Xiao Yong, a golden light spread out, becoming blinding. Jiang Xiao Yong had successfully made the conversion, and he laughed out loud in joy. Ha ha ha. While enjoying his own happiness, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Knock knock. Startled, Xiao Yong turned around and shouted, "Come in." "It's Shang Shang." The girl quickly entered and reported to Xiao Yong. "Brother Xiao Yong." Seeing Shang Shang's urgency, Jiang Xiao Yong was puzzled and asked, "What's going on?" Shang Shang quickly responded, "We've caught a suspicious person." There was an intruder, and it seemed the main character had lost track of their target. Jiang Xiao Yong immediately stood up, his face full of concern. He quickly asked, "Let me go see." A moment later, at Jiang Zi and Mr. Li's location, both were holding on to a man. They were serious and careful, while the intruder, tightly held, was continuously justifying himself, saying, "I'm not an enemy. Call your leader here." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiao Yong appeared before the man. He slowly approached the stranger and spoke in a low voice, "Were you looking for me?" Shang Shang, standing behind, looked at the man being held with a somewhat unfriendly expression. The moment the man saw Jiang Xiao Yong, his attitude shifted to one of excitement. He asked, "Are you the leader?" Jiang Xiao Yong maintained a cautious demeanor. He looked directly at the man and responded, "Yes, I am. If you have something to say, you can talk to me." The stranger didn't get to the point right away. Instead, he asked, "How should I address you?" Xiao Yong's face remained expressionless as he replied, "Jiang Xiao Yong." The main character's gaze dropped, and he seemed a bit concerned about this person. He wasn't comfortable. After Xiao Yong said his name, the stranger pointed to his own face and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, Brother Yang." Then he switched to a much lighter and friendlier tone, continuing, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Ahang, and I'm from the steel factory in the west." At this point, Mr. Lai and Jiang Zi finally relaxed a little around the stranger. Zaixuan's father was also there. He approached the man, puzzled, and asked, "From the western region?" The man nodded, cautiously replying, Yeah. Noticing Zaixuan's father speaking, Jiang Xiaoyong became curious and asked him, "What's going on? Do you know this guy?" Uncle Song explained, "The western region is in the southwest on the western outskirts. It's the largest steel factory in the area. It seems similar to the coal workshop on the southern outskirts. It's become a major hub." Xiaoyong asked, "How far is it from here?" Uncle Song replied, "It's about 3 kilometers farther than the workshop on the southern outskirts." After hearing Uncle Song's explanation, Jiang Xiaoyong moved closer to the man. He couldn't help but feel suspicious and asked, "Why did you come all the way here from such a far distance?" The man nervously stepped back, sweating as if caught off guard, but then regained his composure and explained to Jiang Xiaoyong, "Right now, the situation is chaotic. Those of us who are lucky enough to survive need to stick together and help each other. Don't you think so, Brother Yang?" Jiang Xiaoyong remained cold and replied, "Yeah, go on." Now the man began to speak. "Our leader sent us to find any survivors and their location. If we can bring them back, we will." At this point, he still hesitated, not daring to look directly at Xiaoyong. His words seemed somewhat humane, but they were immediately interrupted by our fat boy. He took out a piece of paper and held it up in front of Jiang Xiaoyong, bluntly saying, "Xiaoyong, don't listen to this nonsense. He's been sneaking around here for a while," and he even drew a map. Jiang Xiaoyong took the paper from Xiao Kai's hand, brought it closer to his eyes, and carefully examined it. Meanwhile, the man behind him nervously watched Xiaoyong, clearly anxious. Now, Xiaoyong activated his special ability, the spiritual eye. One of his eyes blazed with a green flame, and he stared directly at the man to verify his intentions. Above the stranger's head appeared a menacing expression. He was trying to look calm and innocent, but his forced smile was anything but convincing as he glanced at Xiaoyong. Without a doubt, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately aimed his gun at the stranger's temple. He didn't say a word. His actions spoke for themselves. The man panicked, raising his hands in a desperate gesture. Xiaoyong's face darkened. Hidden in the shadow that covered his face, the male lead glared at the person in front of him and said firmly, "We're all living through the apocalypse here. Do you think I'm an idiot? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll shoot you right now." The man with the dark heart was terrified. He didn't dare to make a move and swallowed hard, trying to steady his nerves. Now this crafty man tried to talk his way out of it again. With Jiang Xiaoyong's gun pointed at him, he kept putting on a pitiful face, saying, "Yang, honestly, we did it to leave ourselves an escape route. We can't afford to trust others." Once the man finished speaking, Jiang Xiaoyong leaned in and whispered to Jiang Zi, "Does he know about Chen Song?" Jiang Zi covered his mouth with his hand and whispered back, "No, he doesn't. Chen Song has never appeared in front of him." At this point, Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly changed his mind. He lowered his gun and gestured for them to let the man go. Uncle Song was completely surprised. A suspect as slippery as this and Xiao Yong was letting him go so easily. He hesitated and asked, "Huh?" Just like that. "Let him go." The man inside was secretly overjoyed, still shocked by how quickly Xiao Yong's decision had changed. He couldn't contain his grin, nervously chuckling and stammered, "Really?" After saying that, Jiang Xiao Yong took the drawing from the stranger, pointed it directly at him, and muttered to himself, "Give him this map and let him go." Xiao Yong's gaze was firm, with no hesitation at all. He was very decisive. The stranger was let go. He immediately knelt on the ground, repeatedly banging his head against it. He seemed overjoyed and extremely grateful to Xiao Yong. As he kept banging his head, he shouted loudly, thank you, Xiao Yong." In the blink of an eye, this person turned and ran off like a gust of wind, escaping from Jiang Xiao Yong's root. He ran so fast he didn't dare look back. He'd fled far away. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong smiled slyly, lowered his head slightly, and kept his eyes on the figure of the man as he ran. He thought to himself, "Ha ha ha, the steel factory in the west, huh? I wonder how many points you guys are worth in the system." It seemed that Xiao Yong had a new plan for a sweep. Months later, at the steel factory in the west, two people were moving two carts toward a large pile of scrap metal. One of them said to the other, "I heard that people have started disappearing again recently." The other person shuddered, recalling the tentacled zombie that roamed the area eating people. He said, "That monster has started causing trouble again." Suddenly, a strange noise came from the pile of scrap metal, and both men immediately turned their attention to it. "What's that sound?" One of them pushed his cart closer to check out what it was. The other man, more frightened than curious, stood back and yelled out a warning. "Don't go over there. Call security to check it out." Without warning, a dagger flew through the air at high speed. Though small, it was launched with incredible force and was extremely dangerous. It accurately hit its target, slicing across the neck of one man. The deep, severe wound caused him to bleed heavily on the spot. Before he could even understand what had happened, he was already falling to the ground, heading straight for death. Meanwhile, Lai Cheng was calmly smoking a cigarette. He had his hands in his pockets, leaning back against a nearby wall, enjoying the quiet moment. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the other side, "Help! Help me!" Hearing someone shout caught Lai Cheng's attention. His curiosity piqued. He glanced over and immediately changed his demeanor. Just as he heard the cry for help, one of his underlings rushed toward him, out of breath. Lai Cheng quickly asked, "What's going on?" The man was running while pointing frantically behind him, shouting loudly, "A monster, a monster. It just killed someone." When Lai Cheng heard the word monster, he immediately thought about the creature that's been causing chaos lately. "A monster? You mean the one with the tentacles?" One of his underlings, breathing heavily, replied with complete certainty, "Yes, that's it. It's definitely it." Li Cheng asked, "Where?" The man quickly responded, "Over by the trash pit." Li Cheng's face twisted with frustration. He gritted his teeth, muttering angrily to himself, "Humph, no warning before attacking, huh?" Without wasting any time, he spun around and shouted orders to his gang. "Everyone, get out of here. If you've evolved and can escape, follow me." His call was enough to get the group of strong, young men to quickly gather around. Under Lai Cheng's lead, 3 of his trusted evolved soldiers followed him. He made sure they were all armed as they prepared to approach the trash heap, each of them cautious about every step they took, ready to fight. Lai Cheng led the way, placing one hand on a plastic bottle near the trash, while the other held his gun ready for anything. He scanned the area, signaling to his men, "Sho, that's the one with the tentacles. If we run into it, don't try to fight, just run." The 2 men behind him were also ready, weapons in hand, prepared for action. In front of him was a huge pile of trash, and next to it was the cart of the person who had just been murdered. Lai Cheng stared at it for a long time, focusing carefully on every detail. After a while, seeing nothing special, he furrowed his brow and said with some frustration, "He's not here, huh?" He felt a deep sense of disappointment. Only after a bit did he dare move closer to where the victim had been killed. Lai Cheng and his companions noticed footprints on the ground. One of his men asked, "Did the tentacle monster leave?" Another one added, "Do you think it caught its prey and left?" Li Cheng squatted down, almost like a real detective, observing and thinking carefully. He reached out with his hand and spoke, "Ever since Bitch, Tui Mountain, the coal factory, and the southern suburbs were wiped out, the number of our people disappearing has clearly been rising. It goes without saying, those 3 places used to evenly distribute the people who were hunted. Now, it's just us left." Li Cheng's face grew darker and darker, and the hatred and resentment were becoming more and more obvious. He glared ahead, then suddenly noticed something and muttered, "No, it's not the tentacle monster." The scene shifted back to Jiang Xiao Yong's base. The weather was nice and sunny with lots of clouds in the sky. The area around the male protagonist's place was quiet and very safe. Standing on a balcony far above the ground, Jiang Xiao Yong looked out over his million-dollar view and began to think further ahead. Having survived longer than in his past life, he started to believe that rebuilding civilization wasn't impossible after all. The system alert appeared with a new mission update. The mission's goal was to expand the community, and the task required putting in all efforts to raise the community's rating. The current rating was 38. After reading it, he placed his hand on the railing, looking a bit concerned. It's been months now, and the system mission for the steel factory in the west, or whatever, still hasn't been released, he said, his voice filled with worry. Before he could continue, someone suddenly called his name loudly. Jiang Xiao Yong. It was Shang calling. She waved her hand excitedly from below as she got out of a car. With a bright smile, she proudly shouted like announcing an achievement. We're back. Xiao Yong stood above, looking down, and smiled with satisfaction. He made a swift movement, and his small light gently landed on the ground. Months had passed, and Xiao Yong's agility and strength had improved significantly. He landed easily from the high building as if it were nothing. In the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of Shang and Jiang Zi. As soon as he saw his younger siblings, Jiang Xiao Yong quickly asked, "Did the hunting operation go unnoticed?" Jiang Zi beamed, confidently replying, "Don't worry, brother Xiao Yong. With our current abilities, if anyone nearby was following us, we'd have noticed." After taking care of the older kids, it was time to focus on the younger ones. Xiao Yong was very concerned about his team. He bent down and asked the little boy, Shui, "How's Shui doing?" Still adjusting, okay. Shui nodded and confidently gave a loud yes. Then he immediately started waving his arms and showing off to Uncle Xiao Yong. "Don't worry, Uncle Xiao Yong, I did really well today." Xiao Ning, standing nearby, smiled at how cute and playful the little boy was. She patted his head and added her praise. "That's right, today, Shui took down a zombie all by himself." This performance made Jiang Xiao Yong very happy and reassured him a bit. After that, he gave orders to the team. "Great job! Now take the core specimen to the storage room." Just then, the system board displayed a new mission notification. Defeat the villain for the third time. Mission requirement. Eliminate the threat and enhance support for potential team members. Reward 80 points. After reading the notification, Jiang Xiao Yong thought to himself, potential team members, does that mean the people at the steel factory in the west? A moment later, in a secure room at the base, Xiao Yong held a meeting. He was listening carefully to Mr. Lai, who seemed very surprised by Xiao Yong's decision. Mr. Lai clenched his hands and said, "What? You're going to infiltrate the steel factory alone? That's way too dangerous." In the room, there were also Jiang Zi and Uncle Song. After hearing Jiang Xiao Yong's thoughts, Uncle Song grew worried and voiced his concern, agreeing with Mr. Lai. "That's right. Every now and then they send someone to spy on us. Who knows what kind of sinister plans they might have." Then he added urgently, "Xiao Yong, if anything happens to you, we won't be able to assist you." Jiang Xiao Yong understood his concern, but he had already made plans. He turned his head away, looked into the distance, and confidently replied, "Don't worry, with my current abilities, even Shen Song couldn't harm me, let alone them. Besides, the purpose of my trip is to confirm whether they are friends or foes." After saying that, Jiang Xiao Yong sat down in the main seat and turned to Mr. Lai. He extended his hand and clearly asked for Mr. Lai, and everyone else's support. "Please do your best to protect the fortress and this area." Everyone respected Xiao Yong's decision and listened attentively to him. After receiving the information, Mr. Lai nodded and said, "Yes, you won't have to worry about this side, but you need to be careful. Our stronghold can't be without you." The scene shifts to a steel factory on the west side. From the outside, you can see large columns of black smoke rising high into the sky. A voice from one of the workers shouts, "Let me in. I have urgent news to report." Inside the factory, two men are standing in front of the main door to a room. After hearing the request from the man outside, one of them, dressed in a black suit, spreads his arms to block the entrance. "I told you, no one gets in without permission from the two leaders," he says firmly. Suddenly, the man insisting on meeting the leader loses his temper. His eyes bulge wide, and thick veins appear on his forehead. He narrows his brows, looking extremely fierce. It's Lai Cheng. Without warning, he grabs the collar of the man in the black suit. The man is tall and solid, so the force of the grip is intense. The black-suited man struggles, his breath becoming shallow as he clenches his teeth in pain. One of his companions shouts, "Lai Cheng, are you crazy?" At the sound of the shout, Lai Cheng snaps back to reality. He flinches, his eyes widening as if he's just been jolted out of a trance. Realizing what he's done, he quickly releases the man in the black suit. Flustered and unsure of how to explain himself, he apologizes hastily. Sorry about that." The man in the black suit, still shaken from the near chokehold, gasps for air, his breathing heavy. Now, Lai Cheng slowly started to collect his thoughts. He stared blankly at a corner, muttering to himself, "What's going on? Why can't I keep my emotions in check like I used to? It's been happening more and more often these past few months." The two people who had just been startled by Lai Cheng's actions were both worried and surprised. The one standing behind him, annoyed for his friend, shouted, "Dan, what's wrong with you? Don't think just because the boss favors you, you won't do something about it." Inside the room, the noise from the commotion could be heard, and then a voice belonging to Sister Ning called out, "Is that Lai Cheng? Let him in." The guard by the door, hearing the boss's voice, turned around and replied, "Yes, ma'am." Though his face showed reluctance, he had no choice but to obey. From inside, a voice called out again, urging, "Come in." When Lai Cheng opened the door, the light from the room shone directly in his face. His expression was blank and caught off guard. He looked around and noticed something inside the room that caught his attention. Sister Ning. She was standing beside a desk in a provocative posture, her shirt tightly cinched at the waist, clearly showing off her toned figure. With a small smile and a flirtatious glance, she looked like a teacher playing her part. Sister Ning spoke up, "What's the matter?" As soon as Lai Cheng entered, he immediately began explaining the situation about the zombie monster causing chaos, the involvement of the tentacle monster, and the scope of our hunting operations. "I have a different perspective," he said. Sister Ning immediately became serious, lowering her voice as she asked, "Oh, what do you think?" Li Cheng replied, "I've thoroughly investigated the scene and found footprints left by a woman. The victim this time was a man." Hearing the clues Lai Cheng had gathered, Sister Ning started to feel uneasy. She pouted in discomfort, saying nothing further, her expression clearly unhappy. Then she looked away and cautiously asked Lai Cheng, "So, you're saying the killer is someone else?" The room only had the two of them. Li Cheng confirmed, "That's right." Sister Ning's eyes suddenly changed color, turning a bright yellow, glowing with intensity. She lowered her head and ordered Li Cheng, "All right, I understand. This information is very useful, but don't let it spread." Li Cheng was puzzled. "Why not?" Sister Ning explained, "One tentacle monster has already caused enough panic. I don't want people to be too scared to go outside." Li Cheng understood her point. He also felt uneasy about her dominance in the situation. He hesitated, then said, "But..." Sister Ning cut him off. "No further explanations. I promise things won't get worse than before." With that, Lai Cheng reluctantly accepted. He chose to remain silent, lowering his head in obedience, though inside, he still had many questions. Now, Ning started to get more excited. She moved closer to Lai Cheng, the tall and handsome guy, and softly whispered as she brought her small lips near his ear, "What's wrong?" Still thinking about doing something else, feeling like she had seen right through him, Lai Cheng turned bright red, sweating nervously. He didn't dare to do anything. Despite the clear green light from her side, Lai Cheng was flustered. He quickly rushed toward the door, trying to distance himself from Ning as much as possible. He waved his hand and said, "Ah, sorry, Ning." He slammed the door shut with a decisive and silly move, leaving Ning alone with the shell full of water. After stepping out of the room, Lai Cheng's face was still flushed. He felt both embarrassed and self-reproachful. "Damn, look at my memory. I forgot to ask her about that." Inside, in the room next to Ning's, after hearing Lai Cheng's conversation, a man's voice burst into loud laughter from behind the door. "A woman's footprints, huh? Ha ha, you were too careless." Ning immediately shouted at the person in the room, "You're more careful than me." "Fine, then from now on, you handle this." Inside the room, there was a bald man. He was wearing an apron and happily chopping up human flesh. This person seemed to have lost all sense of humanity. He was doing it with cold, calm precision, chopping swiftly with one hand and tossing the pieces into a bin, all while casually dividing up the work. "All right, I'll go kill. You handle the rest." It turned out that the recent disappearances within the gang were the result of the two leaders conspiring to slaughter their own underlings. With fresh meat to eat, it could evolve. The thing he just tossed into the trash bin was the head of the man who had been killed earlier. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Cut to another scene, where the sound of someone being quickly and efficiently taken down could be heard. A zombie collapsed at Jiang Xiao Yong's feet, completely defeated. Its grotesque face slammed into the ground. Xiao Yong had finally made it to the steel factory in the west. He held a sharp, heated iron rod in his hand, and at his feet were scattered zombie corpses surrounded by pools of black blood. Xiao Yong's expression remained calm as he looked ahead, muttering to himself, "Almost there. Just need to hold back a little longer." On his hand, Jiang Xiao Yong used his ability to summon a small pair of scissors from the system. Snip, snip. So skillfully, Xiao Yong expertly trimmed his own hair with just one hand. He must have learned this somewhere, because the way the scissors moved was incredibly smooth. Then he pointed two fingers out and rubbed them against the ground. He deliberately smeared some black dirt on his hands, then raised them to his face, drawing a few lines on his forehead and cheek. Jiang Xiao Yong was intentionally disguising himself to avoid trouble. After a while, he had transformed into a whole new look, one that seemed a bit worn out with a dirty face and clothes. He even added a pair of glasses to make himself harder to recognize, but his cool and handsome vibe was still undeniable. Once the disguise was complete, he took a few steps toward the factory gate when someone stepped forward, pointed at him, and shouted, "Stop!" Jiang Xiao Yong halted immediately. Seeing a stranger entering the compound, the local thug immediately became aggressive. He scowled and, without missing a beat, yelled, "Who are you?" His eyes were filled with hostility as they glared at Xiao Yong. Time to switch into actor mode. Jiang Xiao Yong smiled, his eyes narrowing playfully. Trying to ease the tension with the person in front of him, he said, "I noticed signs of life around here, and sure enough, there are people. That's great." Even acted a bit overly excited, as if genuinely pleased. This person was pretty easy to manipulate. As soon as he heard Jiang Xiao Yong say that, his face relaxed. He responded, looking disappointed, "Oh, so you're just a wandering survivor." Then the gatekeeper pointed at Xiao Yong and asked, "Hey, kid, let me ask you, how did you survive all this time?" Right away, this guy was acting like a big shot in front of the main character. Xiao Yong tried to look humble and sincere. He slowed down for a second, bowed his head, and started making up a tragic story. "My group originally had more than a dozen people. We were attacked by a horde of zombies. Everyone died, and I was the only one who managed to escape." His face looked genuinely sad, like he was really feeling the pain. He'd also picked up some information about this new person. The gatekeeper continued with his questioning. "So, you don't have any special abilities?" Xiao Yong was taken off guard by this question. He was just playing the part of a regular person in trouble, so he couldn't help but ask back, "What you mean abilities?" Then he suddenly became a bit awkward, raised his hands, and said, "Ah, I do have some abilities. I've been attacked by zombies a few times, and over time, I gained some experience on how to deal with them. I'll try my best to be useful." Seeing Xiao Yong's awkward behavior, the man sneered with a smirk. He clearly didn't think much of Xiao Yong and stepped in closer, becoming more dangerous. With a slight grin, he said something strange. "Who asked you about that? You don't get what I mean, but that's fine." Thinking he was about to win over this new prey, Gatekeeper felt a sense of excitement inside. He pointed inside and said, "Follow me. If you want to join, you'll need to pass the test." Now Xiao Yong was getting closer to the heart of their base. He subtly reached into his waistband where he kept a pistol. The guard at the gate didn't suspect a thing. He just assumed Xiao Yong was another ordinary guy, happy to have a new target to trap. This was enough to show that Xiao Yong, despite his worn-out and expressionless appearance, was carefully observing everything inside while pretending to be clueless. "Haha, sure enough, this steel factory in the west isn't a good place at all," he thought to himself. Things were going smoothly when suddenly a voice shouted, "What's going on here?" Both of them turned around in surprise. The guard, upon hearing the tone of the voice, immediately turned around, a bit nervous. Xiao Yong, however, was intrigued. Seeing a stranger appear at the base, Lai Chang immediately stepped forward, his face tense. He approached the guard and asked, "Who's this unfamiliar face?" The gatekeeper looked a little scared upon seeing Lai Chang. As a subordinate, he had a certain amount of respect for him. His expression was stiff as he awkwardly reported, "Ah, Mr. Lai, he's a wandering survivor. I was just taking him to be checked out in a quiet area." Xiao Yong couldn't help but smirk to himself. "Haha, checked out." Lai Chang felt a bit uneasy and frustrated. He spoke again to the gatekeeper. "Why did the inspection have to happen in a secluded spot? Can't we just do it right here? It's strange. There's tension between two people from the same base." Jiang Xiao Yong quickly picked up on the gatekeeper's intentions. He thought to himself, "This person clearly meant to lead me somewhere quiet to kill me." So Lai Chang confronted Jiang Xiao Yong directly. He stepped closer to Xiao Yong and said, "Come here, hand over your weapons, and you can enter." Xiao Yong remained calm. He put on a simple, innocent expression and asked, "Hand over my weapons? How do I know you're not trying to trick me into a place where you'll kill me?" Li Cheng wasn't like many others. His approach, though serious, was humane and straightforward. He didn't force Xiao Yong's hand and instead replied, "In these end times, it's only natural for you to be suspicious. If you're not comfortable handing over your weapons, I won't force you. In that case, you're free to leave." Li Cheng's firm and strong attitude pushed Jiang Xiao Yong to reluctantly hand over the knife he was secretly carrying. He tried to show his discontent as he handed over his last weapon, playing the role of the victim. Xiao Yong said, "Fine, I'll give you the weapon." A moment later, Lai Cheng thoroughly searched Jiang Xiao Yong. He wanted to be absolutely sure that Xiao Yong wasn't hiding any weapons. Xiao Yong calmly spread his arms wide, allowing Lai Cheng to check him thoroughly. Behind his cracked glasses, Jiang Xiao Yong's gaze was slightly irritated. He quietly assessed Lai Chang and the place around him. This guy still seems to have some principles. Looks like this steel factory in the west is a bit different from the scum at Bitch Shui Mountain and the southern coal mine. After a long while, everything was finally settled. Lai Chang raised the knife Xiao Yong had handed over, feeling a bit curious. To think you can walk around with just a dagger in this end-of-days world. "You're an evolved one, huh?" he asked. Jiang Xiao Yong played innocent, tightening his fist and pretending not to understand. He said a few things that could easily be misinterpreted. "Evolved? Oh, I honestly feel a lot stronger now." His simple act made Lai Chang lower his guard. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Follow me. There are rules here. Evolved ones need to report to the leader first." A few minutes later, Lai Chang led Jiang Xiao Yong into a dark room. He let Xiao Yong in, but stayed outside to keep watch. Lai Chang leaned in and said, "Wait here in the living room for a bit." Xiao Yong gave a faint smile, glancing at the chair in the corner. Above it, a tightly shut window. He spoke sarcastically. "The living room, huh? Ha ha ha." The doors reinforced. "This is clearly a prison, isn't it?" Xiao Yong could tell exactly what they were up to, but he wasn't worried in the slightest. After these words, the bald man walked in. At first, he tried to act very polite and gentle. "Sorry to keep you waiting. May I have your name?" On the surface, he seemed polite, but deep down, his fake smile was hiding a hunger for human flesh that ran deep within him. Xiao Yong turned to respond, stuttering. "Jiang, no, Jiang Yi." This nervous reaction from Xiao Yong made the bald man feel that he was dealing with an easy, weak prey. The bald man then spoke again in a mocking tone. "Why, people told me you're an evolved one, right?" Xiao Yong lowered his head weakly and replied, "Well, that's what he thinks maybe." Before Xiao Yong could catch his breath to say more, a heavy axe flew toward him at incredible speed, nearly grazing his face. As he looked up, Xiao Yong was taken by surprise. His eyes widened as he realized what had just happened. For Xiao Yong, such moments were normal. He simply tilted his head slightly to avoid the swift attack from the bald man. When he turned back, he saw that the axe, large and sharp, had been thrown with great force and had lodged deeply into the wall behind him. Xiao Yong was still shocked by the suddenness of the attack. If Jiang Xiao Yong had been someone less alert, he would probably be dead by now. Xiao Yong's gaze grew wary as he looked at the menacing bald man. He eyed him cautiously, his suspicion rising. Xiao Yong thought to himself, "Should I fight now? No, wait, he's probably testing me." Meanwhile, the bald man's face was a mix of anger and excitement. Quick to react, Xiao Yong tried to appear innocent. He pointed at the axe stuck firmly in the wall and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? That's dangerous." The bald man suddenly changed his attitude. He opened his mouth and flashed a bright smile, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, looks like I wasn't wrong. You're definitely an evolved person." The bald man seemed to have no respect for human life at all. This bothered Xiao Yong, but he kept up his act. Pointing to himself, Xiao Yong confronted the bald man directly and asked, "So, what if I'm not an evolved person? Wouldn't you have already killed me?" The bald man was completely calm. He spread his arms wide and raised his voice, speaking in a tone as if he had lost all humanity. "If that were the case, then your death wouldn't be a big deal." It was clear to Xiao Yong that this man had stopped being human. Now, in his eyes, there was a natural flush, and his voice began to deepen as he asked with a sense of reasoning, "Since we're both evolved beings, you must know how one becomes evolved, right?" Xiao Yong replied, "Oh, I know." It was clear that Xiao Yong was also an evolved being. This person started talking about his gang and his power. "Then I have to warn you. Only a few people know this secret of mine, and I don't want it spreading. If I find out more people know, I'll kill you." With that, the bald man leaned forward and quickly moved in to approach Jiang Xiao Yong. He was aggressive and kept trying to provoke Xiao Yong, attempting to grab him by the throat. However, Xiao Yong was quick and agile. He tilted his body slightly to the side, dodging the man's grip, but he did make a move to strike back. In the moment when it seemed like the bald man was about to capture him, he was utterly shocked to find that Xiao Yong was incredibly calm. In a brief pause, Xiao Yong quickly summoned a dagger from the system. He drew it swiftly, all while gathering strength in his right arm, his sharp gaze locked on the bald man. He thought to himself, "Good thing he tried to scare me with his bare hands. If it were a blade, I would have already counterattacked." To let the bald guy grab his neck, Jiang Xiao Yong made a scared expression. He even acted weak, but inside, he was thinking, "If I kill him now, who knows if I'll still complete the 80-point system mission." When the bald guy saw the dagger, he looked a little nervous. His eyes were glued to the small knife in Xiao Yong's hand, and he quickly pulled his hand back, visibly scared. He then commented, "Oh, not bad. You're quick to react. Got your weapons out, huh? Guess I won't be underestimating you anymore." The bald guy put his hand on Jiang Xiao Yong's shoulder, acting like a seer giving advice. He praised Xiao Yang. Even if you have some skills, my strength is beyond what you can imagine. Don't even think about challenging me, got it? Xiao Yang lowered his head and replied, got it. The bald guy softened his tone and added, as for bringing weapons in here, I won't pursue it any further. He stepped out of the small enclosed room and went back to where his subordinates were. With a sharp tone, he ordered, take Jiang Yi to wash up, change clothes, and bring him to the meeting room to see me. Xiao Yang stepped out last, slowly closing the door behind him. He had gained the trust of the leader, and it seemed like his plan was progressing smoothly. The subordinates all responded in unison, yes. The bald man tapped his head and called out loudly, come in. One of the subordinates, following orders, escorted Jiang Xiao Yong to the bald leader. Boss, the person you asked for is here, he said happily, introducing Jiang Xiao Yong to everyone. This is the new member, Jiang Yi. He then turned and introduced Jiang Xiao Yong to a woman named Ning. Huang Ning is also one of the leaders here, just like me, he said, glancing behind him and continuing. The other two are staff members from the base, Lai Cheng and Huang Ban. Ning, with a stern expression, looked at Jiang Xiaoyong without showing any emotion. She then turned to another subordinate, Huang Ban. She carefully spoke up, addressing him, Huang Ban, is it all right for this new guy to work under you? Huang Ban, seeing the new arrival, immediately looked displeased and tense, responding curtly, no problem. The conversation was over. Now Ning turned back and spoke softly to Jiang Xiaoyong, saying, kid, you're really lucky. You found the strongest gathering point in this area. From now on, you won't have to worry about survival anymore. Jiang Xiaoyong's face also became serious. He acted as if he deeply respected her words. Then she continued reminding him, but if you want to enjoy the good things here, you'll need to prove yourself useful. At this point, Jiang Xiaoyong seized the opportunity. He appeared very cautious, bowing his head to accept her offer. I'll follow your arrangements. His acting was flawless, giving the impression that he was fully committed to joining their group. Once the arrangements were made, Huang Ban approached Jiang Xiaoyong and patted him on the shoulder. He whispered, it just so happens that it's our turn to patrol today. New guy, follow me. A moment later, the scene shifted to the area outside the factory. The greenery was vibrant, and the sky was clear and sunny. A subordinate's voice rang out, Chang Hung, let's head out for patrol. The other man replied, okay. The subordinate, puzzled, asked, who's this guy? It was no surprise that the subordinate under Huang Ban had been the gate guard when Jiang Xiaoyong first entered the factory. As soon as he saw Jiang Xiaoyong, he didn't like him, so he leaned toward Huang Ban and whispered, hey, is this guy assigned to work under you? Though Huang Ban wasn't happy about it, he responded, clearly irritated, what can we do? The guy knows a bit of everything. He's got to work in our team. Behind them, Jiang Xiaoyong walked alongside the person who had infiltrated the main character's base. The man seemed puzzled, feeling that the person in front of him looked a bit familiar. He glanced at Jiang Xiaoyong with suspicion and thought to himself, why does this guy look so familiar? After walking for a bit, Huang Ban turned around and asked Xiaoyong, hey kid, did the boss not explain the situation here at the camp to you? Jiang Xiaoyong hesitantly replied, no, he just warned me to keep the fact that I've evolved the secret. Huang Ban seemed more certain now and responded, well, that's correct. At that moment, his expression changed, becoming more intense and a little darker. He continued, the only people who know about the secret of cannibalism in this camp, besides the boss and my sister, are the 4 people here with us. Now that everything was clear, Huang Ban pointed behind him and started introducing everyone in a friendlier tone. Aheng is the boss's cousin, Fut Kang is my nephew, and Huang Ning my sister. We're all family. So if this secret gets out, it'll be on you. Got it? Do you understand your situation now? It seemed like everyone here was part of the same inner circle. Jiang Xiaoyong realized the gravity of his position and responded as he walked along, yeah, don't worry, I won't say anything. Jiang Xiaoyong then recognized the person in the apron. He glanced at him and whispered to himself, wait a second, isn't Aheng the guy who was caught by the Jiangzi group earlier? Curious, Jiang Xiaoyong asked about the earlier officer. So, who was the guy from earlier? Huang Ban eagerly explained, that was Lai Cheng. Haha, he's just an outsider, but he's got good potential and strong abilities. He added with emphasis, but make sure he never learns the secret. Got it? If not, his expression tightened, clearly trying to intimidate Jiang Xiaoyong. Now, the expression on this person's face looked very aggressive. He lowered his voice, speaking quietly, but in a way that was still very threatening. Neither of you will make it through today. Having already understood the workings of this organization, Jiang Xiaoyong kept silent after hearing these words, though his mind was racing. It seemed clear that Lai Cheng's abilities were indeed very strong. The only way to hold him back would be through resources. Otherwise, the two leaders would soon find themselves surpassed by him. As they continued talking, they finally reached their destination. Huang Ban led the way and called out loudly, "All right, we're here." Xiao Yang looked around, puzzled. He looked up and asked loudly, "We're here." Ahead of him stood a new base surrounded by tall trees. The place was large and well built. Huang Ban introduced it. "There are 7 members in this concentration area. We've been observing them for 3 or 4 days now. Among them, there doesn't seem to be anyone who has evolved." Jiang Xiao Yong didn't quite understand, so he leaned in and asked quietly, "What are we supposed to do? Hunt them down?" Huang Ban raised 2 fingers and waved them around, responding in a carefree tone. "Hunt them? Ha ha, it's not as brutal as you think. We need to cage them." At this, Fa Chang, feeling upbeat, put his arm around Jiang Xiao Yong's shoulder, boosted his spirits, and began to encourage him. "Kid, you're one of us now, an evolved one. You need to change your mindset. Don't be so stiff like Lai Cheng." These words helped Jiang Xiaoyong understand a lot more about Lai Cheng's personality. Fa Chang, now acting like the seasoned veteran, continued to give advice. "We're evolved beings, which means we're no longer the same as humans. Now, we're a higher species in the food chain." That was enough for Jiang Xiaoyong to get the idea. He looked up toward the base and briefly glanced at it, then clearly stated their plan. He wanted to take them back to the holding camp to lock them up, and maybe even butcher them later. Perfect. Fa Chang grinned ominously. At this point, Huang Ban raised 4 fingers and turned back to clarify. "We don't need to bring them all back, just 5 or 6. The rest we can handle right here." The way these people talked about dealing with humans was like they were talking about chickens or ducks. Jiang Xiaoyang, wanting to be sure, asked again, "Handle them right here? What do you mean by that?" This was the perfect opportunity to show off. Huang Ban raised his hand high, his face clearly showing excitement as he spoke. He didn't elaborate, but instead raised his voice and said, "Ha ha, make sure you learn properly." Jiang Xiaoyang calmly narrowed his eyes at the man, but tried to hide his irritation. A little later, on the brick wall of the base, which was about to be attacked by a group of people, the team was still working hard to strengthen their defenses. One young man who had been working all day was looking very relaxed despite the fatigue. He sighed, closed his eyes, yawned, and muttered, "Finally, almost done. This is exhausting." It seemed like everything was going as usual, but then something unexpected happened. The commander pointed ahead with a pale expression. His face was drenched in cold sweat as he exclaimed, There they are." Behind him, several people were also paying attention and looking ahead. In front of them was a whole group of filthy zombies. They were like starving ghosts charging towards the group of people eagerly attacking. They scrambled and rushed forward, fighting to catch human flesh. Many of their faces were crushed and covered in blood, looking truly horrifying. The group of people in the base was completely stunned. They were caught off guard by this sudden attack. The men grabbed their weapons to defend themselves, shouting in confusion and surprise. "Damn it, how did these zombies attack us like this?" And there were no signs beforehand. Get ready to fight. Strangely, the speed of these zombies was no joke. They had been a distance away not long ago, but in the blink of an eye, they were already right in front of them. Their mouths, full of sharp teeth, opened wide, exhaling a putrid stench of rotting flesh as they lunged forward, attacking the innocent people. One zombie saw an opportunity and lunged at a young man. In a panic, he quickly pulled out his gun to protect himself, his face filled with pure terror as death seemed just moments away. Don't come any closer." All around them, zombies were attacking. Many people here couldn't hold their ground. The young man, still in disbelief, looked around with a pale face and muttered in fear, "This is bad, there's too many of them." Beneath him, he could hear the choking, labored breaths of his comrades. Meanwhile, the group led by Huang Ban stood calmly in the back, watching the chaos unfold with complete ease. In fact, Huang Ban had a satisfied, almost enjoying expression on his face. Jiang Xiaoyang couldn't stand to watch this any longer. He spoke up. "So, this is the great plan you guys were talking about to deal with the zombies?" Huang Ban kept waving his hands and gesturing. He looked up at the area where the base had been attacked and calmly said, "The resources in the concentration area are also limited. We can't keep taking in more people to feed. Besides, if more than 10 people join at once to form a small faction, it would be bad for management." The logic behind what these people were saying made sense for their long-term survival. However, it lacked any compassion. Now Huang Ban, leading Fa Chang and A Heng, knew it was the right time for them to step in. Huang Ban's face showed a dangerous, calculating expression as he said loudly, "All right, it's time for us to make our move." Fa Chang, behind him, rolled his wrists, clearly excited about what was about to happen. Ahead of them, a girl was being attacked by zombies. She was held tight by 2 of them, helplessly screaming, "Ah! Please no." The mindless, emotionless zombies were attacking her aggressively. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she cried out in desperation. But in just a second, the heads of the two zombies were ripped off their necks. A flash of light passed by. The girl, in shock from what had just happened, turned to see the head of one of the zombies that had been about to bite her, now rolling on the ground. The sight terrified her. She quickly gathered herself, her face still filled with astonishment. Fa Chang arrived just in time, stepping in front of the girl and making it clear that he was the one who had helped her. He extended his hand toward her with a warm and gentle expression. The girl leaned forward, her voice trembling as she weakly asked, Did you save me? Meanwhile, Huang Ban and A Heng took care of the zombies they had just dealt with. They didn't say anything and acted like they were simply helping people from the base. The young man who had seen the stranger shouted, Who are you? One by one, the zombie heads hit the ground with a dull thud. In no time, they had finished off the zombies. For Huang Ban's group, taking out a few zombies was no big deal. Now, Huang Ban stepped forward and took the lead. He pointed to himself and introduced, We're the evolved ones from the steel factory to the west. They played the role of heroes, saving those in danger. The girl who had just been saved, along with the young men from the base, were all curious and confused when they heard evolved ones. They quickly asked, Evolved ones? What does that mean? Their faces showed a mix of admiration and gratitude. Then they began cheering and shouting, We've been saved. Thank you. Observing the situation, Jiang Xiao Yong put on a very cold expression, showing no signs of emotion. However, inside, he assessed that these people had the physical stamina of individuals in their 20s. These three were just as strong as Jiang Zi and the others. Caught up in the scheming of these tricksters, Jiang Xiao Yong's sharp instincts told him something wasn't quite right behind him. He let out a small sound in his mind, his expression full of suspicion. Then suddenly, a tall building appeared behind him, with a room on top that suddenly lit up. It seemed like the main character, Jiang Xiao Yong, felt something odd. He turned around in shock, completely startled, silently shouting inside his mind, What is that? He looked closely at the windows in the building, but suddenly couldn't see anything at all. There were no figures in the rooms, just a faint, flickering light remaining. After the surprise, Jiang Xiao Yong finally regained his composure. Staring up blankly, he mumbled to himself, Was that an illusion? Seeing Xiao Yong distracted, Huang Ban called out, Hey, Jiang Yi, what are you standing there for? In a split second, the soul hung upside down from a tree branch, and the group of people had approached closer to the base. Many of the fallen had already died, scattered across the ground. Huang Ban pointed and said, Come over here. Help me take care of this. Jiang Xiao Yong walked over and replied, All right, I'm on my way. As Jiang Xiao Yong left, he sensed something ominous near the building complex. However, he decided to prioritize working with Huang Ban's group first. Inside the room just ahead was the figure of a zombie monster with many tentacles, which the people in the factory area had been whispering about for the past few days. This creature was huge, with a grotesquely distorted face, making it truly terrifying. It was incredibly hungry for human flesh and was preparing for a surprise attack. What's worse, the air here reeked of fresh, blood-soaked flesh. After gaining the trust of the people in the base, Huang Ban's group now led them around with complete control. A man from the base who had been attacked spoke up to Huang Ban. There are still some supplies in the warehouse. Huang Ban turned and, with a serious expression, gave an order to Jiang Xiaoyang. Jiang Yi, stay here and gather all the supplies from this place to the gate. I'll arrange a truck to transport them soon. Then the man leaned close to Jiang Xiaoyang and whispered to him, The body of the person who was killed is piled up over there, ready to be moved later. His expression is twisted, definitely looks like he's craving human flesh. Jiang Xiaoyang's face remained emotionless. He gave a soft but deep down he was already disgusted by these scum. At that moment, Huang Ban pointed behind him and ordered, The rest of you, come with us. The native group still believed they were being helped. As soon as they were told to follow, they eagerly and cheerfully agreed. All of them left, leaving Jiang Xiaoyang alone with the scattered zombies. Now in the silence and desolation of the scene, Huang Ban's cruel plan had succeeded. Once he confirmed that he was the only one left, Jiang Xiaoyang summoned a small knife in his hand for the system. He looked at the zombies around him and smiled faintly, saying, Just right. Meanwhile, back at Huang Ban's location, they had already led the group to the factory area. The man who had been tricked still seemed very naive. He happily followed Huang Ban, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, saying, We're so lucky to have you guys. You saved our lives. The others behind him agreed wholeheartedly. Huang Ban remained silent, pretending not to notice. The girl was saved by Fa Chang's timely intervention. At this point, feeling uncomfortable and trusting him to be a good person, she asked him, Hey, is there water where we're going? Can we take a bath? Kang smiled warmly, showing a friendly expression, then his playful side came out. He wrapped his arms around the poor girl and, getting closer, said, "Not only is there water, but there's also hot water. Plus, there's shower gel, so you'll be able to take a nice, refreshing bath." The girl felt a little awkward due to his sudden action, but responded, "Really? That's great." Everything seemed to be going according to plan when suddenly, a Hang seemed to sense something wasn't quite right behind them. He froze in place, a cold chill running down his spine. He quickly turned around, wide-eyed, trying to figure out what was going on. He showed clear signs of confusion and caution, letting out a loud humph. Noticing a Hang's strange behavior, Huang Ban turned to him and asked cautiously, "What's wrong, a Hang?" A Hang stood there, drenched in cold sweat, staring ahead, hesitating before he spoke. "There's something." Right after that, Huang Ban shouted a warning to everyone. "Be alert." Everyone behind immediately switched to a defensive mode. At this moment, Fa Chang, taking advantage of the situation, tightly embraced the only girl in the group of victims. He continued to push things too far and said, "Stay behind me. I'll protect you." The girl seemed somewhat uncomfortable, and one of the team members was starting to see Fa Chang's true nature. However, they felt too weak to resist at the moment. From above, the group could be seen gathered together with several dark figures swirling around, casting strange shadows on the ground below. Now, everyone sensed that there was danger, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. Huang Ban spoke up, "Where is the thing you're talking about?" A Hang responded, "I don't know, I can't sense it." Fa Chang, being younger, was the most carefree. At the moment, he just wanted to get to the factory as quickly as possible. Seeing a Hang deep in thought, Fa Chang laughed and said, "Ha ha, a Hang, are you sure you're not overreacting?" A Hang turned around. His expression clearly showed that he knew the situation could not be taken lightly. He responded, clearly worried, "I'm not wrong. It was definitely there earlier." Just as he finished speaking, something large and long suddenly shot past a Hang's neck. He froze, completely caught off guard by the speed of the danger. Everyone else, witnessing this terrifying scene, screamed in shock. A Hang. At that moment, it became clear that the object that had just ended a Hang's life was a long, thick tentacle. As it withdrew, a Hang collapsed. Huang Ban, stunned, shouted, "It's the tentacle monster!" In just a few breaths, a life was taken. The situation left everyone panicked and terrified for their own lives. Under the bright sun, Huang Ban muttered in shock, "Has it disappeared? Its speed is unbelievable." Just after this, Fa Chang yelled, "Behind you." Huang Ban quickly turned around and froze. The face of the tentacle monster, with its large eye and countless white circles, was right in front of him. The monster pressed its long, seal-like teeth close to Huang Ban's face. He turned and came face to face with that terrifying, grotesque face, completely stunned. Meanwhile, at another location, Jiang Xiao Yong was calmly using a small knife to handle the zombie corpses. He was searching for the zombies' special energy crystals. He had already found 2 good ones. Holding them in his hand, Jiang Xiao Yong said, "2 energy crystals in these zombies, what luck." As he was admiring the crystals, he suddenly heard cries for help coming from Huang Ban's direction. "Help me." Xiao Yang, curious, glanced over. On this side, Huang Ban was about to meet his end. He was tightly wrapped up by the tentacle monster, and now he was witnessing with his own eyes the creature he had only heard about in rumors. Huang Ban was so terrified that his face turned pale. He could barely speak, only managing to stammer a few words, "It's over." In front of everyone there, the tentacle monster appeared and grabbed Huang Ban. It squeezed his body tightly, breaking his bones into pieces. Huang Ban screamed in pain as the massive monster, with its muscular build and covered in long, slimy black tentacles, squeezed even harder, finishing him off. The girl and the young men in the group that Huang Ban had led watched in shock. They were both scared and stunned, their mouths hanging open, unable to do anything but stare. Huang Ban's red cerubi blood splattered across their faces. Just moments ago, they had barely escaped death, thinking they would finally be safe and have an easier time. But they never expected to encounter the most powerful monster in the area. The faces of the young man and the girl in the group were full of sorrow. They seemed to understand what their own fate would be next. Now, the disgusting monster turned its head and looked at Fa Qian. Its body was covered in foul black blood, and it had countless tentacles, large and small, growing all over it, making it look grotesque. Fa Chang, marked as the next target, was pale and too scared to even breathe too heavily. Now that he realized he was the next target, Fa Chang froze, his whole body suddenly heavy. He took slow steps backward, his face pale, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "No, no way, it can't be." Then, unexpectedly, he grabbed the girl behind him, causing her to jump in shock. Just moments ago, he had been sweet-talking her with love and affection, but now, when danger struck, his true nature showed. He roughly tossed the girl into the monster's tentacles, sacrificing her to save himself. Immediately, the monster grabbed the girl, lifting her up. Its tentacles tightly bound her arms and legs and slowly began to choke her. The girl struggled in pain, but it was useless. She screamed desperately. Ah! Ah! The tentacles tightened with every passing moment, squeezing her skin, causing so much pain that she could barely breathe. The poor girl cried silently, her body racked with agony. She could only endure the excruciating pain. Eventually, when she couldn't take it anymore, her strength ran out and her eyes rolled back as she was on the verge of death. At that moment, a force from somewhere struck the monster. By sheer luck, the girl was suddenly released from its grip, and she fell, landing hard on her backside. The girl and the people in her base were completely stunned. Jiang Xiao Yong arrived just in time and managed to save her by a hair. Several black tentacles of the monster fell to the ground with a thud. Everyone's attention turned to him. As soon as Fa Kang saw Xiao Yong, he was both surprised and relieved, shouting, "Jiang Yi, is that you?" Jiang Xiao Yong appeared holding a small dagger. He pressed his lips tightly together and looked at them. Standing with his back to the monster and facing the group, he raised his hand and asked loudly, "Is this the tentacle monster you all keep talking about?" Fa Chang, still shaken, pointed in another direction and stammered, "No, not this one. It's the son of the tentacle monster." Jiang Xiao Yong was surprised. He frowned, cautious, and asked again, "The son?" Fa Chang quickly responded, "Yes, that's what we call it." Then he went on to explain more about the truly dangerous creature. The tentacle monster often muttered, "Son, son," and could transform ordinary zombies into monsters with similar traits to itself. We call these transformed creatures the sons of the tentacle. Now, on Fa Chang's face, there was nothing but frustration and fear. Both of his relatives had been killed by the tentacle monster's son. Fa Chang lowered his head, lost in cowardly thoughts. The son of the tentacle monster was a powerful creature that even a Huang and Huang Ban couldn't handle. This kid, Jiang Yi, was definitely no match for it. "I can't stay. I have to run." With that thought, the cowardly Fa Kang decided that he'd do whatever it took to survive. He turned and fled first. People in the base who had been caught off guard looked on as he ran. While sprinting for his life, he shouted, "Jiang Yi, hold him off. I'll go get help." The girl he had saved looked on in confusion as well. Now, everyone was more concerned about saving themselves than anything else, so they'd all turned and ran. The only one who stayed calm was Jiang Xiao Yong. He remained still, watching the others panic. As he saw the fearful people running away, Jiang Xiao Yong knew exactly what Fa Kang was up to. He wasn't surprised and simply said, "Now you're trying to sell everyone out, trying to use this time to run away." Behind Jiang Xiao Yong, the tentacle monster's son started to move, letting out a series of growls. A moment later, it shot out several dark, slimy tentacles, wrapping them around Jiang Xiao Yong's neck. Jiang Xiao Yong was aware of this, but he didn't rush to react. In just a split second, the creature's foul, black tentacles had wrapped around his arms and legs. But Xiao Yong did make a move. He slowly turned his face to look at the creature, taking his time, yet the speed and confidence in his demeanor still gave off a terrifying presence. Looking at the monstrous zombie, Jiang Xiao Yong smiled slightly and said, "Son of a monster, ha ha ha, your setup is way too terrifying." Then Jiang Xiao Yong raised his hand and yanked forcefully. In his other hand, he held a small combat knife. The tentacles were quickly ripped off. With a single motion, the giant monster was pulled by the force of Jiang Xiao Yong's strength. At this point, Xiao Yong's power was no joke. With just a single tug, the zombie lost its balance and was sent stumbling toward him, still confused and disoriented by this new opponent. Its eyes were wide open, dazed, as if it couldn't comprehend what was happening. Jiang Xiao Yong's pull was so strong that the massive creature couldn't resist. Its feet slid across the ground. To Jiang Xiao Yong, it all seemed effortless. He tensed his arm against the creature's dark tentacle and casually said, as if seizing an opportunity, "The ability I unlocked before Heyman had the chance to use it yet. Today's the perfect time to test it on you." Jiang Xiao Yong shouted as he slammed his feet down hard, creating a shockwave so strong that the ground beneath him cracked. In that moment, a fierce, lightning-like gleam flashed in his eyes through his glasses. With a loud yell, Jiang Xiao Yong's energy overloaded. He bent down, flexing his muscles and bracing his arms. He pulled hard, sending the monstrous creature flying toward him. It was completely under his control. The massive, grotesque body of the monster scraped against the ground, moving like a puppet, helpless and resigned. As the creature's head, full of wriggling tentacles, lunged toward him, Jiang Xiao Yong forcefully stopped it with his foot, keeping a safe distance between them. Even though the tentacles tightly wrapped around his arms and legs, he moved with ease. He pressed his foot firmly against the creature's head and glared at it with a cold, murderous look. The monster, still defiant, laughed loudly in a mocking manner. Watching Jiang Xiao Yong's strength, the girl from the base, who had been under attack, was completely stunned. She covered her mouth with both hands, unable to speak. It was the first time she had ever witnessed a human with such power. The battle continued with Xiao Yang, who stood triumphantly on top of the monster after relentlessly attacking it. He then began tearing off each of its tentacles, leaving it in a pitiful state. After a while, the ground was scattered with the monster's broken tentacles and its mutilated face. Jiang Xiao Yang was covered in the monster's syrup-like substance, but he paid no attention to it as he approached the girl, asking with genuine concern, "Are you okay?" His appearance startled her, and she quickly stepped back in fear. Still innocent and unaware, Jiang Xiao Yang awkwardly reached out to check if she was hurt. Terrified, the girl screamed, "Ah, ah, ah!" Realizing something was wrong, Jiang Xiao Yang wiped the syrup from his hands and nervously tried to reassure her. Don't panic, I'm a person, not a monster." A long while later, outside the gate, Kan finally arrived with his brute rushing in to kill a monster. They were out of breath, shouting as they ran, "We're here! We'd finally made it." Kan led the bald man and Sister Ning in, with Lai Cheng following behind to provide support. The bald man, holding an axe, shouted angrily, "What's going on here?" Sister Ning, carrying a sword over her shoulder, immediately asked, "Where are Huang Ban and Ahang?" Kan pointed toward the chaos, tears streaming down his face as he reported uncle and brother Ahang were both killed by the tentacle monster. Only Lai Cheng remembered Xiao Yang. After hearing this, he asked Kan, "What about the person named Jiang Yi who just arrived?" Without much thought, Kan answered casually, "He's probably dead too. The three of us weren't strong enough to fight that tentacle monster." Hearing that his subordinates had suffered losses, the bald man couldn't hide his anger. He lowered his head, his face turning purple with rage. But now the monster was too powerful for him to do anything. He unlifted his head and glared at the people in the base. He stared at them for a long time, and the air was thick with tension. Dangerous silence hung over them. The bald man gritted his teeth and, in a harsh voice, began to place blame. "This is all because of." Hearing this, the two young men started to realize that their leader was about to lose control. They turned pale with fear, cold sweat pouring down their faces as they anxiously waited. The bald man screamed, "It's your fault." At the same time, he threw his axe with all his might, the fury and frustration of the moment fueling the powerful throw, aiming it at the innocent people in front of him. The large axe struck directly into the chest of a young man standing in front, instantly splitting his body in half. Red syrup splattered everywhere. The way the bald man finished off the person was no less brutal than a monster would do. Seeing things were going off track, Ning immediately shouted to hold the man back. "Eagle, calm down." The man was extremely angry and frustrated. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to suppress his fury. The people around him were also panicking. Thud! A bundle of tentacles tied together like a bunch of vegetables was thrown in front of the bald man. He was so furious, and suddenly seeing this in front of him caught him off guard. He squinted, trying to make sense of it. It was Jiang Xiao Yong, and this grabbed everyone's attention, making them look at him. With the tentacles in front, everyone was curious and confused. Jiang Xiao Yong appeared boldly before them, and behind him was the girl from the base who had been harmed. Xiao Yong walked forward confidently, showing off the results of his actions. Li Cheng saw Jiang Xiao Yong and smiled warmly. "Jiang Yi, you're not dead." He was the first to express concern for Xiao Yong and check on him. At this point, Ning began to make a realization. Looking at the black tentacles, her face scrunched up as she struggled to speak. "That's..." Standing proudly in front of his prize, Jiang Xiao Yong spoke boldly to everyone. "That tentacle monster, I've already killed it. The revenge for the two of you, I've already taken care of it." Instead of feeling grateful for Xiao Yong avenging their loved ones, Sister Ning and the bald man were more concerned about Jiang Xiao Yong's strength. Both of them stayed silent, deep in thought, exchanging a shared worry. Is this person really that powerful? Sensing the awkward tension in the air, Jiang Xiao Yong, instead of expecting thanks for his help, stood with his hand on his hip and added, "All right then, leaders, please quickly arrange for a vehicle and people to help me go back and collect the spoils." Once everything was wrapped up and they returned to the factory, the bald man and Sister Ning immediately pulled Kang aside to question him. The bald man was the first to ask, that tentacle monster, was its strength really greater than Lai Cheng's? When the monster was mentioned, Kang couldn't hide his frustration. He clenched his teeth in anger and resentment, explaining that the monster had nearly killed his uncle and Ahang in the blink of an eye. Whether Lai Cheng could have done the same, Kang wasn't sure about Lai Cheng's strength when facing the tentacle monster. Then, after thinking carefully about the monster's strength at that time, Kang also became concerned about both Sister Ning's and the bald guy's abilities, so he asked, Do you think you two can handle that monster? Putting this aside, it seemed that what they were really worried about was Xiao Yong's strength. The bald guy went on to explain how he tested Xiao Yong's abilities. When Xiao Yong threatened him, although he was quick to react, he only managed to draw his weapon and didn't even have time to get into a fighting stance. Hearing this, Sister Nang stroked her chin, puzzled, and asked, how could he be that strong? Sister Nang still couldn't believe that someone as new as Jiang Yi could be so exceptional, so she started analyzing things in her own way. Maybe the tentacle monster succeeded because of a sneak attack, which meant it might not be as dangerous as they thought. The bald guy agreed with this, but still had the intention to eliminate Jiang Yi, which made sense. But either way, he couldn't be left alive. If one day he and Lai Chang joined forces, right when they were making plans, someone might come knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Sister Nang signaled for the bald guy to stay quiet. Shh, come in. It was Lai Chang. As soon as he saw the eagle emblem, he greeted them. Leader. The bald guy turned to respond politely. What's up, Lai? Fa Chang, seeing Lai Chang enter, quickly stood up, but his expression showed clear dissatisfaction. Lai Chang initially thought they were mourning the loss of a loved one. Wanting to show support, he gently said, Brother Da, Sister Ning, I understand this is difficult. Please take care of yourselves. The bald man tried to stay composed, replying, the world has been in chaos for a long time. There's no point in dwelling on it. I've adapted. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Xiao Yong clearly has potential, so I'd like to offer some guidance. Jiang Yi's abilities are likely similar to mine. As for the officer position, I suggest we consider him seriously. Previously, Brother Da had been cautious about a possible alliance between Lai Chang and Jiang Yi. Try and raise a concern, he said, that might not be the best idea. His background. Just as he began, Sister Nang subtly gestured for him to stop. Understanding her signal, he paused and looked at her, puzzled. Taking initiative, Sister Nang said, Jiang Yi has the strength to be an officer, but he should earn that position through meaningful contributions so that others can recognize his value. At that moment, Lai Chang brought up a notable accomplishment from earlier, defeating a dangerous creature. Wouldn't that count as a contribution? His tone made it clear how much he respected and believed in Jiang Xiao Yong. Here's the translated text. So Sister Ning, full of schemes, replied, if he can kill the tentacle monster, prove himself, isn't that a 2-in-1 deal? Right now, we're deliberately setting up this challenge to use the monster as a tool to kill someone. Her eyes narrowed, white as snow, looking very shrewd. Lai Chang noticed how difficult and strange these two people were. He felt angry on Xiao Yong's behalf and stepped closer to clarify. If even the two of you can't do it, how can you expect him to? Is that fair? Then, sitting confidently in her chair, Sister Ning crossed her legs, pretending to be proud, and began to provoke with her words, don't worry, we're not sending him to his death. We'll also step in, gather all the forces from the camp, and completely eliminate the threat from the tentacle monster. A little later, Sister Ning, the bald guy, and Lai Chang went to find Jiang Xiao Yong. After messing with Xiao Yong's mind, he finally understood and replied, oh, so this action is all about me. I've just arrived, and I'm already taking on such a big role. Is that really okay? Speaking on behalf of the bald man, Sister Ning replied gently, oh, there's nothing wrong at all. Anyway, the strength you've shown might even be on par with mine and the eagles. Now clearly showing respect for Jiang Xiao Yong, both Sister Ning and the bald man seemed to value him highly and earnestly told him, if this mission is successful, the third spot in this concentration area will be yours. Though their tone was full of ambition, their expressions still seemed somewhat sly. After saying this, the bald man turned to Lai Chang, forced a smile, and even pretended to ask for Lai Chang's opinion. Brother Lai, Jiang Yi has used his strength to get ahead of you. Do you have any objections? His words were meant to provoke some competition between the two. Lai Chang could see the slyness in the bald man's words. He clearly felt uncomfortable, showing it on his face as he responded, no objections. Then, in a relaxed manner, he waved 2 fingers and said, all right then, it's decided. We'll set off in 2 days. While they were talking, Jiang Xiao Yong quietly used his spiritual eye ability to assess who was good and who was bad, maintaining an outward appearance of calm. However, inside, he was mocking them with a thought. Haha, such sincere suggestions I'm almost touched. Without the use of his spiritual eye, Jiang Xiao Yong could already tell the true intentions of the three. Sister Ning and the bald man were both sly and deceptive, while Lai Chang's attitude was neutral and uninterested. It was clear that Lai Chang just wanted to live right and peacefully survive the apocalypse. The two crafty foxes, on the other hand, had hidden agendas.